Hello everyone and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Data has become one of the most valuable assets for modern organizations. Every business generates massive amount of information through customer interactions, financial transactions, marketing campaigns, and operational process. However, collecting data is only the first step. The real value lies in analyzing it, uncovering insights, and making smarter business decisions. Today, artificial intelligence is transforming the way data analytics is performed. AI-powered analytics enables professionals to analyze larger datasets, automate repetitive tasks, identify hidden patterns, generate predictive insights, and create interactive reports much faster than traditional methods. From finance and healthcare to retail, manufacturing, and marketing, organizations are increasingly using AI to improve decision making, optimize operations, and gain a competitive advantage. In this complete data analytics with AI course, you will learn everything from data analytics fundamentals to leveraging artificial intelligence for advanced analysis and business intelligence. We will begin with data collection, cleaning, and visualization before exploring statistics, SQL, Excel, Power BI, Python, machine learning fundamentals, and AI-powered analytics tools. Throughout this course, you will gain hands-on experience using industry-standard tools such as Microsoft Excel, SQL, Python, Power BI, Tableau, Chatgpt, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, and other AI-powered platforms to analyze real-world datasets. So by the end of this course, you will have the practical skills needed to combine data analytics to techniques with AI-driven workflows, enabling you to make faster, smarter, and more accurate business decisions. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon to get notified whenever we host. Also, just that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master data science and data analytics skills, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various data science and data analytics programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of master, certifications, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities and certification boards. So through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like Python, Tableau, Power BI, generative AI, and over a dozen others. And that's not all. You also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into a data science or data analytics role as a fresher or moved into higher paying job and profile. If you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box to find a data science and data analytics program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with our Excel full course with a small quiz. Which tool is commonly used to create interactive dashboards? A. Power BI, B. Microsoft Word, C. Photoshop, D. Visual Studio Code. Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now over to our training experts.
Let me start with a simple question. Have you ever looked at the dashboard or a report and wondered why did something happen? For example, imagine you work in a company and suddenly someone asks, why did the revenue drop this month? You'll have all the data, sales number, customer activity, marketing reports, everything is there. But the real problem is time. Today, companies are collecting huge amounts of data every second. But having data alone does not automatically give us answers. Many analysts spend hours or even days trying to understand what the data actually means. This is where data analytics comes in. Data analytics helps us take raw data and turn it into insights that helps business makes decisions. But today, something even more powerful is changing how analytics works. That is artificial intelligence. AI helps analysts work faster, explore patterns quickly, and sometimes even suggest insights automatically. Instead of spending all their time writing a code or building charts, analysts can focus on asking better questions and making smarter decisions. In this video, we will look at three main things. First, we'll understand what data analytics really means. Second, we'll look at different types of analytics and how insights are created. And finally, we'll see how AI fits into analytics process and how it is changing the work of analysts today. So let's begin by understanding the basics. So first, let's answer a very simple question. What exactly is data analytics? In simple terms, data analytics is the process of taking raw data and turning it into useful insights that help us make decisions. Data by itself does not tell a story, but when we analyze it properly, it can reveal patterns, trends, and answer to important questions. The first step in analytics is collecting data. This data can come from many different places. It might come from databases, log files, CSV files, APIs, or even user activity from applications. Companies collect data from many resources, because every piece of information can help understand the bigger picture. After collecting data, the next step is preparing the data. Real world data is rarely perfect. Sometimes values are missing, sometimes formats are different, sometimes multiple datasets need to be combined. So analysts clean the data, transform it, and organize it before analyzing. Once the data is ready, the next step is analysis. This is where analysts start exploring patterns. They look for trends, relationship between variables, unusual behaviors, and important signals in the data. For example, they might analyze why sales dropped in certain region or why customers are leaving a service. Finally, the last step is action. Insights are useful only when they lead to decisions. Businesses use analytics to decide things like should we change the price? Should we launch a new campaign? Or should we improve a product? So, data analytics is really about turning data into decisions. Now, let's look at how analysts actually move from a question to an insight. Every analyst usually starts with a question. For example, a business might ask, why did sales drop last month? Or which customers are most likely to leave? Once the question is clear, the next step is getting the data. The analyst identifies where the data exists. It could be stored in databases, data warehouses, files, or APIs. Sometimes the challenge is not analyzing the data, but simplifying, finding, and accessing the right data. After collecting the data, analysts move to cleaning and analyzing it. This step involves removing errors, fixing inconsistencies, and preparing the dataset for analysis. Then analysts explore the data using charts, statistics, or machine learning techniques to find patterns. Finally, the last step is communication and action. This is extremely important. An insight is valuable only if people understand it. So, analysts present their findings using dashboards, visualizations, or reports. Then, decision makers use these insights to plan their next steps. So, journey from questioning to insight usually follows four stages: define the problem, get the data, analyze the data, communicate the result, and this is exactly where AI is starting to play a huge role in speeding up each of these steps. Now, let's talk about four main types of analytics. These types represent different levels of understanding data. The first type is descriptive analytics. This answers the question, what happened? For example, a company might look at the past sales number or dashboard metrics. Descriptive analytics summarizes historical data. It helps organizations understand their past performance. The second type is diagnostic analysis. The second type is diagnostic analytics. This answers the question, when did it happen? Here, analysts investigate the root cause of a problem. For example, if sales dropped, it helps identifying the reason. Maybe a marketing campaign stopped, maybe a customer demand changed, maybe a product was unavailable. The third type is predictive analytics. This answers the question, what might happen in the future. Using historical data and machine learning tools, analysts can forecast future trends. For example, predicting next month's sales or estimating customer churn. The fourth type is prescriptive analytics. This answers the question, what should we do? Prescriptive analytics suggests actions, for example, increasing marketing budget in special channel or offering discounts at high-risk customers. So these four types move from understanding the past to making decisions about the future. And AI is making these advanced types of analytics much easier and faster. To understand these four types better, let's look at simple examples. Imagine we are analyzing sales data for a company. First, we have descriptive analytics. Here, we simply describe what happened. For example, we might say sales by a month for the last year. This gives us a clear picture of historical performance. Next is diagnostic analytics. Now we try to understand the reason behind changes. For example, sales dropped because advertising stopped in two regions. So instead of just seeing the drop, we identify the cause. Then comes predictive analytics. For example, next month's sales may be 12% lower. This prediction is based on historical patterns and data models. Finally, we have the prescriptive analytics. This is about recommendation, for example, to recover sales, increase marketing budget through the channel X. So the system not only predicts the problem but also suggests an action. This progression from describing the past to recommending actions is what makes analytics powerful. And AI is helping analysts move through these stages much faster. Now let's see where AI fits into analytics process. AI accelerates every stage of analytical process. First, AI can help ask better questions. Sometimes business questions are vague. AI tools can help convert broad questions into structured analysis plans. For example, turning why customer is leaving into specific metrics to analyze. Second, AI can help with data collection. AI tools can automatically connect to different data sources like databases, APIs, and files. This saves analysts a lot of manual work. Third, AI helps with cleaning and preparing data. This step usually takes the most time. AI can automatically detect missing values, suggest transformations, and identify data issues. Next, AI helps with exploration and analysis. AI tools can generate exploratory data analysis, identify patterns, and even build predictive models. This allows analysts to discover insights much faster. Finally, AI helps with communication. AI tools can generate summaries, create dashboards, and even write explanations of insights. So instead of spending hours preparing reports, analysts can focus on interpreting results. In short, AI acts as a co pilot throughout the analytics process, helping analysts work faster and smarter while still keeping humans in control. In short, AI acts as a co pilot throughout the analytics process, helping analysts work faster and smarter while still keeping humans in control. Finally, let's compare how the work of analysts looked before AI and how it works today. Before AI, analysts spent a lot of time doing manual work. They had to write SQL queries, Python scripts from scratch. They also had to manually create charts and dashboards. Because so much time was spent on technical tasks, analysts often had less time to think about deeper questions like why this is happening, what should the business do next. Now, with AI tools, things are changing. Analysts can interact with data using natural language. Instead of writing complex code, they ask questions and generate queries automatically. AI can also generate exploratory analysis automatically. Because many repetitive tasks are automated, analysts now have more time for the most valuable part of their job, and that is reasoning, storytelling, and decision making. So AI is not replacing analysts. Instead, it is transforming their role. Analysts are moving from data processors to statistic decision makers. And that's why learning data analytics with AI is becoming one of the most important skills today. Before we dive in, here are some of the tools that I'll be talking and using in this demo. You'll usually have all of these already, or you can use free tiers. Starting with the first one, which is Excel. It'll already be pre-installed as Office 365 in your systems. So just go to the search bar and type in Excel and you can open it. Excel is usually used for data storage, especially in the form of rows and columns. If you guys don't have Office 365, you can just open your Google. You will have Sheets here. Now, this is a cloud platform, so you don't need any installation prior. So you can start with a blank spreadsheet and you will have the same Excel in your Google. Now, coming to the AI tools, there are two major ones. One is Chatgpt and one is Gemini. So for Chatgpt, this is the console. There is a free version as well. First, start using the free version. For data analytics, I think free version is good enough. But if you want complex level solutions for problems, you can go with pro versions. If not, you can also go with Gemini. So again, you just type in Google Gemini. Again, this is a chatbot, AI chatbot. So you can ask your questions or ask for a code and it will give it. Now let's test these two. Let me start with ChatGPT. Let's ask a formula for sales by region. So just say, give me an Excel formula for calculating sales by region. or you can say grouping by region. So here you go. A short explanation. They have taken a sample data set since they don't know what is the data set, etc. In future, I'll tell you how to actually get the exact code from here, and similarly with Google Gemini. Next, we'll be talking about Python and Pandas. Python can also be used in Google Colab. Now, starting with VS Code, again, you need to install it. So just go with VS Code and install it from here. Now VS Code, now you can add an extension of adding an AI chatbot. So then and there you can get your clarity on why the code is running an error. So here you can see download. You can just download and run the folder and VS Code will be installed. So let me just show you how VS Code is. So this is the VS Code, and in extensions, here you have GitHub Copilot. You can just install it and it will help you sort out all the errors on the go. Now, apart from this, we have Google Colab, which is also one of my favorite tool to use because Google Gemini is already inside the Google Colab. Let me just show you. So let's create a new notebook. And here you can see there we can start coding, and on the go, Gemini will help you figure out what is wrong with your code. Now, these tools are 100% free and no installations required. For Pandas AI, we need to type in one sentence, which is pip install Pandas AI. Let's just put a conditional statement, pip install Pandas AI, and just run it, and Pandas AI will be installed. Now, let this get installed. The next big part is SQL. Now, how can you run SQL? Again, there are multiple ways. One is the BigQuery console.cloudgoogle.com, which is a free tier, but you need to get your credentials for it. It's a free tier. You can upload the CSV file, etc. The second option will be dbfiddle. Again, dbfiddle.com. It's a free PostgreSQL SQL playground. Also, the third option is SQLite Online. So let me just open that. So here you can type in SQLite Online, and this is the console where you can upload folders and run SQL queries without any requirement of installation or even putting in any information like mail ID or passwords, etc. Now I'll be using SQLite, Google Colab for Python, and Chatgpt as my AI guide. Apart from all these, there is one of the must tool to learn, which is Power BI. Now again, Power BI has a desktop model, online model. I'll be using the online model. For this, you need to have an account in Microsoft, so make sure to do that. The desktop version is a free version that you can use. And the next tool will be machine learning. Everything in Google Colab, which includes Scikit-learn, which is pre-installed, Pandas AI, which we have installed, etc. We will be using that as a part of machine learning. Now let's go back to where we were. So this command has run. It's still downloading. Now if you have any query about this, you can just copy and paste it here and say what's the issue. And as you can see, Gemini, which is inbuilt in Google Colab, will identify what exactly the error is and sort it out. So here you can see it has given us other code which can be used instead of the normal pip install pandas. So you can just accept and run. This is the best option in Google Colab. You can just accept and run. The code will get changed to the best possible one. So if I accept and run, pip install upgrade pip setup tools and pip install. Again, there is an error. You can click on explain error and it will be working on it. And then click on accept and run. Now, because of this option, what took hours of dedicated coding work will become so easy that you can just accept and run and get the code done. Alright, now that you have the understand where AI fits, let me show you how it actually works. I'm going to walk you through a real business question and show you the 3-step process analysts use with AI as a co-pilot. And by the end, you will see how fast you can go from a vague question to actual insights. Now, before we start, the first step, as we discussed earlier, is clarify the business question. Start with a clear question. Imagine your manager walks up and says, "Why are we losing customers?" That's too vague. We need to turn that into something we actually analyze. Let me show you how AI helps with that. Now you can open ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, or even Gemini. Here I'll be using ChatGPT. Now here the important thing to notice is how clear your prompts are. The more clearer your prompts are, the more clearer insights or the process you'll get. So just mention to ChatGPT saying, I am a data analyst. My manager asked, why are we losing customers? And then ask it to help. So how are you going to do that? Help me break this into 3 to 4 specific analytical questions that I can answer with data. So after that, just type enter. AI has responded, giving us a couple of options for the questions that we can answer for. First one is when are customers leaving? That is a time period. Then which customer segments are leaving the most? And what behavioral indicate customers are about to leave? And then are these product pricing or service issues during the churn? So basically, we'll be targeting are these product pricing or service issue during the churn. We'll get to analyze this particular question. Now, step 2 is get data and explore. Usually, you will have the data prior itself. Get the data and start exploring. Now that we know what we are looking for, we need data. Let's say we have a customer database with tables, which includes customer, subscription, transactions. I'll ask AI to help me write a SQL query. Now, what will be the prompt here? You can just mention, I have a database with these tables. Mention the tables, which is customers as the first one. I have two datas in one databases. So let me just mention the first one is customers with the columns such as customer ID, name, let's say sign up, date, and segment. Now this is the first table. The second table will be subscriptions. And here you can mention again customer ID, start date, end date, and status. So these are the tables. And then what is our main questions that we are targeting here is we need a SQL code. So write an SQL code. So as you can see here, here's a clean way to complete churn rate by customer segment for the last 3 months using only 2 tables. We have the definition used, we have churn customer for the last month, and here you have an entire SQL query and some of the points to remember. Boom, AI wrote the SQL for me. Now, do I just copy and paste and run it blindly? The answer is no. I read through it and check the condition. Does it join the right tables? Yes. Does it filter for the last 3 months? Yes. Does it calculate churn correctly? Looks good. This is the key. AI speeds me up, but still I need to verify the logic. If I was doing this manually, it might take me 10 to 15 minutes to write and debug this query. With AI, it just took 30 seconds and I spent 1 minute reviewing it. You can just copy the SQL after reviewing and paste it into the SQL editor. Now let's say I run this query and get results like segment churn, total churn rate percent enterprise is 12, 158, SMB is 445, 300, some numbers. Free trial users will be churning at a rate of 24%, while enterprise is only 8%. That's a huge difference. Now I want to visualize this. Step 2 is visualize with AI. Again, in ChatGPT or Claude, you can type in the prompt and get the visualized data. Now, whatever data you have got from the SQL, you can just ask GPT that. So you can say, I have this data, enterprise is 8% churn, whereas SMB is 15% churn. And then free trial users will be 24% churn. Now I will tell GPT to write a Python code using matplotlib to create a simple bar chart churn rate by segment. Now we are asking ChatGPT to visualize whatever results that we have got. So let's give this. Again, AI gave me the code. I review it, looks good. I run it in Python or even Google Colab. And there you go, you'll have a chat as well. Now we have completed a 3 major step. One is to collect the data, explore it, and also visualize this. This entire process, which used SQL, Python, and chart, took me around 3 minutes with AI. Without AI, it would be easily 20 to 30 minutes. Now the last step, which is to generate insights and recommendation. Now again, what should be our aim is to get insights from this, which is turning the data into insights and actions. Now I have a chart showing a free trial users churn rate at 24%, but my manager doesn't want charts. They want to know why and what to do about it. Let me ask AI to help me draft insights. Now let's just give the AI saying, write a 3-sentence summary and suggest 2 actionable recommendation to reduce the trial churn rate. Use the details above. Let's give a this. Now, as you can see, Chatgpt has replied saying free trial users have highest churn rate of 24% compared to 15% of SMB and 8% of enterprise customers, indicating that early stages users are struggling to see enough value during trial period. This suggests a potential issue without onboarding, product adoption, and previous value before conversion. If this trend continues, a large portion of potential paying customers may be lost before they transition into paid plans. Now, what are some of the actions that we need to take? We need to take improved trial onboarding feature guidelines, which is introduce guided onboarding, in-app tutorials, a milestone-based walkthroughs to ensure free trial users quickly experience the product's key value within the first few days. And the second one is trigger engagement intervention for low activity users. Use behavioral tracking to identify trial users with low activity and send targeted emails, product tips, and incentives such as extended trials or feature demos to rearrange them before this trial ends. Now, as you can see, this is perfect. AI just helped me write a professional summary in seconds. Now, do I send this as it is? Not quite. I read it through and ask myself, does this make sense given about what our product is? Are these recommendations realistic for our team? Do I need to add any context about competitors, seasonality, or recent product changes? I might tweak the wording, add a data table, or just recommendation. But instead of starting from a blank page, AI gave me an 80% draft and then I have to refine it to 100%. So this is the 3-step AI-assisted business analysis. The first step is to clarify the question. AI will help you break down vague asks into specific analytical questions. The second step is to get data and explore. AI writes SQL, Python, generates charts, you verify and refine. The step 3 is to generate insights. AI drafts summaries and recommendations. You add business judgment. Now, what are some of the key takeaways here? AI is your co-pilot. It speeds up the mechanical parts, which is writing queries, generating code, drafting text, so you can spend more time on the parts that matter, which is asking the right questions, checking the logic, and making smart recommendations. In the next modules, you will do this yourself with real datasets. Next, here we'll be discussing about how you can use Excel and Python with AI. Now, take an example. I have the data. I need to summarize sales by region and category, but I don't remember Excel pivot syntax. Instead of Googling for 10 minutes, I'll ask ChatGPT. Now you can ask ChatGPT saying, I have a sale dataset in CSV file, in Excel with these columns. Now let's mention the columns. I have order ID, date, region. Let's give what are the regions also mentioned since it is a categorical value. So the region will be north, south, east, and west. The next we have product category, which includes electronics, clothing, home, and sports. And then the last column is revenue. And also I have the column called as quantity. Now, what do we want from this? I want to create a pivot table showing total revenue by region and product category. Now, let's ask it to give step-by-step instructions for Excel. Now we have a step-by-step process to follow. So let's follow and see if we can sort out the problem. The first is to make sure the data is ready. So I have my data ready here, as you can see. I've opened my Excel file. Click anywhere in the sales data, confirm the headers are the first row, and make sure the revenue is in numeric. There are no symbols, etc. So as you can see, the first row is the row ID, and then the date, order ID, sports, and the revenue don't have any symbols. This they ask because if there are, you should clean the data. So after that, what's the second step is to create a pivot table. Click on any cells inside the data sets, go to Insert tab and click Pivot Table. So let's click here and go to Insert and Pivot Table. Now here you have two options. Now let's just check what options it's suggesting, which is the table or range should autofill and choose where it plays. So here you can see from table or range option, just click on that. You will have a range. So whatever the GPT says, let's just follow it. Choose where it is placed now, such as new worksheets recommended or existing worksheets. So let's do it in the existing worksheet and click on OK. Let's just select the entire data and then I need it in the existing worksheets and OK. Now what's the next step? Build the pivot layout, which is region into product category. On the right, you will see a pivot table fields panels, drag region rows, drag products category columns, and drag revenue tables. So let's do this. So I'll have revenue. What are the other things that I need? Sorry, let's say date and region. So here you can see we have Jan, Feb, March and grand total, and product category and revenue. So sum of revenue is also there, and quality. If we click on each data that we want, it will be summarizing. Now, after ticking the columns that were suggested by Chatgpt, here you go. We have rows labels such as clothing. So we have sum of revenue from clothing. From East region, we have so much. North region, we have so much. South region, we have so much. And similarly for electronics and home, sports, and the grand total is also given. Now you can ensure this, the entire process, whether it's right or wrong, because if I sit and do this manually, it will take minutes, probably few hours to do it. But if I have to Google it and do it, at least it'll take me 10 to 15 minutes. Now with the help of ChatGPT, we have step-by-step approach. AI gave me the exact drag and drop step. AI did give me a drag and drop step-by-step option, so I did it in Excel. This will be done in few seconds. Without AI, I would be Googling Excel pivot tutorial and watching a 10-minute video. Now let's say you want to create a pivot showing total quality sold by region. Try it out yourself and let me know in the comment section below whether you could crack it or not. If you have any more further questions regarding pivot table, again you can give it to ChatGPT, but make sure your prompts are clear and ChatGPT understandable. Now the major thing to consider here is small details matters. So every small details, including the number of rows you have, what kind of a data set is it, if it is a categorical, are the data cleaned or not, etc., should be mentioned in the prompt for a more precise values and step-by-step process. The next step will be analyze the data. Now I'll ask the AI to analyze data and make a chart without writing a single line of code myself. Now the next step is to analyze data. I want to analyze the data in Python, but writing pandas group by from matplot code from scratch takes forever. So let me tell you a quick tip for you to not even write a line of code but visualize data. So I'll be doing this in Google Colab since I have an inbuilt Gemini AI. Now here the first step is to upload the data. So let me just upload the data that I have and I'll copy the column's name and go back and say, can you help me, can you give me the code to visualize the data I have with columns? What are the columns here? Order ID, date, region. Date, region, again it is specific to West, East and South. Now after region, what are the other columns? Product, category, then we have revenue and quantity. Start from installation of the required libraries, and then we need to load the data. So loading the data and then visualize. So let's just give this and wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, the entire code is already been delivered in the cells. The only thing that I have to do is accept and run. So let's just accept and run. So I'll show you how. The first step is pip install matplotlib. There is an error here. Let me just review what's the issue with this. So there are few changes in the code. So let's just do that. I don't think so this is necessary. And if you run this, requirement satisfied. And here, assuming DF already loaded, have we already loaded the data? No. So let me just load the data. PDF read dot. What is the data name here? Sales data. So let's change that. And there is an indentation error. So let's fix that. And yeah, pretty much it will just run it. There's an error. Explain the error. See if anything that I am missing. Okay, the data is small, so that's what Gemini has already understood. So let's just change it. Then I'm just accepting. So the sales here now is normal and there is no error. And you can see it has already given the data frame info, and here you can see visualization, daily revenue over the time, and here's the graph. So here they're showing according to the date what is the total revenue, and you can see in an entire graph, and you can see when they are peaking, when they are not peaking, and come up with the visualizations. And then the second graph is also ready, which is visualization total revenue by region, which region has the highest revenue. So as you can see, we have North has the highest revenue, which is over 2 lakh, and then the least is the West, which is around a lakh change. And the third thing is total revenue by product category, which product category sells the most. So as you can see here, we have electronics selling the most, and then sports, and then clothing, and then home items. And there is another graph which is quality versus revenue. So as you can see, more quality and the number of pieces which revenue generated. So there are more products where the quantity is more and even the revenue is more. There are only 3 of them. So you can visualize like this. So I understood few of the insights of the products just by giving a proper prompt to Gemini, a few tweaks here and there, and there you go. Your insights are all ready for your insights, so that you can use these insights to give a future what are the changes that needs to be done. Suppose we can concentrate more on the home products to increase the sales, or either concentrate on electronics since the sales are more from the electronics. Now if you come to region, we are selling more on the north, so we can make the chain supplement increase more in the north and provide people requirements in the west, which will increase the sales in the west and south and east, etc. So these are few insights that you can provide in Python. I did all this within few minutes, which usually takes hours. As you can see the code, if I would have written this code manually, it would at least take half an hour for me, and I did it in few minutes. And that's the power of AI. Having a little bit knowledge of coding to fix, tweak the code is a must. Blindly do not run the code. Check with the errors, check where needs our assistance, and then run the code. 80% of the work is done by AI, but the 20% should be done by yourself. Now, how do we drive insights from these graphs? Now here, I'm going to take a screenshot of all the graphs and paste it in Chatgpt and ask what are the insights are that I can take from these graphs. Let me just reduce the size of the graphs so that I can take a screenshot. So let's put it 8 and 3. So I've just changed the size of the maps. So I'm just going to take a screenshot or download it, however is fine. So just take a screenshot, go back to ChatGPT, give a new chat, paste it here. Similarly for the other two. Now I'll give ChatGPT according to the graphs above. Give me a 3-sentence summary insights and 3 actionable recommendation to increase sales of each category. So let's just give this and see what we can present. So here, as you can see, the 3 sentence insights are: the North region generates the highest total revenue, while the West region contributes the least, suggesting stronger market demand or sales performance in the North. Among product categories, electronic produces the highest value, which is the revenue, followed by sports clothing and home products generated at the lowest revenue. The scatter plot indicates the high quality generally leads to higher revenue, especially for electronics, meaning this category benefits the most from increased sales volume. Now, what are the 3 things that can boost sales? According to the AI, is boost home category sales with targeted promotions such as discounts, bundle offers, or seasonal campaigns to increase demand for the lowest performing category. The first solution to increase the home category given was to increase the discounts, bundle offers, or seasonal campaigns. Next, we have expand electronics inventory and marketing, especially in the North region. Since the category already generates the highest revenue, and scaling it could significantly increase the overall scale. So, wherever we are getting the highest amount of revenue, we can increase the marketing size for it. And then the third one is to increase cross selling strategies by bundling clothes and sports products with electronic purchases, encouraging customers high valued electronics to add complementary items to their carts. Now, another solution is that we can give offers with grouped in categories. Suppose if you get an item from electronics, you can have another item as a discounted product, etc. So this boosts the value sales of the electronics as well as the other categories which are not selling that much. So this boosts both the way sales. So this can be presented and can be implemented and can eventually cause a high rise in sales. And this again is done all without any coding. We can take these insights, but also make sure if there is something that is missing, and if you really want to try it, do try it, because creativity comes from human brains. Next, we'll look into Power BI. Now, again, Power BI is an excellent tool for visualizing, as we all know. There's this new option in Power BI, which I'll show you. Let me just see if I have any. We'll just enter the data manually, copy this, and then paste it here. And now, after pasting the data in Power BI, there is an option of auto create report. So this is the most useful option that they have given us. So if you click on auto create, you will see a different kind of report that usually would take hours to create. So here you can see your report is ready. And if you click on view, here you go, you can literally present this entire graphs to whoever you're presenting it to. You can select what kind of graphs you're having. You can see clearly here that sports are selling more. And then here we have count the table. We can change the columns and get different graphs. We can just click on the columns which the graphs will change, and you can get the insights from those. There you go. So here you can see count of the table, etc. So the entire graph systems are given. You can also select what kind of graphs you want, what kind of categorical data you want to plot, etc. So you can just go through the reports and you can present it to your managers or whoever is concerned, give your points, how to increase the sales, and there you go. As a data analyst, your entire 80% of the work nowadays are done by AI and 20% requires your efforts.
Database is nothing but it is a structure which can store the data, and definitely store the data digitally or electronically. Because see, when I talk about the wardrobes, you have the wardrobes at your home, so you get to see the physical wardrobe, but here in the computer world everything is digital, right? So database is, think of it as a folder. So on your machines, why do you create a folder? So that you can save your data in it, right? You can save your files in it. So here also we create the database in order to store the data, now when you have a database, why it is always better to have a database? So if I ask you again, just tell me one thing. Let's say that you've got a big wardrobe with a lot of clothes in it. Yeah. So don't you think so that if you have got clothes, if you have got a wardrobe, first of all, you're getting a better storage, organized storage. Maybe I'm going to keep all my jackets over here. I'm going to keep all my shirts over here, and so on and so forth. So I get to organize my clothes because I'm having a wardrobe, right? Also, I can easily access it. See, if I'm just dumping my clothes on the floor, if tomorrow I want a particular dress, yep, it will be very difficult for me to find it, right? But if I'm using a wardrobe, and definitely if the wardrobe is organized, then I can easily find the cloth. Yeah, so it is very easy. It will be very easy for me to access, right? Also, now that is not related to the clothes, but yeah, in case of database, we have one more thing. Maybe I'll talk about that. So talking about the database, which is nothing but the storage of data, it has organized storage. So I just explain you with the help of wardrobe analogy, right? So you have everything with the help of wardrobe. All your clothes are organized. Yeah, here also you've got database. So with the help of database, we are getting the organized storage. Then efficient access. So as I told you, in case of wardrobe also, if your clothes are properly organized, it will be very easy for you to access your clothes. So in case of database also, it will be very easy for you to access the data, because right now, see, the data can be in in mega GBs. Like, it can be really huge. It can be really huge. So it is very important that there should be some way to store it so that we can also have efficient access. Secure scalability. So what do you understand by scalability? Scalability is about increasing the data, and data is definitely increasing day by day. Now, if you talk about Amazon, think about the data, that how fast it must be increasing. Every day there must be a lot of transaction being made. I'm talking about the Amazon website. And if I specifically talk about only India Amazon website or only US Amazon website, every day you can imagine the kind of transaction that Amazon might be getting, and the kind of data that Amazon might be producing. So we need a system which is scalable. Scalable means that it should be able to handle. So database is a system which can handle the growing data. Yeah, and it's definitely secure. It provides us the security also. So you may not want all your data to be accessible to everyone, right? So with the help of database, we can also secure our data. Just like in your wardrobes, you can always lock your wardrobes, right? You can lock and unlock your wardrobes. In the same way, database data can also be locked and unlocked from different users that you have. Okay, there's one thing that I would like to show. Screen, you'll get to know that how your co-participants are. For example, I actively work with SQL. So we have got only two who are actively working on SQL. No experience with SQL. We have almost 53. So we are going to learn from very, very basic. And you can see that we are doing that. Yeah, we are starting from what is data. So that's one of the very basic thing. Okay, I have got some knowledge, but don't use it regularly. So we have got 16 folks. So we have got a lot of beginners in this batch. So we'll make sure that we cover everything from scratch. But guys, one thing, if you're learning the language for the very first time, then you also have to make sure that you practice after the class. So only class learning would not be suffice, because see, if you don't practice after the class, when you come for the next class, you're going to forget most of the things what have been taught in the previous class. So again, there's one analogy in order to understand what database is. So just like you've got a lot of books. Yeah. So we've got a lot of books. So the books are stored where? Now this is the picture of what? Books are stored where? Think of books as the data. And where do we store books? In the library? Yes? Yeah. So this is what? Library. You must have seen that when you go to any of the library, usually the books are arranged in a certain manner. For example, Here you'll have all the science books. Here you'll have, let's say, all the maths books, all the fictions. So in this way, and then there might be some alphabetical arrangement. If you go to any good library, you'll see such arrangements. So why do we have such arrangements? What do you think? Why? What is the reason behind such arrangements? So library stores the books, easy retrieval, yes, easy accessibility. Yes, imagine that they are not storing the books in this way. And then you'll end up maybe spending your whole day or two in order to find one single book. Maybe more than that, depends on the size of the library. So database also works on the same concept. Guys, it's just that instead of books, we are now storing the data. And instead of library, we are having the database. A database stores the data, library stores book. Now, just like how the library is properly, just give me a second. Yeah. So just like how the libraries are properly organized so that we can easily access the data. And it's not only about access the data, I mean to say the books. It's also about, let's say there's a new edition. Yeah. I've got a new edition. There's a new fiction book. So I know that I just have to add it over here. So it helps me to modify also properly, right? I'll quickly able to make the modifications. So it's not that I'm very random with it. But yeah, it's mainly for the quick access. Now we are going to learn about these properties of database. So this is very important interview question also. So we have got asset properties. We call it as asset. So we'll go one by one. So this slide may take a little bit of time. So please be patient. So I'll try to make it easy. I'll try to make it interesting. Yeah, all of these properties, but you should definitely know about these properties. These are the heart of the database. So when I say atomicity, any idea what atomicity could be? So I do not want you guys to read the slides. I want you guys to answer with whatever comes to your from basic minimum atoms. Okay, fine. So we'll talk about atomicity. So I'll give you an example and we'll understand it with the example. And it's very important. So before I talk about atomicity, maybe let me tell you the use case of database. So just like database, we have got more entities in order to store the data. Now you have to hear me out, right? In order to store the data, we have got more entities. Database is not the only place where the data is stored. We have got a lot more other things. So you might have heard about, apart from database, you might have heard about data warehouse. You might have even heard about data lake. So we are not going to get into that. That's definitely not our area to get into. But what I mean to say is that we have got multiple things in order to store the data. So what is the use case of database? The question is, let's say I've got some data. So why would I choose database rather than data warehouse or data lake? So we are going to look into the use case of database. Yeah, we are not going to look into the use case of data warehouse or data lake. We are going to, look into the use case of database. So any idea, any use case of database you can think of? See, everything is used for storing the data. So why database? So I'll tell you why database. So database, or not why, I'm just telling you use case of it, and then you'll understand why. So we'll go step by step. So if I talk about use case of database, so let's say that I access any of the bank website. And when I say website, I'm talking about my account. So I just want to see that what is the balance, current balance of my account, what are the transactions that I made in last 7 days, and so on and so forth. So to save this data, now see my current balance, then everything related to me, my profile, then my transactions, whatever you see. So everything goes into the databases. So most of the companies, they use databases for such things. So databases are used for day-to-day transaction. So whenever there is any day-to-day transactions data, Yeah, whenever there is a day-to-day transaction data, it goes into the databases. And the reason is that it provides asset. Yeah, it provides asset guarantees. I'm going to talk about what asset is, but why day-to-day transaction data goes, uh, why do we go with day-to-day transaction? Because it provides, database provides with the asset guarantees. If I give you the other example, if I talk about, let's say, Amazon. So again, day-to-day transaction, right? You're making a payment, you're ordering something, making the payment. So mostly the company might be using the database in order to handle all of these things. So if you go to the Amazon, you see a lot of products. So let me go to the Amazon and I'll just show that to you. So all of these phones, etc. So these are, this is what, these are data, images, the description, the price, all of these things are data. So this might be coming from the database. Yeah, this might be coming from the database. So the database might be storing all of these things. So for day-to-day transaction, we use database. Why for day-to-day transaction? Because database provides us with the asset properties. So we'll talk about atomicity. And you'll get to know that why asset is so important. So atomicity says it ensures that transactions are executed in all or nothing manner. So what does that mean? So it simply means that, let's say this is you and this is your friend. Yeah. Now what you're doing is, let's say you have got, hear me out. Yeah. You've got 50,000 as your account balance. I'm talking about INR, anything anyways. Yeah. And now your friend needs 10,000 rupees. So you say, fine, I'm going to give you 10,000 rupees. So what you do is you go ahead and you make a transaction. Now this is something that we do in our day-to-day life, making the transactions via bank. So you'll understand that how things works. So here I go ahead and I make 10,000 rupees transaction. So what will happen is the 10,000 will get deducted in your account, from your account, and it will get credited in your friend's account. So this is the expected behavior when everything goes well. But let's say that you made the transaction. This might have happened a lot of time with you all, that you make the transaction, the money got debited. Yeah, and hear me out. Yeah, the money got debited from your account. But your friend did not get the credit. Might have happened, right? So what will happen? In your account, you'll see 40,000. But in your friend's account, still it is still reflecting 0. So this is a very bad thing, right? If I talk about banks, this is something that we definitely do not want, because if things are happening like this, then we end up calling these people, all the customer cares, and breaking our head that I transferred did not work, whatever it is. It's definitely not something that we would appreciate, right? So what happens usually in your day-to-day life, you might have seen that if the money is debited from your account and there was some problem while you were making the transaction, it got recredited. You get the message that you have got your money back. So behind the scene, what happened is, because there's a database that is working, database says that either all or none. Yeah, it says that either all or none or nothing. So what does that mean? It means that either the whole transaction should get processed successfully. So when I say whole transaction should get processed successfully, it means your account is getting debited and your friend's account is getting credited. This is the one full transaction. But if there's a problem in between, yeah, if there's an error in between, there's some problem in between, then the whole transaction should be rolled back. So either it should be the full transaction or there should be nothing. And that's why when there is the error, while you're making some transfer, and if there is some error, you'll get your credit back. You'll get your money back automatically. And this is because of the database property, that is atomicity. So this is a property of the database. that either the whole transaction is successful, but if there's a problem in between, then it will make sure everything is rolled back. So your deducted amount, the amount which was deducted, is rolled back and it is again credited. So this is what atomicity is. Now this is so important property. If I talk about banks, and if I talk about any other website also, Amazon also, you make an order. Yeah, either the order should be made or shouldn't be made. There should be nothing half or bit in between, right? So atomicity is very, very important. Now we're going to talk about consistency. So everybody knows the meaning of consistency. Yep, so here it is written, but still I write it. So again, I'll explain you with the help of an example. So let's say that you've got an account. Yeah, you've got an account with a bank and you've got 15,000 rupees. Now in your bank, and you might have seen that a lot of banks does have such rules. So let's say that your bank has a rule that you should maintain minimum balance of 10,000. So this is a rule, right? Minimum balance of 10,000. That's a rule. Now what you do is you make a transaction. You make a transaction of 10,000 rupees in your friend's account. So how much amount is left in your account? How much amount is left? You've got 15,000 and you make a transaction of 10,000. So how much amount will be left? Minimum balance should be 10,000. So here consistency says rules are not broken. So in very simple words, the rule says that you have to maintain 10,000 rupees in your account. If you try to transfer 10,000 rupees because you've just got 15,000, it will give you error. It will not allow you to do it. You might have seen on GPay, Google Pay, that there's a limit of 1 lakh rupees for every day. So if you try to transfer more than 1 lakh rupees, though you might be having even 1 CR in your account, but if you try to transfer more than 1 lakh rupees from your Google Pay, it gives you error. It says big no, that you're not allowed. So that is rule. So databases says, oh, you got some rules, I'll make sure that the rules are being followed. The rules are not broken. So am I clear? So isolation, as the name says, it ensures the transaction do not affect each other. So again, I'm going to explain it to you with the example. So let's say that you and your sibling or your spouse or your parents, you both are using the same account. So it happens, right? We share the accounts with our loved ones, dear ones. So let's suppose that the account balance is 10,000. Now, what is done is, let's say we make a first transaction, that is, we are taking 5,000 rupees out of the bank. So let's say we are taking 5,000 rupees from the ATM. So the new balance would be what? The new balance will be again 5,000. Now let's say that there's a second transaction. And when I say transaction, it can be anything. It's not only about credit and debiting. So the second transaction says that, it sees, it wants to see the data. Yeah, it wants to see like how much is the account balance. So let's say that you are taking the money out from the ATM and at the same time, your parents are checking the balance. Yeah, so they are checking the balance. So they may end up seeing maybe 5,000 or maybe 10,000. So let's suppose they end up seeing 5,000. Yeah, so your mom is checking and she sees that there is 5,000 rupees. But what happened when you initiated the transaction and ATM took its sweet time and then it failed. Yeah, there was a failure. So what will happen? Or maybe you're not taking it from the ATM, you're just doing the online transaction. So you have initiated 5,000 rupees transaction, but in between it got failed. So what will happen? It will roll back and you'll again have the 10,000 in your account, but your mom is seeing 5,000. So that's a problem. You're getting, that's a problem. Actually, you don't have 5,000 because your transaction failed. So everything will roll back, and you have 10,000 rupees only. You don't have 5,000. You're getting. So you don't have 5,000. You have 10,000, but your mom is seeing 5,000. So that's a problem. That's a problem. So isolation says that we are going to do the things in isolation. Yep. So it means that T2, yeah, in the transaction 2, either it will see the old data 10,000, or it will not see anything. Sometimes the screen takes its sweet time in order to get refreshed, or in order to show you the numbers, right? So it will not show you the data, half incomplete data, yeah, half done data. It will not show 5,000 at least. So it will show 10,000, or it will wait for some time for the transaction to get processed, that T1 transaction to get processed successfully, and then it will show 5,000. But nothing in between. Here it was showing in between. See, you were making the transaction and it is showing 5,000 to your mom. But what happened? The transaction got failed. But your mom sees 5,000. So that's a wrong thing that we are showing, right? So this is not even before, this is not even after. This is something in between. So isolations make sure that everything happens, all the transaction they happens in the isolation. So they are not affecting each other. So it means that if you're looking into the balance, either you're going to see 10,000, or it will take some time and will show you 5,000 once the transaction T1 is successful. So this is what isolation means. Yeah, means transaction 2 will not see the uncommitted deduction. As simple as that. So am I clear with isolation? Simple. Everything is something that we get to see in our day-to-day life. Yes, Rajpal, what you're saying is right. Now, what is durability? This is a very simple one. So what is the meaning of durable? Durable simply means that the data is permanent. So it simply means that once the transaction is successful, see 5,000 deducted from your account and credited in your friend's account. Yeah. This should be durable, or the data should be permanent, as simple as that. So if there is a power failure, even if the system crashes, the data will be still saved. So it simply means once committed, it stays forever. And this makes sure that there is no data loss. So I'll just quickly recap. Atomicity says no partial updates. Either it should be full or should be none. Consistency says no rules breaking. Isolation says no transaction confusion. And durability says no data loss. So this makes database very, very special, and that is why we use it for day-to-day transaction. So there's a word for day-to-day transaction, that is OLTP. So you should definitely know about this thing. It's nothing but online transactional processing. So maybe I'll not write the whole thing. Transactional processing. So this simply means day-to-day transaction. Amazon, your banks. So these are what? Day-to-day transactions. So all the companies, for their OLTP, they use databases. So databases are very important. Okay, Viplav, I think I've already summarized, right? So what you have to say is, for atomicity, so they usually ask, like, what is atomicity? So you can explain the whole thing, that either the transaction should be full transaction, or it should be no transaction. So there should be no partial transaction. Consistency, you can give the example that we have got the rule. So we have to make sure that data follows the rule. I give you the example of Google Pay also, right? So Rajpal, let's keep it for the end of the session. Yeah, data warehouse will cover what is in our curriculum and I'll explain you. So data warehouse also I'll explain. It's a very interesting concept, but just keep it for the end of the session. So I'll explain. Siddesh, what you're saying is absolutely right. I'll quickly explain isolation once again. So isolation simply says, think of it. Maybe I'll give you maybe one more example. So let's say that you make a transaction, you've got 10,000 rupees. Yep. You make the transaction of 5,000. At the same time, so I'm explaining you with the same example. At the same time, your spouse looks into the account balance and sees 5,000 rupees. Now you made the transaction, but what happened? Something happened and your transaction got failed and everything got rolled back. So basically, you have got 10,000. But your spouse saw 5,000. So your spouse was able to see incomplete data. So either when you're checking the account, it should be either 10,000 before the transaction or it should be 5,000 after the transaction. So it should not be in between. Yeah, when you're making the transaction, understand the transaction is still not completed. Just like, let's say you're taking the exam, and when you're taking the exam, so you're preparing for the exam maybe, yep, and you're telling your mom that, oh, I'm going to top the class. So it's like too soon to say, right? So you have to take the exam first, and then you can say that, okay, you have topped the class. But here also it's the same thing, that the transaction is ongoing. And when the transaction is ongoing, this state shouldn't be shown to the user because the transaction is ongoing. So if the transaction fails, then if you are showing 5,000, see, if you're showing 5,000, then it's a bad data, right? You're showing the bad data. Actually, the amount is still 10,000 because the transaction failed, but you're showing 5,000. So that's a bad data. So either you have to, either you should show 10,000 or you should show 5,000 after the successful transaction. Am I clear now? Yes, Rajpal. Now, there are different type of databases. So I'll quickly give you the brief of the different type of databases, but we are going to focus only on the one type of database, which is used in major projects. So we have got different type of databases. The first one in our list is the relational database. So we are going to learn the relational database. Database is what? It's nothing, but it's a place where you store your data. Yeah, where you store your data. So we have got NoSQL, graph database, centralized, distributed. In our curriculum, we have got relational database. SQL works with relational database only. So our focus would be on this. But I'll just quickly walk you guys through these also so that you understand these terms. We'll definitely not deep dive. That is not required. So let's talk about relational database. Database is what? It's storage of data. So relational database says that I am going to store the data, yeah, in the form of the tables. Now, what tables has? Tables has columns. Yeah, it has columns. Let's say student ID, student name, student number, all of these. Yep. And then it has got data. So this is what? This is relational database. Now we also call it as relational. It means the tables are connected to each other. Yeah, the tables may be connected to each other. So how they are connected to each other, I'll give you one example. But we are going to deep dive into this. This is what we are going to learn. So it's very much okay if you do not understand it right away 100%. Yeah, that's very much okay. If you understand 50% of it, that's also fine. So for example, let's say that I've got, let me see if I've got something. Just give me a second. So instead of writing, I'll better show you. Just give me a second. Yes. Yes. So you can see these are what these are tables with rows, with columns and rows. So it's a relational database. So relational database says that this is table, let's say this is table 1, this is table 2, and this is table 3. So relational database says that there's a relationship between the tables. Yeah, there's a relationship between the tables. Now, when I say that there's a relationship between the tables, what does that mean? So if you see, for example, so this table is storing the data of the orders, order date, order ID, customer ID, product ID, quantity. So here the customer ID is 123. So here we are not storing the data of the customer. In this table, we are just saying that this transaction is made by the customer with the ID 123. But we are storing this data of the customer, the information of the customer in another table. So for example, 123 ID is of Anshul and he is male. We can have more information, phone number, birth date, so much of it. So this is just to make you understand. So in case of relational databases, everything is stored in the form of the table, all the data, and then we have the relationship between the table. So you can see that this table and this table is related to each other. Yeah, this table and this table is related to each other. So when I say that two things are related to each other, let's say that you are related to your sibling. So there's something that is common between you. Let's say you're related to each other because of the family. Yeah. In the same way, let's say that you have got multiple friends and you say that, okay, I am, somehow I am, now that doesn't make much of sense. But yeah, let's say that I am related to this friend in the way that we all belong to the same college. So that's a key between the relationship. That's a key between you and your friends to establish the relationship. So you guys tell me, see, I've got this table, customer table, and I've got this orders table. So what do you think? What is the key between this table and this table that is actually making the relationship happen? So in order to make the relationship happen, there should be something in common. Yes, customer ID. Yeah. Tell me about this one and this one now. Product ID. I hope this is clear, right? So this is how the relational databases are designed. We are going to deep dive into it. That's what we are going to learn for the next 8 classes. Now let's talk about the other databases that we have. Okay, here I've got, okay, I just totally forgot that I've got a PPT and here I'm showing that how the different tables are related to each other. So there's a key, a common key, but let it be. Yeah, I've already explained you and we are going to deep dive into it. Okay, a lot of speaking from my side. Again, I'm so sorry because I can't help it. Yeah, from tomorrow we'll do a lot of hands-on. Now, if I give you the examples of the relational database, examples are MySQL. You're here to learn MySQL. So that's a relational database. In the same way, we have got SQL Server, Oracle, Postgres. Now, if you learn even one single database, if you learn MySQL, then you can say that you know all the others. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because 85 to 90% of all the database, they are same. It's just that there's little bit syntax here and there. So you don't need to learn all the different relational databases, if you learn one, you will surely be able to work on the others also. So if let's say I'm taking interview, so if I know that the person knows MySQL very well, but in my project we are using SQL Server, I will not hesitate hiring that person, because if that person is good, as in if that person knows, that candidate knows MySQL and he's able to answer all the questions and he understands the length and the breadth of the technology, then I'm sure that working on SQL Server will be definitely no big deal. So all these databases, relational databases, they are very similar. You don't have to worry about learning different databases. That is definitely not required. You will learn one properly, you can work on any database for that matter. Fine. Now, there's one thing about the relational database, and why I'm talking about it right now, because after this, we have got NoSQL database. So see, relational database is kind of a strict database. So when I say it's a strict database, what does that mean? So it simply means that, let's say I've got a student. Yeah, you can see over here, I'm storing the student details. Roll number, name and marks awarded. So let's say I've got a new student. Yep. Now for this new student, I want to store the data, but I've got more data for this new student. So I've got, let's say his roll number is 4, name is Neha, marks is whatever, yeah. But I've also got one more data for her. So let's say I've got city as Pune. So relational databases say, yeah, that I'm so sorry, you have something extra, I cannot accommodate. So it's very strict, you're getting. So this table says that you've got extra column, I'm sorry, I can just accommodate 3 columns. So I cannot provide you this flexibility of storing anything in me. Yeah. I've got 3 columns, you have to stick to 3 columns. You cannot give me 4 columns. So it's very strict. I'll give you one more example of strict. The second strictness, it says that now it says that this column is integer. It means that it can take only integer values. Yeah, it can take only integer values. So again, I go ahead and give the details, but let's say I've got some new string value. Yeah, I want to give, let's say 10. So again, it will say no. It will say, what? What are you doing? I can just take integer. What the hell are you providing me? You're providing me 10? Like the string 10? Sorry, I can't do that. So it's very strict. Yeah, it says that, see, I've created this table with the 3 columns. With a certain data type for all the columns. So for this one, we have got the data type as integer. This one, let's say, as string. Yeah, varchar, and so on and so forth. So we have to stick to that. Yeah, we have to stick to that. We'll talk about that. Aparna, we'll see to that. Yep, it's very easy to set these rules. So you got that? The relational database is very, very strict. You get that? Am I clear with this point? How do we do that? Once we start writing the code, you'll get to know. And it's very easy. It's like one word things. Yeah, you just have to add one keyword and then you're done. Done and dusted. Am I clear that the relational database are super strict, very stringent? Fine. Now let's say there's a requirement. There's a requirement. The requirement is that we want flexibility. Yeah, we want flexibility. So what I want is, let's say that I'm the business owner and I do not want this, yeah, because let's say I have my own school and I say that fine, yeah, but let's say there's some student with some, more things. Let's say that he or she has got some certificates or maybe some achievements. So I want to store that data also, yeah. I simply do not want to discard it. Yep. So either you add one more column to your table, yep, or give me something else that is more flexible. I want to store everything, whatever, whoever is coming to my school, yeah, whoever is getting registered, whichever student is getting registered in my school, whatever information they are giving me, I want to store it. So I just simply do not want to discard any of the information. So here comes NoSQL databases. So NoSQL databases, now we are not going to get into the architecture of it. As you can see, these are non-tabular databases. Yep. So it stores the data in a way. Now this also stores the data. Yeah, this also stores the data. But it stores the data in a way that it is super flexible. So do you know what JSON? So relational database stores the data in the form of tables. And in case of NoSQL, it stores the data in the form of JSON, and there are other ways also, but I'll show you the JSON one. I'm just looking for something that is quite easy to understand. Yeah. So here you go. So if you see, this is JSON. So for example, you've got student. So we say student, yeah, or let's say employee, yeah, employee. So you're storing the first name, last name, display name, middle name, birth name of the employee. Now, this is, let's say, the information of some XX employee. Now, let's say that we have got another employee, and that another employee has got some other information also, let's say passport number. So it easily accommodates with that. It says fine. So I'm going to have one more node. So this is one node for one data, for one employee. So you've got 100 employees, so you'll get 100 nodes. So it says that I'm very much okay with it. You have got one more data. So I just have to add one more key value pair over here. Yeah, key, and this is a value. So this is how JSON looks like. So it's very, very much accommodating. It says that I'm very much okay with it. Yeah, I'm not strict. Right now I've got 5 details. Yeah, 5 columns. If you got 10 columns for the next employee, I can easily accommodate it. So I'm not strict like tables. So that's what NoSQL says. Mhm. So it stores the data in different formats. So it stores the data in key value, column, graph, and document format. You don't have to deep dive into it, but yes. So why do we use NoSQL? This you should know. So if you want that flexibility, see, tables are very strict. So you want that flexibility that tomorrow, if your data comes in some other format, you should be able to store it. Yeah, it should not say no. Your database shouldn't say no. Then you can go for NoSQL database. So am I clear with this point? Definitely you don't have to deep dive into it. XML format. Yes. XML, JSON, key value pair. Exactly. Okay. The next one is graph database. So I'll take a pause. Why don't, with whatever you see on my slide, I want you guys to guess the use case of graph database. Social media? Fine. So have you seen, or you on Instagram or Facebook, you might have seen that it keeps giving you recommendation of friends, mutual connections, suggested friends. Have you seen that? So whenever we have got data like this, yeah, where the data is very much related, yeah, it's mutually related, you can see over here. Yeah, so we use graph database. So friends of friends. So this is again graph database. In the same way, product recommendation. So you buy one product, then it starts showing you all the other products. So that can again come under graph database. We have ML also in that. It depends. But yeah, this is what? This is graph database. So uh, it stores the data in the form of the graph, not table. So basically, if this is you, yeah, you're browsing Facebook, it will start showing you the mutual connections. This. Yeah, so this is how it works. Even I've never worked on the graph database. Usually, it is used by the social media companies. Yeah, social media companies. Then it is also used by the banks, I think, for the fraud detection, etc. Yeah, but it saves the data as a graph so that you can find the connection between the data. Fine. Now we'll talk about centralized database. So centralized database, it can be any database for that matter. It can be SQL, NoSQL graph. So centralized database is what? You have got one database. Yeah, you've got one database and everybody is connected to this one database. So there's only one database. You have one centralized database and everybody is connected to this centralized database. Let's say that Citibank has got one centralized database. So tell me, what could be the problems of having centralized one single big database? What if the database crashes? What if there's a power cut? There's a failure? What will happen? Everything will go down. Now you're not able to access your bank account, and so the other users. Yes. So this is a centralized database where you have just got one single big database storing everything. And a lot of companies still uses centralized database, though it is not recommended. Now, what do you think? What should be the solution of centralized database? Now, I'm not expecting the right word for it. I'm just expecting that what should be the solution? What you would do? Don't you think so? You'll have the copies of it, multiple copies. Yeah. So backups, yes. So if this goes down, you have a backup up and running so that you do not, uh, because of the system crash, your website will not go down. As simple as that. So having these backups definitely is pretty expensive because here you're maintaining only one database. Now let's say I have got two backups. So I'll end up maintaining three databases, right? So it's pretty expensive, but yes, we call it as distributed databases, where the data is stored in multiple places. And it's again done by all the big companies. And that is the reason why these days you'll not see that your site is going down. Yeah, all the good big companies' websites, they're always up and running. So in Pune, this happened almost a year back. I think it happened in June, July. So I stay in Hinjawadi, those who are from Pune. So there was some issues with the power. Now, this area where I'm staying is the IT hub, one of the IT hub. So there was some big issue with the power supply of, and that was for the whole area. And we were without the power for 3 days, straight 3 days. And it was not only for the households, it was for all the IT parks also. And we have got some data centers. When I say data centers, uh, as in you can say servers which are storing a lot of data. So we have got some data center. We have got a data center also here in this part of Pune, Hinjawadi. So everything went down. So definitely these are very common problems. It can definitely occur. So that's the reason why the companies, they always prefer having the distributed databases. So instead of having one centralized database, they're going to have databases at multiple places to avoid any downtime. Am I clear? Fine. So let's do one thing. I think we have got a lot of theory and I've been speaking from last 1.5 hours. So it's not my thing, it's about you guys, because if somebody speaks or if you have to listen somebody for more than 20 minutes, we tend to uh, we tend to daydream. So according to some theories, I think the attention span of a human being is only 20 minutes, not more than that. So we'll do one thing, we'll take a break, and after the break, we'll continue. Because we have got the next topic, so I just want to, cover these topics in continuation. Or if you're okay, maybe I'll take another 15 minutes for these topics. Not more than that. Oh, wow, everybody is saying go ahead. I'm so happy. Fine. Let's go back to our library image. I literally have to go back. Now tell me one thing. We've got the data, we've got the books, we have got the library storing the books. Who manages the library? Somebody should also manage it, right? Who manages the library? Librarian? Okay. So we just learn about data, we learn about the database. Don't you think so? We want somebody who can manage the database. We want a tool which can manage, which can help us. Anyways, we are going to manage definitely, but we want a tool which can help us manage the database. So let's say if librarian is also managing the library, the librarian might be maybe maintaining some book, some records. Yeah, it might be the librarian might be using something in order to maintain the library. So I remember when I was in college, so because that time it was like long back. So my library teacher, there was a computer, of course, in the library in front of uh, on her desk. So she used to use that. Also, she used to maintain one register, one copy. Yeah, and she used to write who's taking which book and what's the last date of the submission, what's the fine, all of these things. So there's a system that we need in order to maintain the things. So here also, in order to maintain, or not maintain, in order to manage the database, we have got DBMS. Here we have got DBMS. So you can see database management system. So database management system is nothing, but it allows user to create, update, retrieve, and manage the data in the structure format. So basically, see, you've got the data, you have got the database with a lot of data. Now, in order to talk to the database, get the data out of it, insert the data in it, update the data, delete the data, whatever you want to do with the data, for that, we need a system. Yeah, we need a system. And we call it as DBMS, Database Management System. So it's a software that helps us manage the databases. So what you can do in this, see, you can create the database, you can read. Yeah, you have got the data, right? So you can create, you can read, you can make the updates, you can delete it. So you can do all of these things. So these are called CRUD operations. So do not get scared with these jargons, technical jargons. These are very simple things. So when I say CRUD, C stands for what? Everyone tell me, C stands for what? I just talk about the operations. It means create. Yes, so CRUD operation, you're going to listen to this term a lot. So this is not specific to the databases only. Like, yep. R stands for what? Read. Yes, very good. U stands for what? Update. And D stands for delete. So if anybody says CRUD operations, do not get scared of it. What is this CRUD? It's nothing. You're creating the data. They're just like you've got a wardrobe. So you are just looking at your wardrobe, how many clothes you've got. Maybe you're updating your wardrobe, like you're adding something to it, you're removing something from it, and so on and so forth. So here also we do all of these things, but we do it with the help of the software called DBMS. And Guys, see, okay, maybe I'll talk about that later, not right away. Now, relational DBMS is what? Tell me what it could be. I just told you what DBMS, what RDBMS could be. What RDBMS? To manage the relational database. You know that there are so many databases, right? We learn about the relational database. Now, to manage the relational database, what we have? We have got relational DBMS. Simple. So this is a software which helps us to manage the database. As simple as that. Now, what is SQL? So see, understand this thing. Now you've got a software. Now hear me out. Yeah, you've got DBMS software. So you're going to talk to the DBMS and you're going to make the DBMS work for you. Yeah, you say DBMS, can you please create a table for me? Of course. So DBMS will create the table for you. But DBMS says that I don't understand plain English. Yeah, I'm not Chatgpt. I do not understand plain English. So DBMS says, hey, I can do a lot of things for you, but then you have to speak to me in my language, the language that I understand. So DBMS, in order to talk to DBMS, you have to use SQL. And that's what we are going to learn. We are going to learn SQL. Why? Because with the help of SQL, we can talk to the DBMS and get our work done. Sorry, I think there's some issue with the pen. Yeah, get our work done. That is CRUD, any of the CRUD operations that we want to perform on the database. So you're getting, just like, let's say there's a librarian. Yeah, librarian is what? Librarian in our analogies, DBMS, who manages the database. Yeah, with the, so then we have got library. So library is what? Library is the database. And inside the library, we have got books. So books are what? Books are data. These are data. Now, let's say that you want to fetch some book. Yeah, you want to fetch some book. You want some book. So you go to the librarian and you say that I want so and so book. Yeah, I want a book of, let's say, Dan Brown. So and so. So your librarian will go and may fetch it for you. So you're going to talk to the librarian. So you may talk to the librarian in the language that your librarian understands. That makes sense also, yeah. If your librarian understands only one language, that it's English, and if you start speaking Spanish in front of that librarian, the librarian would be like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "Please bother, yeah." So the librarian will not do your work. As simple as that. So here also, in order to talk to the DBMS, in order to make DBMS work for us, we use SQL. As simple as that. Yes. So it understands SQL. So it's a language. It's a query language. So you can see over here that it's a structured query language and it is designed to manage and manipulate the data in relational database managed systems. You use RDBMS. You use SQL in RDBMS. So am I clear what is SQL? So you have got four entities. You've got data. Data is saved in the database. In order to manage the database, we have got DBMS. So in DBMS only we store the data actually, yep, in the form of the databases. Now in order to make the DBMS work for us, we talk to DBMS in SQL language. So Fatima, it's very simple. See, you're going to use a tool. Just like if I use Excel. So in order to use Excel, Excel only understands English. So I can just work, I can just use, I'm not sure if it has got more languages. I'm not aware about that. But till like now, I've just used English on Excel. So In case of DBMS also, in order to talk to the DBMS, you need to use SQL language. Yeah, that's a language of DBMS. Yes, everything is done in DBMS, Rajpal. So we are going to use DBMS. It's a software in order to manage the databases. Fine. So Avinash has got a very good question. What is the difference between SQL and MySQL? SQL is a language. Hear me out. Yeah, SQL is a language, and MySQL is the DBMS. So we have got multiple relational DBMS. We have got multiple relational database management systems in the market. For example, MySQL. Then we have got SQL Server. So it shares the name with the databases. Yeah, shares the same name with the databases. Oracle. Sorry for this writing, guys. And then Postgres. I don't know what is happening, but yeah. So this is a DBMS, or you can say database also. They share the same name. In order to talk to the MySQL, we use SQL language. So SQL is a language and this is a DBMS. Have I answered your question, Avinash? So in order to talk to SQL Server also, you'll use SQL. In order to talk to Oracle also, you're going to use SQL. Postgres also, you're going to use SQL. So SQL is a language and MySQL is the DBMS. Okay, there's some issue I'm not able to write. But yeah, MySQL, Postgres, SQL Server, these are what? These are the softwares. Yeah, these are what? These are RDBMS, database management systems. In order to talk to the database management system, we need a language. The language is SQL. So MySQL is a DBMS and SQL is a language to talk to the DBMS. It's a coding language, exactly. So I think we are done. So this is a boring topic, but yes, it's in our curriculum. So we are definitely going to cover tables and entity relationship model. So let's keep it whatever we have covered so far. A quick recap. We learn about what is data. We learn about what is databases. What is database? Then we learn about the different type of databases that we have. Also, we learn about asset guarantees of database. Then, yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all mainly. Then we learn about what is SQL and DBMS. The first and the foremost component is entity. So entity is what? Entity is nothing but the real world object. So basically, entity, you can think of it as a table. It's a real world object. For example, I gave you the example of student or employee, and it is represented with the help of rectangle. Then we have got attributes. So what do you think attributes could be? So we just talked about the table. So what attributes could be? So attributes are nothing but the details of the entity, yes. So all of you are right. Attributes are the characteristics, details, yep, of an entity. So let me write it. So attributes are what? They are the property of an entity. So if I give you the example of student, you tell me what could be the attributes. What could be the attributes for the student table? Student entity, ID, name, age, class, marks, etc., etc., right? So these are nothing but the attributes. Attributes are shown using ovals. Yeah, so whenever you see oval, it means that it's an attribute. Then we have got relationship. Now you know that tables, they can be related to each other. Yeah, we'll talk about primary key and foreign key. Not right now, but yes, how entities are connected to each other. So I gave you the example of orders table. So you told me that the two tables are connected using customer ID, right? So relationship is how the entities are connected to each other. So if I give you the example, let's say that we have got two entities, students is one of the entity and course. So course, let's say students, let's talk about Simplilearn. So student table has got all the information about you guys, and courses table has got all the information about the courses that are provided by Simplilearn. So if I talk about the relationship between the two, so simply students have enrolled, or I would say student has enrolled for which course? Yeah, I'll simply say student enrolls for course. Now, I told you that in order to establish the relationship, you need to have the keys. Yeah, you need to have the keys. So I'll talk about the keys right away. At least I'll give you the little bit idea about it. So we have a primary key. Now, what is a primary key? So primary key uniquely identifies an entity. So if I give you an example over here, so before I give you this example, let's talk about a day-to-day life example. So let's say that our government, now whether you're sitting in US or India, wherever your country is, whichever your country is, wherever you're sitting, so the government is maintaining the database of all the citizens. Now, I'm Tulika Gupta, and there might be hundreds and thousands of not hundreds and thousands, but at least thousands of Tulika Gupta in India, right? That very much possibility, right? So my data and the other Tulika Gupta data will coincide. So it has to make sure that it uniquely identify my data and it uniquely identify the other Tulika Gupta's data. So what do you think what government would use? What is my unique identity? In India, we've got Aadhaar card, those who are joining from US, those who are not Indians, maybe passport number, PAN card. Yes. So it uniquely identifies an entity. So over here, now you guys tell me if I talk about, okay, in this table, we don't have any primary key. Okay, in this table, can you see any primary key? Customer ID is a primary key, and that makes sense also. See, customer name can be repetitive. We can have a lot of customers with the same name as Anshul and Meel. So this can be definitely repetitive. But how will we uniquely identify this Anshul, or how will we differentiate this Anshul with the other Anshul that we have got in our database using the customer ID? Fine. Can you tell me what is the primary key for this table? So we have got the data of the products. So we want a key that will uniquely identify each product. It's product ID. So am I clear with primary key? Okay, we'll talk about foreign key now. So foreign key is basically it connects two entities. Yeah, it connects two entity. So let's say you've got the entity 1. It has got some primary key, P1. Now we have got entity 2. So in order to connect with entity 1, entity 2 is using this primary key. So for this entity, this is not the primary key, rather it's a foreign key. Yeah, this is a foreign key. So I'll explain it to you with the help of the example over here. Now again, let's talk about this table and this table, and we're going to repeat these concepts of a primary key and foreign key. So please make sure that you understand it and you remembers the concept. So tell me one thing. Again, the same question that I've asked you before. The two tables are related with which column? quickly. This table I'm talking about and this table I'm talking about. We use oval only. These are the attributes, so we use oval only. Yeah, customer key. Now, customer key is what? It's a primary key in this table. Yes, it's a primary key in this table. Now, we are using the primary key of this table in this table. So, for this table, for let's say the name of this table is orders. For this table, orders ID becomes what? It becomes what? It becomes foreign. Yes, it becomes foreign key. So, I repeat. This is what? This is a this is a primary key. Yeah, this is a primary key. Now, in order to connect this entity, the customer entity with that of the orders entity, the column that I'm using, the common column that I'm using is customer ID. Now, for this table, customer ID is a primary key. But for this table, customer ID is what? It's a foreign key. It's not a primary key. So, foreign key help us to connect the two entities. Yeah. So this foreign key is a primary key of the one entity and it becomes a foreign key of the other entity. Am I clear? We are going to again talk about this. Yes. So see, this is what? This is a primary key. So when the primary key is referenced in other table in order to establish the relationship between the two entities, I repeat, when the primary key is referenced into the other table in order to create the relationship between the two tables, in order to establish the relationship between the two tables. Yeah. So it becomes the foreign key on the other table. So this is what? This is a foreign key. We are going to revisit this concept when we start our coding. Am I clear now, Shweta? Just remember this thing, that whenever you refer primary key in the other table in order to create the relationship between the two entities, it becomes a foreign key. Am I clear? So I'll just quickly show you how the diagrams looks like. I think here I have not created the diagram. Fine. I'll just quickly show you. So it looks like this. You've got the entity. So student, entity. This entity may have multiple attributes. Let's say name. Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know what is happening. ID. Now I've got another table. Again, the name of the table is course. And these two tables are related to each other. So there's a relationship between the two. So this is what? In rows. So this is how we create it. So if somebody gives you any entity diagram, ER diagram, you should be able to understand student and courses are nothing but the entities. The ovals that you see are nothing but the attributes of the entities, and the diamond that you see are nothing but the relationship of the entities. Am I clear? Am I clear? Fine. Now, in case of attributes also, we have got different type of attributes. No. So, there is one, I think, one exercise for you all. I'll see to that. If we can do it today, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll do it tomorrow. So, I'll ask you to create one ER diagram. So, we'll see. Right. So, there are different type of attributes. Now this is little bit boring topic, but that's fine. Attributes are nothing but the features of your entity. So we have got the key attribute, then we have got the derived attribute, multi-valued attribute, and composite attribute. So let's cover all of these. So key attributes are nothing, but it used to identify one entity from the group of entity. So I just explain you the key attribute. So employee ID, student ID, roll number, passport number. These are what? These are key attributes. So you can just have a look. Let's look into other attributes that we have got. Now, what are composite attributes? As you can see on my screen, it's very simple. Just give me a second. I think I've got something on the chat. Okay, please go back to the previous slide. Fine. Is this the one? For product table, Akshay. Okay, I'll come to that. Yes, key attributes are primary keys. Okay, for product table, Akshay is asking for the product table. Now tell me for product table, I'm talking about the product table, the one that I've highlighted. What is the primary key? The same question, product ID. And I'm using it in this table. So in this table, a primary key of one entity is used in the other table. So for other table, this becomes what? This becomes what? It becomes foreign key. You can also write FK. Yeah, you can just write answers in Y also, no, N. So I'm very much okay with that. Yeah, you don't have to type in the whole thing. Fine. So key attributes, I hope I'm clear. Composite is also very simple. So a lot of time, we have got the attributes which are composed of several attributes. So for example, address. So address is composed of three attributes. So we have got country, state, and zip code, and all the values or values of these three makes address. So that's what composite means. Am I clear with composite? Okay, my laptop is acting up. Just give me a second. Yeah. Anyways, we'll continue. So what are multi-valued attributes? Now, there can be some attributes which may have multiple values. Yeah, which may have multiple values. For example, let's say that we have got the attribute order, or let's say we have got the attribute. Yep. So we have got the attribute order. So order, let's say that you make an order. Yeah, you make an order. So in case of order, let's say I make an order of a product. I'm not able to write. Okay. There's some issue with the writing thing. Just give me a second. Let me try this. Yep. So let's say we have got the product. Yep. So I buy one product of some quantity, two quantity. I buy the other product of one quantity. So what I mean to say is that these attributes can have multiple values. It can have more than one value. So we represent it by double ovals, as you can see. So as I told you that you are not going to design the database. That's not your job. So that will be designed by somebody else. but you're going to work on the database. You're going to query the database. You're going to generate or play with the data of the database. So you should know, if somebody give you this AR diagram, you should be able to know what this AR diagram is representing. And it's a very simple thing if you see. It's just like the walk in the park. It's so simple. Moving ahead. Yes, so all of you are right. So it means that these values, see, attributes are what? They are like they're columns, right? So the values of these attributes, the values inside these attributes will be derived from the other attributes. For example, let's say that you've got experience. Now, we may derive the value of experience with the help of, let's say, I've got the joining date of the employee and today date. Yep. So experience in our company, let's say that it's Simplilearn, employees for Simplilearn. So experience in Simplilearn, how many years in Simplilearn? So see, this value can be derived from the other attributes. Yeah. So we do not have the value. We are not going to save the value in this column. Rather, we are going to derive it during the runtime. Yeah. So because see, if I save it, let's say I save it. So today it's 2 years. Let's say. Yeah. So let's say I've saved it 2 years. But after 2 months, it will be 2 years and 2 months. So if I'm saving these value, it may not give me the right values. It right now while I'm saving, yeah, at this point of time, maybe it's 2 years for an employee. But after a year, it will be 3 years. So again and again, I have to update my database. So I can simply derive it. If possible, I can simply derive it. So how I can derive it? Let's say I've got another attributes with the uh, start date or the joining date. So Rajpal, we usually create the column for the derived attributes. We are going to work on it. We usually create the column for it. But so it's like you may or may not create the column. You can create this column on the runtime. So anyways, you may or may not create the column. Once we start working on SQL, this will be clear. You'll understand. So am I clear what are derived attributes, everyone? Yes, Dinesh has given a wonderful example, price. So quantity into unit price is total price. Derived attribute. Perfect. Very good, Dinesh. Okay, relationship you already understand. Now, there are a few things that just give me a second. I would like to just give me a second, guys. We'll just learn few more terms. I know these are boring, but yeah, we'll learn few more terms. So entity sets are what? Entity sets are nothing but the relationship. So for example, we have got employee. Yeah, we have got the employee. We have got 3 employees. Let's say we have got 3 employees. Employee 1. So let's say employee 1 is Neha. Employee 2 is John. Employee 3 is Mark. So entity set will tell us the relationship that Neha is, let's say, working on so and so project. So let's say this is a project. Yep. So let's say this is a project and this project belongs to so and so department. So with the help of relationship set, you at least give the basic idea of how the relationship is. So for example, I repeat, Neha is working on so and so project and this project belongs to so and so department. John is working on so and so project and that belongs to so and so department. So this is what? This is nothing but the relationship set. So you can see that it depicts that E1 works in D2 and E2 works in D3. So E1 works in D2 and E2 works in D3. So this is something that is not created as a part of the document also, to be very honest. That you see ER model for sure. That is created as a part of the document for the database design. So it just give you the brief of some data, some dummy data of the entities and how it is connected to the other entities data. So just give you the glimpse of it. So right now you know about the table, so I'll talk about table only. So tables, they can have relationship with each other. So relationship degree basically tells that the degree of relationship that is between the entities. So basically it tells the number of entities that are related to each other. Yeah, the number of entities that are related to each other. So for example, if I talk about this one, so you can see that I've got only one. Okay, can you tell me how many entities are there? How many entities are there? No. So those who are saying two, it's not two, it's one. Can you see that yesterday we learned that entities are represented by the rectangle. And what is this? This is a relationship. So this is a relationship. So basically what it is saying is, now hear me out. It's very simple thing. So unary relationship is a relationship where the entity is related to itself. So it's a self relationship where an entity, a table is related to itself. So if I give you this example of employee, let's say that we have got the employee table. Now hear me out. It's very simple. So we have got the ID of the employee and then we have got the name of the employee. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4 and name I'll say A, B, C, D. Yep, I'm not writing the proper names. And here, let's say I've got one more attribute that is manager. So manager, maybe manager ID. So let's say that A's manager is D. So I will say 4. B's manager is again D. C's manager is let's say B, and D no manager. Yeah, no manager. So over here you can see that the table is related to itself. You're getting? So the table is related to itself. So here, because if I talk about the manager ID, you can see that if I tell you, okay, let me ask you the question. So can you tell me what is the name of the manager of A? What is the name of the manager of A? D, right? So this is what? This is self relationship where the table is related to itself. So here, because the entity is related to itself, we call it as unary relationship. Am I clear? Should I move forward to the next slide? It's a very simple one if you see. Now, what does binary means? So binary simply means more than, it means 2, right? It means what? It means 2. So here you can see that how many entities do we have? We have got 2 entities, customer and account. So where customer is related to the account. A customer can have accounts, right? So we have got the customer table and then we have got the account table. So this is what? This is a binary relationship. So it involves how many entities? It involves 2 entities. I hope I'm clear with this, that binary relationship simply involves 2 entities. It's a very simple one. Let me know if you want re-explanation for any of these. Okay. So how about ternary? So ternary is the relationship where you have got more than 2 entities. So basically where we have got 3 entities. Yeah, 3 entities involved. And think of entities for now as a table. Think of it that entities is nothing but the synonym of table. So over here you can see that we have got 3 entities and all the 3 entities are related to each other. So employees works in a department, also employee works with the organization. So, and also an organization can have multiple departments. So there is a relationship between the 3 entities. So am I clear with this one? It's a simple one. Am I clear? Perfect. Now we'll move to a very interesting topic, the types of relationship. So we have got 4 types of relationship, one to one, one to many. So basically See, basically one to many and many to one is one of the same thing. It's one of the same thing. So you either write one to many or many to one. It's one of the same thing. So actually, I say that there are three type of relationship, but you'll see that in a lot of blogs they say that there are four type of relationship. So do not get confused. It's all about how you look at it, from left to right or right to left. That's the only thing. Anyways, we're going to talk about it. So allow me a second. So let's talk about one-to-one relationship. So what is one-to-one relationship? So if I give you this example, so here we have got the employee table and we have got the employee ID table. So what one-to-one relationship says that every single instance of one entity is connected to a single instance of another entity. So here when I say instance, what does that mean? It means nothing but the row or the record. So do not get confused what this instance is. It's nothing but the row or the record. So over here, if I talk about this one, this example that is being shown on PPT. So let's say I've got the employee table. Yep. I've got an employee table and there are some employees. And yes, I've got the employee ID also, let's say ID 1, 2, 3, 4. So here, let's say for every employee, like here also, employee ID is not a very good example. Rather, I'll say bank account. Yeah. So employees and their respective bank accounts. So here I've got the bank account table. Now, when it comes to salary, it's the companies usually ask you to give only one bank account details, right? You don't end up giving all the 3, 4 that you're holding. So here you've got the bank account details. So again, the ID of the employee and some bank. Yeah. Let's say Citibank or HDFC and so on and so forth. So here the relation is one to one. Why? Because every single instance means every single row. So this is a single row is connected to a single instance of the another entity. So it means this is connected to a single instance only. It means one instance is related to one instance. I repeat, one instance is related to only one instance of the other table. It's not that one instance is related to multiple instances on the other table. One instance is related to only one instance of the other table. So this is what? This is one to one. Am I clear what is one to one? If it is not 100% clear, to be very honest, once we see what others are, like one to many, etc., you'll able to understand. What does instance means? So instance means a row. Saranya, it means a row, one record. Yeah, so it doesn't mean the column, it means the row. I hope I've answered your question. So guys, am I clear what is one-to-one relationship? It's very simple one. But if still you have some confusion, I'm sure your confusion will be cleared once we see the other type of relationships that we have. Okay. Now we'll look into the other one. That is one to many. So one to many is where a single instance of one entity is connected to several instances of the other entity. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Let's say over here you can see that we have got the customer table and then we have got the order table. So this is one table, let's say. So I'll just better create my own diagram over here for the better explanation. So let's say I've got the customer table. Now I'm just adding 2 columns. Yeah, let me add 3 columns. That's fine. So we have got the ID. Let me add only 2. I think 2 would be suffice. Okay. And then we have got the customer name. So let's say ID 1, 2, 3, 4, customer name A, B, C, D. And here we have got the orders table. So order ID and the other things. Yeah, let's say the product and etc. Whatever you can think of. So again, we have got some orders, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on and so forth. So here, in case of one-to-many, one customer can place multiple orders. Just like if I talk about Amazon, so you are the one customer, one account, right? And you can place multiple orders, right? So here also one instance, this is what one instance is connected to multiple instance of the other table. So one record is connected to the multiple records, may or may not be connected to the multiple records of the other instance of the other entity. So this is what one to many. So tell me, this is, just give me a second, I'll just write, this is a customer table, let's say, and this is the orders table. Now tell me which table is on the one side. Which table is on the one side? Customer. And which table is on the many side? Order. Perfect. Now, as I told you that one to many and many to one. So this is many to one actually. You can see over here. But whatever it is. Yeah, one to many or many to one. It's one of the same thing. It's just that if I put order over here on this side, and if I put customer over here. So right now it's here it is one and here it is many, right? So it's just that if I put order over here, then one customer can order multiple order multiple orders. So here we have got order, customer. So order is on the many side and customer is on the one side. So this is one to many or many to one. It's one of the same thing. It's just that you see it like this or this. I hope I'm clear with this point that one to many and many to one is nothing. It's just that right to left or left to right. Okay. So here also, I think, see, they don't have the PPT. Oh, no, they have the PPT. Anyways. So, yeah. So anyways, we'll talk about many to many now. So many to many. Okay, before we maybe hop into many to many, let's make the class interactive. Why don't you give me some example of many to one or one to many? Any example. Now guys, one more thing. So when you create the relationship between the two entities, it's not that it's a rule. Like when I say it's a rule, I mean to say that it's not that the employee will be on the many side, the department will be on the one side. This is what we see. So, but as per the requirement, you can keep any table on the many side and any table on the one side. I repeat, as per the business requirement, we can keep any table on the many side and any table on the one side. So it's not that it follows a rule that this has to be on the one side and this has to be on the many side. As simple as that, right? So now I want you guys to give me some examples of many to one or one to many. So I'll give you one example. Okay, I've started getting the examples. Yes, patient, appointment date. Very good. Then, okay, I'm getting a lot of student, subject, patient, appointment. Okay, student, school. Yes, one school, at least in India, yeah. One school can have many students. Now that's always goes in India. A student never attends more than one school. At least that's how it is for companies also, right? If let's say I'm working with IBM, so unless I'm moonlighting, definitely that is not allowed. So one employee, sorry, one company being worked by one employee working in what I'm saying. So one company is can have multiple employees. Patient table, a medical test table, very good. Bank customer, right? Yes, very good. One nation, many states. Very good. One state, many cities. One city, many colonies. Perfect. So now we'll move to many to many. One person, many bank accounts. So many to many is when you have got, let's say, again, we have got the employee table. And then we have got the project table. So one employee can work on multiple projects. Let's say we have got the projects, let's say, okay, I'll just name some of the projects that I've worked on, SunTrust, etc. So definitely, there are situations in the company where one employee works in the multiple project, right? So you may end up working on multiple projects. Also, one project is most of the time being worked by multiple employees. So here it is one to many. So A, B, C can work on Amex, but A can also work on SunTrust. So it's what? Many to many. So I want you to contribute some examples on the chat, please, for many to many. So this is very similar to what we have just covered. But when I say, what does cardinality means? Cardinality means how many in a relationship, how many. So cardinality tells, just give me a second. So basically cardinality tells that how many rows of one table can be related to rows of another table. So how many rows of one table can be related to rows of another table. Now, we just learned about that, a table, we can have tables and suppose there is a one row. So one row can be related to only one row of another table, or one row can have can be related to multiple rows of another table. So cardinality is like going one step deeper and telling about that if this is a row, this can have what all values, or this can be connected to what all rows of the another table. Yep. So a relationship cardinality is a number of occurrence of the entity that can be associated with another entity. So basically, cardinality will tell. Suppose you have got a row. Maybe I'll give you the example in the next slide, but it will give you the minimum and the maximum cardinality. So let me go to the next slide and then I'll explain you. That would be better. So if you see over here, the cardinality is represented over here. So it says 0, which is the minimum cardinality, and n is a maximum cardinality. Here also 0 is a minimum cardinality and 1 is a maximum cardinality. So what does it says? So it says, let's say I've got some developers in my company. Yeah. So ID and name. In the same way, let's say I've got some projects. So project ID and the name of the project. So I'll just quickly write 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. Here for the projects also we have got some IDs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And maybe some project P1, P2 and P3. So what does this cardinality signifies? Let's look into that. So let's say that A is the developer, but E is not working on any of the project right now. So we have got two tables. Now E may not be working in any of the project. So 0 means that it is possible that any instance of this entity, any row of this entity is not related to any row of this entity. So I repeat, let's assume that A is not working. Yeah, A is not working on any of the project. So A is a new hire in the company. Until now, the A is not being allocated to any project. So 0 means minimum. So it means that we can have some developers who are not involved in any project. N means maximum. It means that a developer, so B, can work on n number of projects, multiple projects. So that's what it means. 0 means we can have developers with no projects. Also, we can have developers who are working on multiple projects. Now here 0 and 1 means again the same thing. Now let's see P3 is a new project, and right now there are no developers allocated to P3. So it means that we can have any project, we can have any instance in the project table which doesn't have relationship or which doesn't have any connection with any of the other instance in the developer table. So we can have a project with no developers. So that's what 0 means, a project with no developers in this example. 1 means, well, that's quite weird because that doesn't happen in real life, but yeah. So 1 means that a project can have maximum 1 developer. So here let's say that the company is maintaining the projects which are very, very small projects. Yeah, very small project just need 1 developer project. So it means a project can have 0 developers, or at max the project can have 1 developer, and that's why what is this? It is 1. So B is working on 1, 2, 3. Also B is working in 4, 5, 6. But one project cannot be worked by multiple developers. So am I clear what this 0, 1, 0 and denotes? Yeah, ideally should be N for both, but fine. Anyways, we have understood it. That is more important. So am I clear? What does cardinality means? What does 0 and 0, 1 means? You can just read through this slide, but please confirm if I'm clear or not. I've just got 1 yes. Clear? Perfect. So still I'll just wait for a minute. You can just read through it. It's a very simple thing. So if you see these numbers, do not get scared. It's very simple thing. Minimum and maximum. Sometimes when we see all of these things, we get scared. Oh, there might be some maths involved, some complicated maths. But that's not the case. So I'll quickly repeat one more time. Over here, the cardinality is represented like this, 0, n. So 0 is what the minimum number and n is what the maximum number. So minimum is, what does minimum number means? It means, now we have got this table developer and we have got this table project. So 0 means that we can have some developer with no projects related to it. So let's say that A is not working on any of the project. A is a new hire in the company. Until now, A has not been given any project. So I can have a developer with no project, not related to even a single project. So that is very much possible. N means a developer can work on multiple projects. So B can work on 1, 2, 3. B can be related to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9. So that is very much possible. Okay. So this is what 0 and n means. Now here it says 0 and 1. So what does that mean? It means, again, you can have a project. So let's say this is a new project. Till now, no developer is working on this project. So think of it as Upwork. Yeah, on Upwork, you see that you got a lot of projects with no developer assigned, right? So we can have the project with no developer. So 0 means that a project, it is possible to have a project with no developer. So this instance is not related to any of the instance of the developer table. So this instance 0 means it is possible to have instances not having relationship with the instances of the other entity. 1 means maximum. So maximum means it says that one project can be worked by only one developer. So 4, 5, 6 is worked by B. So that's all. You cannot have C also working on 4, 5, 6. It says that maximum one instance can have a relationship with maximum one instance of the developer table. So one instance, one row can have relationship with only one row of the developer table. So minimum is 0, either no relationship or at max one. Okay, so we are done with, definitely we are done with the theory part. So that's a good thing. Now, what we are going to do is, I'll just give you the very brief of the whole thing, that how you can create the database, how you can create a table, how you can insert the data into the table. And then later on, we'll deep dive into each and everything. For database also, what all commands we have. For tables, what all commands we have. So we are going to deep dive into everything. But for now, for 10, 15, 20 minutes, let's practice, or let's see the holistic view of using MySQL. So I want everyone to launch their MySQL Workbench. So I'm using Windows. So what you have to do is you have to search for MySQL Workbench. You have to open it. Now you can launch the labs. So yesterday, Rakshita helped you with the launching of the lab. If you're still facing any issues, you can post it on the chat. We'll see if we can help you right away. Otherwise, at the end of the session, please make sure that you're vocal about it, that you're not able to use the lab. Because if you're not able to use the lab, then you're not able to do the hands-on in the class. So I'll try to give you at least some hands-on, if not all the time. Like at least sometimes I'll try to give you the hands-on, if not all the time. So your labs should definitely be working. So it's not that if your labs are not working, you're not able to learn with me. Of course, you'll able to learn with me, but then you have to practice after the session. But yeah, you always have to practice after the session, whether your labs are working or not. So please make sure if your labs are not working, you're vocal about it. And if you have to share your screen and show us, then we can allow you at the end of the session to share your screen, and we will try to solve the issues with your lab. So I want to see if you done on the chat once you are done with opening the lab. So password is same for everyone. I think the password, guys, what's the password? I think it's PSSWORD. Is it double one and exclamation mark, or is it one? Okay. So see, everybody's helping you with the password. You can use the same password. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. You can just write D also. Workbench is fine. Definitely fine. So Workbench is what? It's a UI way of working with the databases. You can also work with the databases via commands, command prompt, right? CMDs. So that is definitely not how we work with the databases. We always use Workbench because that's more friendly and easier to use. No, I don't need any preloaded data. We'll create the database, and anyways, if you preload the data also, guys, if you're using the lab provided to you by Simplilearn, so it gets refreshed in every 5 hours. So if you add anything to it, it will get deleted in every 5 hours. So every time we are going to add the data for every class. Now you can see that we have got one schema. Now this is a default schema. So schema is nothing but in MySQL, it is like a database. Now what is a database? You already know. Database is it's like the wardrobe, it's like the library which can store the data for you digitally. So we are going to create the database. Yeah, if you're using your personal laptops, as I told you yesterday also, it is better that you install MySQL rather than using the labs, because it will be easier for you to access it. So Anibrata, it's not when you are downloading or installing the SQL, yeah, it's not only about next. There are some settings that you have to do. So please make sure that you go through the video which I shared yesterday. Today also I've shared it multiple times. So please go through that video. Now, if you do not have the software installed, if you do not have the software ready for you to do the hands-on, please do not start installing it right now. You can write down the notes. Maybe you're not able to do the hands-on with me, but you can always write down those notes. You can stay with me in the class and you can do the installation, etc. after the class. But please make sure that you concentrate in the class. Just because you're not able to practice, that's very much okay. Yeah, you can write down the comments. So it's okay if you're not able to type it. You can always write it. Oh, I have no idea about this thing, Shri. I have no idea about, yeah, this thing. Unable to launch the remote. So Shri, you can try it with Vidya. Yeah. So you can try later. Just after some time, just retry it. So guys, let's get started. Again, if you're facing any issues with the lab, you can keep it parked for now. So I'll try to finish everything by 10 today, 10:5, so that we can take up your questions on the lab. So you can share your screen and we'll try to help you out. So let's continue with our learning for today. And as I told you, if you're having issues with the lab that is provided to you all by Simplilearn, if you're using your personal laptop, please download and install MySQL. So I will not be using lab. I'll be using MySQL on my personal laptop. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a database. So as I told you that today I'm going to give you the holistic view of creating the database, the tables, inserting the data into the table, and then querying the table. But after that, we are going to deep dive into each and everything. So in order to create the database, we start with the command create. So we are going to write the SQL in order to talk to the DBMS. Now I want to tell DBMS that I want to create the database. So I'm writing the SQL command in order to create the database. So I'll say create database and I can give any name to my database, but this has to be as create a database only. So you cannot have anything else. These are the keywords. Whatever you see in blue are the keywords, and you have to make sure that you write the statements like this. So, and then you can give any name to your database. So let's say that I give the name to my database as school. Yeah. And then see, I can always end my comment using the what do we call this? No, it's there are no limitation. You can use uppercase and lowercase both. Yeah, using semicolon. Thank you so much. So I can end it. And if I don't end it also, if I've just got one SQL command, it will still run. Now, in order to run it, we have got this button. Can you see this icon, a small icon? Let me increase the size. I think the size is already increased. Just give me a second. Yeah, I think the size is already increased. So anyways, so this is the button that you need to use in order to execute a command. So if I just hover on it, it says execute the selected portion of the script or everything if there is no selection. So if I'm not selecting anything, I'm not selecting anything. If I execute it, it will execute everything, each and every line of code, each and every word that is written on my SQL file. This is what? This is a SQL file. You can say SQL file. So because I've got the previous SQL file, in my case, it shows 6. In your case, you're using it for the first time, it might be showing 1. So I'm going to run it. Once I run it, over here, you just simply have to expand the lower panel and you see that create database school, one row affected, and you can see this in green. It means that the database has been successfully created. So if you see in red, it means there was some error when you were creating the database. Guys, please make sure that you are attentive in the class. Otherwise, what will happen is that you may get some errors because you're quite good in number. So if you're not attentive, then you may get the errors that I can always resolve. But if I get a lot of queries from you guys just because you're not attentive, then I will not able to cover everything, whatever I want to cover as a part of this training. So I don't want to cover anything on the surface level. I want to deep dive into the topics. I want to make sure that you understand how things are working. So for that, I have only one request from all of you. Just be attentive, because if you're attentive, I'm 100% sure you'll able to learn it. SQL is very easy. So you can see that the database has been created. In my case, I've got the other commands. So if you have noticed, I was deleting the databases. So these are because of that. But yeah, the database has been created. So I want you guys to create the database and let me know when done. So you can just write D also instead of writing the whole done. So few runs will give me help. So it's okay. I'll come to that where you can see the database. Right now, I just want you to be sure that the command that you have written is executing successfully or not. So just that you have to write this command, Rajni. Yeah, so you have to create a new SQL file in case if your new SQL file is not open by default. So this is from where you have to open the new SQL file, and this is a command that you have to run. Once you run, this is a command that you have to write. Once you're done with writing the command, you can run it from here. Okay. I'll come to that. Output, I know that you're not able to see the output. So just hold your horses. We'll talk about that also. Now I can see that most of you are done with running it. And I hope that over here you see a successful message, this green button, this green icon. Yep. So the database is not appearing over here. So if you see over here, schemas, think of it, schemas are nothing but the synonyms of databases. So in MySQL. So the database is not appearing over here. So what you have to do is you have to refresh it. So this is what you have to press. This is what you have to click on in order to see the database. Now you can see that the database has appeared. So you get to see the output now. So those who are saying that unable to see the output, I hope that you guys are able to see the database created. Now guys, maybe this panel is also collapsed for you. So please make sure that you expand it. I'll wait for a few seconds. Output window. So you have to scroll up. You have to, it might be collapsed like this. So you literally have to expand. Okay, one more thing. You can go to view. You can go to panels. And over here, guys, please make sure that you're looking at my screen. So see, output area, I can hide it. So maybe your output area is hidden. So what you can do is you can go to view, you can go to panel, and you can say show output area. My schema tab is not there. You're talking about this one. So I'm not sure for this one side. Okay, yeah. So in view, you can see just check, go to panel and click on show sidebar. I hope I've answered the queries, all the queries on the chat. So guys, if it's okay, if you're not able to see the sidebar or if you're not able to see the output panel, you can still continue practicing with me. And we'll see at the end of the session what is the problem. I'll ask you to share your screen and we'll look into it. At least you can start writing the queries because I've told you that these could be the problems. Still you're not able to see, then you have to share your screen. Okay, so at least you can write the code. Fine. Now, see, this database is created. So you have to use the database. Basically, you have to select the database. So how would you select the database? How would you select the database? In order to select the database, either, now hear me out, either you can double click on the database. See, if I double click, it got selected. Or what I can do is I can run the command. So just delete the previous command and you can run the command use the name of the database. School, that's the name of the database. You can run it and then it will basically select the database. So how you'll get to know that this database is selected? So you can see that this is in bold. So as soon as any database shows in bold, it means that this database is selected and whatever you're going to write or whatever queries that you're going to perform will be performed on this database. So just double click on the database or you can. Now we are going to create the table. Now before we go ahead and create the table, I would like to show you that see, you can collapse and expand the database. Now database has got something called tables. So these are the entities. Yeah, so we were using the word entities. So tables, views, stored procedures, functions, these are the entities. So in your curriculum, you have got tables and views. So we are going to cover these two. So first we'll talk about the tables because we are going to cover everything related to the tables. View is a very small topic. It's a short topic that we are going to cover later on. So what we are going to do is, just give me a second. School is not highlighted, but command executed successfully. Just double click on it, Sheila. So Rajpal, I'll come to that question. So you'll get to know all of these things. Yeah, hold your horses, everyone. Today is the second day of the class and we've just started coding. You learn everything. Fine. Now what we are going to do is, right now you can see that we do not have even a single table in our database. So we are going to create the table, and guys, as I told you, please don't worry about not able to see the output panel, not able to see the schema panel. We'll see to that at the end of the session. Right now, just focus on the learning. So I've already helped you with it, but if those options are not working, then I have to look at your screen and then I have to help you. Okay. So we are going to create the table. So how do we create the table? So in order to create the table, we write the command create. So you can make it uppercase, lowercase, everything is okay. So let me make it uppercase. So create table. And then I'm going to give the name of the table. Now I want everyone to see my screen. Then I'll give you time. Yeah. Now this is what? This is the name of the table. Now you know a table can have multiple columns in it. Yeah, a table can have multiple columns in it. So how do we define the column? We give the column name. ID is a column name. And then we give the data type of the column. So yesterday when I was teaching you the different type of database that are available in the market, I told you that RDBMS is very strict. It means that you cannot play around with the data. Like if you've got 4 columns, you have to stick to the 4 columns. Then a column also has a data type. When I say data type, what does that mean? It means the type of data a column can hold. So ID can hold integer, int. Int means integer data type. So we are going to learn about all the different type of data types also later. So for now, this much of knowledge is more than enough. Okay, the next column is, let's say, full name. And full name has a data type varchar. It has got the data type varchar. Then let's say age, and age has got the data type int. Yeah, age is always a number. So varchar, what does varchar means? Sorry, varchar, we also have to define the number of characters that this column can take. So what does 50 means? That at max, the full name can be of 50 characters. So if your full name is more than 50 characters, the table will say no, I cannot take it. So it can take characters, and at max it can accommodate 50 characters. Moving ahead, the next column is city, and here is the data type of the city. It's again, let's say 50. Yeah, varchar 50. And my table, the code for the table, creating the table is ready. So just give me a second. I'll just quickly look into the chat. Vidya, what you're saying is right. Varchar can accommodate numeric values as well as alphanumeric values, but it is always considered as a string. So what I mean to say is that this is what? This is a number. But if you give 3 in varchar, it will take it like this. So how it is going to hold it, that's matter. So it will make 3, yeah, it will take 3 not as a number but as a string. Yeah, this is what? This is a string. So like this. So anyways, the code String and varchar is same. Yeah, it's a technical language. So string means text. So if I say string or if I say text, it's all about the data type. Yeah, or if I say varchar. So in SQL we say varchar, right? In Python we say string. Text we don't say in any of the language, computer language I'm talking about. So they can hold strings. Strings can be anything. Yeah, it can be anything. It can be this, it can be number, it can be anything like this. So anyways, I'm going to simply remove this. Now I'm going to run this command. You can see that it got created and I have to refresh in order to see the table created. Now if I just expand it, you can see the table has been created. So I want everyone to run this command. I'll wait for a minute, for 2 minutes. Now guys, please make sure if it is showing error, you also read the error. So please delete the above commands that we have run before. Or what you can do is, let me, so maybe this time I'm not going to delete the command. So I'll show you how does the error look like. So what I've done is I've created the table. The next thing the next thing, come on, think about it. We are done with creating the table. Now we are going to insert the data into the table. You don't need to use the table as such, just like DB databases. So we are going to insert the data. So Aviral, you can share the screenshot on the chat. So I'll look into it. What is the problem? So in order to insert the data, we run insert into command. So insert into the name of the table. The name of the table is students. Now I can give the columns of the table. Now that is optional. We'll come to that later. But right now, as I told you, it's just a helicopter view of everything. A small snippet of SQL, how we can create the table, insert the data into the table and query the table. So anyways, I'm going to give the column names. SQL is not case sensitive. And then I can give the values. So in values, let's say ID is 1. Now it's a varchar, it means it's a string, it's a text. So I'm going to give it in the single quotes. Amit, age, any age, and city. Comma, I can give multiple values. So I'm just copy pasting it. So let's say ID is 2, the name is Reha. Okay, anything and Mumbai. In the same way, I can insert more and more records. So I have to add comma, then again I can insert more records. Yeah. So you can see that I'm done with writing the command for inserting the data into the table. So this will insert 3 rows into the table. Now guys, I'm intentionally going to throw the error. So please make sure that you look at my screen because you may also get the same errors again and again. So please understand how things are working. So right now, if I execute it, you can see that it is giving me error. So I want you guys to tell me what is the error. What is the problem? So I'll tell you the problem. The first problem is that, first of all, student table is already created. So that's, okay, I'll talk about the first problem. So there is a problem with the syntax. The syntax is, hear me out. This is a separate command and this is a separate command. Yeah, this is a separate command. So see, it's a machine. I have to tell that this command is separate and this command is separate. Right now, it is making both the commands, it is taking both the commands as one command. So how I can do this separation? By adding semicolon. As soon as I add this semicolon, you can see that the error that I was getting, you can see the error that I was getting over here, it will get resolved because I've added the semicolon. So this was a first problem. Now let me rerun it. Again, it will throw error. So see, now you're able to understand what the error is. Table student already exists. So basically what is happening, when I'm running it, it is executing this statement. But the problem is that the student is already there in this database. Student table is already there. So it is saying me that student table is already there. So that is the problem. So anyways, I don't want to run this because I already have the student table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run only this command. So see, I have to select this command and I have to click on run. So I told you that when you just click on it, it will run each and everything that you have. So that's what it says. If you go over here and hover, that's what it says. Or what you can do is you can simply select the code that you want to run. So here I'm selecting this code and I'm going to run it. Perfect. You can see that it got run and the data is inserted into the table. Okay. So I want everyone to try this. Yeah, there are some shortcut keys also. You can just Google the shortcut keys. I'm very bad with remembering the keys. They must, I think it's control. I have to Google, yeah. So this is a question that is asked to me in every batch and I tend to forget the answer. Yeah, so I'll help you. Just give me a second. I can also Google. The shortcut is Control plus Enter to run the query. Control plus Enter. So space, whenever you have a new word, you're going to give this space, Shweta. So here ID. Now I am not giving any space. I'm just giving comma. Then full name. Then again comma. And so on and so forth. Yeah, Aparna, you can just run the command use school. If you're not able to see the tab, this left panel, just you run this command use school and then create the table. So guys, let me know when you're done with inserting the data. Also, I'm sharing the code on the chat. Done. What about codes? So you're going to use the codes for the varchar, Shweta. So whenever you're writing the strings are always represented in computer, in machines, uh, whether you're writing SQL or whether you're working on Python, C, C++, strings are always denoted with quotes. It can be single quotes or double quotes, but the strings are always encapsulated in quotes. Always remember this. So, okay, Shri, so you can try working. Okay, got it, Shri. So Control plus Shift plus Enter. Now, definitely you have entered so much of data. Here I've got 3 rows of data. I would like to query the data. So yes, I'm going to write the query. So here we go, guys. So I'm writing in the same file. Select star. So star means all the columns. From the name of the table. What is the name of the table? The name of the table is students. Again, please highlight it and then run it. Do not just run it without highlighting it. Otherwise, if you have the previous code, this will also run and you may get error that the table already exists and so on and so forth. So please highlight it and run it. So now we're going to learn about some of the database commands. So you've already learned most of it, but yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just creating a new SQL file. The reason is that I will be needing this code and I do not want to delete it because I will be needing it, as simple as that. So anyways, I'm going to create a new database. So you already know about this command create database and then the name of the database. Now if I run it, it will create the database for me. We have already seen it. But if I rerun it, then it will throw error. You can see over here. Okay, so I'll try to keep my pace low. So I just told this thing to you quickly because I thought that we have already worked on this command, but I'll keep it low. So what I've done is I just added a new SQL file in order to write the code. Okay. So what I've done, I am creating the database. So you can see that the database got created. It got created. Now, if I rerun this code, if I rerun this code, you can see that it is giving me error. Yeah, you can see over here. Create database DB, it means the error is in this command. And what is the error? The error is that can't create DB100 because the database already exists. So this is the error. So we have got a keyword called if not exist. So what I can do is I can say create database if not exist. It means, as a word says, that create the database only if it doesn't exist. If it exists, then you don't need to create the database. No need to create the database. So if I run this command, now see, you know that this database is already created. This database is already created. But if I just simply add if not exist to my SQL command, it will not throw error. And that makes sense also, because now what we are saying is that create the database only if it doesn't exist. Otherwise, no need to create the database. So if I run this command, my command is running without giving me any errors. Yeah. So it is not giving me any errors. It's just say it is giving me a warning. Now over here you can see just a warning. So it's not the error but a warning that we cannot create it because the database exists. So this is the error. This is a successful operation and this is a warning. So here, all I've done is I've used this keyword if not exist. So I want everyone to do this. So let me know when done. If you done will give me heads up. All you have to do is you have to run this command in order to create the database, and you can rerun this command in order to see the warning. Make sure that you run it multiple times in order to understand the working of it. Sheetal, if you want to go to the previous stage, if you have not clicked on the cross, so if you see over here, there's a cross, right? You know, there's a cross. If you cross it without saving it, it means that you have lost all the changes. But yes, these are the tabs. You can hop on and hop off. Okay, Sheetal, I hope I've answered your question. Fine. So we have created the database. Let me end this command with the help of semicolon. Now, I'm going to drop the database. So drop database. And again, the same database, DB100. So we are going to rerun the commands in order to understand the working of it. So I'm simply highlighting it and I'm executing it. The database has been dropped. Now, if I again execute this thing, let's see what happens. So why don't you guess what will happen? So the database has already been dropped. So if I rerun it, what do you think? What will happen? Error, no error? How about others? So guys, I'm not expecting the right answer. I'm asking you to take a wild guess that what will happen. Make a wild guess. Drop database DB100. Okay, let's do it. You can see that it is giving error. Why it is giving error? Because it says, oh, you're asking me to delete something that doesn't exist. So machine doesn't understand, like we are having that history that we have created it and dropped it and blah blah blah, but machine says, oh, you want me to drop a database, but I cannot find it. I cannot find this database. So that is why we are getting the error. So what you can do is you can add if not exist, the same keywords. So if you add this, then sorry, if exist. drop database if exist. If this database exists, then drop it. If doesn't exist, that's okay. Yeah. So now if I run it, it will show me warning. If not done, let me know. So whenever I'm asking you to do the hands-on, make sure that you do the hands-on. It's not that I'm going to ask you to do the hands-on every single time, because we also have to make sure that we cover the curriculum and we cover the maximum concept. But I'll try to give you as much as hands-on as possible in the class. Now, let's recreate the database. Right now, it's like we do not have even a single database. So let's recreate it. So Shireen will look into this problem. At the end of the session, I'll ask one of you to share the screen and we'll look into this problem. So please do not get bothered about the same. Fine. Now let's say I'm deleting this drop database if exist. Now I want to know that what are database I've got in my machine, in my, sorry, not machine, in my workbench. So let me do one thing. Let me create another database. So DB100 I created before, and now I've created DB200. So just for the sake of creating, I'm creating two databases. So you can also go ahead and quickly create the two databases. Fine. Now let's say that you want to know that what all databases you have got in your MySQL. So what you can do is you can run the command show databases. So this will show you all the databases that you've got in your DBMS. So see, we have got these databases. Now you'll see some extra databases. For example, you'll see information schema, performance schema, system. Anyways, you can see over here. So these are system defined databases. And maybe I'll tell you about these databases, not today, but yeah, in one of the class, that what these databases store. So today is definitely not the right day to tell you about these things. But yeah, we're definitely going to talk about these system-based databases. Oracle, I've never worked on with, yeah, show databases. So I've never worked on Oracle and Postgres. I've just worked on MySQL and SQL Server. So you can Google it if it works on Oracle or not. Or if you want, I can Google and I can tell you the answer. Okay, no problem. Fine. In the same way, let's say that, okay, I'm going to use the database. So I'll say use DB200. I'm using this database. Now, once I'm done with using this database, I would like to create this table and insert some data into the table. So basically, I'm using this database and then I'm creating the table and I'm inserting the data into the table, into this database. So this we have performed previously also. You can see that the table has been created and the data has been inserted into it. So I'm just copy pasting this code on the chat. You can also go ahead and use any of the database and you can create the table into the database and insert the data into the table. So I'll wait for 2 minutes. Go slow, no need to hurry. Like this is your first coding class as such. But later on, you'll get used to it. So please make sure that you do not come without practicing in the next class. Okay. So Fatima, first of all, see, I asked you to create multiple databases. In my case, I've created two. So first of all, I'm using this database. So I ran this command. And then I've created this table and inserted the data into the table. So you can copy paste this command from the chat. I've shared on the chat and you can run it so that you have got a table created. So we are done with all the major database commands. So now we are going to learn about the data types in SQL. So if you remember, when I was telling you to create the table, when I was teaching you how you can create a table, I told you that for every column, you also have to tell the data type. The data type is what? The type of data the column can hold or will hold. So here we go. We are going to learn about the different data types that we have in MySQL. Now, before we get on to that, I will just quickly tell you that how you can save your code. So one of you was asking me that Tulika, this code we have written, how we can save it. So how you can save it is, can you see the save button over here? So all you have to do is, now all of these things are something that if you just try it by yourself, you'll able to do it. Because we all are using laptops, yep, since ages. So a lot of options are same for every application. So you can go over here, you can go to file, maybe here, do we have the save option? Yeah, we have got the save option over here also. This is a shortcut, save script as. So the same options we have got. So what you can do is you can click on it and maybe you can save it. So I'll just quickly show you and then I'll give you time to just try it at your end. So let's say MySQL 100. This is what I'm saving this file. Now I'll just quickly show you on the desktop. Okay, this is the file. The MySQL 100. Now if I want to open it, how can I open it? Let me close it. How can I open it? Just like how you use any other software. Yeah, the first thing is if you want to open something, you go to the file. So here also I'll go to the file and you can see open SQL script. And I literally have to find where I've saved it. Yeah, here we go, and I'll open it. So in this way, you can save the SQL scripts that you're writing. So maybe I'll wait for 2 minutes. You guys can just try saving the SQL script file. Fine. Now we are going to look into the different type of data types that we have got in MySQL. So I want everyone to see my screen and please make sure that you listen to me. Very important. So the first data type that you can see is char. So char simply means characters. Yeah, when I say character, you can say text, string, whatever you want to call it. So char data type is a fixed length string. It's a fixed length string. It can take the values, like you can have the char data type, the column can take 0 characters. So that's a minimum range, or maximum range is 255 characters. Yeah. Now, when I say it's a fixed length string, what does that mean? It means, hear me out. So if I write, let's say ID, and if I say char, and if I give 2, so it means that ID, when I insert the values, when I insert the data into the table, in the ID column, it has to be of 2 characters. Yeah, it has to be of 2 characters. So 1, 2, 1, 3, 3, 4. So you're getting, again, I'll give you one more example. So let's say that I create a column. Let's say the column is, okay, I'll create the column code. Yes, state code. And I give the char as a data type and I give 3. It means that whenever I insert the values, insert the data into this column, it has to be fixed length. See, it says it has to be fixed length, means that it has to be fixed length. So I have to give 3 characters only. Yeah, 3 characters only. Or let's say if I give anything else, let's say something else. So I'm just thinking of something which will have the text as such. Okay, so I'll just say state only. Yeah. Again, I give, or maybe let me give month. Yeah, months. Now I create a column months and I give the data type as char, and then I give it the length of 3. It means that whenever I insert the data, it will have the values like this. So if I try to insert this, it will give error. Or if I try to insert M, it will give error. If I try to insert MA, it will give error. So it means that we have to adhere to the length. It is fixed length. It means that it will not take more than this and it will not take less than this. Am I clear with char? I've given you multiple examples. Am I clear? Very simple. Now let's talk about varchar. So what do you think var stands for what? What does this stands for? Variable, right. So here it is what? Variable characters. It means that when I create a column of varchar data type, and let's say this is a column and I say varchar 100, it means that it can take the characters up to 100. So let's say I create a column name. The data type is varchar, and if I give, let's say 50 over here, it means that when I insert the values into this column, I can give anything. I can give Tulika, which is of 6 characters. I can give Ravi, which is of 4 characters. And I can give a very big name, which is of 50 characters. But if I give a very big name, with, let's say, which is of 60 characters, then it will go error. So it is telling us the upper limit, that the upper limit is 50. You cannot go beyond 50, but you can choose any number within 50. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4, any number for that matter. So this is what varchar is. Yeah, this is what varchar is. Just give me a second. And you'll see that you end up using varchar a lot. Now, some of the data types you're going to use 90% of the time. So varchar is one of the data types. INT is one of the data types. Anyways, let's talk about text. So see, varchar says that I can accommodate characters up to 255 only. So that's my upper limit. So if you have a very big something, let's say you have a description, let's say you want to capture reviews, you know that on the products we have got the reviews of the customer. So varchar is saying that no, oh, I can capture only 255 characters. I can't go beyond it. That's not in my nature. So what you can do is, for a column like review or description, you can simply make it text. So text can accommodate large text data. The next one in our list is blob. So what does blob means? Blob is binary large object. So do not get petrified with this term. Yep, this is a very common term that is used in the technical world. So blob simply means any file for that matter. It can be any CSV, text file, Excel file, it can be image, yeah, it can be etc. So any file is called as a blob file. So you can also have blob files inserted in your tables. So for that you need to create the column with the data type blob. INT, you already know that INT says integer, and this is a limit of it. You don't need to remember the limit, but it can take negative numbers and positive numbers as well. Positive you have seen, it can take negative numbers as well. Now if you want, if you know that your column is going to store the integer and the integer is going to be very small in number, right? It's going to be very small in number. So usually, let's say age, yeah, age, you know that age cannot go beyond maybe 120, not more than this, you know that, yeah, that 120 is also like a very high age that I'm talking about. So what you can do is you can go with tiny int instead of int. So let's say that you want to save salary. So for salary, int is you can go with int. But when it comes to age or the numbers that you're going, you know that they're going to be very small. So you can go with tiny int, small integer. Now let's say that you have got really big integer. You're talking about the revenues of the companies like Amazon or Tesla. We have got so many companies with really huge revenues. So int may fail because again it has got some upper limit. So then you can go with big int. Okay, we can ignore this thing. Let's talk about float. So float is what? Float can store decimal. See, integer cannot store something like this. No. If you want to store decimals, if you want to store decimal data, then you can go with float. Yeah, you can go with float. Double is again for the decimal. Yeah, you can, double is also for the decimal numbers. But double is high precision, whereas float is less precision. So what does that mean? What does precision means? It has nothing to do with MySQL. What does precision means? So precision simply means, precision, sorry, simply means, just give me a second, I'll write it. Yeah. So it means precision over here. So what does it mean? It means the total number of digits stored. I'll write it over here. Total number of digit stored. Yeah, total number of digits stored. So see, when I say float, yeah, when I say float, so float says that, suppose in case of float, let's say that you have got a number like this. So I'll just write a big number, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like this. Yep. So what float would do, it will simply round it off. Yeah, it will round it off and it will store something like this, maybe. Yep. 5 and then 7. So it will round it off. Now double will also round it off, but it will round it off at the higher precision. So it will maybe do till here and then it will round it off. Something like that. Yeah. Then it will round it off. So it's all about how many digits both of these get stored. So float has less precision. It means that if you have got a big number, it may round it off like this. And double has got higher precision where the number get, rounded off like this. So that's what it means. Yeah, that's what it means. I hope I'm clear. So higher precision means more accurate digit stores and lower means fewer digits stored. Fine. Moving ahead, we have got Boolean. So anybody who doesn't know about Boolean, you can be very, very honest here because I understand that a lot of you are coming from the non-technical background. So this will give me the clarity how do I have to explain you Boolean. Anybody who doesn't know, okay, I'll explain. So Boolean is a very important data type which stores two values. Yes, which means 1. Yeah, either you can also denote it with 1. So yes, it's not yes, actually it is true. So let me write true. True means yes. So true. And then we have got false. False means 0. So it stores only two values, that is either true or false. And it is a very important data type. So for example, if I just give you one layman example, you might have seen check boxes. Yeah, when you're filling the form, you might have seen check boxes. So if you check it, so ideally, because I come from the background where I've also developed a lot of application. So that's what I'm telling you, that when you see the check boxes in the backend, these check boxes are of Boolean data type. It means that if you check it, it will hold the true value. And if you do not check it for this one, it will hold false value. So that's what Boolean means. True or false, only two values. Then we have got date. Date, now you already know what date is. I do not have to elaborate on this part. So the date will take this format, YYYMMDD format. Time, you already know about time. Yeah, it will take this format, HHMMSS. Date time, the name itself says it will store date as well as time. Yeah, it can store both date. So let's say today's date plus today's time. So it can store both the things. And then we have got timestamp. So timestamp, maybe we are going to talk about this more later. Maybe I'll use it somewhere. I'll show it to you. So timestamp is auto date and time system based. It means that if you give any column, if you write any column with the data type of timestamp, what it will do, it will take your system time. So whatever your system timestamp is, the date as well as the time. If I change it and if I make it something else, then it will take that only. So it takes system based date and time. Yeah, current date and time as per the system. Exactly. Very good. Fine. So we have covered most of the data types, all the important data types. I would like to tell you one more thing. So we have got signed and we have got unsigned. So let's talk about this also. It's a very easy concept. So see, you can have signed. So all the data types are signed by default. So what does sign means? All the data types. Now here I'm talking about the data types which can store numerical values. So here I'm talking about the data type which can store numerical values. So sign simply means that, for example, if I talk about tiny int, so by default it is signed. It means that it can store the negative and positive values. So if you remember from the previous slide, see, we have got tiny int, small integer, this minus 128 to 127. So here tiny int can take the values from minus 128 to 127. And if I create a column, let's say I create age column. And if I give tiny hint, so by default, it is signed. So maybe I'll not write it. It is signed. So it means that I can store minus 128 up to 127. This is the upper limit and this is a lower limit. Fine. What does unsigned means? Unsigned means that if I make it unsigned, so if I again say age, tiny, okay, here it is already written. So maybe, okay, let me write it. The writing is so bad. Okay, tiny. So difficult to write on the note, on the pad. Anyways, tiny int. And then if I give unsigned, what will happen? So this will give me extra cushion. How it will give me extra cushion? It means that I'm explicitly telling SQL, hey SQL, I want to use tiny int, but I do not want this negative numbers. I know that age is never going to be negative. Well, age is never going to be 200 and 255 also. But yeah, that can happen if we are working on tortoise age. I think tortoise can live till 300. So anyways, so let's say that I'm just telling that I do not want negative numbers. Rather, can you just give me extra cushion? So just remove the negative, all the negative numbers. And can you just give me extra cushion for the positive numbers? So that's how we can use it. Yep. So here you can see the limit is 0 to 255. So whatever numbers we had over here, they have been added over here. Yeah, you just have to do the calculation. This will come around to be 255. So we are saying I do not want negative numbers. So do not waste my range in negative. Yep. So I just want the positive numbers. So unsigned will help me to increase the range. Am I clear with what is signed and unsigned? Simple? Fine. Now you have to allow me a minute. I forgot to open my notes because again we are going to create a table, and this time for the table, because we are going to just play around with the databases, with the data types. So yeah, the table is going to be a big table. So right now I'll ask you also to copy paste it, but after the class, please make sure that you type all of these statements. So what you can do is you can, I'll share all these notes also with you. I'll share these PPTs also with you, but I would suggest you to make your own notes, right? So what you can do is whatever comments that I'm giving you on the chat, you can create your own WordPad notepad file and you can keep saving those comments. See, I want you guys to be very, very active during the session, because when you're active, when you're participating on the chat, when you're doing the hands-on, let's say you're just picking up the code and pasting it and saving it in your notepad file, what happens is you tend to be attentive. But if you're just lying down and listening to me, then I'm sure you're going to daydream a lot. So I do not want that to happen, because each and every minute of the session is important. So anyways, here we go. This is a table. So we already have got the database, right? So I am just deleting all this. So this is a database. And here I'm going to create this table. So I'll just quickly run this command. Just give me a second. What happened? Yeah. So the table has been created. Now you can see that this table has got myriad data types. So it has got int. Int is unsigned. What was unsigned? Let's quickly see what was unsigned. Only positive numbers. So it gives a really huge cushion here. If I just remove the negative numbers, you can do the calculation. So it will be something around 4 plus plus plus. So I get extra cushion of positive numbers. Varchar you already know. Okay, here again unsigned small int. Okay, we have got something called small int also, which is I think smaller than tiny int. Then, or maybe let me make it tiny int. Yep. Then decimal. So I'm giving the precision over here. So 8-2, what does that mean? 8-2 means that I can have digits like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 2 is what? After decimal, how many digits? So I can have 1, 2. Then I've got float. Then I've got Boolean, which can have true or false. Then I've got date and date time. So I'm playing with a lot of data types in one table. And then I have to insert the data. So inserting the data code is definitely more cumbersome than creating the table with so many data types. So I want you guys to see my screen. So here we go. I'm inserting the data. This is int. This is varchar. Yeah, this is int. This is varchar. This is tiny int. This is again tiny int. So this one is unsigned. This one is signed by default. Yeah. So you can see that this is decimal. This is float. Boolean. I'm giving 1. I told you that either you can give true or you can give 1. False or 0. Then I'm giving date. What is the format? YYYMMDD. That's a format. And here I'm giving date time. Yeah. And in the same way, I've got multiple records. So I'll insert it. Records inserted. And let me quickly query the table. Select star from products. Product. Please make sure that you give right name of the table. And it is done. So I'm going to give you this code. At least the select code you can write by yourself. You don't need to copy paste. Yeah, that I do not want you guys to copy paste. So run this command. Okay, yeah, very good question, Sanskar. So see guys, in the last insert command, we gave the column name. So we can skip the column name over here. If you see, I have skipped the column name. So when can I skip the column name? I can skip the column name when I know that I'm going to insert the values into each and every column, and the sequence is going to remain same. Yeah, the sequence will be the first value that I'm giving is for product ID. The second value is for product name, and so on and so forth. I know that the sequence and the columns, I'm giving values to all the columns. Yeah, when I'm inserting the data, I'm inserting the data into all the columns. Also, I'm maintaining the sequence of the data, or I'm matching the sequence of the inserted data with that of the columns that I've got over here. So if I know that that's the case, I can skip the name of the columns. Yeah, I can skip the name of the columns. So we are going to talk about this thing more. Yeah, that when you can skip and when you cannot skip. We are going to talk about this more. So right now our agenda is to learn about the data types. Yeah, the agenda for writing this code is to understand the data types. So yes, now I hope that I've given you the code. Yeah, so I've given you the code now. So if you change the sequence, see, if you change the sequence, then it will give you error. For example, if I try to insert laptop over here. Yeah, so let me do that. Yes, I'll just give a string over here. Let's say I am giving a string over here. Now, but it was a quantity, right? It was a quantity. But what I've done is I'm giving a string. It's an integer. Yeah, it's a tiny int. So it will throw error. Now, if I run this, it will throw error. It has thrown error. See. So when you're inserting the values, you have to make sure that this sequence matches with this sequence. This is very important. So I want everyone to run this code, create the table, insert some data into the table. You just check the format of the table, the data, yeah, and then query it. And we are done with today's learning. So you can take the screenshot, Sheila, but I'm going to provide you with all these slides also. But yes, you can take the screenshot. I'll hold for some time on this slide. I'll also hold for some time on this slide. So in order to create a table, this is a basic syntax of creating the table. So I want everyone to see my screen. Now you already have the idea of it because we have created multiple tables in our previous session. So we start with the keyword create. Then we have got the keyword table, and then we give the table name. And then after this, we give different columns and different data types of the column. Now this you have already seen, right? But apart from this, you can also add different constraints. Now what are constraints? We are going to look to that today itself. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly create a table first. So what you can do is you can open a new file. And the first thing that you can do is you can create a database for today. So let's say 28, I'll just give it a name, Feb. Yeah. So I'm going to create the database. You can see that the database has been created. And I'm going to select this database. So either you can select it by double clicking on it. Now, these things we have already done. So I'm quickly telling you, it's like I'm reiterating. So that's why I'm pretty quick over here because the things which we have already covered, I would definitely be a little bit quick over those things. Now the database is created and I'm going to use this database in order to create the tables. So I'll wait for a few seconds for everyone to have their database created. Now you already know how to create a table. So rather than, writing the same code again and again, typing the same code, I would like to quickly copy paste some of the code. So you know that how we can create the table. So I'm just taking this code of creating the table. Yeah, so you can see that I've got this table. This table has got 4 columns. So these are the 4 columns. And then I would also insert the data into this table. Now, guys, if you have missed any of the previous class, I'm afraid and I'm really sorry for the same that I'm not able to repeat the concepts because we have got limited classes. These are not unlimited classes. So every class has an agenda associated to it. So please make sure that you go through the recording. So you'll find recording in the LMS portal. So here it is. We have got the student table. I'll copy paste the code. Hold on, guys. And then I'm inserting the data into this table. Now I want everyone to see my screen. See, this will create the table for me. I'll just quickly check. Yes, table got created. Now I'm going to insert the data into this table. Data got inserted. Now there are few things that I would like to show you, that I would like to tell you. So here, see, I'm passing the names of the column. So if I do not pass the name of the column, let me delete the names of the column and I'll just do one thing. I'll just add one more row of data. Yeah, I'll just add one more row of data. So here, maybe I'll just write Anil and I'm okay with the other things. Yeah. So if I execute this, see, it got executed. So this is fine. But if let's say that I've got some data of some of the students, I've got a data of a student with a name, let's say Mark, but I do not know the city of Mark. So let's say this is the data I have. Yeah, this is the data I have. Now listen to me. It's very simple. Now if I run it, it is throwing error. So you get that? That if you have the full data, when I say full data, I mean to say that you've got the data for all the columns of your table. So if you've got the full data, then it works perfectly fine. But if your data is not full, right now I don't have full data, right? Then I have to explicitly define the columns that I'm going to use. Yeah, for example, ID, comma, name, comma, age. So now I have to explicitly tell MySQL that 5 should go in ID, name should go in mark should go in name, and so on and so forth. Let me execute it, and now it is getting executed. So you got my point. It's a very simple point that when you have the full data, then you can omit the column names from here. But if your data is not full, yeah, if you have partial data, incomplete data, then you need to mention the column names. That's how the syntax goes. Now, you don't need to insert so many records. I did that because I wanted to show you, I wanted to explain you. I'm just sharing this code with you all. So here's a code for creating the table. And here's a code for inserting the data into the table. Yes, so you can copy paste this code, avoid typing each and everything in the class. Because if you type each and everything, see, I don't mind it. You need to understand my predicament also over here. That if I give you time for typing each and everything in the class, then I may not able to cover all the concepts. And I want to cover maximum things. I want to give my maximum knowledge to you all. So, share my the maximum knowledge that I have with you all. Subject, I don't have any such column name, Kunal. In this table, I've just got 4 columns, as you can see. Insert what? Subject, but subject is not there, right? Okay, you want me to add one more column over here, Kunal? Is that so? So, Kunal, we are going to look into that also, that how we can alter the tables. Let's not do it right now, otherwise everybody will get confused, but we'll see that you have got some data, your structure already created. So how you can alter, how you can play around with it. Done, everyone. So I told you that in case of when you create the table, you can also add the constraints to the table. So what are constraints? So constraints are, think of it, they are nothing but the rules that you apply on the column. Yeah, they are nothing but the rules that you apply on the column. So we'll learn about few of the constraints, and then we are going to write the code around these constraints. So the first, or let's do one thing, we'll go one by one. We'll write the code for one by one. Rather than going through the whole thing, we'll go one by one. So the first constraint is not null. So see, as I told you, think of it, constraints are nothing but the rules that you apply to the column. Now, if I say that, let's say I have a column, ID column, and I want to apply some rules. So we learn about atomicity, right? We learn about, not atomicity, sorry, we learn about acid. So if you remember, we learn about consistency. So means that you're basically applying the rules to your database. So here also we are doing the same thing. We have got multiple columns in our table, and we simply want to apply some rules to those columns. So let's say I've got the ID column, and I want that whenever you're inserting any of the students' record, the ID shouldn't be null. You're getting, the ID cannot be null. As simple as that. So I can use not null constraint for that. So you can see what it does. It disallows null value. So it means that the value should be provided. Yes, it means that you're making this column required. As simple as that. Yeah, if you enter any of the row, this column should have value. Okay, so we'll do one thing. We'll just give me a second. Yeah. So we are going to create a table using not null. Yeah, not null column. So let's start with not null. So I'm going to create a table. Now we are going to create a lot of tables. And let me name this table as my students. I'm just naming it anything, that's fine. Always remember that what we are trying to learn. Yeah. Now this table may have multiple columns. So one of the column is ID, and the second column is, let's say, name. Okay, I'm not going to make it a very big table. So what I can do is I can make the columns as not null. How I can make that column as not null? So all I have to do is I have to write not null in the front of that column. So it means that in order to add the data into this table, I have to make sure that the ID is not null. If I want, I can do it for name also. Let me do it for name also. Doesn't matter, right? So let me do it for name also. So now it means that in order to insert the data, both the columns should have some value. Let me create this table. The table has been created, and I'll just quickly say insert into. I want everyone to see my screen. If I give 1, comma, any name, for example, A, let it be. I am just giving any name for that matter. Doesn't matter what name I'm giving. Yeah. So if I insert the data, see, it is getting inserted. Let me also show you the data. Select star from my students. So it's working absolutely fine. Yeah, you can see. But now what I'm going to do is, just give me a second. I will insert the data, but let's say that I am skipping maybe A. Yeah, I'm not giving the student name. Yeah, I'm skipping A, or let me give null in A. So let's see if it works or not. You can see it is not working. So it says that column name cannot be null. And this will happen for the other column also, for this column also. Sorry. So this also cannot be null. As simple as that. And the reason is very simple, that I have made, I have applied a constraint to this column, both the columns, that these columns cannot have null value. So this is what? This is a not null constraint where we make sure that the column doesn't allow null values. So I'll wait for a minute for everyone to quickly try this. Again, I do not want you guys to write the whole code. Maybe you can take it from the chat and you can modify the existing code what you have. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time. What do you understand by unique? Distinct values? Yes. So in very simple words, if I have a column, so I will not allow duplicate values in those columns. So any guesses what those columns could be? Like you might have seen in your real life here and there. ID, very good. Yes, ID. Those who are from India, maybe PAN card or passport number. Everybody would understand. Aadhaar number. How about email? Yeah, email should be unique. Phone number should be unique. So you want to make sure that every record that is being entered has a unique email or unique phone number. So here we have created a table user. It has just got one column. It's okay. We are learning the concept, so we don't need to create big tables with a lot of columns. So I'll just quickly run this code. Sorry, just give me a second. Yeah, I'll run this code. You can see that the table has been created. Now, if I insert this a@gmail.com, it will get inserted. This is the first time I'm inserting. But if I again insert, maybe I can, re-execute the same statement. So if I again insert, it is giving error. Why the error? Because it's duplicate entry. But if I change the value of it, then definitely it will allow me to execute. Yeah. So unique is a very important constraint that you're going to see, you're going to encounter. So let me quickly give you this code on the chat. You can copy paste the code. Again, do not type the code right now, but yes, you should definitely do a lot of typing of the code after the class. Right now we are copy pasting so that we learn maximum concepts. But yes, after the class, you have to make sure that you do a lot of practice by typing each and every line of code. I'll wait for maybe a minute. Now we'll learn about the next constraint that we have, that is primary key. So let me open the notepad because I would like to write something around it, or maybe I can write over here itself. It's fine. So see, you can do the commenting like this. So when you write anything in the comments, the interpreter is not going to read this. These lines are for us. These lines are not for interpreter. So anyways, we're going to learn about primary key. Now, you already know about it. We have already discussed it. So I'll quickly rediscuss it. So primary key is a unique identifier of each row. For example, if I talk about human beings, so I think our genetics, our DNAs, these are the unique identifiers, yeah, or our fingerprints, these are what? The unique identifier. So for every row also, if you want maybe some column to uniquely identify that row, so we can declare that column as primary key. So I'll also write it. So basically, if you say that a column is a primary column, primary key column, it means, see, that's what it means, that it is uniquely identifying it, right? Uniquely identifying the row of data. So definitely, every row that column will take, like every piece of data that column will take will be unique. Also, it cannot be null. So it doesn't take nulls. As simple as that. It's a primary key. It doesn't take nulls. So for example, we are storing the data of humans. Yeah, of humans. Let's assume, right? We are storing the data of humans. Now, you know that names can be common, then gender can be common. Most of the things can be common. But let's say thumbprint. So thumbprint is not common. So we can make this as a primary key. So this will be unique for each and every human being. Yeah, and we also do not want it to be null. So if you are inserting any data, it cannot contain null value. So that's what primary key says. Okay, there is one more thing. That is, in a table, this is very important. In a table, only one primary key is allowed. Only one primary key per table. It means that if again I'm storing the data of human beings, if I've said that thumbprint is the column which is a primary key, I cannot have, let's say, passport number as a primary key now. So a table can have only one primary key. It can have a combination of primary key, composite primary key that we'll talk about, but it can have only one primary key. So those who may ask that composite primary key, will come to that later. But it can have only one primary key. For now, you understand this part that it can have only one primary key. So I'll just quickly take the code. Yeah. So you can see over here that I've got this table employee. It has got two columns, employee ID, name. Now employee ID is a primary key. I'm declaring it as a primary key. Let me create the table. Now I am inserting the values in it. Yep. So you can see that this is a first value, 1 and Ravi. So employee ID, this one is what? ID. Yeah, employee ID. So anyways, so this will work. Let's say that I've got another employee with the name Reena. And if I give the same employee ID to it, Reena, it will throw error. Why? Because it's a primary key, and primary key makes sure that each and everything is unique. Also, if I try to insert null in a primary key, again it will give error. So that's what I wrote, that it has to be unique and it cannot take null values. It cannot take null values. Now let me do one thing. I'll just make a small change over here. I'm just changing the name of the table, and I just want to show you that if we can have multiple primary keys in a table or not. So let me execute this. You can see that it is giving error. It says multiple primary key defined. Always read the error. I'm not sure if my screen is visible to you or not, but yes, it says multiple key defined. So it simply means that your primary key can only occur once in a table. You cannot have more than one primary key in the table. So let me again, yeah, make it to the previous code, change it back to the previous code. I think we are good. So I'll share this code with you. Before you run it, maybe let me also tell you one thing. So what is the difference between unique and primary key? See, first of all, I can have multiple unique columns. So I can have multiple unique columns. This is very much possible. I can have 10 unique columns. I can have more than one unique columns in one table. Primary key says that, oh, I can only exist once. Yeah, I cannot, you can, once you have created once one column is given the primary key constraint, you cannot have another column with the same constraint. You saw that, you have already seen it. But unique, you can make as many columns unique as you want. Also, if you have a unique column, it can, like one row can take null. So it's unique, right? So one row I can give null. I have to make sure the next row I cannot give null, because null will not be unique anymore. You got that? Let's say I've got this employee table. So for the first row, I can say null, and maybe I can give some, maybe some value. So one row can be null. If I make the second row also null, then it will not be unique. Yeah, both the rows are having the same value, null. So it can take one row at least null. Primary key says no. If there is a null, I can't take it. It's as simple as that. So anyways, I'm sharing this code with you all. I want all of you to try this, play around with it, copy paste it. Yes, so that's what I said, Sidesh. Composite key, when you have a composite primary key, so primary key is one only. It's a combination of the primary key. But the primary key is one, right? It's a combination of the column that makes the primary key. So we are going to look into composite also, not right now. make sure that you also write down these notes, these points. Say, I'm going to give you these notes, but I'll give you these notes at the end of the class, not right now. On a last class or second last class. So you'll have everything handy. Now, passport number is a primary key. Now, I've got another table. This another table is storing the passport number. Yeah, the different passport numbers that we have. And for these different passport numbers, we also have, maybe this is not a very good example. I'm so sorry. Let me give you some other example. Okay, let it be. No, I'll give you some other example. So I'll give you the example of orders only. I think that is a best fit. Now let's say that we have got a table customer. In this, we have got the details of the customer like ID, name, phone number, etc. So ID is what? This is a primary key. This is a primary key for this table. It uniquely identifies a customer. Okay. Moving ahead, we have got the orders table. Orders table has got, let's say, order ID. So it has also got multiple columns. It has got order ID and let's say the date of the order, maybe something else, the product. And then it has got the customer ID. Yeah, who made the order. So this customer ID basically takes the values from this ID. So it means that over here, I have got some data. Let's say I've got the data, like I've got a customer 1, 2 with name A and B. So this table, now understand this thing, this table will have values, it have values from this ID column. So it can have, let's say I've got maybe another value. So it can have 1, 2, 3 only. It cannot have any other customer ID. It cannot have 4 as a customer ID because that doesn't exist over here. So this is what, this is a foreign key. What is a foreign key? Foreign key is a key which is a primary key of the another table. So ID, customer ID is a primary key of this table. And we are using this as a foreign key in the orders table. So what is the significance of the foreign key? Foreign key makes sure that whatever values that you're filling in over here, you're getting whatever values you're filling in over here should come from this column. Yeah, it should always come from this column. So if I try to fill 4 over here, it will give error. It says, oh, 4, we don't have any customer with the ID 4. But if I give 1, 2, 3 values over here again and again, orders made by 1, orders made by customer ID 2, it will happily take it. But as soon as I give, let's say 5, it will give error. No, 5 is not here. It says 5 is not here. So foreign key, think of foreign key as a it's very loyal to the primary key. It says that I will take only those values that exist in the primary key of this table. Yeah, of this primary key. This is what? This is a primary column of this table. I will not take any other value. As simple as that. So it's super loyal to the primary key. And that's why we call it as a foreign key. So this is a significance of having the foreign key, that it only takes the values which are present in the primary key of the another table. Yeah, it cannot take any other value. Anyways, I will see the practical part of it and you'll be able to understand. It's very easy. So here, okay, here I've got 2 tables. So I'll just quickly create these 2 tables. So you can see department and staff. I've got these 2 tables. Department has got 2 columns and staff has got 3 columns. Now, if you see over here, which is the primary key in the department column, quickly. Now, I'm asking you such simple questions. Yeah, so Soumya, your question will be answered. If you see here, we are defining a foreign key. Yep. So, department ID And here we are saying the department ID, and this is how we do it. This is the syntax of it. So we are saying that we have got a foreign key. This is a foreign key. This is a foreign key. And how it is related to this table, we are also telling that, yeah, this is a foreign key and it is related to, so references, name of the table and the primary key of the table. You got that? So basically, we have declared a normal column and then we are telling that this column is a foreign key. Yeah, which this is a foreign key column. Then it's a foreign key column. It means there should be some primary key in some table. So we have to give that detail also, that which is a table and which is the primary key. So how do we do that? We use references. Then we give the name of the table. This is what? This is the name of the table. And this is the name of the primary key. So it means that this foreign key is for this table and in this column. Now we are going to insert the data. Guys, I want everyone to be very, very attentive over here so that you understand how things are happening. See, now I'm going to insert the data. So in department, let's say I'm inserting only one row. Yeah, that's fine. So I've got department ID as 10. I've got department ID as 10. So I've just got one department and this department name is IT and the ID of the department is 10. Fine. Now I'm going to insert the data into the staff table. So see, what I'm doing is I'm saying I've got one staff. So staff, you know, like for different departments, we have got staffing. So I've got staff ID 1 and this staff goes in the IT department, yeah, department ID 10. So this will very well work. Yeah, because 10 exists over here. You getting 10 exists in the department table. So this value exists in the department table. This value exists in the department table in this column. But if I give 20, this will not work. Why this will not work? Because 20 doesn't exist. Yeah, here. 20 doesn't exist. If I simply query select star from department, it just has got one row of data. You just saw that we have inserted only one row of data. You can see over here. So it has just got one row of data. We'll make sure that department ID only have those values. Sorry, foreign key, make sure the department ID, this is a foreign key. It can only contain those values which are the part of the primary key of the department table. So that's how it works. So you can see that again, I've got the student table. I think it will throw error because I already got the student table. So I'll just quickly make a change to the name of this table. And that makes sense also because it's already there. It will throw error that this table already exists. Fine. So you can see that the table has been created. Now, I've given a check over here that the age should always be greater than equal to 18. So if I insert the data which is greater than 18, it will happily take it, as you can see. But if I try to insert any data which is less than 18, yeah, if it is less than 18, it will throw error. So if you're seeing the error, as you can see on my screen, guys, if you're getting the error, this is how the behavior should be, yeah. So you should definitely get the error. This is how we are expecting it to work. So it shouldn't allow anything lesser than 18. As simple as that. If I give 18, then it will allow. See, now it will allow. It will work. It will not throw any error. But as soon as I give any number which is lesser than 18, it will not work. So I want everyone to quickly run this code. It's a very simple one. Pushkar, you have installed MySQL software, not unable to execute anything. So Pushkar, did you followed the steps that I so there was one video that I shared with you, the link of the YouTube video. Did you follow all the steps religiously? So when you are installing MySQL, it's not that you just install and you just click next and done. So there's some setup that you need to do. So the installation is not that straightforward. It is not difficult also, just that you have to follow some steps. So anyways, I'll wait for a few seconds for everyone to quickly try this constraint, check constraint. The next constraint that we have is default. So till now, every column that we have created, we were inserting the data in it. Now let's say that if we do not get any data in it, let's say we are not inserting any data in it, and we want that column to take any default value. For example, let's say that we have got a table, student table. Yep. Now student table, now this is a student table of some school which is in India. So here we have got a country column. So if we are not giving the value explicitly for the country, it will automatically take India. As simple as that. So basically we are giving a default value to country column. So default value means that if I'm explicitly providing the value while inserting the data, if I provide USA, then it will take USA. I provide India, it will anyways take India. But if I do not provide anything, then by default, it will take India. Again, if you have not understood, that's okay. Rest assured, once we write the code around it, you'll able to understand. So let me take the code. So I want everyone to see my screen. You can see that I've created the orders table. It has got one column that is status. This is the data type of it. And what is the default value of this column, guys? Now I'm asking you such simple questions so that you remain in the session. I do not want you guys to, daydream during the session. So I've just got one answer. I repeat my question. What is the default value of this column? I'm using the default constraint and I'm giving a default value. Yes, it's spending, right? So I'll just quickly create this table. Now here I'm inserting into orders and values. I'm literally not giving anything. So if I run this, see, it got successfully run. Let me quickly query this table. You can see that it has got one row, and this one row, because I executed it once, it has taken status as pending. If you want, you can give some other value also. Let's say I give a value closed. So it will happily take new values also. It's not that it will not take. Yeah, this ran successfully. If I run this, you can see. First one, it took pending because if you're not giving anything, in very simple words, you're not giving anything, it will take the default value. But if you give anything, then it will take that value. Now you might have seen, like for example, let's say that you go to Amazon and you create your profile over there. Yeah, you create your profile over there. Now when you create your profile as a customer, definitely you do not give any ID. Usually what you do is you give your name, address, phone number, email ID, and you're done and dusted. So let's say Amazon wants to give you some ID. Yes, some auto-generated ID. So we have got this auto increment. This is a wonderful constraint in order to satisfy or meet this requirement. So auto increment, as a name says, that if I have got a column, let's say the name of the column is ID. If I make it auto increment, it means that automatically it will, like the first record, let's say take the value 1. So the second record will take the value, let's say I say that it should increment by 1. So that is what I've given as a rule. So the second will take 2. The third record will automatically take 3. So this column will automatically generate the value for itself without user explicitly giving. Yep. And it will increment the value every single time. So again, we'll understand it with the help of the example so that you have better idea. Now you can see over here. Now this is a great example. Why? Because here we are creating the table, and see, one column you're making it primary key also, and you're also auto incrementing it. So that is very much possible that one column you're giving two rules in it. Yeah, it happens, right? So this one column has got two rules. First of all, it's a primary key. Also, it's auto increment. So, Abhi, what you're saying is right. So auto increment is that it will automatically increase. The value will automatically increase. So I'll show it to you. So first I'll create the table. Then I'm inserting two products in it. Now, if you see when I'm inserting, I'm just inserting the value in the product name column. I'm not inserting any value in the product ID column. I'm not inserting. No, because this column is self-sufficient to auto-generate the value for itself. So I'll quickly run this and let me show you the result. Sorry. Yeah. So you can see automatically it is taking 1 and 2. Yeah. Now if I insert more data, let's say if I insert maybe keyboard, it will take automatically, it will take 3. Let me show you. You can see. So automatically it is getting incremented. So by default, it takes 1. The initial value is 1 and the increment value is also 1. No, not at all, Aparna. You can use it for any key. You can, so what you can do is, so guys, I want everyone to see my screen. Yeah, then I'll give you time again. So I'm just making the changes to the name of the table because this table already exists, and if I recreate the table with the same name, it will throw error. So definitely I can remove this. Now, product ID is auto incremented column, but it's not the primary key. Now let's say, yeah, I'll come to that also. Let's say you want to increment it with 5. So what you can do is over here, this is the syntax of it. You can give auto increment equals to 5. Okay, so auto increment has to be primary key. I'm so sorry for that. So it has to be primary key. I think in SQL Server, we can have a table auto increment column without having the primary key. So I got confused because different databases, different rules. But yes, it has to be primary key. Now you can see that I'm saying that auto increment by 5. Let me quickly insert these products. Just give me a second. Okay, sorry. I have to insert the product. So I'm also changing the name of the, because I've given auto increment equals to 5. The first value it is taking 5 and then 6, 7. This is how we are defining the first initial value. And you can also change this increment value also. But we'll not cover that right now. When we alter the table, that time I'll tell you. So we have got something called set. And then we have got @ auto increment. So there's a property that we can define when we alter the table. Yeah, Rajpal, if you delete the second row, the next increment will be the next one. It will not be the previous one. Yeah, it will always take the next one. So Abhijit, Abhineet, as I told you, that we have a property. So I would maybe I would like to talk about that property when we learn about how we can alter the tables, not right now. So this was a very simple property. So I just told you right away. As I told you, right now it was asking for the primary key. I need to check because in SQL Server, you can have an auto increment column without having it to be the primary key. But here in MySQL, when I was trying to create it, Vidya, it was asking for it to be a primary key. I'll just check it if we can auto increment a column without having it to be primary key. In fact, in MySQL, auto increment feature wasn't there till some time back. We had it in SQL Server databases, but not in MySQL. Now we'll learn about composite primary key. So what is the meaning of composite? What is the meaning of composite? No, it will not throw error. You might have said that there might be something off with your syntax. And maybe I'll just wait for another 1 minute and then we'll move to the composite primary key. I do not want your questions to be unanswered and you're still trying and, hanging around this part. I do not want that. So we'll wait for a minute and then we'll move to the composite primary. Now we'll learn about composite primary keys. So what is a composite key? So here what happens is, if I give you this example, just give me a second, let me see the example that we have got. So let's say you've got a table. Yeah, you've got a table. Now in that table, it is not possible to define one column as a primary key. You're getting? It is not possible to define one column as a primary key. Let's say, suppose that I've got a table, and the name of the table is, let's say, country. Yep. Now here I'm having the name of the country, and then I've got more details about the country, let's say the latitude, longitude, all of these things. And then the code, country code also I've got. Now I want to define a primary key. I've got this table and I want to define a primary key. Well, latitude, longitude can also be a primary key because every country will have distinct latitude, longitude. Let's talk about something else. Let's say number of states, yeah, something else, or number of cities. So some details about the country. Now we have to decide on the primary key. Now I may make, see, number of cities and number of state cannot be the primary key for sure. So what I can do is, now country code can be the primary key, of course, but let's say that it's a hypothetical thing that countries, they can have sometimes similar code also. Yeah, they can have the same code also. So what I can do is, now name also, I think there is one country, I don't know, sharing the name, something like that. Now countries may share sometimes names also. They can have, let's assume that that's hypothetical, I know. So what I can do is, now I want to define a primary key. So what I can do is, I can make the combination of two columns as a primary key. So I can say my primary key is name as well as country code. So combination of these two are my primary key, composite primary key. You're getting the combination of two columns, or it can be more than two columns, are what is a primary key. So I'll give you one more example. So let's say I've got okay. So let's say I've got orders table. I've got order ID. I've got, let's say, product ID. And let's say I've got quantity. And then I've got name, customer name, etc. I've got these columns. So I have to define a primary key. Now the order ID is also repeated. Product ID definitely will be repeated. It's an orders table. Quantity definitely will be repeated. So I am in a soup. I am in a fix that from where should I get a column which is completely unique? Now I don't have any column which is completely unique. Let's say order ID is also getting repeated. So order ID is actually repeated sometimes. So let's say I make an order. I'm just giving you one context of it. And in that order, I am purchasing 3 products. You're getting? So I'll have the order ID repeated. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, product 1, 2, and 3. So that is again a problem. Now I have to define a primary key. What should I do? So what I can do is, I can use a combination of the columns. So let's say I make these 3 columns combine as my primary key. So what does that mean? It means, now hear me out. It means if my order ID is 1, 2, 3, product ID is 1, and let's say quantity is maybe 1, 1, 1. Let it be, yeah, 1. So the combination of these 3 should be unique. So if you see, this is, I'll just take the second one. I'll take the third one. Now, if you see, the combination of these 3 is unique. It is always giving me a unique value. Yeah, if I go with one more, let me give you one more example. Let's say the order ID is 1, 2, 4. Product is 1. 1 and the quantity is different. So the combination of these values should be unique. You see, the combination is unique. So that's what composite primary key does. It's same as that of the primary key, no difference. It's just that the primary key is made up of more than one column. Yeah, it is made up of more than one column. So here you can see I've got the enrollment table. I've got a primary key, and the primary key is a composite primary key. Why? Because here the primary key is made up of two columns. Now I want everyone to see my screen. So I'm inserting the data in it, 1, 101. So 1 and 101 together will make the primary key. It will very well work. Now again, see, 1 is repeated, but course ID is different. Yeah, so 1, 102, again it will work for me because the combination of 2 is unique. Always remember that the combination of is unique. Here also the combination is unique. See, if I run it, it will run. But let me do one thing. Let me again run insert. And let's say the product or the student ID is 2 and the course ID is also 101. You're getting? So the combination is no more unique. It has already been used. It has already been inserted in the table. So if I run this, it will throw error that it's a duplicate key because this combination is not unique anymore. Yeah, it's not unique anymore. So composite key is exactly same as that of the primary key. There is no difference. The only thing is composite key says that I am again a primary key, but I'm a combination of multiple columns. In order to be a primary key, I'm a combination of multiple columns. So I want you guys to run this code. The last insert statement will not run. Yeah, it will throw error. You've been using select statement. So it's not a new thing, but we'll see that what all we can do with the select statement. So we start with the keyword select. Then we were giving star from the name of the table, right? So star basically means that return all the columns. So star means all the columns of the table. Now let's say that you do not want to return. You do not want to see all the columns. Rather, you want to see some limited columns. So what you can do is you can say select and then you can give the names of the column that you want to be the part of the output. So you can give the name of the column again from and then table. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a table and we are going to add some data into that table. So let's see. I'm not sure if we have got the students table or not. So let me quickly drop the table, drop table, and then the name of the table. So the name of the table is student. Yeah, if it is there, yeah. So I think this table is not there. As you can see, it's giving error. So if you guys already have this table, please make sure that you drop it. So this is one of the way to drop it. Other way is that you can go over here and you can right click on the table and you can say drop table. So we are going to recreate in case we have created students table. There is S added to it. So now we are going to create the student table. So if you already have the student table, please go ahead and drop it. And once it is done, I want all of you to recreate the table and insert this data into the table. So we have got the table. Just give me a second. I think it did not get executed. Yes. So I've got this student table and I've got this much of data, almost 6 rows of data in the student table. So I'll wait for a minute for everyone to have their student table ready. Now I'm just opening another SQL file. So I've got this data also in front of me. The table structure, the data that I have inserted into the table. Yeah. So as this is something that we have ran so many times, so I say select star from student. So this will return all the columns and all the rows that we have got in the table. So you can see all the 5 columns. We have got 5 columns and we have got 6 rows of data. So this is returning everything. Now, if I want to, let's say, only return some selected columns, so what I can do is I can say, let's say, select name, comma, marks from student. So I can definitely do it. I can give the name of the columns that I want to be the part of my output. So if I run this, you can see. Now it is returning only 2 columns. So I want everyone to try this out. So I'm not going to provide you the code for the select statements. It's a short code. So you can quickly type it. So let me again query this. I'm removing this one. Okay, or let me do one thing. Let me also share the code with you now. Hoping that you have already typed it. You can just type 1 and 2 columns. And definitely I want you guys to play around with a lot of code, a lot of SQL queries after the class. Okay, so here you can see that I've got students from different cities. So let's say I want to know that what are the distinct cities that I've got. So I just want to know that I've got the enrollments from which all cities. So I can make use of distinct keyword. And then I can say I want distinct city, right? So this will give me all the distinct cities that I've got in my data. So I want everyone to try this out. So see guys, when you're doing the select statement, you're simply reading the data. You're not manipulating the data. You're not making any changes to the data. You've got the table and you're simply reading the data. And while reading the data, you are applying some rules, you're applying some maths. As simple as that. So it's like you're filtering your data while reading the data. Fine. Now, as I told you that when you're reading the data, of course, you can read the data directly like this. Of course, you can do that. Yeah, we have done it also. But let's say while reading the data, now I do not have any, let me again. Okay, I do not have any percentage column over here. But let's say that, fine, I've got the marks, but I also want to know the percentage of the students. Yep. So I am not going to make any changes to the original data. Rather, while reading the data, I'm going to apply some maths. So what I can do is over here, I can say maybe, okay, I'll just put like this and I'll say marks into 100. Well, you know how it is because let's say the marks are from not, okay, let's say the marks are, okay, let it be out of 100. So this will return me, now I want everyone to see my screen, this will return me 3 columns. Now this column is not the part of the table, rather I'm creating this column in the select clause itself. In the select statement itself, I'm creating this column. So I'm not creating this column in the table, no. While reading the data itself, I want to see something, yeah? So I'm just creating this column. So let me run this. So see, this column is there now over here as the output, So this column is there as the output, but originally this column is not added to the table. So this column is not the part of the table. While I'm reading the data from the table, I'm doing some maths. So you can try this out. Now, if you want, see, this is the name of the new column, and I'm literally not liking this name. So you can give an alias to your column. So I'll just give the alias percentage. So how you can give the alias? Like this. You can give alias to the existing columns also. So I can say as, for example, over here, let's say as full name. So if I run this, see this. So the original name of the column is name, but while reading the data from the table, I've just given an alias to this column. So I can do it. But whatever I'm doing over here in the select statement is only for the output. it is not making any changes to the original or the underlying table. Yes, we can definitely do it to do 2 decimal point, Rajpal. So we have got a lot of functions. We are going to learn about those functions. So not right now, but yes, we have got a round function. So you can you can make it only for 2 decimal points. So we have got a lot of functions, and definitely we are going to cover all those functions. You can see. Yep, but it's not something that I would like to maybe talk about more. Now, till now, what is happening is it is returning all the rows. Yeah, it is returning all the 6 rows that we have. Now, what I want is I want to filter the data. Right now, we just learn about that how you can return all the columns, how you can return limited columns, how you can do little bit with the columns, how you can do little with maths, with little bit functioning on the columns. This we are going to cover more. But now what I want to do is I want to filter the data that is returned as a part of the output. I want to filter the data. So how I can filter the data? So I'm just making the changes to the same. Right now, it is showing me all the students. Let me also say, let's say city also. Yeah, I've got 6 students. So it is showing me all the students. But I do not want all the students. Rather, let's say there's a requirement, and the requirement is I want to see data of only those students that are from city Pune. Yes, students that belongs to Pune city. So I can use where clause. Let me see if I've got anything on the PPT for the where clause. Syntax still here, and then you use the where clause. So where, and then you give condition over here. Okay, you can give a Boolean condition over here, not necessary Boolean condition. You can give any condition for that matter. So basically, you can give any condition, but for any row. So anyways, we'll not talk about the condition right now. But yes, so this will help us to filter. So we have to give the condition which actually gives a Boolean answer, but I'll talk about that later. Right now, let's first look into some of the example. So here, I want the students who belongs to the city Pune. So see, this will help me to filter the data that is returned by my query. So where clause is very important. Again, I'll give you one more example, then I'll give you time to practice it. So let's say I want all the students who have got distinction marks. So marks greater than equal to 75. So this will return me all those students with greater than equals to 75. I want everyone to try this out, both the queries. So in where clause, you can add different operators. For example, let's say I can add the operator where marks plus 10. Let's say, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But you can see over here, I'm just adding arithmetic operator that is plus. So I can say that where marks plus 10 is greater than 75%. So I can add the different operators. I can add the arithmetic operator. I can add the comparison operator. Comparison operator, I've already done it. Yeah, the previous query that we wrote. This is what? Comparison operator, where you're comparing. You have marks greater than equal to 75. So you're comparing the two values, right? That's what comparison. Less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to, equals to. So these are what? These are comparison operator. In the same way, I'll just give you some examples of the different operators. Then you can give it a try. In the same way, I can also have logical operators. So logical operators, let me maybe take this query. So I can say that I want all the students who belongs to city Pune. Yeah. And so here I'm adding a logical operator and marks greater than 75. So here and is what? And is a logical operator. We have got 3 logical operators. I hope that you guys know about it. I think I've already asked you and everybody told me that you know about the logical operators. So we have got 3 logical operators. I'll go slow. And, or, and the last one is not. So here it is going to return us the students who belongs to Pune as well as the marks are greater than 75. So this will return us Amit, only Amit. You can see. But if I put or, it means that it will return me the students who belongs to Pune. So it will return me, first of all, it will return me Amit and Priya. Also, it will return me all those students whose marks are greater than 75%. So whether they belong to Pune or not doesn't matter. So either like so here students who belongs to Pune also marks greater than 75%. So if I run this, you can see that I'm getting the students from Pune as well as students with marks greater than 75%. So this is what or. In the same way, we have got not also. Yeah, so let's say I'll give you the example for not as well. So let me add another query so that you guys have it. Like I'll just give it to you. So I'll say that okay, I want all those students who do not belong to Pune city. So I'll just say where not city. So I want the students who are not from Pune. So here are the logical operators, all the 3 logical operators. Then we have got more operators, but I would like to take 2 minutes of halt over here. And I'm just sharing these queries with you all. So what you can say, Rajpal, see, a student will belong to either Pune or Mumbai, right? So you can say city equals to Pune or city equals to Mumbai. So here you can give another condition, city equals to Mumbai. So I'll take a halt for 2 minutes. You can just copy paste these queries. Yet do not write the query, play around with the query, and then we'll look into the more operators that we have got. Yes. So we have got range and set operator. Very, very important operator. So as the name says that, let's say that you want to know or you want to know about the students whose marks were in the range of 60 and 90. Yeah, between 60 and 90. So you can use the range operator. So I'll just delete this so that I get enough space. Yeah. So I'll say select so and so from student where, let me remove this. Marks between. So I can use between, yeah, between let's say 60 and 80. So this will return me all the students with the range of marks 60 and 80. So 60 is included, 80 is not included. So what I mean to say is, right now you can see that I've got 3 students, Neha, Priya and Anita. And these are the marks. So if I give 78. So, 78 is also included. Let me give 70, 65 also. In Python, actually, the last range is not included. So that's always a case of confusion for me. So yeah, you can see that both the ranges are included, 65 as well as 78. So it will give you, if you have any range, you can use between operator. You can use between operator. Now, Rajpal had a question. What if I want to return the students who belongs to Pune as well as Mumbai? So what I can do is over here, let me put star, let it be. Yeah, let's say I got all the columns. From student where city and I'm going to use in operator. Yeah, in operator. And here I can give multiple values. So let's say I'll give the value Pune, comma, I'll give the value Mumbai. So if I want, I can give more values. Let's say I want to give Delhi, etc. So these are what? These are the range operators or set operators. So this is a range operator and in is a set operator. It's a set operator. We have got pattern matching operators also. Pattern matching is like, see, sometimes it's not that we have the exact value. Let's say I do not have like city equals to Pune. Rather, I say all the cities that starts with P or all the cities that ends with E, something like that. So I've got some pattern to match. So I'll quickly write. So select star from student. Okay, let's match the pattern for name. Let's match the pattern from name. So let's say that I want all the students where the name like, so anything that starts with A. So here percentage means, hear me out, percentage means any number of characters and any characters. So this will show me all the students where the name starts from A. Yeah, name starts from A. So let's say I'll just maybe give it a twist. So I just want A letter, or let's say I just want T letter between their name. So I just want that the student with the letter T. So now if I run this, okay, again, we have just got, okay, let me say R. I'm not sure if we have got any students. Yeah. So I'm just saying that I'm okay with any characters, 0 or more than 1 character, more than 0 character on the left side. I'm okay with 0 or more than 0 character on the right side. I do not care about that. All I care about that the name should have R. So now it is returning me all the students having R in it. Let me try some more permutations and combinations. So guys, you also have to play like this. Okay, so I'll say that, okay, so I'll say that I want only one character. Yeah, only one. So here hyphen means only one character. It can be any character, but only one character. Percentage means any number of character. Hear me out. Percentage means any number of character and any character. But when I give hyphen, it means it can have only one character before R. You're getting? Before R, it can have only one character. So Priya, why? P is only one character before R. And then any number of character after PR. So this will return me, this is returning me Priya. So this is what? This is pattern matching. So I'm doing the pattern matching using the modulus, or you can say percentage, and using underscore, not hyphen, sorry, underscore. So I repeat, percentage simply means any number of characters and any character. This means one character, but any character. Yeah, I can also give something like this. Let's say, okay, I'll give A. Okay, anything before A and any two characters after A. Any two characters after A. I'm not sure if it will, so I don't have any such student. But if let's say I've got a student, I'm just giving any random name. Let's say I've got the student SITA RB. Yeah, suppose I've got a student like this. So this query will return this. So I've got 2 underscore. It means any 2 characters, but it has to be 2 in number, not more than that. Percentage is like any number. Yeah, 1 underscore means 1 character, 2 underscore. So this one and this one. So that's how it is working. So am I clear with the pattern matching? It's a very simple one. Yeah, you're simply matching the pattern using percentage and underscore. Am I clear? I've just got one yes. Fine. So we'll look into more operators, then I'll give you time. So we have got the last operator, null operator. So let's say you simply want to return the rows where maybe the column is not null. So the column is not null. So I can simply say where name Yep. So I can say where name is not null. So this will return me all the rows where name is not null. Or I can say where the name is null. Let's say I want to see that if I've got any column with a no name. So I don't have any such column. So that's why it is not returning anything. So it's a very simple one here where the name is not null or name is null. You can check it for anything. Let's say city is null. Again, I've got the full data, so it will not return me anything. Not null. So all the rows where the city is not null. All the rows where the city is not null. Okay. So we are done with the operators in the where clause. I'll take a hold for 2 minutes. You can just copy paste and play around with it. Okay, so you can take more time, Siddharth. So I'm assuming that you guys are going to practice after the class also, but fine, I'll give you more time. No, Rajpal, see, where clause has nothing to do with the primary key. Let's say that your name is a primary key. So it doesn't matter, right? You are just going to filter with name. Name equals to something. So it doesn't matter like if it's a primary key or non-primary key, you're simply filtering your data. That's what you're doing. If you have got a composite primary key, how does that matter? Where doesn't care about primary key or composite primary key. It says that you want to filter the data and filter the data for you. So let's say you have got name and marks as a composite primary key. Now let's say you want to filter with these two. So you can just say and marks equals to something. So you're getting, it has nothing to do with the primary key or composite primary key. You can use any column over here in order to filter the data. Now let's say, and you're going to use it a lot. Yeah, when you start working, let's say you just want to see the structure of your data. Yeah, so instead, let's say your table is having 1,000 rows. So you do not want all the 1,000 rows. You do not want to see only all the 1,000 rows. Rather, you just want to see the top 20 rows in order to see the structure of the data. So I'll just delete this. So here what you can do is, or let me put back because maybe I'll show you some other thing as well. So I'll say limit 2. So if I run this query, this will just give me the 2 records. Yeah, it will give me the 2 records. So you can give any number over here. Row number. No, in MySQL, we cannot do that. I need to check. I've never used it in MySQL. So it's very simple. It will return the number of data. It will return the number of rows. Just try it out. And you can also add where clause in it. It's not that you cannot add where clause. So I can also say, let's say where marks greater than, let's say 75, and then I can limit my data. So I can also add where clause. So first it will filter the records with marks greater than 75, and then it will simply give us the top 2 records, the top 2 rows. Anyone who has not understood what limit is? A very simple clause that you're going to use a lot in order to understand the data. Okay. Now we are going to learn about the next clause, that is order by. I think this is going to be the last clause for today. So as the name says, just give me a second. As the name says, that order by, so you're ordering something. So it is to sort the result. Yeah, now you're looking into the result with select query. You're basically querying the data that your table is holding. So while maybe when you're seeing the result, you want the result to be sorted. Yeah, you want the result to be sorted via some column. So sorting can be definitely ascending. So here I'll do the sorting of the data. So you can see over here, this is returning me all the students. Now I want to see all the students, but I want to sort my students as per their marks. So what I can do is I can say order by marks. Let me execute both the queries. Yep. So you can see this is the result of first query and this is the result of second query. Let me highlight it. Result of first query and the result of second query. Fine. So over here, if you see, there is no sorting. Yeah, Amit got 75, Neha got 72, Rahul got 90. So the data is not sorted. But for the second query, the data is sorted. Order by marks. So you can see that Suresh has got minimum marks. Priya has got from what do we call that? From the lower, she's second minimum. And yes, so on and so forth, Rahul has got the maximum marks. So it is sorting the data by marks. But by default, it is sorting in the ascending order. And if you want to sort it in a descending order, all you have to do is you have to explicitly give DESC. So it means that I'm going to sort the data in the descending order. Now, Rahul is being seen first because Rahul has got the maximum marks. So descending means highest to lowest. Yeah, it starts with the highest and it moves to the lowest. Ascending means from the lowest to highest. So you can also sort in the descending order, but then you have to explicitly give. I'll give you more examples and then I'll give you time. Let me do one thing. Let me give you time right away. So you can just try this code. So Siddharth, I'm going to cover a project in the last class. And mostly we are going to have an extra class. So instead of 7, we are going to have 8 class mostly. And I'm going to cover the project in the last class. Done, everyone? So you can also sort the data on 2 columns. Right now, the data is sorted only on marks, right? So let's say I also want to sort the data on 2 columns. I also want to sort the data on marks. So marks, I want to be the first column. And let's say I want to sort the data on city as well. So see, I'm sorting the data. Okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll make it city first because that will make more sense. So I'm not giving any order over here. So city will be sorted in ascending order. Yeah, alphabetically it will be sorted in ascending order. So first the data will be sorted in city. And then in that city, like, in Pune, let's say I've got 3 students. So first the data will be sorted as per the city. Then it will move one step forward. And inside the city, the data will be sorted. Inside each city, the data will be sorted as per the marks. So let me show you the result. Yep. Now you can see, I want everyone to see my screen and be attentive. It's a very simple thing. Now you can see that the data is sorted as per the city in ascending order. Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, Pune. Yep. Now the second question comes that, okay, we have got 2 students for Pune and 2 students for Mumbai. So let's talk about Mumbai. Yeah, we have got 2 students for Mumbai. So whom should I show first? Anita or Neha? Yep, so we have got a second level of sorting. So that is marks descending. It means in Mumbai, the students with the maximum marks will be shown first. So Anita is shown first because Anita has secured more marks than Neha, and then Neha is shown. So this is how it is going to display. So you got that? Here we are doing the sorting, two-level sorting. The first sorting is on the city. By default, it is doing ascending because we have not given anything. You can always give something over here. Now, once the data is sorted via city, so if I talk about Mumbai, I'm repeating the same thing. If I talk about Mumbai, the question is that we have got two rows. So which will be the first row and which will be the second row? So it will go to the next level of sorting. That is marks descending. So it will check for the maximum marks. Anita has got more than Neha. So that's why we are seeing Anita first and then Neha. So in this way, you can do the sorting on multiple columns, more than one column also. Am I clear? Now, if you want, let's say you can also make city descending. So that is also very much possible. So it will show you Pune first now. Yeah, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai. And then inside Pune, who has secured more marks? That will be shown first. So if you do it vice versa, that will not make sense. So first, it will sort via marks. Yeah, and then you're sorting via city. So that will not make sense. So first it is sorting via marks. You're getting, and then it is sorting via city. So it doesn't make sense. So it should be logical also. If you're doing something, maybe syntactically it is right, but that doesn't logically it doesn't make sense to us as well as to SQL. So I want everyone to try this out. Try the sorting via multiple columns. It's an easy one, right? Done. You can add more clauses over here. You can add limit also. Let's say after sorting, I just want to see 3 records. So you can have multiple clauses. So it's not that one SQL query will have only one clause. It can have the combination of multiple clauses. So the first thing first, we are going to create the database and then we are going to use that database for our today's session. So you can just quickly create a database with the name of your choice. You can give any name to your database. And please make sure that you also use this database. So I'm going to execute these two commands that you see on my screen. And now, once this is executed, I'll give you time. So just hold on. So you have to create the student tables. Now this table is same as that of the yesterday table. So if you already have it, no need to create it. You can use the same one, the previous database. It's your choice how you want to go ahead with it. So I prefer to create the new databases and new tables like in every session, because if you're using lab provided to you by Simplilearn, then definitely you have to create the new database because everything is reset in, I think, every 5 hours. So anyways, I'm creating the table. Also, I'm inserting the data into the table. So I'm done with all the configuration. Maybe I'll wait for a minute for everyone to finish off the configuration. I'm sharing all the code on the chat. So you can just copy paste it. Yes, you can use the same database. Vidya, I'm very much okay with it. Yeah, that was a different table. That table we created in order to learn about auto number constraint, Vidya. But this is, if you want, you can drop your existing table and you can recreate this table to avoid any confusion. Here we do not have any auto number if you see. Done, everyone? Now, yesterday we learned about select, like we started with the select statement. Just give me a second. And then we learn about where, we learn about various things in select. We learn about order by clause, then we learn about limit clause. So though this slide might look not very important to you, but this is very important because when you start writing complex queries, you should know that what is the order of execution. So when I say order of execution, what I mean to say is, let's say I write a query, select star from table where, let's say, city equals to Pune. And then I am also having order by, let's say order by subcolumn, and then limit some number. So if I've got a query like this, now this is very, very important. You should definitely know the order of execution. So when I say order of execution, I mean to say how this query will be executed by the database, DBMS. So see, first from is executed. Yeah, from is executed. So basically, it will check that from which table you are querying. So it is going to execute this from this table. Then what it will do, it will filter the data. Now your table might have 100 records, 100 rows. Maybe only 10 rows belongs to Pune. So it will go to that table. So from which table? Then from this table, it will execute the where part of the query. So it will simply fetch these 10 rows. Yep. Then it will go to the select part. So after that, it will go to the select part. So in these 10 rows, like you're fetching 10 rows, we get that. What all columns you want to select, right? Select is all about what all columns. So right now in this query, I'm selecting all the columns. So then it will select the columns. Now it will get some 10 rows and the selected columns, and then order by. After that, once it has got the result, it is going to sort it, and then it is going to give you the result with whatever limit you have put in your query. So this is what? This is the logical execution order. Now you should definitely remember this execution order. Again, I'm repeating. When you start writing complicated, complex queries, you should know that how things are happening in the background. So I repeat, first from is executed, and that makes sense also, right? That which table we are actually looking into. Then we filter the data, and then we filter the columns. Once we have the filter row with the rows and columns, yeah, so once we have the filter rows and columns, then on those we apply order by. So DBMS apply order by, and once it is ordered by, then it applies limit. And that's what you're going to see, that it will show you the first two records after order by. So this is a very important thing, and you should definitely know. Okay, now we are going to move to the next topic, that is aggregate functions. So when I say aggregate, the word aggregate, what comes to your mind? Average, all together, very important, right? Some mathematical calculation, yes. So aggregate, this is very important. All together is a very important word. So it performs, so aggregate functions, so they perform, maybe I'll write it over here rather than writing it on the notepad. So it performs calculations, please ignore my writing, on multiple rows. So it will perform the calculation on multiple rows and then return a single value. Very simple. So it will perform calculation on multiple rows and return a single value. If I give you one example, let's say I've got a table. Just give me a second. I've got a table, and in that table, let's say, okay, there are some columns, and then I have a column profit. Yeah, profit. Now in this column, I'm having values like 100, 200, then let's say 300. Yeah, these are the three values. So with the help of aggregate, see, it will perform calculation on multiple rows and return a single value. So if I perform count, what will happen? It will give me the count. So how many, the number of rows that I have. So it will give me 3. Then sum. So what it will do, it is going to sum all the numbers. So let's say I'm applying this function on all the rows of my table. So it will perform the calculation on multiple rows. Always remember. So it will give me 600. So average, it will calculate the average. I'm not going to do that. I think it's going to be around, I think 200 only. Yes. Then minimum. So it will again check for the minimum value, and maximum, it will check for the maximum value. So these are the aggregate functions. These are the 5 aggregate functions. Now you already understand what is sum, average, min, max. Yep. It's a very simple one. Now we are going to look into the code for the same. So you can see it is showing me that I've got 6 records in total. Yeah, I've got 6 records in total. Now, instead of this, now hear me out. Instead of this, I can also give some column name. Let's say I give a column name, name or marks. So I can do that also. So what it will do now, hear me out. Yeah, what it does, because this is very important. So it will count all the non-null value in this particular column. So if I go over here right now, if you see marks, this is non-null, this is not null, this is non-null, this is non-null, this is non-null, and this is non-null. So it is going to count all the non-null values. So basically, this will give me 6. Yeah, this will give me 6. Now I'm saying, again I'm repeating, it will count all the non-null values. So let's say I insert one more record. Yeah, so you can see that I'm inserting one more record. Okay, any name for that matter. And it's just that I'm going to give null over here. You're getting? I'm in case of student ID 7. Let's say I do not have the marks right now. So I'm just giving null value over here. So I'm going to execute this. Got successfully executed. Now if I count this thing, now you tell me what it will give, what result it will give me. This will give me what result? What number will it give me? 7 records, right? 7 records. Because I've got 7 records. No, why error? Yeah, it will give me the number of rows. But as soon as I give marks, what it will give me is, it will give me 6. So why it is giving me 6? Because it will count only the not null values. So it will count all of these, but this it will ignore because marks is null over here. But if I go ahead and do it for some other column, let's say, let me do it for city. Now tell me for city what it will give me. Come on. It will again give me 7. Yeah, because I don't have any null city. All the 7 rows have value in the city column. So definitely everything will be counted. So in the same way, I can use other aggregate function, for example, sum. Now, definitely I cannot do the sum of city. I have to provide some numeric column over here. So I'll provide maybe marks. So this will do the sum of all the marks that I've got. Yeah, sum of all the marks. In the same way, I can run the other ones, for example, average. So this will give me the average marks secured by the students. Then I can do min, the minimum marks. So I think the minimum marks is, 55, Suresh. And I think the maximum marks is of Rahul. So I can also run for maximum marks. So you can also quickly try this. In the same query, you can make the changes and you can just have a look how it works. It's a very simple concept. Once you're done with executing this, so this data is already the part of your table. Yes, your table already has got 6 rows. Now, if you want to insert more rows, then you have to rerun the command with more data. So you can't give values in continuation to it. But see, if you rerun this, I'm not going to do that, but you can try that. So you will have duplicate data. So if you run this 3 times, so you're going to have this data 3 times, the same duplicated data 3 times. So whenever you have new data, you have to run the whole command like this. So now we are going to learn about group by. It's a very, very important concept in SQL. So what do you mean by group? When I say group, we all understand what the group means. Now here, definitely we are having group by, so it means that we are grouping something. And what we will group in SQL, that of course, when it comes to SQL, we are going to group the rows. Yeah, we are going to group the rows, right? So let's say that you have got right now, we know we have got students, right? And we have got the data of students. So let's say I want to group the students. Let's say I've got a job to group the students. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to group the students as per the city. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the groups as per the city. Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai. Yes, so I'm making the groups as per the city. So I'm simply taking all the distinct values in the city column and I'm making them as one group. So this is one group, this is second group, this is third, and this is fourth group. Then once I know that these are my groups, yeah, these are my groups, then what I can do is I can perform some aggregate functions on the groups. You're getting? So first, you're going to group your data as per some parameter. In my case, I've decided the parameter to be city. I'm grouping the data via city. So I'm picking up all the distinct cities that I have in my data set and I'm going to group my rows as per the city. The next thing that I'm going to do is once the grouping is done, I can perform some aggregations on the group data using the aggregate functions. So for example, I can say that maybe I want the count of the Pune students. So it will simply help me with count, yeah? So 2 for Pune, 2 for Mumbai, 1 for Chennai, and 1 for Delhi. So that's how it is. So I can perform any of the aggregate function. I can also perform sum. So what I can do is I can sum the Pune students' numbers. Yeah, I can sum their marks and I can literally write it over here. So I think that's going to be around 150. Yeah, so basically I'm going to sum. Yeah, my calculation might be wrong. So understand this thing with the help of group. So with the help of group by, I can group the rows with the same value. I can group the rows with the same value in one or more column. So I can group the rows. That's what I did. Yeah, I was grouping the rows one or more column. So I group the rows with Pune, with city, right? I can group it with more columns also. I'll show it to you when we write the code. And then perform. So I'll quickly show you the syntax and then we'll write the code around it. Now, group by is very, very important for your interviews also. Please make sure that you understand. And it's a very simple thing. It's a very simple function. You write 2-3 queries and you're done and dusted kind of. So anyways, so the group by syntax is, so first, now hear me out. This is very important. You start with select. Then you have a table name that select from so and so table. Now, see, you're going to group by some column, right? So here you'll give group by and you'll give the column name that you're grouping by which column. Yeah, so I can give city. I can give multiple columns. Let's say I'm grouping by city as well as maybe something else also. Let's say as well as area. Yeah, I can do that multiple grouping and I'll show that to you when we write the code. Okay. Now in select, this is very important. Yeah, in select, we give the column name. Now this column name, let me clean this off. This column name should be same as that of this column. So you're getting, if I'm grouping by city, then this can be city. This cannot be any other column. So I cannot make it marks. I cannot make it name. So I'll show that to you. So hear me out right now. You may not understand 100%, but if you don't listen to me because you're not understanding 100%, then you're not able to understand it once we write the code also. So please make sure that you listen to me. Once we write the code, I'm going to reiterate and you'll understand. So in select, now this is a rule. Yeah, this is a rule. So in the select statement, you can have either the group column. It means the column with which you have grouped your data, or you can have the aggregated column. Yeah, you're going, let's say I'm counting. or I'm doing the sum of marks. So I cannot have any other column. I cannot have any other column. Not possible. I can just accommodate these two columns. Okay, Aparna, your question will be answered in some time. I've already answered this question, but yes, your question will be answered again in some time. So now we are going to write the queries around group by so that you understand the concept. So we have got the same data. I want everyone to see my screen. So here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to, let's say city, comma, and I'll say count from student, and I'm going to group by. So group by, as I told you, the same example I've already explained you that I'm grouping the rows by a city and then I'm making the count on the top of it. So if I run it, you can see that it is showing me all the distinct cities and the number of students. So if you want, you can give an alias to your column, yeah, as number of students. You can give some alias, yeah, for the better, yeah, so that your column has a proper name. So anyways, you can see that this is done. Yeah, you can simply say, so here I've given city, I've grouped by city, and this is the aggregation. Now, let's say that you also want the name of the student. So let me try that. Yeah, I'm giving name also. Now you can see I have not grouped by name. I've not done anything with the name. Can you see I'm getting the error? So the error is, again, just reread this, that every column in the select must either be, so in group by, so it means whatever column you're writing in select, either that column should be in the group by or it should be the aggregated column. Anything else will not work because I've given name. I'm not grouping my data via name. So it is throwing error. I can maybe use marks, any other column. It will not work because I have not grouped my data via marks. So this is a rule. This is a thumb rule of group by, and you should definitely remember this. Very important for your interviews. So yeah. So I'll just do one thing. I'll wait for a minute. I want you guys to try running this query. And then we'll see what like the different colors on the group by, what all we can do other than this. So I've given the alias to my column, Ekta. So if I don't give it, the column, this new column count will take its name like this. But I do not want that. Yeah? I want to give proper name, and that's what I've done. I'll come to that. Siddharth, I'll come to that as well. So see, if you're grouping the data without the aggregate function, why would you do it? Like you can do it, but there should be some reason behind it, right? Why you're grouping your data. You might want to do something. That's why you're grouping. Sanskar. Fine. Now let's say this is the result that I'm getting, everyone. Now let's say that I want only those values or only those cities where the number of students are greater than 1. So I've got a filter condition. I do not want all the rows, rather I want only those cities where the number of students are more than 1. So if I use where over here, see, if I use where, and if I say where, let's say count star greater than 1, it will not work. You can see that it is showing error. So whenever you want to filter your group data, this is what? This is a group data. Thumb rule, you have to use having. So with the help of having, you can filter your group data. Very important. You cannot use where in order to filter your group data. In order to filter your group data, you have got another keyword, another clause, that is having. Yes, exactly, Manjula. So it's very same as that of where. It's similar to where, just that where we use for the regular data and having we use for the group data to filter the group data. Now I told you, let me remove having. Yeah, otherwise I'll get very less data. Already I've got very less data. So Aparna, I'll look into your error. Just allow me a minute. So I just finished the explanation. So I told you that you can also group by multiple columns. So let's say I'm grouping my data via city as well as via grades. So it will group via city. So first it will group via city, and in the city it is going to pick the grades. It will pick the grades. Yeah, it will pick the grades. So Mumbai I've got like 3 and B, everybody is B. So let me show you the result, and I'll just do one thing. I'll also show you the grade over here so that you get to see how things are happening. See. So what it is doing is we are saying that group by city as well as grade. So how things are happening over here. So it will take, let's say Pune. Okay, so it will take Pune. So these are for Pune. Yeah, these two. Now definitely both for Pune we have got two distinct grades. So it will make this as a one group and another group as this. Okay. Now let's talk about Mumbai. Yeah, Mumbai. So Mumbai, if you see Mumbai, so 1, 2, 3. But all have got same grades. So it will just take one group out of it. So you can group via multiple columns. So first it will group via city and then it will group via the next column. So this is how it will work. Yeah, Mumbai has got 3, so it will 3. Okay. Then anyways, Delhi and Chennai, they're only one records. So this is how it is going to work. So first it will pick Pune and then the distinct value. So Pune and the distinct value of the grades. So if you see over here, this is how we are getting the result. For Mumbai, because all the Mumbai students have got B grade, so there is only one row for Mumbai. But Pune students have got A grade as well as C grade, so that's why there are two rows of data. So I want everyone to try this out. Let me quickly answer the questions on the chat till then. Okay. So Aparna has got the answer, I think, from Shilpa. So having count marks, then what? See, you're saying, Sheila, having count marks what? You have to give, let's say, greater than 0 or so. And then why descending? There's no order by. Why have you put descending? Descending you can put only when you're ordering your data. So now I'll show you one more example. And the reason why I'm showing you this example is so that you get ready for your interviews. So let's say that, okay, what you have to do is, I'll just give you one use case. So here's a use case that you have to ignore the students with grade D. Ignore the students with grade D. And then show cities, let's say with average marks greater than 70. Now, this is a requirement. Ignore the students with grade D. So basically we do not want grade D students to be included in our calculation. And then I want to show all the cities, again, all the 4 cities that I've got, but the cities with the average marks greater than 70. So I'll do one thing. I'll just wait for a minute. I may not give you a lot of time, but I'll just wait for a minute and I want you guys to try it by yourself. I'll give you a hint. Here you are going to use a combination of where as well as having. So I repeat, ignore the students with grade D. So you're going to use where as well as you're going to use having, because you're filtering on the table level, you're filtering on the group data level. Here you're doing two level of filtering. So just give it a try. So let me show you how we have to do it. So you have to go step by step. Now a query can be written in multiple ways. So it's not that by running a different query also. So it always works like that. So here, let me say, okay, I'm removing of marks. Fine. Group by city, group by city. So this will give me all the cities with their average marks. But what I have to do is I have to ignore the students with grade D. So this would have also included the students with grade D, Mumbai students with grade D. So I do not want that. So what I'm going to do is I'll say where so while querying, I'm saying that from this, now here order of execution comes table, we are only getting those students where the grade is not D. Yeah, so we are getting only those students, the grade is not D. And now we are making the group of those students, we are calculating the average, and we are simply saying where the average marks are greater than 70. We are not grouping the whole data. We are, before grouping the data, we are getting only that data that is required. In our case, we are getting only those students whose grades are not D. Yeah, we are getting all the students D. We are calculating the average marks and then the group data. Now this is going to give me this group data, right? So I'm simply filtering it that I want only those where the average marks is greater than 70. So this is how it's going to work. So I just share this with you. You can just have a look, run it for a minute, and then we'll move to the next topic. So we are done with group by. Group by is very important. I've shown you all the possible colors of group by. But as I told you, SQL, or for that matter, any coding language is like maths. The more you practice, the better you become at it. So I'll give you some playlist also from where you can practice. It is showing you error on the first line. And Ikta, if you're running the query, please make sure that you highlight or you select from line number 35 to 38. Also, in having average marks, the greater than or smaller than sign. Yeah, the greater than sign is missing. On line number 38, the greater than sign is missing. Now we are going to learn about SQL functions. So, see guys, in order to perform anything, in order to perform any task, so those who are coming from the coding background, they will understand it what functions are. And those who are not, so I'll try to explain it to you in a very naive way. So let's say, in a very layman terms, so let's say that you want to perform some job. Yeah, there's some action that you want to perform. So in the coding world, one way is that you write the whole thing. There you write the whole thing, the whole code in order to perform this action. The other way is that there are some pre-built, it means built by somebody else, functions or methods. It's one of the same thing available. So you can use them and you can simply make your life easy. So Let me explain it to you with the help of one real life analogy. Let's say that you want to cook pizza. Yeah, you want to cook pizza. Now, in order to cook pizza, one way is that you do everything from scratch by yourself. You make your own base. Yeah, you need your own dough, you make your own base, then you make your own sauce. Yeah, and then you're doing everything by yourself. So this is like you're doing everything by yourself. The other way is that you know that the bases are readily available in the market. You go and buy that base and use it directly. So definitely it makes your life easy, right? Definitely you're not able to customize much. You know, this is what it is and this is what you're getting, and fine. If you're okay with it, you can use it. And you can also buy sauce in from the market. So here also it's the same thing. Now, this explanation I've given for the people who are not coming from the coding background. So what are SQL functions? Think of it that these built-in, yeah, what are built-in SQL functions? Think of it as a ready-made pizza base where somebody has already written the code for us and we just have to use it in order to get our work done. So in SQL, we have got a lot of built-in functions. So we have got a huge list of built-in functions. We are going to cover some of the functions in order to, like, some of the important functions. Now, with the help of functions, what you can do? You can manipulate your data. You can perform calculations. You can format output. So manipulate the data means, let's say, fine. So let's say, um, for example, I've got this name Tulika. So I can manipulate it and I can make T in caps and I can make the rest of the letters in small. I can perform calculations. So have you used any of the SQL built-in functions in today's class? Can you so any of the SQL functions? Just hold on, Aparna. Tulika, when I gave only aggregate, I got the error. So Aparna, see, I told you that you're missing that greater than equal to sign. So if your question is not answered, you can park it. Maybe, yeah, I'll just take it at the end of the session. So you can rerun the same query and we'll see what is the problem. No, these are clauses. Dinesh, these are clauses. Any of the built-in functions that you can remember that has made our life easy in today's session, we just directly use them. In today's session only. I've got answer also on the chat. Yes, count. Did you write any code for it? Yeah? No. So there's some code written behind and we are simply using it in order to count the number of rows. Right? In the same way, sum, min, max. So there's some code written, right? It's just that we are saying min, it is not going to calculate the minimum magically for us. There might be there is some code written behind the scene. So we are simply using these functions directly and making our life easy. In the same way, you can format the output with the help of the function. So when I say output, it can be anything. Let's say you can format your date. Yeah, your date is in this format. Maybe you can format it in maybe some other format. So you can do all of these things. So basically, SQL function, it takes the input, it processes it, and it gives the output. So what are the benefits? This I've already told you. Yeah, you are using something that is already built. So this will definitely make your life easy. Yeah, you don't have to write the complex code, complex logic. Definitely your code will be cleaner. Yeah, because you're just writing one line of code rather than like writing 10 line of codes. It will definitely save your time and efforts. So anyways, this part I've already explained you. Now, I want everyone to pay attention. This is very simple. Now in SQL, we have got two type of functions. One is single row function and the other one is aggregate functions. Now hear me out. So single row function says that I'm going to work on one row at a time. For example, yeah, let's say I've got a table. Yeah. And this table has got some data. Let's say it has got name. And I'll just quickly write some name. Let's say it has got name Mark, John, Monica. So single row function says that I'm going to work on one row at a time. So let's say what I want to do now, there is one function. Maybe I'm going to talk about that function later. But let's say what I want is I want all these names to be in capital letter. Yeah, and to be in uppercase. So we have got a single row function like uppercase function, which will work on each row. So it will make this as Mark in uppercase. This is again uppercase, and so on and so forth. So I repeat, what does it mean? It means that it is going to work on each and every row, and it will give you the results. Yeah, it will give you the results, each and every row. It doesn't depend on the other row, obviously. See, if I'm making it in capital, it doesn't matter what the value the other row is holding. So in case of single row function, it works individually on each row of data, and it is totally independent of the other rows. Fine. Now, the other type of functions that we have got are aggregate functions. Now, this you have already seen. We have already worked on it. So aggregate function says, again, let's say I've got some data and let's say I've got some numbers here. So aggregate function says that it works on multiple rows and it gives you single value. So for example, sum. So it will work on the multiple rows and it will give me a value. 6. Average, it will give me a value. Count, it will give me a value. So it works on multiple rows. So it is dependent on all the rows in order to give you the values. Whereas single row function works on each row and give you the value. It is independent of the other rows. You can just quickly read this slide. And again, if the things are not clear to you, once we do the practical, it will be 100% clear. Still not clear, just try going through the recording once. Not clear, ask me again, I'll re-explain it to you at the end of the class. But if you're listening to me 100%, then I'm sure things will be definitely clear by the end of everything, whatever we are learning. Like once the whole topic is done. Now, SQL functions are divided into single row functions and aggregate functions. So for single row functions, we have got numeric functions, string functions, and date functions. And we are going to look into all of these functions one by one. For aggregate functions, you have already seen this part. Yeah, we have got regular aggregate functions. You have already seen this. And then we also have got window aggregate functions. So this we are going to look into, I think, if possible, some of it today. Otherwise, we'll look into over the next weekend. So today, our agenda is to learn about single row functions. Yeah, all of these three. So we'll first learn about the numeric function. Now, as the name says, numeric functions. It means that these functions can work on numbers. Yeah, on numbers. So you can do literally a lot of maths with numeric functions. So we'll start with a numeric function, and now we need more data because we are playing with numbers. So for that, let me take more. Yeah. So in student table, see, I'm going to insert more data. So I'll just run this insert command so that I've got more data. Now I've got almost 12 rows of data. And also I'm going to insert one more table, that is employee. So I've got two tables now. I've got student table. I've just increased the number of rows in the student table, and then I've got the employee table. Fine. So I'll just give you all this code. You can run it, and I'll just wait for a minute. And it's very easy. Most of these functions are very easy. It's just that we have got some functions, just like let's say you buy microwave or AC. So somebody has already done the engineering. Yeah. It's just that you should, now your job is to learn that how to use it. So here also we are going to do the same thing. We've got a lot of functions and we are going to learn about few of the important functions. And when you're in the projects, you may encounter some requirement where you might have not seen or worked on that function in the past. So we always Google, we always try to find the solution, we see if we have anything, and then we work on it. Done, everyone? So the data definitely you should have the data ready in order to run these functions, run this code. Now we'll go one by one. See, I cannot write or type these queries. If I start typing these queries, then I'll able to cover very less functions. So I'll go one by one, and I'll also give you this code. So let me give you this code. Okay, I'll give you one by one. So over here, you can see I've got the employee table. I've got the employee table, and it has got a lot of columns. So let me show you the data over here. Just give me a second. So you can see that we have got the employee table, employee ID, employee name, department, the salary of the employee, the bonus that the employee has got, the city employee belongs to, and the joining date. So these are this is the data that I've got. Now what I'm going to do is, you can see the salary right now. Yeah, the salary right now. So I'm going to round off the salary. Yeah, I'm going to round off the salary. So for rounding of the salary, I'm using the round function. So here I'll show you the original figure, the original column with its values. Also, I'll show you the column with the rounded salary so that you understand that what value we are getting. You can see over here. So rounding, what does rounding means? Yeah, basic maths, that what we have learned in school. So this is a salary and we are rounding it. So it get rounded off to the nearest number. So right now it's 0.75. So it will round off to 33. 0.40. So it will round off to 45. Yeah. 0.90. It will round off to, yep, 00. So in this way, rounding, I hope that you understand what rounding is. It's a maths that we learned in the school time. So during a school time. So anyways, so rounding is done. Now let's say that we want to do the rounding, but with some decimal. Yeah. So right now it is removing the decimal. But let's say I want to do the rounding, but I want one decimal. So here in the round function, I can pass salary. This is the column that I want to round off, and this is a decimal. So if I run this, you can see. So it is again rounding off to one decimal place. It's a very simple one, guys. Very simple maths. Okay. Now I want you guys to guess. So I want the class to be a little bit interactive. So I want you guys to guess what seal could be. What you think seal could be. Now the seal English word. So what this function could do for us. Now this is not a comment. So ideally the comment is written like this. And that's why it is throwing error in each and every line. So it should be like this. What does seal mean? Sealing? Yeah, upper, something related to upper value, right? So see, uh, rounding off, what does it do? It round off the number to the nearest number. So it can be upper also, it can be lower also. So whatever is the nearest number. Now let's say that you want to round off and you simply want the upper number, not the lower number. Yeah, so you do not want the nearest lower number. You don't care about the nearest lower number. Rather, you want just the upper number. So it will give you the upper number. So every single time it will give the upper number. Last, if you see 5.40. So if I talk about the lowest number, lowest nearest number. So the lowest near number for this one is what? It is 45, right? But because we have run seal, it is over here giving 46. So I hope that you understand. So for example, if I give 1.1, round would have given 1. Yes, seal will give 2. If I've got, let's say, 1 point or 2.3, round would have given me the nearest number, but seal would have given me the closest upper number. So, like this. Fine. Moving ahead. Now, you can also give the absolute. So, you know what absolute is. We learned in school what absolute is. So, absolute basically removes the negative. So, if I've got a negative number, if I give absolute to it, it will give me the positive number. So, here also it's doing the same thing. We are simply subtracting bonus with 5,000. Now, this may result in the positive as well as negative number. But because we have applied the absolute function, it will simply convert the negative number into the positive number. So very simple one. Now moving ahead, we have got mod. So what is mod? What is mod? Guys, what is mod? Mod is remainder. Yeah, remainder. So here in the mod function, we first say that, okay, I want, see, what is mod? Mod is a remainder. So when you're dividing two numbers, there are two things. One is the number, and the other thing is you're dividing it by what? So we call it as a dividend, a divisor, something like that. I forgot that. But yes. So let's say I want to divide 100 by 2. So this is the number that you want to divide, and this is the number that you want to divide this number with what? So here I'm dividing all the salaries by 2. So definitely now basic maths, if you divide any number by 2, either it will give you 0 remainder or 1 remainder, and that's what we are getting. So this is the basic maths. Yeah, numerator divided by denominator, right? Modulus, just give me a second. No. So that's what I told Vidya. This is how we can write the comments in MySQL. You can use hash. Fine, guys. Am I clear with mod? It's nothing. It is giving you remainder. So we have got the numerator, and then we have got the denominator. We call it as dividend and divisor, something like that, which I totally forgot. Fine. Moving ahead, power. Everybody understand what power is. They have maths, a lot of maths. 2 raised to the power 3. Yeah, 3 raised to the power 2. So again, you have got some two numbers involved in order to calculate the power. And that's what we are doing over here, power. So what we are doing is salary to the power of 2. So this is going to calculate the salary to the power of 2. So if I run this, yeah, you're going to see big numbers because we are taking the salary and we are, multiplying it by itself. So yeah. So these are some of the important numerical functions. We have got a lot more numerical functions. So you can explore more whenever you have some time. So what you can do is, but if you don't explore also, that's perfectly okay. I would suggest you to rather focus on the interview questions and focus on, I'm going to tell you, we have got something called lead code questions. So from there you can learn. So don't get into all these functions and all, because see, if you try to mug up all these functions anyways, you're going to forget. And nobody expects you to remember all those complex functions. There are some basic functions that anyways you'll able to remember if you practice. So you can just try MySQL functions. Yeah. So you can use the developer guide of MySQL. And here you'll find myriad functions, donkey number of functions. Yeah, you can see over here. So for example, just give me a second. Yeah, built-in functions. Yeah, these are the operators. Then you can see that we have got so many functions. But don't break your head into these functions. Otherwise, you'll get super demotivated. Nobody asks these functions. We may use mod and power. Yes, we may use mod. Not power much, but mod sometimes we may use. For example, you're calculating, there are some calculations that you're doing. So you may want to remove the negative numbers. I'll share this link with you all. But again, guys, please do not get into all these functions because there are a lot of functions. And if you start looking into all the functions, you'll be super demotivated. Nobody asks these functions. You should know some important functions, and that's more than enough. So whatever we are practicing in the class, I'll give you a few of the links. You can use lead code in order to practice, and that's more than enough. Fine. So maybe I'll just give you all of these. Now, I may not give you a lot of time in order to execute these queries. Maybe I'll just give you 2 minutes. You can always do it after the class. Now, we'll learn about string functions as an. So, just allow me a minute. Yep. So, as the name says, yes, Shri, what you're saying is right. So, as the name says, you can use these functions on the string values, on your string columns. Now, string functions can be broadly categorized into manipulate. So as the name says, manipulate is going to manipulate the strings for us. For example, I already gave you this example of uppercase, lowercase. So you can replace, you can concatenate. Yeah, let's say I've got Tolika Gupta. So I can concatenate my first name and last name. So these are what this will come under manipulation. Then you can do calculation on the string function. Now the question is that what you can calculate, how you can do the maths on string function. So you can find the length. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 as a length. So you can perform the calculation, like you can find out the length of your strings. So maybe I can extract the last 2 letters. So I can also extract the substrings. I can extract the substrings from the string. So it is broadly categorized into these 3 categories. So few of the functions you can use to manipulate your string. You have got the string and you manipulate them and you get some other string out of it. Calculation, as I told you, you can find the length. Extraction, you have got the string and you are extracting some part of that string. We were talking about string functions. So I was telling you that the string functions are broadly categorized into 3 categories. Manipulation. So basically you can manipulate your string. So it's all about what all you can do with the string. Let's say you've got hello. So what all you can do with this string? So if you're manipulating it, let's say I'm just making it in caps. So I've got a lot of functions to manipulate. Then I can also do some calculations on it. Now the question is that how you can calculate. So I can simply find the length of the string. So this will give me 5. Yes. How many characters are there? There are 5 characters. I can also do some extraction on the string. So I've got this string hello, and let's say I want to extract the first 2 letters. So it will give me the first 2 letters. I want to extract the last letter. So it will give me last letter. So all the string functions are broadly categorized into these 3. So either you're going to use these string functions when you have to do some manipulations on the existing string, or when you want to find the length of your strings, or you want to perform some extractions. So now we are going to look into the examples of the same. Yes. So again, we have got a lot of code, everyone. So please pay attention. It's a very simple code. So first of all, you can see that we have got the employee table. So I'm simply printing, or I'm simply fetching the employee name from the employee table. So we have got these many employees. Now what I'm going to do is, as I told you, I'm going to do some manipulation. So I'm going to convert the employee names to the uppercase. So what I can do for that, it's very simple. As I told you, it's like functions are like, uh, let's say microwave oven at your home. So you just have to feed in, yeah, you just have to use it. That's all. You don't have to worry about how it is made, what is this, what is the science behind it. You don't have to worry about all of these things. So here also it's the same thing. So we have got upper function. I'm just passing my employee name, and magically this will give me all the employees with the with the up in the uppercase. In the same way, I've got lower. Now this is very simple. This will give you all your employees. Like this will basically return everything in the lower case. So this column will be written in the lower case. Very simple. Then we have got some calculation function. I told you that length is one of the calculation functions. So this will calculate the length of the column values. So if I execute this, you can see that it is giving me the length. Now in this length, the space will also be included. So if you just maybe count the number of characters, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if you have space or any special characters, that will also be included. It's not that it will only calculate or it will only count the characters. No, everything will be included. So whatever you have got in the string. Fine, moving ahead. So trim, let's see what trim does. So if you have any extra spaces, a lot of time what happen is that we have got some extra spaces over here and over here. Yep. So trim, yes. So you can use trim to remove the extra spaces. And when I say extra spaces, I mean to say the extra spaces if you have any over here or over here. So at the starting of the string or at the ending of the string. Am I clear till here? Now these are very simple functions, so I'm not maybe waiting a lot for you guys. Maybe I'm not giving a lot of time to these functions because it is not required. That's what I feel, because these are very simple functions. But if you want me to maybe elaborate on any functions, please feel free to say that. Yeah, please be vocal about it. So you have paid for this session, make sure that you take 100% from it. So if you think that there's any function that you have not understood and you want me to elaborate more, I'll be happy to do it. But you have to tell me. Yeah, magically I'll not get to know that. Okay, moving ahead. So we have got replace function. Now you tell me what this function would be doing. Just read this. Now this function has got 3 parameters. One is a column name, then it has got the second parameter and the third parameter. So I want you guys to guess what this function would be doing. Yes. So all of you are right. So we are saying that whenever we have space, whenever we have space, just replace space with underscore. So if I run this, you can see that all the spaces have been replaced by underscore. I can do it for something else also. Let's say that whenever I've got A, now that's going to be crazy, but yes, whenever I've got A, just replace it with underscore. See, it is replacing A with underscore. You can see. So here you have to give capital A and small a. Okay, what I can do is, let's say space. I want to replace it with, let's say, something else. I'll say apple. So see, the space is replaced by apple. So you can basically replace anything with anything. As simple as that. I repeat, you can replace anything with anything. Fine. Moving ahead. Now, this is a very simple one, concatenate. So, concatenate, as a word says, will concatenate, means will combine the two columns. So, here what we are doing is we are concatenating the employee name with that of hyphen and department. So there are three things that we are concatenating. Yep, not only two, but three things. First, we are concatenating the employee name with hyphen, and then employee name hyphen with departments. So concatenating, as the name says, it concatenates the columns. It concatenates the column, and you can definitely do a concatenation like this. Now, let's say I do not want hyphen. Yeah, I do not want hyphen, so I can remove hyphen also. So definitely, this is not going to give me any error. So you can see that it is concatenated the first the name and the department. So without anything in between. But yes, I can give something in between also because that makes more sense to me. That looks better. So I'm going to provide you with all these queries, and I'll wait for, again, not more than 2 minutes. Just give me a second. I think this is not allowing me. Okay, I'll just provide you the queries in two parts. So this is the first part of the query, and this is the second part. Because the chat is not allowing me, it says that some maximum so and so characters are only allowed. And I'll wait for 2 minutes. Again, you can just copy paste all these queries and keep it in the notepad. Please make sure that you practice before you come for the next class. And we have got a lot more queries for the string function. So we'll finish off the string function. All right, so we'll look into more functions. Now, I've already talked about this left function. So this will simply extract the first 4 characters from the employee name column. So if I run this, see, this is extracting the first 4 characters. Very simple, right? You want to extract the last few characters, all you have to do is you have to use the right function. So this will extract the last few characters. You can give the number of characters that you want to extract. It's very simple. So am I clear with left and right? Or let me ask the question other way around. Is there anyone who has not understood what is the use of left and right function? Fine. So I'll take it understood from everyone. Now, in the same way, let's say I do not want to extract from left or right. Rather, I want to extract from the center, yeah, from the part of the string. So I can use substring. Yep. So again, the column on which you want to perform the extraction. Okay, the start position. So start position is, let's say I want to perform the extraction from, let's say, A. And then the length. So till when I want to perform the extraction, what would be the length of it? So if I run this, you can see over here. So start position is what? 1. So that's why it is saying 1. And then I want to extract 4 characters. So Amit, Neha. So in case of here, Rohi, let me do it. Let's say I want to do it from the 3rd character. So from the third character, and then 4 characters after that. So if I run this, you can see. So AMI, I is on the 3rd position, and after that 4 characters. So IT space and S. So that becomes 4. So this will help you to extract the part of your string. In case of left and right, it always starts from the beginning or from the end. In case of substring, it starts from between also, maybe from some part of the string. Concatenate, see, we have already done it, but this example I've included in order to make you understand that you can add or you can work on multiple functions. You can use multiple functions in order to get your work done. So before I explain you this code, let me ask you, how many functions are we using? So we've talked about all these three functions. Oh, sorry, I've already given you the answer. You're almost like quite good in numbers. Still, I can see very less of you are interactive on the chat. So I'm not sure how many of you are hearing me. Please make sure that you take 100% from this class and you learn something out of it. So please make sure that you're interactive. Yeah, we have got three functions. Yes, concatenate, upper, and substring. So basically how it will work, first it will, so I want everyone to see my screen. So just like how the maths work, yeah, if you give a lot of parentheses in your maths, it always starts with the innermost parenthesis, right? Here also it works the same way. So first, the substring will be extracted. Now, on that extracted substring, we are going to make it uppercase. Yeah, so let's say the abstracted, let's assume hypothetically that the abstracted substring is AMI. Then upper will run on it and it will make AMI in uppercase. And then concatenate will work on it. So concatenate has got two values. One is AMI and the second value is over here. So what it will give me? AMI underscore EMP. So just like how it works in the maths, right? You have got multiple parentheses. You always start with the innermost and then you go to the next outer one till you go to the outermost. So here also we are doing the same thing. So you can actually include a lot of functions in one query. It's not that one, or you can use only one function. You can see that in order to get this result, we have used three functions. So this is very, very, very normal thing in SQL, where we use multiple functions in order to get our work done. Okay, more. Now this you have already seen. Yeah, employee whose name starts with E. Yesterday we saw all of these things. Yeah, so it has nothing to do with the function actually. So yeah, nothing to do with the functions. So I don't know why this code I have included. Maybe I'll remove this code. So I'll just provide you with, yeah, all this code. You can again copy paste it. You can have a look, play around with it for 2 minutes. Before that, we learn about the numeric functions. So for single row functions, if you see, we are done with the numeric functions. We are done with the string functions. And now we are going to learn about the date functions. Now again, in order to work on the dates, we have got date and time function. In order to work on the date and time, as the name says. So you know that when we are working on the data, we may have the columns, the date columns, the date time columns, and maybe we want to manipulate and do something with those columns. So we have got a lot of functions handy and we can use these functions in order to work on the date or date time column. So if you see, we have got the functions to extract the date part. Now, you know, when we have got any date or time for that matter, so let's say 0202, something like this. I don't know why I have written 2014. That's a long back, but yeah, let it be. So if you want to extract year from it, month from it, day from it, date from it, yeah, day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So all of these things can be easily done using some of the extract date time functions. Here also, if you want to extract the time, now you know when it comes to time, you have got hour, right? Then you have got minutes, then you have got seconds. So if you want to extract hour, you want to extract minute, you want to extract second, yeah, any part of your date or date time, you can use we have got a lot of functions that can help us to extract the data from the date time or date functions, sorry, date time or date columns. Then we have got functions like current date and now. So this will return the current date. So current date means whatever the current date you have got on your system. So it will automatically read that date and it will return that. In the same way, this will return the date as well as time, both the things. Moving ahead, definitely it's not uh, the only thing that we would like to do. That's like not it's not only the extractions or um, getting the current date and time. We would also like to modify or play around with the date and the time column. So for that we have got a lot of functions. For example, we have got date difference. So as the name says, let's say I give you two dates, 2026 0101 and 2026 02 and 01, something like that. So if I ask you that what is the difference between the two, so it will simply give me 31 days. So I can simply find the date difference means two dates and finding the difference between the two. I can add two dates, I can subtract two dates, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I can change the formatting of the date. So I've got a lot of date functions. We are going to cover a few of the important date functions in order to learn about the date functions. Now, it's again a very easy topic. A lot of functions are handy and we are going to use them. Fine. Now, if I talk about the data set that we have got, so here you can see in the employee data set, we have got the joining date. So definitely we are going to learn the date functions using this column, joining date, because that's the only date column that we have got in our data set. So moving ahead, let me quickly take this, okay, some of this, and then the rest I'll take after some time maybe. Yeah, I've got a lot of examples to show you. So this is very easy. See, select current date. Now I'm not applying this function on any of the column of the table. It's a very simple one, select and then current date. So this will give me the current date. You can see this is giving me the current date as per my system. Also, if I run now, so I told you about this function, current date and now. I've already told you. So now will return me what? It will return me the date as well as time. You can see over here. So this is returning me the date as well as time. Very simple one, yeah. Now, you may want to use these functions. For example, let's say I want to know that, okay, I've got the joining date. Yeah, I've got the joining date. So I might be using it, but let me tell you right away. Let's say I want to know that it's been how many months, years, or days since the employer has joined the company. So what I can do is I can take the joining date, yeah, and I can subtract it with the current date. So this will give me the number of days since the employee is associated with the company. Moving ahead, now this is a very simple one. You want to extract the different parts of the date. So for example, you have got the joining date. Let's say I want to extract year from the joining date. So for this is it. Yeah, I can use year function. In this, I can pass the joining date column. It will simply extract all the years from the date. Yeah, date column. Month will extract the month part from the date, and day will extract the day part. So if I run this, you can see it is extracting the year, and month is extracting the month, and day is extracting the day. Very simple. Yeah, the extraction part. So this is a very common function, year, month, and day, and you should definitely remember these functions because these are so easy, right? So few functions we expect that you remember. The interviewer will expect that you remember, would expect that you remember. Okay, moving ahead. Let's say that right now, see, joining date is giving me more, what? It is giving me numbers. Yeah, these are what? Numbers, 6, 1, 9, 3. So let's say that I do not want the numbers, rather I want the month name. You're getting? I want the month name. I do not want the month number, rather I want the month name. So for this, we have got the function month name. So you're getting month was returning 6 for me, and month name is returning June for me. So you can use month name if you want to get the names of the month rather than the number of the months. Day name, as I told you before also. So this will, when we were talking about, when we were on this slide. So anyways, I told you about this day. So day will return Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So over here, you can see that it is returning that what the day was on 15th of, June 2021. So it was Tuesday. So this will help us return the day name. So yeah, that's all. For like we have got more, but let me give you these. You can just play around with it, and then we'll see more date time functions. Done. Let's look into the more functions. So I've already talked about date difference. So date difference, as the name says, is going to find the difference between the two dates. So for example, over here in the date diff function, I'm passing the current date. So this, I've already explained you this example. So this will give me the current date and the joining date of the employee. So basically it will find the difference between the two dates, and definitely that is going to be the days in the company of the employee. Right? So if you want to find the days in the company of the employee, we are simply finding the difference between the current date and the joining date. So you can see it's very easy. In the same way, you can add, let's say you want to add some days, years, months to the date. So you can do that also. Now here you cannot do the you cannot write plus and all, because it will not give you, it may not give you the expected results. So you can use date add function. Now this date add function takes two parameters. One is the date, the original date column on which you want to do the addition, and then what addition you want to do. So if you see over here, in this, what we are doing is, in the joining date, we are adding 30 days. Now you may want to add months. So all you have to do is, in the interval, you have to replace day with month. So this is what? This is a unit. Yeah, this is what? This is a unit. So you can give day, you can give month, you can give year. There might be more units that you can give. You can just Google about this function. You can see the syntax of this function, and you can see that what all values it takes. So over here, again, I repeat, this function is going to add 30 days. Here we are adding 6 months, and here using the same function, we are adding a year to the joining date. So if I run this, you can see. So if you see the result, here you'll find 30 days added, 6 months added, and 1 year added. You can just quickly have a look to the result. So whenever you're working on a function, it is the best practice that you Google about that function. For example, let's say I'm working on this function here. Now I'm not sure about the syntax of this function, so I can simply Google this and MySQL. Yeah. So these days you don't need even Google. You can ask Chatgpt, this is a function I'm using. Can you just give me the syntax of it? But yeah, over here, this is the AI part. So basically, you don't need to hop onto the documentation. And why would we do that? Now we have got AI, so definitely we are going to use AI. So here also, it's a Gemini. So we have got the AI, and you can use this. See, this is a syntax. It is also explaining you about each and everything about in the syntax. So the first is a date column, interval value unit. So interval, that's what we give. Interval, value, any number, and then unit. So over here, you can see it is telling us that what are the different units that you can play around with. So I've shown you 3 units, but yes, you can have more units. And then there are some examples. So please make sure that you make use of the AI. So before AI, a lot of times, so this has happened with me also, because if you go to any of the documentations are full of technical jargons. Yeah, it's full of jargons, and sometimes it's so difficult to understand, yeah, what this technical doc is saying, because it's full of jargon. So it's always a best practice to use AI. You can use Gemini, you can use Google AI, of course, you can see. So AI overview, or you can use ChatGPT, you can use Copilot. So whatever AI you are most comfortable with. So I'm most comfortable with ChatGPT, so I make use of ChatGPT. And yes, before we continue, maybe because we're talking about ChatGPT, I would just like to show you that if you have the paid version of ChatGPT, now the paid version of ChatGPT is free for 1 year. So I have not paid even a single penny to ChatGPT. So still I've got the paid version of ChatGPT because it's free for 1 year. So for that you have got SQL Expert. So this SQL Expert is expert with SQL. So anyways, I'm going to talk about that later. So going back to our date functions, in the same way, we have got date sub. Now I'm not going to talk much about it. It is very same as that of date add. Date add adds the date to the dates. Date sub subtracts the date from the date. So let me run this. I'll just quickly show you the result and we are good to go. So I'll just quickly give you this code. You can run it. Please make sure that you also keep it. I'm going to give you all the notes. As I told you previously also, maybe over the next weekend I'll give you notes. But I want you guys to make this efforts of saving the notes by yourself and writing the notes by yourself. So until unless you do not make efforts, you will not learn anything. So we have got a lot of examples, as you can see. And again, it's a very important, like date, all the functions are very important. So date format, again, very important. So you can again Google about it. So there are different formats that you can pass. So if you go to the documentation of this function, you'll find all these formats. So these are not something that is fabricated or curated by me. So this is already there. They have got some table of formats, huge number of formats, and you can take those formats in order to get your work done. So here you can see that joining date is in, if I quickly show you, it's in year, month and day format. Now let's say I do not want it to be in this format, rather I want it to be in this format. So just that I have to pass this format in the date format function. It's so simple. So it will format my date into the desired format. You can see over here. Now it is showing the date in this format, day, month and year. So it's very easy. As I told you, you just have to Google this function and you'll find all the different type of formats that you can use. Now this thing is not created by me. This is not something that I have written. These formats codes are already available on this function documentation and you can use them directly in your code. Moving ahead. Okay, this is just for your practice. So it's just that, let's say that we are doing the filtration on the date. So employees who joined after 2020. So we are simply filtering it. Now experience in year, just like in string, I showed you that you can use multiple functions in order to get your work done. Here also we are using multiple functions. So you want to know the experience in years for the employee. Yeah. So what we are doing is, first of all, we are finding the date difference. So we are finding the number of days the employee has joined. Let's say the employee has joined, it's been, let's say, let's say, okay, I have to do the maths, I think. Let's say 720 days. Yeah, it's been 720 days or 30 days since employee has joined. So this will give me 730 days. But I want experience in years. So I'm doing the basic maths, guys. I'm dividing it by 365, and that's what we do, right? So it will give me some number. Yeah, it will give me some number, 2 point maybe or 2, I think so. So it will give me some number. I'm simply rounding it off to 2 decimal places. So this will give me the employee experience in numbers. Sorry, in years. How to remember the syntaxes? That's a very good question, Kunal. So see, always try to understand. For example, let's say you are doing the formatting. So you're not able to remember the syntaxes. So a lot of time it happens when I'm taking interview. Sometimes if there's something which is quite syntactically complicated, the smart candidates, they say that I don't remember the syntax, so I'll just Google the syntax and then I'll write the query for you. So you can always say the same thing. So you don't need to remember the syntax, but trust me, if you practice uh, to some extent, if you practice queries to some extent, you will remember some of the syntax, some of the basic syntax. For example, date format. So this will take joining date and this will take a format like this. Now you don't need to remember all of these things. If you try to remember also, you're going to forget on the 10th day. That's not possible. So just remember the concepts, practice. When you're practicing a lot, whatever you can remember, well and good, but you don't need to remember the syntax. During your interview, you can always say, see, I don't remember the syntax. I'm going to Google the syntax. So usually they allow. You can Google the syntax. So Google the syntax of the function and then you can use it. And as I told you, usually when they ask the questions are not very much dedicated towards the function sides of SQL. That will be more on the logical side. So not on the function side, to be very honest. But you should definitely know all these functions. That's very important. If you say that you know SQL and you don't know about these functions, that will not work. But the interviewer, usually when I also ask question or when I'm giving the interview, like when I'm on both the sides, it's more of the logic side. They check your logic. They don't check your, how much you remember the syntax and all. So just try to just practice, and that's more than enough. You don't need to remember the syntax. Can you please explain with example? So which one, Kavita? I think I'm taking examples for everything, but which one? Logical. Okay. So logical, right now we are learning about functions. As we move forward, I'll tell you few of the, right now because it's function, there is less of logic and more of functions and its syntaxes. But as we move forward, I'm going to tell you about the logical things also. For example, I gave you when I was teaching you group by. So I told you that there can be a lot of questions around group by, and we solved one of the question also, that we want students which are not of grade D, and more than 70%. So these are the questions that you may get in your interviews. So function related questions will be very less. It will be more of the logic related questions. Okay, Kavita? So I've given you the example when we were learning group by. So as we proceed with window functions, so window functions, again, we get a lot of uh, questions around window function, but those are very easy functions to remember when it comes to syntaxes. Then when we learn about CT, subquery, so there are a lot of questions around these topics, but very less around this topic, what we are covering right now. Fine. So do not get scared, guys. I again repeat, whatever we are covering in the class, that plus I'm going to give you some lead code. If you know about lead code, well and good. If you don't know, anyways, I'm going to tell you about that portal lead code. Plus, I'm going to provide you with someone YouTube list, interview question list on SQL. You do all of these three things and you're good to go. You don't need to mug up these functions. Not needed. And in case in your interviews, if you encountered any question which needs a lot of syntax, please be free to say that, okay, I don't remember the syntax. I would like to Google the syntax. Okay, we'll move ahead. So, okay, this is nothing. You can also order by the date. So that is again possible. So we have been ordering our data. We have been sorting our data alphabetically or numerically, but you can also sort your data date-wise. So I'll just provide you with this code also, and we are done with date and time functions. Again, I repeat, please do not burden yourself in learning or remembering the syntax of the function. If you practice it, you'll remember the basic syntax automatically. And the rest of the thing, in case if you encounter in your interviews, because see, when you're in projects anyways, you have ChatGPT, you have Google, you can write complex queries without thinking much. Yeah, you have got ChatGPT after all, AI these days. So writing queries is definitely not a big task anymore. So working on the projects is very easy thing. But yeah, cracking the interviews is something that is a challenge. So if you have anything which has got a lot of syntax, please feel free to ask your interviewers. Now, I'm not getting into this data set, what this data set is all about. I'm just quickly telling you that you can search for the data set of your choice, of your industry, something that maybe some industry that you're working on or you would like to work, and then you can just play around with that data set. So what you can do is, once you have the data, see, I've got this data. So I can simply import this data into my database. So how I can import it? You can write down these steps and you can practice, or you can try it out later on whenever you have time. It's very simple. See guys, I always tell my student, whenever it comes to exploring on or playing around with the options that we have got on anything for that matter, yeah, MySQL Workbench or anything for that matter. So just because you're learning MySQL or you're working on MySQL Workbench, we get scared. Oh, this might be something which is very difficult. But if I give you a new website, just like Instagram, you automatically explore all the options. So when it comes to the UI part, please be comfortable, please be more confident and try to explore everything. Yeah, for example, if you see, you can drop the schema, you can alter the schema, you can create the schema. So a lot of options that you see over here are self-explanatory. So do not get scared by just reading this. Yeah, just explore it. The more you explore it, the more you learn and the more you're able to remember the things. So I was talking about that we have got, just give me a second, Ravinna. So you want to import this data. So how you can import? You can right click on your database, table data import wizard. Then you have to browse. So I've got the data over here. Yeah, so I have to browse it. Click on next. So if you have some existing table, you can use any of the existing table in order to insert the data, but I don't have any such existing table with the same schema. So I would like to create a new table. I'll say next. Yeah, so it is telling me about all the columns that this CSV file has. So everything, all the columns and all. So if I do not want to include this column, I can simply uncheck it. Yep, I can click on next and I can click on next. So the data, the whole data will be imported in my MySQL database, and yeah, I can use it just like any other table for that matter. So let me show you. It got imported. Is it maybe this one? Yeah, sorry. So I did it on this one. So you can see the table has been created. Now I can use this table and the data which this table is, the data that the table is having, I can use it and I can just run the SQL queries. So please make sure that you follow these steps. It's very easy. Right click on it and then click on table data import wizard. All the steps are self-explanatory. If you do it, you're able to do it without even looking into your notes. So first of all, you need to download the data. So I have downloaded the data from Kaggle. You can download the data from anywhere, any source of your choice. So you might be having some data from your organizations. You can use any data for that matter. Now you have to import that data into your database. You have to right click on it. Right click on the database. Table data import wizard. So let me do it over here. Yeah, table data import wizard. You have to browse your data. So because I downloaded it over here, so I'm going to browse it. I'm going to open it. I'll say next. Now I may want to create a new table, or I may want to use the existing table, but I don't have any existing table with the same schema, right? The columns, etc. So definitely I would like database to create a new table for this data set. I'll click on next. Now it has got a lot of columns. No, let's say I do not want these columns, so I can always remove these columns. I do not want to import these columns from the CSV file, so I can always remove them. Click on next, and you can see that it will import. And once the import is done, you can just click on finish. So it's that simple. Ravind, to answer your question, see which one is more correct. Both are correct, but the first one is a better one. Now, there's a reason why the first one is a better one, because we have got something called indexing and we are going to learn about it. So the first one will give you better performance. Now, this is because of the indexing part. So we'll start with window function. Very important with this for your interviews. I think it works with CSV, Kavita. I just need to check that what all formats it takes. You can see. You can use CSV and JSON data files. So only these two formats it takes. Okay, I hope I've answered your question. So we are going to learn about the window functions now. So very, very important for your interviews. And window functions, once you understand it, syntactically, it's not that difficult. If you practice it enough, then you'll be able to remember all the syntax of the window function. So what are window functions? What are window functions? So window functions, they perform calculation. Now let me write it. Across, so till now what we have learned is we have learned about the single row function. Single row functions works on every row. Yep. And it doesn't care about any other row. Yeah, it doesn't care about any other row. So it is independent of any other row data. Then we learn about aggregate functions. Aggregate function says that, okay, you have got the whole data. I'm going to give you the aggregate of it. Now we are going to look into window function. So this is a big topic. So I may not able to finish it today. I'll give you the glimpse of it and we are going to continue it over the next weekend. So I do not want to waste time. I've got 10-15 minutes. I'm going to use it in order to teach you and in order to give you a brief about the window function, and we'll continue this topic over the next weekend. So window function, they perform calculations. So definitely we are going to perform the calculations across a set of rows. So across, sorry for the spelling, just ignore it. Across the set of rows. See, in case of window function, as the name says, window. So let's say you've got some 10 rows of data. You've got data of 10 rows. So let's say that you want to do the sum. You want to do the sum of marks. Now I'm giving you the same example of group by, and I'll tell you that how window functions are different from group by. I'm going to speak about that also. So right now you may think that group by also does the same thing, but group by is very limited and there are a lot of limitations with group by. With window functions, there are a lot of things that you can do. So anyways, so just hear me out. So let's say that you have to find the sum of marks of the students of different city. So if you want to do something like this, you can do it with the window function. You can do it with the window function. So window function, it helps us to perform the calculation across the set of rows. So basically what we do is we create the windows. See here in this example, we are creating the window of city. So Pune is one window. Yeah, Mumbai is one window. Then Delhi is one window and Chennai is one window. So we are creating the windows. So we can create the windows in very, very different ways. So we have got different ways of creating the windows. So what we are going to do is, we are going to first see that what are the different window functions, and once we start writing the code, it will definitely be very clear about what window functions are. So we have got the aggregate window functions, same like the aggregate functions that we have in group by, but with a twist. Yeah, with a twist. So we have got the aggregate functions. Then we have got the ranking functions. So for example, you have got some data. Yeah, you want to give the ranking to your data. For example, you have got students' data. Now you want to rank your student based on their marks. Yeah, the student with the maximum marks will get the first rank. Second maximum will get the second rank, and so on and so forth. So you can easily perform all of these things, like giving the ranking to the uh, to your data, etc., using the window ranking functions. Then we have got some value functions. I'm not going to talk about it right now. I'm going to talk about value functions later on when we learn about it. It's again very simple. So all of these functions are very simple. Now we'll talk about the syntax of window function. So just remember this syntax. I may not, just give me a second. Yeah, I may not talk about the syntax again over the next weekend. I will start with the like continuation of the window. I will not speak about the window syntax again, window function syntax again. So see, it's very simple. So window function syntax is, see, you have got a lot of functions. I told you in the previous slide that we have got a lot of window functions. And I told you that window functions, for window functions, you have to give a window. You have to define a window, the window of your data on which you want to apply the function. Hear me out once again. Okay, we can do all of these things. Fine. We are going to learn about these functions. Well and good. But we can apply these functions on the data and we can make the window of that data. I gave you one example. Let's say city. So I'm making the window of city. Pune is one window. All the students who belongs to Mumbai is one window, and so on and so forth. So here, if you see the syntax, we have got all of these things. So first is a function name. So in the previous slide, we saw a lot of functions, window function. So let's say this is a function. Yeah. Now we have to define the window. We have to define the window. So we define the window using over. So as soon as we have got over keyword, your SQL knows that this is window function. So how it gets to know this is a window function? It is not a normal aggregate function. It gets to know because of this keyword over. Okay. Now here we actually give the window. We define the window. Yeah, this is the area where we create the window. We create the window. So for example, I again repeat, let's say that you have got data. You have got some red balls. You have got some blue balls. Sorry. Okay, you have got some blue balls. You have got some yellow balls. So now you want to do something with the red balls. You want to do something with the blue balls, and you want to do something with the yellow balls. So with this code, yeah, with this part of the syntax, you're going to create the window. So this is one window, this is another window, and this is third window. Now it may be sounding complicated right now because I'm not covering the practical part of it. Yeah, and to be very honest, I'm sure it is sounding complicated. Do not worry. Once we see the practical part of it, you'll find it very easy. It's like a walk in the park. It's so simple. You've got the data. You create the window of the data. It can be anything. It can be just like all the red balls, one window, all the blue balls, one window. And it's very simple to create the windows. And then once your window is created, you apply some functions on it. As simple as that. So it's very simple. I will not maybe write the code, start writing the code for it. For now, we are going to keep it for the next weekend. So there's one thing. Okay, so I will quickly revise what we have covered so far. So today we started off with the logical execution order. I told you that this is very important. It may sound that it is not important, but when you start writing complicated queries, you should know that what is the execution order of your query. So it starts with from, and that makes sense also. The table. Yeah, so it first picks up the table. It filters the data from the table. It's takes those columns, the particular columns that you have got in the table. Then you're sorting the data and then you're limiting it. Then we learn about the common aggregate functions: count, sum, average, min, and max. Then we learn about group by. So we learn about that with the help of group by, you can group your data. And then you can apply some aggregate functions on that data. And that's what we did. We grouped our data using city. We grouped our data using the grades. And then we applied some aggregate functions on the same. Then we learn about SQL functions. We have got a lot of SQL functions. So we learn about few of the numeric functions: round, mod, power, etc. We learn about a lot of string functions. We tried a lot of string functions, and we tried a lot of date functions. So yes, these are some of the numeric functions that we tried today. So we didn't try SQRT. So SQRT, if you just try, so this will give you the square root of a number. So these are very simple maths things. Then we learn about the string functions. We learn about concat, upper, lower, replace, trim, length, left, right, all of these. Then we learn about date and time functions. So we explored a lot of date and time functions in order to extract the date part, play around with the dates, modify them, get the current date and time, etc. Okay, window function, we are going to talk about again. We are going to learn about window function over the next weekend. This is going to be a little big topic. We are going to practice a lot because it's very important topic for your interview. So I'm not going to rush on this topic. So we are actually done for today because I can't start writing the code. I do not have that much of time left for today's class. So I'll just maybe give you the brief of Chatgpt also, how you can use Chatgpt in order to practice whatever we have learned so far. So I'll just give you the brief of it. In just 2-3 minutes, yeah. So we are going to see that how you can use AI for a lot of things. But yeah, I'll just quickly give you the brief of it. So see, you can use ChatGPT, normal ChatGPT, in order to ask questions related to your SQL queries, or you can use SQL Expert. Now, what is the difference between the two? The difference between the two is same as the difference between a normal doctor, a physician doctor, and a specialist. So if you go to a physician, a normal doctor, right? That doctor, he or she will able to help you with your issue, definitely. But that doctor is not specialist. Let's say that you're having some issues with your okay, so let me say, I don't want you guys to feel bad when it comes to the doctor. Let's say ENT. Yeah, so let's say you're having cold. So one way is that you go to a normal doctor. So normal doctor is also going to help you. But what do you think? Who's better? You have some issues with your nose. So who's better? A physician or ENT? ENT, right? Because ENT is specialized in that area, and ENT will able to give you the best advice on your problem. So here also in ChatGPT, so ChatGPT has launched SQL export. So it is specialized in SQL. So if you use normal chat also, it will give you all the answers. Yeah, it will give you all the answers. But if you go over here, you may get better answers and you may get more advanced answers. As simple as that. So you can use any of these. Now for your practice, because I do not want you guys to waste your 5 days. I want you guys to practice. Now let's say that you are learning string functions. So you can just write a prompt over here, a table. Now it will help you to create the table. So I give you the create table code, insert data code. So you can ask ChatGPT to, give you the insert table code and insert data code. So help me, not curate, I'll say help me with the table code, table creation, and I'll say data insertion code and some data insertion code. And if you want, you can be more specific that I want it for the employees. So, okay, I'll just say, can you create the employee table? So it will give you the code. So you don't have to rely on my code. See, it is giving you the code, the employee code, and here's the sample data. So you just have to copy this and paste it the way you have been copying and pasting from the chat. Yep. Then let's say you've got the data. Yes. So maybe you want to learn you're learning, you're done with learning. So just say so in this way you can, for every topic, you can ask SQL that, okay, I'm done with it. Yeah, I'm done with the learning. You can also ask it to explain and to help you learn. Yeah, you can ask any of these things. But let's say you're done with it. So you see, here are the practice questions. Full name. So here are the practice questions. Now it has not given you the solution. So you can also say, give me the solutions as well. So for all the practice question, it will give you the solutions as well. So in this way, whatever we have covered so far, you can pick each topic. You can ask ChatGPT to curate some data for you. And then maybe you can also ask that, okay, I'm learning this. Can you help me? Can you teach me string functions in SQL? So it will again teach you some of the important string functions. So that in that way, you will get improvisation. Of course, I'm teaching you, but ChatGPT will also teach you. And once you're done with the learning for your practice, right now, later on, I'll ask you to use lead code. But right now, with whatever we have learned so far, you can ask ChatGPT to give you some questions to practice. Yeah, you can ask for some advanced questions, see, some 5 real tricky string problems. So, yeah. So this is how you can use ChatGPT in order to practice whatever we have done so far.
I know most of you would be knowing Excel, and I mean, like many of you mentioned E. So I understand that, yes, you have some exposure to Excel. If not complete, you have some exposure to Excel, right? So, yeah. So what I was saying is we have 500 plus functionalities functions in Excel. And those who are even the most expert people in Excel, how many functions they know or they work with? Probably 50, 60, maybe 70. Maximum someone could know 100, not beyond that. Okay, you know why? Because the functions we use in a daily life when we are in working, right? Those are the functions we use, and we remember, we internalize in our mind, and that's it, right? So that's why even those who say they know Excel, I mean, we can guess how much they know, right? All of you know you can create a new sheet like this, right? Can you keep any name for this sheet? Can you keep any name for this? Like I say A, B, C. Okay, I could keep that, right? I mentioned X, whatever name, maybe my name. You can do that. Hyderabad. Good. So those who said they know Excel, let me start with something really, really amazing, right? Try to keep this name. Try to name your sheet history. Did anyone know this? You cannot keep the name history. I know special characters. Some special characters are not allowed. Not all. Right? I can keep it history underscore. It will see the name is there. I can keep history dot. It will take it as a name. But you cannot name a sheet as history. Anyone knew this? Ganpati, you knew this? Good. You knew this? Okay. Ganpati, I thought you knew this, no? Akash, really bad. This is really bad. Very late. Very late. Please don't do this, Akash. Okay? Today you did not miss anything, but tomorrow you have missed a lot. You will have to see the recordings. Why? Because we also discussed some ground rules, right? So which are very important, right? So Akash, please make sure tomorrow when you come, you view the first hour. Okay? There's an introduction about myself. That introduction I will share with you. It's there. But the introduction about your classmates, right? That you have to maybe view or and after that we just had just a couple of things more, right? Ground rules which are very important, which again you can see, and I'll share this Excel with you. Okay, so please, not knowing this, okay, most of you did not know this, but Ganpati, great. If you knew this, very good, right? So the first interesting thing is you cannot. History is a reserved name. Let me put it like this. History is a reserved name. You cannot name history for a sheet. Okay? Yes, correct. You're right, Ganpati. Right? Okay. I also mentioned that there are more than. Yes, recording will be okay. Recording will be available within 24 hours. Okay. Yeah. So so this is for Akash. Akash, recording will be available within 24 hours. So probably you might not have the recording, but then what you have to do is I'll share this sheet with you. At least you get to know me and you also get to know the ground rules. Okay. And please make sure, Akash, don't do this again. Okay. This is one of the ground rules that we are going to start on time and I don't want anyone to be late. Okay, fine. Let's concentrate here, right? So more than 500 plus functions, right? And I also already mentioned, that how much of the functions we use, how many of the features we use, I discussed. If you work with 20% of Excel functions, you are a superhuman being. Okay, that's the general thing, right? That's general, right? Okay, another very interesting thing. Let me see who can tell me. When was Excel first launched? This probably some of you might know, 1985. Correct? Might be knowing, but if you don't know, 1985 was the year of launch. Okay? For Excel. Okay, now is the interesting thing. Excel is owned by which company? Response. I want a response. Excel is owned by which company? We all know. It's MS, Microsoft, right? But do you know the interesting fact? When Excel was launched, do you know? Office, Microsoft, Windows did not exist. So it was for Mac. It was launched first. Yes. Great, right? It was for Macintosh, Mac. It was launched first. Anyone knew this? I know. Yeah, Ibrahim, you mentioned, great, right? So Excel was first launched for Mac. Okay, great, right? Okay, good to hear some of you know these things. These are interesting facts, right? next interesting facts. How many, that like I just wrote this sentence, right? I can do a Control Z and I take back what I wrote. See, Control Z, it is moving back, right? How many actions can I take back? Anyone? Using Control plus Z. 100. It's 100. You can take back 100 actions. You can undo last 100 actions. Clear? Clear? Yes. Last 100 actions you can take back. Okay. But there is a catch here. Wait. There's a catch. Now see, all of you know Control Z, Control S, Control plus S. Yes. No. That's where I'm coming up. Is for save. If I press Control S, see, I'm doing that. I am pressing Control S and I did that. Now I cannot take back. It's still taking, maybe it did not record. Control S, save. Once you've saved, then for me it is taking, I think maybe that's an adjustment, but for most, I think maybe it's an adjustment from options, right? But once you save it, you cannot take it back for most of the, I think that's a default adjustment. Maybe I think I would have played with it. So even after Control Z, I can take it back, right? Yeah, I think just check with Control S. After pressing Control S, are you able to take back? I think that's an option. You can, okay, if you can, then maybe after closing, then you cannot. Yes, but after closing, though, of course you cannot. Okay. Yeah, so maybe I think I might be wrong, but I'll just check and get back. I think maybe that's an adjustment. I mean, that's an option you can choose from the options. Okay, I'll get back to on that, right? So see, I also don't, even after I've been teaching Excel for 12 years, I've been working on Excel for more than 20 years. Even then I keep forgetting. It's so vast. Okay, why? Because I work with 10-15% of the features maximum, right? Those features I know, the others I also don't know, right? So that's how you work with Excel. You are not expected to know the entire of Excel. Okay, you are expected to start riding the bicycle and then you have to navigate where you want to go. Okay, fine. So next interesting feature coming up. Do you know how many people on an average use Excel? Okay, fine. So maybe after after saving, Control Z is working. So maybe once you close the sheet, then that Control Z will not work. Okay, fine. Okay, how many people on the earth use Excel? Anyone? No, 99% is not. Yeah, close to 2 billion. Yeah, 1.6 billion, somewhere close to 1.5 billion, somewhere close to 1.5 billion. So you know how much is that? What's the population of the earth? 1.5 billion. I take it 7 billion, 7.5, I think, right? 8 billion. Yeah, 8 billion these days, right? So 18%. I did that. I did. Oh, it's 1. So 18% of the world have used 19% or 20%, whatever. I mean, rounding it off, 18 or 19 or 20% of the population of the world, they know Excel. And it is the biggest. It is the software that is used the most across the world. Okay. And after having AI disrupting the world, after having so many softwares coming up in the market for last 30 plus years, right? It's been 41 years Excel was launched. Excel still maintains its supremacy. Do you know why? Anyone? Why do you think Excel is still so relevant? Anyone wants to add? Why do you think Excel is so relevant even today after 40 years when so many softwares have come and go? They have come and they have died. But Excel, keep innovating. Excellent. It keeps innovating. It is user-friendly, simple and versatile. Very nice, right? Adapting. Yes, every year new features keep coming, right? Not accuracy, Namrata, but yeah, functionality, it's easy to adapt. It's faster to use and it's nowadays it's the go-to software, right? Sorry, not the go-to, but it's the software that, I mean, that is expected when you're moving out of your school these days, even in your college, right? They expect, okay, you must be knowing Excel. Nobody is going to teach you Excel, right? You just start exploring Excel. You work and you start exploring Excel. Okay, it's that simple, right? It is simple. Yes, to start with is simple, but when you learn, how do you learn the advanced features? Right, then you take guidance and all that, right? But working on Excel, I mean, even a school grader can open this and just start writing some basic function. You can teach sum and all, they'll understand, right? So it's easy to get started on it, right? So that's why Excel still maintains its supremacy. Okay, great. We all know Excel is like a Google Sheet is doing great. Yeah, Google Sheet is also, I mean, see, after a good competition from Google Sheet, cloud-based sheet, Excel is also now available on cloud, but not many of us know, right? After, they did that. Google Worksheet did a good job. Many organizations, they work on Google Sheets these days. What's the good part? What's the rather a USP about Google Sheet? Anyone? It's cloud based, right? Yeah, Zoho. Yes, in India, Zoho should give them a good competition. Yeah, it's web based, correct? Cloud based, right? Web based. So it's easy. I mean, you don't have to save. So Google Sheet is also good, right? And I think, see, in 45 years or 40 years of existence, 41 years of existence for Excel, right? Google Sheet is one software that has given it a tough head-on-head competition. Even then, Excel maintains its supremacy. You go to any random organization, I mean, any random organization, still most of them would be using Excel over Google Sheet. Google Sheet is primarily used by SMEs, right? But when you go to bigger organizations, they would prefer Excel because you know why? Excel does not come as a uh, it is bundled. What I mean to say, it does not come as a like a individual software or just a standalone software. It is bundled by Microsoft in the entire suite, like Outlook, then Teams, right? Yeah, right. So these days, even Power BI, it provides Power BI also along with, right? So that's the strategy Microsoft uses to push Excel. Okay, and the charge is, of course, when it sells you the bundle. So the charge of Excel is also reduced, right? So that way it is. And second thing is, yeah, very important. Excel has been innovating very, very fast. You would be amazed. How many of you know Python? Type P if you know Python. Type P if you know Python. I just mentioned I take Python. Python is a language. Okay, if you don't know, go, no problem, right? We are not going to discuss Python. Okay, most of you don't know. Fine. Python is a language used for machine learning, data analytics, data science. Okay, most of you don't know, right? It's a language used for data science to do big data analysis, to write machine learning models, right? To do, I mean, huge amount of, I mean, like this LLMs, GenAI, all that is built on Python. Okay, but you would be amazed to know that you can write Python code even in Excel. Did you know this was the latest feature? I can show you. See, insert. Can you see insert? You can Power BI. I'll discuss Power BI later. Hold on. Right. See, I have not done that. I did not get a chance. But you see, insert Python. Can you see insert Python? Right. It might not be there for you, but at least for Office 365 Excel, which is targeted towards the corporate audience, right? You can write Python codes also and get results also. So if you have a data in Excel, I can write Python code and it will analyze the data. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, fine. Not to. Yeah. There are more crazy things I'm going to tell you about Excel. You will be amazed about the AI features. Copilot. See, Copilot also works in Excel. See, I just have to click here, and this Copilot is not a generic. It is about your Excel. It's going to analyze this. Whatever I'm writing, it can analyze this. It can give me help. It can help me if I'm stuck somewhere. It can help me. Okay, so AI features has become an integral part, and that is why this course, this will give you some insights. Of course, not all, because see, all the AI, most of the, I mean, the entire AI features, some are even paid, like this. You can see Chatgpt. There, these are the, what do you call this, plugins, right? You can say insert when I do home. No, where is it? Draw layout formulas. Where is it? Insert plugins. There would be some plugin here. I don't know. Right. So plugins, or there are features I can add, right? Like ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT for Excel. But these are again paid features. They are paid features. Okay. Even I don't, I'm not paid for this feature. Even after that, even after a 365 add-ins, yeah. If I click on add-ins and I can add, see, GPT, mini calendar. So Excel, Microsoft has made it so dynamic. See, Python for Excel, right? It has made Excel so dynamic. See, Jira, all these, the thousands and thousands you will find, right? So you can keep adding and make your Excel, and you might be seeing some of the features there which you don't have, because I've been working on Excel and I keep on adding free features sometimes, so that I keep on doing. So that's why you see this ribbon also very different. Okay, fine. Let's move to the next part quickly. Couple of things more, and then we'll. How many rows does a normal sheet has? That's pretty easy. You go down. Can you see how many rows? 104856. Can you see? Yes. How many rows? 104856. Very good. How many columns now? Let me see who can tell me this. I know rows is easy thing to get. How many columns? Let me see who can get me. Even I don't remember. But do you know how many? How can you count this column? No, it's not. Let me help you. No, not 256 XFD. But how many columns? How do you count that? Okay, see how I'm going to count in front of you. See, I wrote 1, paste it. How many columns? See at the bottom. 16384. 16,384 XFD. XFD. See, XFD. If you keep on increasing this count, 16,384 columns are there in Excel. I don't remember that. Why would I remember this? Right? I don't need to remember that. But the purpose is, how do you count that? If someone asks you, how will you let him know that yes, you are an expert, you know Excel. I'm a trainer for Excel for years, but I don't remember 380. I remember 16,384. I keep forgetting, right? But how do I count that? You got it, right? So 16,384. Great. Now let me ask you another interesting. What is this? What is this called? Cell. Excel. This is cell. Each cell. What is cell? An intersection of column and a row, right? Intersection of a column and a row is called a cell. Okay, now the next question is, how many cells are there? That's pretty simple. If those who know Excel, multiply this by this, you get this number. Do you know what this number is? Anyone knows what this number is? 17 billion, I think. Let's see. Yes, 17.18 billion. And how big is this number? How big is this number? 17 billion cells are there. And do you know how big this number is? Let me give you a little bit of context how big this number is. See, if I start filling this Excel sheet, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and I have to fill the entire sheet, 17 billion. Do you know how much time will I take? Anyone wants to take a guess? Did you get it? Every second I fill 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and I keep on doing this. How much time do you think a person is going to take? Any idea? Any guesses? Come on, guys. Let's make it more interactive. How much time will it take to? Any rough guess? Any rough guess? Oh, sorry. 16 years? 60 seconds? Okay. Yes. Let me tell you. Years to fill Excel with 1 second each cell is how many years? It's clear? 545 years it will take you. So, and this is just one sheet. You can keep on adding as many sheets as you want. I'm just talking about one sheet. Isn't that crazy? Was this crazy information? Was this information? Did you know this information earlier? Those who knew Excel. Yes, some of you knew. Very good. Very good, Ashwini. Good to hear that. See, very good, right? But most of you did not know this, right? Right. So why I start this Excel session with all these? So that I'm able to, get the kind of engagement I want. Okay. Was this interesting information for all of you? There are some more interesting facts which I will take up as I proceed, right? Like how many codes of lines used to create Excel? There is a, right? How many codes of line did you think? How did you notice whole number of columns after copy paste? Lakshmi, I'll show you. Just hold on. Right? Okay. How many codes of lines do you think would have written to create this Excel? Okay, I'll not take much time. 3 lakh, 30 lakhs. 30 lakh. Let me put it this way. Since most of you are Indians, you know what is the meaning of lakh. Okay. Approximately 30 lakh lines of code. I think, sorry, not 30 lakh. It's 3 million. My bad. Sorry. Again. It's 30 million, not lakhs. So yeah. 30 million lines of code were used to create Excel. And as you keep on adding more features, of course, this information is probably a couple of years back, right? As they keep on adding more and more, this keep on increasing. Okay, last two pieces of information and then we move. The earliest date you can put in Excel. Do you know? Anyone? The earliest date that you can put in Excel, which will be recorded as a date. See, Excel has this. Can you see this date format? Okay. Yes, very good. Very good, Nikhil. Right? Earliest date that you can put in Excel is 1900. This is recorded as a date. See, when I wrote this, can you see here? Look at the top. Can you see this? It says this is a date cell now. This is a date information. Okay, so the earliest date that can be recorded as date is this. Now, if I go prior to this, let's say 1899, can you see now this is left aligned? Notice this is left aligned. Now the number is left aligned. All of you can see. Means this is not recorded as a date now. This is not recorded as a date now. Is that clear? See, I'll write it here. 11899. Can you see now the cell? I mean the data type. What is the data type? General. Yeah, you can. I mean when you do some calculations, you can. Yeah, your date that you can put is the date that will be recorded as date. I can use this, but this is recorded as text, not date. Okay, this is recorded as text. I can see, suppose for just for visual purpose, I can put a date prior to that, but I will not be able to do any calculations because this is recorded as a text, not as a date. Okay, now coming to the next question, what is the latest date? What is the last date that you can put in Excel? This should be pretty easy. This should be easy. Okay, quickly. 31/12. Okay, let me try this. 31/12, 10,000. See, again, this is a generic. You can see it is general. It did not shift to date. Got it? Clear? Right? Okay, last thing, and then we move to learning something, right? Is, did you know that Excel was earlier named as Odyssey? Prior its launch, it was named as Odyssey. But then just before the launch, they changed the name. So that, I think these are some interesting facts I really wanted to share, and I'm sure that they were really interesting and you found it interesting, right? Okay, now over to our course curriculum, which I will open some. So there are some concepts we are going to first learn, right, before we move on to Excel. And let me just open a PPT. Okay, Excel. Okay, right. So let's move to the next part. Not the next part, rather, as there are a lot of more facts, but they would be technical. So I'll discuss maybe I mean, these are generic interesting facts, right? There would be many interesting facts that you can check with AI also, right? So these are some generic interesting facts. Okay, fine. Okay, with those we can. I mean, I know some of them decimal places and all. There would be a lot interesting things, right? But let's take them. I'll take them when we'll do some formatting, right? I'll take them there. Okay. Okay, fine. So great. Okay, now, yeah, where I was, yes. So let's look at the PPT, and in fact, so I think we have started off. Yes, these are some terms we are going to learn. Okay, there are some terms we are going to learn, and then we will move to working on Excel. As I said, today will be a bit theory, but I'm sure it is not boring. I'll make sure it is not boring. Okay, but yeah. So analytics. Do you know what is the meaning of analytics? What do you think is analytics? Because why I'm starting with analytics? Because this is the go-to tool. Excel is a go-to tool for analytics, right? You perform analytics on Excel, right? You perform analytics on Excel. So that's why now there are different types of analytics, whether it is data analytics, business analytics, data science, right? Data engineering. All these are things that we do on Excel, right? Financial statement analysis, marketing analysis, lot, right? But what do you mean by this word analytics? Who is going to tell me? Who is going to tell me what do you mean by the word analytics? Let me put it. Analytics plus statistics is analytics. Okay, good. Method. Okay, good. To ready data. Nice. Analyzing pieces of information to share insights. Yes, very good. Very good. Thank you so much, those who are responding. Really appreciate data analysis. Data analysis is a type of analytics. Okay. Process to analyze the data and insights. Yes, you can say that, right? So analytics is derived from a Latin word. Now, keep it. Now it's okay. It's okay. No need to. Thank you so much for the response, right? Thanks those who responded, and those who did not respond. You can participate. I keep on interacting. We are going to make the session interactive. No more responses, please. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. There's a Latin word called analytica. Okay. So analytics is derived from this Latin word. What is the meaning of this word analytica? Right. It means the division of logic which distinguishes good from bad arguments. Okay. So it means the division of logic means that you can say the division of logic means the field of logic. Okay. The field of logic or division of logic which distinguishes the good from the bad. Okay. This is where analytics got derived in English. Okay. I'm just taking you back, right? Right? And this word analytics was derived in 1590. It was first derived from the Latin word. Okay. From Latin word. Okay. Now, there are two terms that you hear very often: analysis and analytics. Very, very important. Very basic, fundamental. You'll see people keep on using them interchangeably very often. When you talk to some of the professionals in your organizations or otherwise, you just observe data analysis, data analytics. They'll keep on using this very, very interchangeably. Anyone who understands the difference between the... Yes. One of you did mention when I asked what is analytics. And yes. So analysis analytics is using... Analytics involves statistics. Okay. Data or statistics. Analysis is a detailed examination. Okay. Analysis is a detailed examination of the elements or structure of something, right? I mean, it's basically, see, you can analyze a text also, isn't it? Are you getting it? You can analyze a paragraph also. But when it comes to analytics, it means analysis plus data plus statistics. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, data has to be involved, then only it is analytics. And that's why you will see people don't know the difference. This is so basic. People don't know the difference. Then they keep on the data analysis. Data is usually when it's data analytics, business analysis. Okay, because when you are analyzing business, we say business analytics also, but it is not the correct. People don't know business analysis. There you will see there will be designation. Okay, business analyst. Analyst is a person who does this analysis, these both analysis, right? So the person is called analyst. Now, analyst can be of two types: business analyst and data analyst. Okay. Analyst can be of two types. In fact, now, I mean, there are more types of analysts also, but that is like very specific data science. Analysts are of two types: business analyst and data analyst. Can you tell me the difference between the two? Anyone? This is easy. This is easy. I think most of you should be able to tell me this. See, business analyst involves analyzing business processes documents, including data also sometimes. Okay. But data analyst is specifically analyzing data. Okay. Business data and data sets, right? Clear? Is this clear? Yes. Okay, great. Right. Now, since I have touched these two terms, right, let me quickly give you the difference between the two, right? Business analyst, business. So the field that you will hear is business analytics and data analytics. Okay. So both, why I'm touching these concepts? Because in Excel, you do business and data analysis both. Business analytics, data analytics, right? So, right. What is the goal of business analytics? To improve business decisions. Okay. What is the goal of data analytics? To understand the underlying data. Okay. Yes. Solution to business problem. Very good. Very good. So, solutions for business problems. Okay. Primary goal is this. Even for data analysis, the larger goal is to solve business problems only. But as a data analyst, when you're working as a data analyst, your primary goal is to understand the data and the underlying trends. Okay, clear? Next. Here, what should we do to solve business problems? Okay, here, what should you do to solve business problems? You ask here, right? What question you ask? What should you do to solve business problems? Here, what happened in business and why did it happen? Right? What happened in business and why it happened? Basis data. Means after analyzing data, I try to answer this in data analytics. Clear? Right? Skills, I have already discussed. Skills, primarily business information plus data. Okay, here the skills that you need is data plus statistics. Very important. That's why the word analytics. Okay, then tools, Excel, Power BI, etc. Okay, here the tools, Excel, Power BI, Tableau also goes there also, right? But here SQL, Python also can be used for data analytics. Okay. Yeah. So that's pretty much, I think, expected. You expect this is like, yeah, that's pretty much. ClickSense is also a data visualization tool, Shivangi. Okay. It's like Power BI and Tableau only. Okay. So that's the difference between business analytics and data analytics. Okay. Now, okay, what is analytics is clear, right? I'll just scroll through the PPT also, so we know we are covering everything, right? Okay, study of analytics, study of historical data I've already covered. So types of business analytics. Yes. Now the next very interesting thing that we're going to cover is the type of business analytics, which is really, really going to open a new world for all of you. You will, after this, you will look at data in a very different way. You will start understanding the data in a very different way. How important is it to learn data analytics for business analysts? It is very important, Swati, because business analysts, those who are business analysts, they analyze data as well as non-data, or no, see, they analyze numeric as well as non-numeric data. But those who are working on data analytics, primarily they are involved with numeric analysis. Is that clear? So if you are a business analyst is a larger field than data analytics. Is that clear? Got it? Right? So next thing what we are going to do is I am going to mostly I've covered this data analysis, data analytics I've covered. Evolution of data is very, very important. See, business intelligence, I think I did not discuss this, but business intelligence, yeah, this is another term you should know, right? Business intelligence. What do you think is business intelligence, guys? Come on. Discipline to collect, analyze data, technology and method. Perfect. Great. Ganpati, bang on. That's it. No, I don't want more answers. Technology was the word. See, most of when I ask what is business intelligence, most of the response I get is yes, analyzing business data, right? Making intelligent business decisions. All this is correct. The only word that differs, that actually, see, there is something called analysis, then there is something called business intelligence. Okay. Data analysis and business intelligence, business analysis and business intelligence, right? No, the only word that differentiate, I mean, I'm not saying that data analysis is not done on a computer, or a business analysis is not done on computer. But but data analysis and business analysis can be done on paper or with small analysis, right? But when you add technology to these analysis, that field is called business intelligence. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? Involves the use of tools and techniques to transform raw data into actionable insights for strategic business decisions. See, tools and techniques means technology. Okay. It focuses on monitoring, business analysis. See, all that you do, data science, data analysis, Python, whatever, the entire umbrella, the bigger field is business intelligence. The bigger term is business intelligence, whether it is storing, data warehousing, okay, data querying, data analysis, reporting, dashboards, statistical methods, machine learning, deep learning. All this is the broader umbrella is business intelligence, AI even. Okay, is that clear? So when you use technology to solve business problems, to analyze data, it comes under the umbrella of business intelligence. Is this clear to all of you? What is business intelligence? Data analytics I've already discussed. I'll not, but yeah, I will discuss these terms when we come back. No, technology or software. See, when you say software is also a technology. Yeah, software is a technology only, na? Right, Ganpati? Okay. Clear, right? So software is a technology only. So it can be even beyond software also. Let's say some mechanical tool you're using, right? Like in the historical typewriter, or right, or some Turing machine, some machines which were used in the past, right? So those were the initial instances of business intelligence. Okay, technology was used, but it was not software. Okay, got it? Clear? I have already discussed. Now I don't want to discuss more of theory, because this is it about theory. Let's move to the practical world, right? The Excel world. But before that, what I'll do is I'll share this document with all of you, right? So we have understood what is business intelligence, data analytics, business analysis, then what is analysis and analytics, right? All these basic things we have done, understood, right? So data analysis and data analytics I've already explained, right? Then I have okay, this I will not explain, but there is this picture, this, you can say graph or picture, which I really want you to explain, and then we'll move to the world of data, world of Excel. Okay, last thing. Okay, evolution of value from data means how much value you can derive from data. How did it get evolved? Okay, value from data, how did it get evolved? Anyone who has seen this earlier, you can type you can type V if you have seen this picture earlier. Value. You can type V if anyone of you have seen this earlier. You can type V. Okay. Otherwise, no need to put anything. Got it. Got it. So no, none of you have seen this, right? But this is a very, very powerful. This is okay. Junaid, you have seen, right? No, Muhammad Haq, right? Okay, good. Good, right? So those who have seen and those who understand it, very good. Those who don't, you will from now, you will understand it. Evolution of value from data means how has value been derived from data, right? What value you can derive from data. Okay, so let me explain this. See, historically, when the systems were not that powerful, right? I mean, the computing was not that mature, system were not that powerful, uh, computing was evolving, right? The data was there, data used to be there. It was not big data, means recording were made through and okay, some thousand transactions, business transactions I'm talking about, right? Some thousand transactions used to be there and all that, right? So historically, data analysis used to exist, and today also it exists, right? But we used to focus more on what happened part. Means what happened means I give you the data. I give you the data for organization and I ask you, what is this data telling you? Means what happened historically, right? What happened historically and what is this data telling you? Okay, clear? Clear? That was called descriptive statistics because your data used to describe the historical business events or business transactions. Clear? Is that clear to all of you? The value that we used to get was less value. Okay, we used to get lesser value because value from the data was less because okay, historical transaction. But I'm not saying it was not important, but the level of value was less, right? Data analytics, hindsight, we used to look back in the time because the data that we used to get, that was describing the historical transactions or events of the business. Clear? Okay. Information, see, notice information. Okay. Then from there, the second evolution happened when we started applying a diagnostic angle to it. And this was called diagnostic analytics. In diagnostic analytics, we used to answer, okay, why did it happen? Example, let's take an example, right? I'll show you a data set. I just want to make it more, interesting. Otherwise, because otherwise theoretical, it becomes boring also, right? I'll just share and I will share a data with all of you. There it is. I'm sharing this data set with all of you. Okay. This data set is called sample superstore. Anyone who has heard of this sample superstore data, type S. Type S if you have heard of this data set, sample superstore. Okay, good. Some of you know Swati, Priya, and Shu. Okay, good. Very good. Right. Those who know, this is a very, very famous data set, right? By Tableau. Okay. But anyways, right. If I give you this, you can open this data and you can see, right? If I ask you, now this is a data set of a dummy e-commerce company like Amazon. Okay, but dummy. How many transactions are there? 9994 transactions. Can you see? I go down 9994 transactions. Okay, so 9994 transaction. If I ask you, okay, how many transactions were there? Anybody else who is not able to see the screen? It's black. Is it for everyone? Is it for everyone? Mana, Dalia, can you check? I will rejoin. Don't worry. I'll just reshare. Okay. Let's see if this works for you, Dalia. Now, are you able to see? Dalia. Now, are you able to see? Still no? Then I think you'll have to check something at your end. That's the best I can do. Just maybe you can restart. I think it should work. Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah. So where I was, yeah. Okay. So I was saying, if I ask you how many transactions are there in this data? Very basic question, right? Is that historical information or is that futuristic information? Come on, come on. Who will tell me? Type H or F? It's historical, right? So this is the basic descriptive, basic. I'm asking what happened, right? What happened? How many transactions happened? Correct? Got it? Descriptive statistics. If I ask you, what was the sales for the year 2016? See, 2016 is one of the years in the sales. What happened? I'm asking the sales. Now, if I ask you, okay, look at the data and tell me why was there an increase in the sales for the 4 years? Where I am, tell me where I am in this value chain, in this evolution, where I am. Why did the sales increase? Where I am, who will tell me? Diagnostic. Very good. Clear to all of you? Clear to all of you? Right? So, these two parts, descriptive and diagnostic, what happened and why happened, is based on historical data. Clear? The focus is on historical data. Is that clear to all of you? Means these are facts. Notice these are facts. Clear? Means you cannot change it. Once it has happened, it has happened. Right? Then when more and more computing power came, more and more digitization happened, more and more data was stored, produced and stored because of digitization for the organizations. Understand it very well. We cross this line. We cross this line and we move towards predictive analytics. Means we started to predict future. Right? Based on the data, we started to predict the future. Something like this. See, something how you might be seeing how through machine learning models. Now, one of the basic machine learning model, one of the very basic machine learning model is called, anyone? If you know, or regression model, it's called regression. Some of you might know it, some of you might not know it, but regression. Okay, you might have heard of it. How does regression helps me analyze the data? This is historical data, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Okay, right? This is historical data, means the actual data, facts. Now, regression helps you. Okay, let me not do this. Wait. Let me make it more intuitive, right? This is historical. We are not covering what is regression. It's a machine learning model. But what I'm telling you is this is historical data, historical sales. Okay. What regression is a machine learning model. All you need to know is this. What it can do is it can give you a year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say this is present. It can help you predict the future, how the sales are going to be actually. Is that clear? So using these machine learning models, these are part of data science. Okay, we are not going to discuss. I just named it. I thought maybe some of you would be knowing. That's why I named it, but you don't need to know. This is not part of the curriculum regression. All you need to know is we could now predict the future using historical data. And here we crossed this territory and we moved to the third. Now here, of course, the value is far more, isn't it? If with the historical data, based on historical data, you are able to predict the future, isn't that more valuable for any business? Tell me. Isn't that more valuable for any business? Yes or no? Right. One is with the data, you can predict the historical data. Okay, it is also important, but the value is less. Why the value is more when you predict? Because then you're able to manage, then you're able to plan your resources. Okay, my sales are probably going to be this. Probably, notice it's not precise prediction. It's not accurate prediction. It's a ballpark prediction. Yes, planning, procuring, recruiting, right? All that can be managed if you know approximately what is going to happen. That is what predictive analytics does do. And this is the field of data science. This is data analytics. Is that clear? Clear to all of you? What is the difference, basic difference between data science and data analytics? As you cross this line, you enter this field that is called data analytics. And furthermore, the fourth step is prescriptive analytics, means you also start prescribing. Okay, how can you make this happen? Okay, this is the sales. Now, for achieving this sales, for achieving this much sales, what all you need to do so that you can achieve these sales or this particular target. Is that clear? Predictive and prescriptive is clear. Anyone having any confusion in these four values, evolution, I mean, these four levels of data or values of data? Any doubt, you can let me know. So this is all I wanted to discuss in theory. Now let's jump into the Excel sheet and let's have a basic understanding of Excel. Today we are going to go slow, right? Because basic, very basic, right? Basic understanding of Excel sheet, okay? I want you to open, I want all of you, I will share this slide. This is not this slide is not, I mean, I'll share it right away. Wait, I have to share it. Let me, since you have asked, let me share it immediately so that I don't forget. Okay, I've shared this. Okay, fine. Coming to, I want all of you to open. You should be on a new, fresh Excel sheet. All of you there? Do you know how to open a new sheet? In case you don't know and you are very new, we are very new. Can you see this? Can you see this plus? Can you see this plus symbol? Right? Of course, you would be right if you have written something. See, when you open a new Excel, there are three sheets that are open. Sometimes I think nowadays there's only one, or what? I don't know. Wait, let me open. I don't remember. Usually, I think earlier it used to be three sheets that open in a new Excel. Now there's only one. I don't know. For some of you it might be three, but I think for me it's coming out to be one. So earlier it used to be three sheet. I think nowadays it is only one. Yeah, right. So if you want to open a new Excel sheet, you know how to open it now. Click on the plus symbol and you will be able to open a new sheet. Okay. Now let me tell you something really, really interesting. If I'll give you a very interesting parameter. Those who think they want to really become an experts in Excel, I'll give you a parameter, right? And what is that parameter? I'll give you a parameter. Now, if you are able to, on that parameter, you can measure your expertness, that you are becoming expert in Excel. You can measure that parameter using this one advice. I mean this parameter. Using this parameter, you can measure whether you are an expert in Excel or not. Okay, what is that parameter? You know, those who are experts in Excel, the lesser, okay, the more you are an expert in Excel, the lesser you, anyone, work with mouse. Very good, Vaibhav. Yes, this is one parameter that will make you an expert. All of you agree? Those who know Excel, do you agree with me? Yes. And you know why? Why you become expert? Why not touching a mouse? It makes you work faster. Touching a mouse. Right? He makes you work faster. Now then how do you work? I mean, those who don't know, those who are new, how do you work? You work with shortcuts. So right from the start, my aim would be to push you in the direction of experts, that you are an expert. You should look like an expert, even though you know only 5% of the formulas, right, or functions. But you still not just appear, you would work like an expert, right? The more shortcuts you can work with, the faster you can work on Excel, the lesser you touch your mouse, you are becoming more expert. So that's the parameter that you can always, that's a thumb rule. You can always, what did I say? You are an expert, sorry. Right? So you can always remember this, and you can always use this as a parameter to benchmark whether you are an expert or not. Okay. I only had 1-2% knowledge, very new to this commerce student. Okay, Akash, no problem. Akash, no problem. That is what I'm saying. 1-2%. But are you ready to learn? Those who have just 1-2% knowledge, are you ready to learn? Yes or no? But that's all that is expected, Akash. Okay. If you are ready to learn, I am telling you, we cannot cover the entire Excel in this training. But I think you would have missed it earlier if you joined late, Akash. I told this categorically. This training is not, the purpose of this training is, where is it? To make you not just comfortable working on Excel, but confident. Means it's like when you learn a bicycle, right? When you learn a bicycle, there is a moment when some of your near or dear ones who is investing time to make you learn, he leaves you. There you go on your own. Now you can navigate, you can go on your own. Does that mean that you are an expert at that time? Tell me. When someone leaves you, it means you have started rolling, right? You have started bicycling. Now you're going to practice more, you're going to work on it, and you will keep on learning. You learn how to ride bicycle, how to on a busy road, you learn how to ride a bicycle maybe a little bit faster. You'll also learn how to ride a bicycle, how to navigate on turns, and so on, right? Is that clear to all of you? That is my expectation, and I think that's a pretty decent expectation. As I said, Excel, in fact, not just Excel, any software you cannot learn in, but you will be confident that yes, now if something new also comes up, I will be able to handle it in Excel. Okay, that is where we are going to leave you. Okay, fine. So coming back to experts in Excel, we were where we were. Yeah. So faster, this is the benchmark you should always remember, and you can always keep measuring yourself on this, right? So we are going to start with the first shortcut. Okay. And I'm going to speak in terms of shortcut only. Today, I'm going to make you learn at least 10 to 15 shortcuts. I'm going to make you learn in next hour or so. Okay, first shortcut. Yes, it's coming your way, and it's called Shift plus F11. Anyone knows what this shortcut is for? Try Shift plus F11. Try to press Shift plus F11 and see what happens for yourself. Very good. See, I would use a mouse. I would my hand would go to a mouse and I would click here and it will open a new sheet. Shift F11. Is it? Or is it Control Shift F11? Just check. Shift function F11. Shift Fn function F11. Did you see? I opened a new sheet. I did not touch the mouse. Is that clear? Are you able to do this? For F functions, you need to sometimes press Fn. Okay? Shift plus Fn plus F11. How many of you were able to open a new sheet? Just type N. If you're able to open a new sheet, type N. So will you remember this first shortcut, all of you? It's so easy, isn't it? I don't have to go to the mouse to open a new sheet. Is that clear? Clear to all of you? Great that all of you were able to grasp this first shortcut. We are going to learn, we are going to talk in terms of shortcuts now, right? Clear? Shift plus F11, all of you, I can do it again. See, shift function F11. See, can you see all the sheets have been? And then how do you delete? I will delete it. For deleting, there is no shortcut, I think. Or maybe if there is, maybe I don't know, you can tell me. At least I know there is no shortcut for deleting. But if there is, because even I don't have an expert knowledge. So for deleting, all I have to do is click on the sheet, right click, delete. I think for deleting, there is no shortcut. Anyone knows, you can let me know. Or maybe it's there, I don't know. It is there for hiding. See, if this is a sheet, I can hide it. Alt-OHH. Alt-OHH will come to that. Okay, let me put it. Hiding a sheet. Hiding the sheet. Shortcut is Alt plus OHH. Try, if you want to try, you can try this. See. Correct. It's not. Yes. That's why I knew this, but I thought maybe I might be a expert in Excel, but I don't know all of Excel, right? So I have never come across that. So that's why. So yeah, can you try shortcut for hiding the sheet, all of you? And when you've tried hiding the sheet, type H in the chat window. Okay, great. Yeah, that was back in, I think, let me try what I just checked is Alt HDS. There is a shortcut for delete. There you go. But it is very it's not something many of you deleting. Deleting. Yeah, earlier there was not. I also know this, but now I just checked deleting the sheet. Guys, you are learning something which I'm also learning with you. I never knew this. Deleting the sheet. Let's Alt plus HDS. Now remember, if you do this in this particular sheet where you're writing, the sheet will be gone forever. So open a new sheet, write something, and Alt HDS. See. Can you see? Can you see the message? Alt HDS. The sheet is gone. Okay. Is that clear? Are you able to delete the sheet? You can type D if you are able to delete the sheet. Okay. Great. Super. Now you must be wondering how to unhide. I'm coming to that. How to unhide? I'm coming to that. Okay. Okay. One way to unhide is right click, unhide. Okay. Can you see? Right click. How to move to the next sheet without using mouse? I'll come to that, Priyanshu. I'll come to that. Okay. Just hold on. Unhide. Can you see? this window will pop up, unhide the hidden sheets. It will show you hidden sheets. Just select the, see if I, right now only one sheet is hidden, sheet number 10. Let me hide more sheets. Okay. Now see, unhide. Now can you see more sheets are there? Which sheet I want to unhide? Select OK. Okay. Other way is to unhide. There is also a shortcut. HOUH, my bad. Yeah, power is restored. HOUH. Okay. Try HOUH. Alt HOUH. Got it? Did you get it? Alt HOUH. Try that and you should be able to unhide the sheets. How many of you are able to unhide? You can type U. If you are able to unhide, type U. Okay, great. Right? Now, see, how do you remember such? You don't have to cram these, guys. You don't have to remember unhide. Nobody, I use mouse for unhide. I am not expecting that you also use, I mean, this is highly unlikely that you will remember that. Okay. You can delete that, Priyanshu. You can just click on that and delete it. Okay. It's no problem. You can delete that macro. Okay. Just select and delete. Okay. Clear, Priyanshu? Don't worry about it right now. Okay. Right. So I am not expecting that you should remember this. Okay. Yeah, this important. See, this is a function you would be doing day in, day out. Now, I'm saying that don't remember this. If you work too much, hiding, right, unhide, remember. Okay, if you don't work, then you leave it. Okay, but yeah, opening the sheet, deleting, and hiding. These three can be, I mean, as you work often, these three you can definitely remember. Interesting feature, naming the sheet. How do you name the sheet? Right now, you have been naming the sheet, and if you don't, if you know or you know, oops, yes, spelling. Is my voice? Wait. It will become better. Just hold on. That's why there was a shortcut, na? Yeah. Now is it better? It should be better now. Now it should be better. Yes. Those who, Dhanashri, Priyanshu, Shrividya, can you confirm? Yes, now it's better. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. Coming to naming the sheet. Okay. How do I name the sheet? See, one way is go to mouse, double click here. Can you see double click? Name new. Okay. The other way is Alt OHR. Alt OHR. Try Alt OHR. Can you see now? You can name it. Alt plus OHR. Got it? All of you got it? All of you got it? Good. Piyush, you did not get it? Piyush, Alt OHR. Got it? Okay, fine. Okay, great. Next, just very near to it, though it is not that important. Color to sheet means adding color. What happens is when you are working on multiple sheets, you are creating some model and all that. Sometimes you have to color these sheets, though it is not that important, but it is very close, very similar to naming the sheet. Alt OHT. Okay, see, Alt OHT. Can you see? I can color this sheet. See, Alt OHT. I can color the sheet. Okay. Try Alt OHT. It is not that important again. Not expecting, not important. Right? Let me put it NI. Not important. But since I have worked on coloring the sheet a lot, I remember this. Okay. I was not remembering unhide. But I remembered this color the sheet. Okay. Clear? All of you could color, type C. If you are able to color the sheet, type C. Great, great, super, right? Now let's shift gears and learn. Yes, Akash, anything? Okay, fine, fine, fine. Akash, you're getting a problem. What problem? What problem, Akash? Do I have to press all the buttons at a time? No, or not at a time, one after the other. Alt O H T, like this. Alt O H T. Not together, one after the other. But try to be as fast. Try to be as fast as possible. Okay. If there is too much space, too much time, then that continuity is lost. Alt O H R did not work for me. Okay, Akash could do it. Then, of course, Lakshmi, you could also do. Try Alt OHR. In succession. Lakshmi, try Alt OHR in succession. Continuously means in succession, but not, it should not be Alt OH. Even I think with some space, see, I'm able to do that. Earlier it used to be Alt. See, can you see? Okay, let me tell you. Okay, since now you have, how are these shortcuts created? See, Alt helps you navigate this menu at the top. Can you see on the top? Once I press Alt, can you see the yellow? Can you see the yellow letters? Right? Yeah, plus you don't need to. Okay. I have mentioned plus. No need to press plus. Okay. Alt O. Can you see O? And you see how this is being created? H R. Got it? Can you try this? Okay, plus is not required. My bad. I thought I had written, but Alt to HR. Let me remove the plus from these. Okay. Now, are you able to do this? Lakshmi? Alt OHR. Can you got it? Great, right? Super, right? Great. Can we proceed? Now coming to the next, we are again shifting gears. We're going deeper and deeper. Some more shortcuts that I think you should know. And these are the shortcuts that you cannot afford to not remember. Very important. They are going to be the shortcuts that will determine how fast you can work on Excel, and it will project you as an expert that yes, this guy works very fast. You will see those who work on Excel, if you see them just standing behind, windows will keep on popping up, down, and you don't know sometimes what is happening. They work so fast. I don't work that fast though, right? But those who work day in, day out on Excel, windows, if you see them working, window will pop up, he'll press something, window will go down, again pop up, something will keep on happening, and you don't understand how fast someone can work like a machine. It works, right? But now what I'm saying is these are selecting the ranges. Okay. Now these are some of the shortcuts you cannot afford. None of you can afford to miss. And you have to have a command on these. Okay. Now first let's understand what is a range. Okay. What is a range? Range is an important part of Excel that allows you to work with selection of cells. Okay, so when I say selecting a range is a part of Excel that allows you to work with selection of cells. Means, don't go by, this is just a formal definition I picked up from somewhere, right? What is range? When I say selecting the range means selecting one or more cells, okay, that you want to work with. Okay, so there are 4 different types of operations when it comes to selecting, 4 different types of selections that you can do, right? So we are going to see those, right? Shortcut and, okay, let's put the shortcut here only, and the operation. Operation and shortcut. Okay. Okay. What is operation? Selecting a cell. Simple. Simple. Selecting a single cell. Wherever you see the cursor, that cell is selected. Can you see? Wherever you take the cursor, and how do you take this? Using arrows. Okay, let me put it using arrows. Use arrow keys. Can you do this? Simplest of the operation. Are you able to move the cells with the arrow? Type A if you are able to move cells with the arrow. Type A. Very good, right? So this is, you are selecting this cell. I am selecting this cell, one cell, selecting a cell, right? Now let's do selecting multiple cells. Okay, selecting multiple cells. Now comes the interesting thing, right? How do you do that? Oops. Shift plus arrow. I'm writing plus, but you can, yes, shift and arrow. See, shift and use arrow key. You can see, you can make multiple cell selection. Can you see? Do it, shift plus arrow. Are you able to select multiple cells? It could be rows, it could be column. I mean, it could be horizontal, it could be vertical, but you should be able to do this. Are you able to do this? All of you type SA, shift plus arrow SA if you are able to do this. SA, very good guys. Really, really. None of you are not able to do, that's the best part, right? All of you are able to do. Those who are responding, see, those who don't respond, I cannot tell for them, right? And you have to participate. That's why I say participation is important, right? So great, right? So I assume for those who don't respond, I am assuming they go with the group, those who are responding. Okay, fine. Okay, great. So shift plus arrows. Next is coming the second, selecting the column. Right, there we go. How do we select the column? Keep the cell where you want the column to be selected, control space. Keep the cell in the column which you want to select and then press control plus space. Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Control plus space, CS. You can type CS, control space if you are able to understand it and you are able to do it. Okay, great, super, right? Very nice, very good response, guys, right? Let's keep this momentum going. Very important, right? Now selecting multiple columns. Anyone wants to contribute? I know there are people who must be knowing. First, control S, control space, press control space, first press control space, and then shift and side arrow. Shift and arrow. Control space and then shift plus arrow keys. Can you try this? Control space and you leave the keys. It will still be selected. The entire column will still be selected. Understand my words, you will be able to do it. Just hear my words. Control space will select the column and you can just get your hands off the keyboard. Then press space and whichever side you want to select, left or right. Are you able to do this? Isn't this amazing? Isn't this amazing? Right now we're just selecting. You will see why I start Excel session with these, because they are so powerful shortcuts. right from today only, when you start using these shortcuts, you'll see the transformation. People will take you like, "Oh, you know these shortcuts, yeah, you can work without mouse." Right? They are going to, I mean, you right from day one, you will be projected as if you are an expert. I mean, I'm not saying you are an expert, you will be projecting as you are an expert. Okay, all of you could do this. So oops, I went to the next one. Okay, great. Let's move to the next. Selecting the row, and I did that already. Yeah, Ganpati is saying something. Sir, very different thing happened. What happened, Akash? Okay, shift plus control plus arrows. Yeah, to select the data range. Yeah, that we'll come to that. We'll come to that. Shift plus control plus arrow, na? Yeah, we'll come to that. Don't worry. Yeah, we'll come to that. I know, yeah, like this shift plus control plus arrow. Yeah, we'll come to this. Okay, what happened, Akash? Okay, selecting a row. I'm pressing control plus space instead of column row. I am pressing control plus space instead of column row is selected. Column is not okay. Row is selected. Is it? That's very strange. That's really strange. Control plus space is selecting a column for you. Maybe it's that's okay. Then you press okay. Try shift plus space. Akash, shift plus space. Try shift plus space. Shift plus space usually, and for most of you, it would select a row. Yes. Shift plus space, selecting a row. Can you do it? Then shift plus selecting multiple rows. Shift plus space. That is selecting a row. And even control plus space is also selecting a row. This is absurd. Okay, open a new sheet and check. Open a new sheet and try to do it. Open a new sheet and try to do it. Strange. Okay, open a new Excel. Do you know how to open a new Excel? Do you know how to open a new Excel? All of you, just look at it. Right click in this on any right click on any folder. I mean, inside the folder, new. Just try to do it. Yeah, Control N also you can do. I keep forgetting that, but Control N to open a new sheet, right? Control N. Yeah, this is also a very important. I think I missed it because I forgot it. Very important shortcut. Control N. Let's write this here. Control plus N. This is also, guys, this is also very important to open a new Excel sheet, which will not be saved. You will have to save it. Okay, very important. Unsaved. You will have to save it later. Okay, clear? Akash, that selecting row. Yeah, workbook I meant. Yes, on the day. Yeah, I meant workbook only. New workbook, not Excel sheet. My bad. Yes, Sundare, thanks for correcting me. Okay, still it's selecting rows. I can't do anything, Akash. Akash, do you have a unlicensed version? Do you have a version which is not licensed? Is it licensed version? Akash, can you respond? No, then to leave it. Then we can't. Maybe Microsoft is playing there, right? Because now they have control to all the versions which are not licensed also. How will I get it? You mean the license version? License version, you can get it. I told you, 365 Office 365 is 800. Or if you want to pay one time on Amazon, you can check like lifetime MS Office, something like that. I'll tomorrow I'll share that with you, right? So there you can get it like, I think it's a one-time payment. Still that product is still there. So one time for one system, right? Some 6,000, 7,000 rupees is there, and you get it lifetime. It will keep on, I mean, the versions keep on. I think that's a student version, something like that, right? You can check that. Okay, fine, guys. Let's proceed. Now let's understand the interface quickly, right? Okay, let's understand the interface of Excel. Okay, we have learned how to select the. We have learned how to just hold up, right? Okay. Okay. What I want you to now know is there are certain things, some structure, there are certain structure that you need to know regarding Excel. And that's the terminology sometimes I also use, right? So let's understand the structure of an Excel sheet. Okay. Let me use the pen. Where's my pen? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah. See, now to understand the structure, first just look at it. Can you see this, the line that I created, right? Below this are rows and columns, right? And of course, cells, right? This is the main sheet, but there are a lot of things above this, right? Let's understand these, right? So this gray thing, this gray box that you see, right, is called the ribbon. What is it called? Not just this gray box along with this home and all that. What is it called? Ribbon. What is it called? Ribbon. Okay. So I will rather like this. All this thing is called ribbon. Okay. So ribbon provides shortcut for Excel commands also. You will see sometimes you don't remember a shortcut for a particular okay, sorry. This is short. Ribbon provides you shortcut means if you want to use mouse, there are some functions. Basically, not shortcut, rather, I would say ribbon provide you visual cues, or these are also called shortcuts, visual shortcuts, you can say. Okay, I want to color this, I want to remove the color, right? So these are the commands, right? These are the Excel commands. Okay, so ribbon, yeah, that's what I said, Shivida, right? Ribbon provides you with the visual cues for Excel commands. Okay. Now, Excel command, what is Excel command? Coloring, font, make it italic, make the font greater, data type, conditional formatting, all these that you see, right? These are Excel commands, and ribbon holds these Excel commands. Okay, clear to all of you, right? This above the ribbon, home, insert, draw, this is called menu. What is this called? Menu. Okay, I think it's called menu only. Yeah, menu. Okay, yeah, menu, ribbon. Then components of ribbon. Let's look at the components of ribbon. Okay, what are the components of ribbon? Tabs. groups, and commands. Right? So what are tabs? Let's look at tabs. Can you see? These are tabs. These are tabs actually. Menu are also called tabs. My bad. Right? So menu, tabs are menu only, which I told menu. Menu, right? Home tab, insert tab, draw tab, page layout tab. So these are tabs. Clear? Menu in the ribbon. Got it? Got it? All of you? Right? Groups. Now, in the tab, every tab, do you see this? I'll just sensitize you. I'll just help you understand. Before you reach each and every this command, right? Oh, what happened? Before you reach each and every command like this, can you see these demarcations? Yes, all of you can notice this. What are these called? Groups. Okay. What are groups? Groups is a collection of similar or related commands. Clear? Got it? Collection of related commands is called groups. Clear to all of you? And then you have commands that you know already, right? Are the visual cues of the actions that you can take. Clear? What are commands? All of you, this is clear? 3 parts. Okay, right. So everyone till here, any doubt, anyone? I'll give 1 minute here to all of you to absorb what we have done. If you have any doubt till here, you can let me know. And we'll move to the last part of the day. And then from tomorrow, we're going to do activities. Okay. We are going to start doing activities from tomorrow. Ribbon and component. Okay. See, ribbon is, now look at it. Who has this? Praveen. Praveen, look at the screen. Very easy. All that you see above the sheet, right? Above the sheet, this is the sheet, right? All that you see above the sheet and also above this field. This is, I'll discuss what is this field called, right? All that you see above this is called ribbon. Clear? This is called ribbon. Now, second is components. Ribbon is divided into tabs. What are the tabs? What are tabs? These are tabs. Okay, these are tabs. And then groups. Each tab opens another view, right? In the ribbon, this is called a group. Can you see between the lines? This is called group, each group. And then within the group, you have commands. I hope it is clear now. Okay, now that we have learned how to select, right? I don't want this. How to select, right? Copy, sequence, first copy function. Sequence will do tomorrow. The shortcut for copy, all of you must be knowing. Control C, right? See, I want to copy this, Control C. Can you see what happens when you do a Control C? Can you see this dotted line? Can you see this dotted line outlining the cell? All of you can see this is an indication. Who's this? Can you see this dotted line? This dotted line tells you that this cell has been copied. Control C, whenever you do a Control C, you'll find this dotted line. And Paste. What is paste? The most used function of Excel. Control C, Control V, Control V. Try it. Control C, Control V. Yes. Okay. Then filling. Can you see this cell? When you see this cell, right? This is selected. Do you see this thick dot at the right bottom corner? Do you see this thick dot at the right bottom corner? I'm talking about. Oh, I can't even show you because all of you could see this. If it is here, right, I can drag it and you see it will, the entire text will be pasted. Can you see? Can you do it? Man, this has to be done with mouse though. Okay. Okay. Another thing that comes here is, can you see this? See, there are multiple things. One is I drag it either ways, right? Either cell or column. I cannot move it both ways. Okay. Next is hover the cursor. Okay, hover the cursor on this. Do you see this plus symbol coming? Black plus symbol. All of you can see this black plus symbol. This, with this, I can. What happened? Wait. Yeah, this is also move. Yeah, this is also, sorry, copying it. But yeah, this wheel. Can you see this wheel? This wheel comes in. Can you see? This will move the content of your cell. Are you able to do this? Move the content of your cell. And then you have this plus symbol. This is simply, I mean, just selecting this, keeping the cursor on the cell. Okay. What happened? Why is this plus coming for me? Whatever. I think for you, the plus should not come. I don't know why it is coming for me. I think it's we're so used to Excel. I don't even remember. This plus symbol is there for everyone, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. Got it, all of you? Cursor at the boundary? Where? Okay. Right? So I think that's it for today. Understood. We learned, we discussed some important terminologies that are used in the field of business intelligence, right? And like data analysis, we understood the difference between data analysis and data analytics, right? And then we understood we did learn some interesting facts about Excel. What is analytics? What is analysis and analytics? Business analyst and data analysis, right? Difference between business analyst and data analyst, right? And yeah, and that's right. That was the theoretical part that we did, because this was very important, because this is what you do in Excel, right? I'm going to cover some industry. I mean, basically Excel is used in all industries, right? We're going to cover some industry examples also as we proceed through the training. But yeah, then we started learning. I gave you one parameter to measure your expertise in Excel, right? And that parameter is, if the less you touch mouse, the more expert you are in Excel. Okay, so remember this. This is your parameter this is your yardstick to measure how expert, how good you are in Excel. Then we did some shortcuts. We learned we learned a lot of shortcuts, starting with how to open a new Excel sheet, right? In fact, we did this. We started with how to open a new sheet, then how to open a new workbook. Workbook is a new file. So if I simply press Control N, see, it opened a new workbook which is not saved. Can you see? This is not saved. It opened a new workbook. Now, if I do anything here and suppose my system shuts down, then nothing will be saved here. So remember, when you open a new workbook, the first thing you do is you should save it, right? So, right, and okay, I think I did not cover how to save it, but yeah, I'll cover that today, right? Then we learned some nomenclature, some certain things like how to open a new sheet, how to delete the sheet. These are sheets, right? And this is workbook. The name of the workbook is Excel with AI patch 2026, right? This is the name of the workbook. This is the name of the workbook. And then in that, you can see there are 3 sheets. Okay. So those are called sheets and that is called workbook. Okay. So let me just use the pen to. So the name that you see here is the name of the workbook. Okay. And these are the name of the sheets. Sometimes even today I do this. Because we are so used to, I call the Excel workbook sometimes as an Excel sheet. Okay. So, so that even today I do that mistake, right? So what I'm saying is right from the start, if you just start grabbing the right words, learning the right words. Am I not audible? Am I audible, guys? Can you confirm? Right? So these are the sheets. This is the name of the workbook. Okay. So if you start using the right nomenclature, if you start using the right words, you portray yourself as as an expert, right? So that's why it's always good to know the right nomenclature. What do you call each and every thing, right? Okay, great. Then we also learned how do you name, unhide, hide, unhide, the shortcuts for that, right? Then we learned how to name the sheets, color the sheet, right? The shortcuts for that. What is range, right? Then how do you select different ranges of cells? We are going to use this. This is going to be used a lot today. Selecting some rows, selecting columns, right? So that's why this is the first. These are some of the first shortcuts that I teach, right? So all these we are going to use today. Okay. Then if you have to select the entire sheet, it's Control A, right? And we did all these. All of us, we did this, right? Okay. Then ribbon. Then we learned the structure of the Excel sheet, right? What is the how is the structure? Majority part is is taken by the sheets. This is called the spreadsheet. We also call it as spreadsheet, right? Or the sheet, right? So this is, you can call it a sheet or a spreadsheet. And on top of the spreadsheet, you have the ribbon. In ribbon, we learned two parts to the ribbon, 2 components, right? The first one is the menu, or what we call as tabs, right? Menu or the tabs. In fact, 3, tabs. Then tabs, these are the tabs, right? Insert tab, draw tab, page layout. These are the tabs. In each of the tab, you have some groups. And let me just mark those. What are groups? Just a recap, right? From one, you see these thin gray lines. These are groups. And each group is a collection of related commands. Related commands. Note, related means, see, font. So all these commands are related to font, alignment. All these commands are related to alignment. All these commands are related to number, style, cell. Got it? How this is structured? Is that clear? How the Excel sheet menu is structured, or this tabs are structured? Is that clear to all of you? Yes, 1. Can I see 1? Okay, great. Right? Thanks for the response. Right? So then you have something, each group is further divided into something called commands. Like this is one command. This is font. This is color. This is size, type of font. All these are commands, visual cues of actions that you take. Okay, so these are called commands. So this is all what we did. Yeah, we also did some more functions. We copy function, Control C, and paste. Now we are going to start today. So what we have done, we have learned some basic shortcuts. Today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a Excel sheet with you, which will have some exercises, right? As I said, today it's going to be completely hands-on. Okay, and let me just share the PPT so that we know we are following the PPT, right? So yesterday we did this one, introduction to BA, right? Then see, we did all this yesterday. What is business analytics? Then types of business analytics, descriptive, predictive, diagnostic, prescriptive. We did all this. Then this application I did not do deliberately because it is like financial analytics, application of analytics in finance, performance, customer, and risk. So these are just 4 areas, but analytics is now in almost every field. Marketing analytics, HR analytics, right? Finance is always there. Then, I mean, customer care analytics. I mean, name a field where business is, name a field of business, analytics has become an integral part of it. Okay, but these are just 4. Can you please explain the type of business? I can explain that. Yeah, I'll explain that. No problem. But this is theory. So I did not do that yesterday because yesterday we did a lot of theory anyways, right? Yeah, I will explain this, right? So what is financial analytics? We will see some examples here, right? But this will be more of running a PPT. I'll do that right away. And because right now more people are joining in, so I don't want they should miss the practical sessions, right? So let's complete this, right? Let's conclude this. So I'll now discuss these 4 types of analytics, right? And then once we are done with this, Excel capabilities and all this, you will come to know. And yeah, that's pretty much of the first part. Okay, so today is after this we are going to start with the hands-on exercise. Okay, so what are the different types of analytics? These are just 4. Again, I'm repeating, but every field today has analytics. I can cover HR analytics, as I said, marketing analytics. Then you would be amazed to know sports analytics is one of a very promising and very in-demand field, sports analytics, right? If I talk about, like cricket, we are a cricket crazy nation, right? So cricket analytics is a very, very important field. And these days you see how how each and every match is being recorded and analyzed, right? So all this is because of analytics, the power of softwares and the power of big data. Okay, so let's start with financial analytics. What all is covered in financial analytics, right? Analysis of any financial statement, whether it is a financial statement, any financial numbers, whether it is financial, whether it's P&L, whether it's balance sheet, right? All that is part of financial analytics. Any numbers related to finance, they are part of financial analytics. It's a crucial tool for driving competitive advantage by enabling deeper financial insights. So using those financial analysis, let me give you an example, right? That would be better and it would really help you understand financial analytics better. Okay, remember this data set I shared? Sample Superstore? All of you remember? Yes? Can anyone tell me, especially those who know Excel, at least those who know Excel, how many years of data this data set has? How many years of data? Let me see who can tell me. How will you find out how many years of data this has? Those who know Excel, those who don't know, you can stay. Just no need to respond. A lot of people know Excel, so I want to know how many years of data this data set has. And can you name the years? Come on, guys. There were so many people. 40. Very good. 4 years. 14, 15, 16, 17. How did I know? See, I go to date. There's a filter, right? This is a shortcut of filter I'm applying. See, I click on it. You can see 4 years, right? Guys, can someone share this sheet with Saundarya? Saundarya, you were not there yesterday? Saundarya, you were there yesterday? So I had shared this now. Did you not save it? See, guys, please keep on saving the documents and the files that I share. Again, right? Each and every second counts. I can share it again, but I'll have to close the file and do this thing. Let me share. See, I'll have to close the file, otherwise it will not get shared. Okay, I've shared it. Okay, right? So now financial analytics. What is financial? Now you see these are transactions that you see. These are business transactions, right? And you can see each business transaction is being recorded in each row. Like it has a row ID, right? So you can call it like a transaction ID, order date, ship mode, and blah, 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 blah. And in the end, you have sales, quantity, discount, and profit. Got it? All of you, please, all ears, right? Now, if I ask you from this table, help me calculate, note what is financial analytics, right? If I ask you, give me 5 matrix, 5 financial matrix, okay? Analyze 5 financial matrix, right? From this data. Can you tell me what are the 5 financial, if those who know finance and even those who don't know finance, you must be knowing, what are the 5 financial matrix that, can you give me 5 financial metrics that you analyze? Anyone? Those who know finance, those who are in the field of finance, those who don't know, you can also try. It's not very good. Sales, let me put it here. Sales, profit, very nice. Next, what is CCI? I don't know. Can you elaborate? Quantity, very good. Quantity, nice. What else? Discount, okay. What else? What is CCI? I don't know. Can someone share all the spreadsheet that's shared? Collection is right, but not from this data. We don't have anything called collection. ROI, very good. Madhuri, ROI is a very powerful financial metric, but not as per this data. Okay. Okay. You guys are not thinking one level ahead. All you are thinking, all you're saying is reading. You're reading. Month on month and year on year, what? Divarkar, Nikhil. What is month on month and year on year? I don't know. What is this? Akash, what is this? Can you please share the file again? Why have you copied this? Very good. Sales. I just want you to just see, guys, think between the lines. Sales, you are reading. MTD, good. MTD, month to date. Then what is MT after that? Sales target. Target is not, again, it's a target, right? It is also a financial metric. I understand that, but not as per this data that I shared. Product wise sales. Okay, good. Product wise sales. I take it. Product wise sales. So you have region wise sales, product wise sales. Again, you are not moving ahead. You are just reading from the Excel. Okay, but yeah, all these are correct. Then you have MTD, then you have YTD also, and you have QTD also. If you know what is MTD, YTD. Anyone who does not know MTD, QTD, YTD? Anyone who does not know why MTD, QTD, YTD? EBITDA, very good, Vishal. We can calculate EBITDA, but I think this data set does not have that matrix. Okay, so that's why, but you that's a correct metric, financial metric. So let me first explain what is MTD, YTD, QTD, right? So MTD means month to date, means YTD means year to date, and QTD means quarter to date. Okay, now what does this mean? Like, I give you an example and you'll get the answer. Year to date means what is the period YTD? YTD, like as of today, month to date is 1st March 2026 to 15th March 2026. This is MTD. Is that clear? Those who did not know, is this clear what is MTD? Those who did not know, I want a response from those guys. Got it? What is MTD? Okay, those who put 0, you got it. Now, can you tell me what is YTD? Those who know, only those who did not know. Can you tell me what is the YTD period? YTD is year to date. What is the YTD period I want? No, Dipanshu, this is wrong. YTD period. What is the YTD period? No. Yes, Sajid, correct. 1st January 2026 till 15th March 2026. Is that clear? Is that clear to all of you? Yes? Okay. Last thing, who will tell me the QTD? Just only those who did not know. Who will tell me quarter to date? Period. I don't want Piyush. I don't want quarter to date. I've already made it's written. I am saying what is the period of quarter to date for this ad as of today. Correct. It's the same because we are in the first quarter. We are in the first quarter, so QTD remains same. Had we been in May, in the month of May, let's say it was, understand this, please. Let's say it was, today was 5th May. Let's say it was 5th May today. Can you tell me what is QTD in that case? Aditya, very good. I'm not sure whether you knew it or not, but yeah, that's the answer. If it was 5th May, QTD would be 1st April till 5th May. Is that clear? Quarter. We are in the second quarter. So we will discard the first quarter. Okay. Like for 5th May, can you tell me if you were on 5th May, what is MTD? What is MTD for 5th May? Very good. 1st May till 5th May. Is that clear? And YTD, you know, right? 1st January till 5th May. Got it? All of you, this concept is clear? MTD, YTD? Okay, great. Right? So, okay, great. Right? So, now all these are financial metrics, right? But I really wanted someone I would have been very happy if someone would have said profit ratio. No one said profit ratio. Why? Because you were simply reading from the sheet. Average order price. Yes, good. That's a good metric. That's a good financial metric, Vaibhav. Yes, right. But profit ratio. Anyone knows how to calculate profit ratio? It's profit divided by sales, right? Similarly, you also have something called cost. Cost and cost ratio. Okay. So cost ratio is percentage. Cost is in this case, can we calculate, look at this data that I shared. Can you calculate cost in this case? Do we have cost? First question. Do we have cost? Tell me. No. But can we calculate cost? Can we calculate cost? Anyone who is from BCom or yes, what is the cost? What is the formula for cost? Exactly. Very good. So cost is a derived metric. Understand, it's a derived metric. You don't have it, but you can calculate it. So I really wanted someone would have told me some derived matrix, but anyways, no problem. I understand all of your learning. So these are derived. We call this as derived matrix, okay? Which are not present in the data, but you can calculate from the data. Profit ratio, cost ratio, right? Is that clear? Like average selling price, right? Similarly, average cost, average order quantity, okay? All these are derived matrix and these help you in financial analysis. Is that clear? A little bit idea you got it, what is financial analysis? Financial analytics, clear, right? See, explore and forecast using financial data. You also forecast these numbers, right? Like what would be the profit ratio in the next 5 years, right? So financial projections can be made. Okay, this is all financial analytics. Okay, like see, I'll just read this. This is an example. A retail company uses financial analytics to assess stores' performance by analyzing sales margin. This profit ratio is also called sales margin. Yeah, it can also be called this can also be called profit margin, right? I don't know what is sales. I think it can also be called sales margin. I'm not sure, but whatever, right? There are different terminologies which are not standard, but yeah, I think this is sales margin only. Okay. Then inventory cost. You know what is inventory cost? The cost of goods. Inventory cost means cost of goods. Seasonal demand trends, helping optimize store expansion and promotion. So this is an example of financial analytics. Okay. Let's move to the next one. Performance analytics. What is performance analytics, guys? Anyone knows what is performance analytics? Anyone knows what is performance analytics? Okay, let me tell you what is performance analytics. Performance, comparing past performance with the area of improvement. You can say that basically any metric that is used to measure the performance in any area. Okay, you can identify the areas, right? It could be performance analytics, could be in, see, there's a field called performance marketing, right? It is a part of performance analytics only, right? So all the KPIs, okay, another term I'm using. Do you know what is KPI? Anyone who does not know what is a KPI? Anyone who does not know what is a KPI, quickly you can tell, you can put 0. I'll just, yeah, these metrics are also called KPIs, you can say. Correct. Yes. It's a very standard term. You can say KPIs. Okay. All these metrics are also called KPIs. Okay. Yeah. So coming to performance analytics. Now, performance analytics can be like performance marketing, right? Performance marketing, right? It could be performance wherein you are measuring the performance of any business area. Okay. And you're trying to monitor that performance, right? It could be, as I said, marketing. It could be finance. It could be budgeting. It could be operations, right? All these are called performance analytics. It uses data and technology to analyze business performance, right? So it is like, remember yesterday I used a term called business intelligence, right? So business intelligence measures is all related to performance analytics. Okay, it uses data and technology to analyze business performance and identify areas for improvement. It could be any area, planning strategies, right? It could be finance, it could be budgeting, daily operations, finance, marketing, service level agreements, or any area that requires improvement and that we identify that this area requires improvement using technology and data. That is called performance analytics. Is this clear? What is performance analytics? Is the performance analytics clear to all of you? Yes. Can I get one? Okay, great. I should see a flow. Yes, I know. Okay, great. Next, terms, okay, an example of performance analytics quickly. It can track network uptime, like in a business of providing networks, right? Network uptime, signal strength, okay, data leading to data-driven maintenance and upgrades, right? Upgrades, right? All these are performance analytics metrics. Clear? Keeping the telecom network robust and customer consistently connected. This is an example of performance analytics. Clear? Guys, is that clear? Okay, it helps me understand the performance of any particular division in the business of telecom. Okay, further, customer analytics. Very, very important area of analytics. Customer analytics. Very, very important, right? Let me put it. Customer analytics. What do you think customer analytics means? What do you think customer analytics mean? Anyone? What is customer analytics? What do you think customer analytics means? Yeah, feedback, customer behavior patterns. Because feedback means you are analyzing the feedback provided by the customer. Okay, patterns. Okay, consumer behavior, analyzing consumer behavior, not judging. Okay, analyzing consumer behavior, analyzing their characteristics, right? Purchase behavior, very good. Then customer feedbacks, right? Sentiment analysis, right? All these are, yes, purchasing behavior, very good, right? No more examples, thank you, right? So all these are part of customer analytics. Okay, very, very important. Why do you think customer analytics is so important? Because it is where our business come from, right? So we need to understand how is the sentiment of a customer, right? It is a process that helps organizations make critical decisions and deliver offers that are anticipated. Key aspects of customer analytics include driving critical decisions based on customer insights, applying market segmentation, predictive analytics. Market segmentation is also a very important part of customer analytics. Now, what is market segmentation? Means you segment the market based on similar criteria. For example, I'll give you an example here, market segmentation, like you sell a phone, right, on Amazon. Okay, now you do a market segmentation. For example, iPhone. Let's say iPhone is being sold on Amazon, right? Now, what they do is they segment the market to understand which particular segment buys my phone the most. So let's say for iPhone, 20 to 30 age bracket, they buy iPhone the maximum, right? Let's say they buy of the total phones, 10% of the phones are bought by, of the total iPhone sold, 40% of the iPhones are bought by 20 to 30 age. Then 30 to 40 by 20%. Let me show it. So this is called market segmentation. Okay, market segmentation, right? For let's say age 20 to 30 years, 40%. 30 to 40 years, 20%, right? Then 40 to 50 years, 10%. And let me put it 50%. Okay, 20, 30, and another, okay, let me make this 25%, 10%, 15%, and 10%. Okay, now I've just simplified this example, 50 and above. Now, which segment do you think Apple will be more interested in? Of course, 20 to 30, right? That particular segment is capturing 50% of their sales. It's not that they will not cater to these, but they are going to come up with promotions which are inducing 20 to 30 years guys more to buy the phone. Why? They can pay EMI. They've started working. They can easily make EMI. Buy phones on EMI. So that's why the penetration is more, right? When you are in the age of 30 to 40 Again, you have a good penetration, but after 40 to 50, let's say, so you don't prefer to buy an expensive phone, or you have other liabilities also, so you would not buy, I mean, most of the time, right? So this is market segmentation. Clear? What is my market segmentation? Is it clear what is market segmentation? Right. Similarly, predictive analytics, we discussed predictive yesterday also. We'll do that in more detail. Data modeling, visualization techniques, all these are part of customer analytics. Okay. Enhancing the prediction of customer behavior to improve engagement and loyalty. Engagement and loyalty are also part of customer analytics, wherein engagement means how engaged the customer is on our website or to our brands. Okay. How does the engagement calculated? For example, how many times on a website he is coming and buying, let's say in a year, right? So more he is buying from our website, the more engaged the customer is. Okay. And similarly, loyalty, if the customer is buying a brand again and again, it is loyalty. Yeah, you calculate that lifetime value. I'm not getting into that detail, but yeah, you're right, Shogata, right? Okay, fine. So customer analytics, example of customer analytics quickly. Telecom companies uses customer analytics to analyze user patterns and online behaviors, enabling them to predict demand, deliver timely promotions, and strengthen customer loyalty. Clear? Okay, is that clear? Okay. Then you have a very, very important feature of analytics called risk analytics. Now, risk analytics help you analyze the risk in the business. I mean, where does every process, business process, where does risk lie in every business process, right? So that is called risk analytics. It is a crucial part of business strategy, as effective risk management significantly impact business success. Risk analytics help businesses manage uncertainties and improve decision making. Okay, manage uncertainties, right? So with risk analytics, with matrix that measure risk in different processes, in different operations, in different parts of business, right? It helps. Once we have measured the risk, then only we can mitigate it, right? So that's why it first helps to measure the risk, and then you work on it to mitigate the risk. Okay. Okay. Forecasting future uncertainties. With risk analytics, you forecast the future uncertainties to evaluate project success or failure, right? Then manage and mitigate risk across business operations. Once you forecast, then you measure what is the risk in the business operations, and then empowering decision makers to inform and corrective action to mitigate the risk. Okay. Example of risk analytics. Okay, let me take an example of risk analytics. Let's say all of you do online shopping, right? All of you do online shopping, right? Now, in a particular, let's say, I mean, Amazon, it sells products all across India, right? But do you know there are areas of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh which are like high dense areas, right? There are still areas Amazon has not started delivery there. High dense forest areas. Why? There are some goons and mafias who are active. And if you read the reports, I mean, if you read news, when Amazon started operations, what happened? What used to happen was the delivery person, he used to get looted there, right? So there are still areas, I mean, villages in dense forest where Amazon does not deliver. Why? So what did they do? They started delivery and then they stopped the delivery, right? Why? Because the risk was too high and it was related to some external factors. So risk analytics helped them first measure the risk. How did they measure the risk? Okay, number of incidents that are happening in every pin code, right? So some pin codes were highlighted. Okay, there are incidents like these which are happening in some certain areas of Chhattisgarh or whatever, right? So they could analyze that, yes, there is a risk. Now, how do they mitigate that? They would have, first thing is mitigating is, okay, they stopped immediately so that they are not suffering loss. Okay, they could have, now another thing they could do is maybe they could talk to local security police people that if they can provide additional security, because people there want these goods which they are delivering, right? So they could talk to them. So these are that once you measure the risk, then you take corrective action. Okay, is that clear? Is this example clear? An example of risk analytics. Another example I will take quickly is regarding the telecom, right? Telecom, what is the risk? What could be the risk? Like in certain areas, let's say they lay these fiber lines and all that, right? In certain areas, let's say those fiber lines get distorted or get broken, or they get tripped by animals, let's say in certain areas, because the population of animals, let's say monkeys and all, is more, right? So that's a risk they have to. Now, how do they manage that? First, they will identify the number of instances measuring risk. Okay, how do they work on it? Probably they would in that particular area, the wires, they would coat it with, let's say, some metal, let's say steel. I'm just right now cooking this on top of my head, right? So they would mitigate it after taking corrective action. Okay, so these are all examples of risk. Another example, let's quickly take. Okay, in telecom, Domino's Pizza. Yeah, Domino's Pizza is a very good example. Yes, very good, Piyush. Yeah. They always have a risk. Now, they always had a risk of when they started Domino's, all of you know, they started with 30-minute delivery. Yes. So they did not start 30-minute delivery in all the areas. Why? They measured that, okay, there is a risk that in certain areas, we might not be able to deliver in 30 minutes. Okay. Yeah, COD is also an example of COD. Was the purpose of COD was to push sales, because initially people were not very, especially Indians, they were not very comfortable paying online. Okay, COD was started there. Okay, anyways, yeah, right. So ensuring proactive risk management and safeguarding both the company and the customer base. Okay, risk analytics can evaluate threats ranging from network failure to cyber security. Okay, for a telecom, whether it's a network failure or a cyber security, ensuring proactive risk management and safeguarding both company and its base. Okay, got it? So these are examples of risk analytics. So we have covered the analytics. I mean, these four types of analytics which were there. So what we'll do now is I'm going to share with all of you. Now, I think we still have lesser attendance today, but nevertheless, we are not going to stop now because it's already, we are going to start with first exercise. I have given some instructions also, right? Basic formatting is the first activity. So what do you have to do? Just read through this and can you perform these activity? I'm sure all of you can do this. Read through this. There are some certain commands which will require like freezing pane and all that, which I will help you learning, doing those. But right now, start with the first one. I've given a shortcut also. Auto fit column. What is auto fit column? Right. So what happens is, like, when you have sometimes the data, right? It is like sometimes the columns are, you can just reduce the column width, right? Let's say it was like this, right? Now auto fit column means these columns get the width of the column is auto fitted to the amount of text, the amount of data that is there in the column, right? For example, okay, we were talking about auto fit, right? Auto fit column width means, now see, first, just maybe, I mean, just reduce the width like this, right? Reduce the width like this. Okay. Now, how do you do auto fit? There are two ways. One is the shortcut, which I have mentioned here. Alt OCA. Look at it. Look on the screen. I've selected all these columns. How do I select the entire column? See, how do I select the entire column? See, if I have a mouse, I will use like this, right? Otherwise, Control A, right? Or not Control A, Control space, Shift arrow, right? Control A actually does not select the entire column. It selects the text area only. Okay. See, Control A is not selecting the entire column. I'll tell you. See, can you see? Can you see? Control A does not select the entire column. Okay, it selects only the text area. So how do I select the entire column? One way is using mouse. How do I roll the mouse? On these column names A to E. Okay. Second way is I'm there on this column A, Control space and Shift side arrow. All of you could do it. All of you could do this. Yes. Another way, one last way to select this all 5 columns is Control Shift and then Shift and side arrows. But so let's see, Shift and side arrow. If you use Shift and side arrow, right arrow, see, it is selecting column one by one. Can you see? Okay, but if I want all the columns to be selected at once, I use Control space. Then instead of Shift side arrow, I use Shift Control side arrow. I mean right arrow. I am again doing it. See, Control A, Shift Control right arrow. In one go, you will be able to select all the columns. Are you able to do this? Are you able to do this? Everyone? Great, right? So that is the power of shortcut. You can quickly select all the columns. Now, how do I do autofit? One way is, as I said, Alt OCA. I keep forgetting this. So Alt OC. Wait, Alt OCA. Can you see? Did you do Alt OCA? All of you could do Alt OCA quickly. Okay, now this is autofit. Can you see autofit? Now the column width is different based on the text that it contains, so that any data that is present in a column, right? Any data that is present in a column, it is visible and readable. This is called autofit. Clear? The other way to do autofit, you can do a Control Z and go back. The other way to do autofit, if you don't know the shortcut, is just select all the columns. Do you see this green dot? Do you see this green dot? Just hover the cursor and double click. Mouse. This is mouse. Okay. Autofit done. Next. Format all data columns. Second, format all data columns. Very important. See, we have date in column A, clicks, cost, impressions, and actions. Okay. So date. How do you see the format of the date? How do you see the format of the date? It's in numbers, right? General, right? It's in numbers. Okay. So it's not in DDMMYY, Swati, right? The sheet that I've given, it's not in DDMMYY, correct? Yeah, I mean, that's a shortcut. Control Shift 3, I think that would do the trick. Select. See, how do I select? Notice Control Shift down arrow. Bring your cursor on A2, Control Shift down arrow, and then Control Shift 3. I think it should work. Control Shift 3 is the shortcut for converting to date. Control Shift 3 is the shortcut to convert to date. I did not know it, understand, right? I am also, because this is I'll put it here, right? Control plus Shift plus 3. Okay, done everyone? Great. Next, guys, next. Clicks. This is again a general format. Notice it's written general. This is again a general number format, but I want a comma format. So how do I convert it into comma? First, Control Shift down arrow. Do you see this comma? Do you know this is called comma format? Anyone? Do you know what is a comma format? This one. Okay. Means it will add comma, appropriate comma to the numbers. Okay. So just click on this comma and clicks. Can the clicks have decimals? Can the clicks have decimals? Can you have 2.5 clicks? No. So I don't need decimals, right? How do I reduce the decimals? Use this decrease decimal 1, 2. Got it? Is this clear? Bhagyashri, not clear? Bhagyashri, clear? Okay, you said 0, so I thought. Okay, great. So it's clear. Deepika, not clear? Okay, Deepika, Mahesh, you want me to repeat? Okay, I'll repeat. Alt HK, yeah, you can do Alt HK also. Right. So, anyways, I'll go back. We were here. Deepika. If it is not happening using the shortcut, Vishal. If it is not happening using the shortcut, okay, date formatting, na. If it is not happening using the shortcut, just select this, and you would have a formatting option here, number, right? In this select date. Okay, more number format. Go to more number format. Select DDMMYYYY. Okay, whatever date you format you want, you can select any of these. Okay, but ideally that's the form, that's the shortcut. Even I did not know it. I don't remember this Control Shift 3, but yeah, thanks who made us learn this. Control Shift 3. Shashank, thanks Shashank. Yeah, Ashwini, what is Control Shift 1 for? I think this. Click Control Shift 1. Control Shift 1 is for adding comma, right? See, comma style, Control Shift 1. Quickly, now were you able to add comma? Control, were you able to format second column? I don't need this decimal. Remember, I don't need decimal here. So reduce the decimal. Click cost. Now, what is cost in? It has a dollar value or a local currency. You can say a rupee or whatever, right? How do I add that? First, I use Control Shift down arrow to select all. Control Shift down arrow. Now, okay, Alt plus H plus 9 to remove decimals. Fine. Thanks on that there. Right? Okay. On to the third cell. Right? I want a dollar sign here. Right? So first I do a Control Shift down arrow. Then I do a, I think Control 1. Do Control 1, you open this window. Format window. Control 1 will open this format window. Or are you able to open this format cell window? Control 1. Control 1. Then go to currency. Can you see currency? You can select dollar, English, UK or US. And okay. Reduce. Alt H9. Okay. Alt H9. Alt H9. Were you able to do this? Adding dollar. Okay. Thanks on the array. Thank you for Control Shift 4 for dollar currency. Great. See, it all depends how often you work on these shortcuts. Then only, I don't remember this because I've never worked on these much, right? But thanks those who are sharing the shortcuts, really appreciate that, right? Okay, done. Cost is done, right? Now let's move to the next part. Format date, we have already done this, right? Currency with no decimal place, we have done this. Comma delimiter, done, right? Add a column for cost per click. Can you do this? Okay, so we will continue. Yeah. So I want a column to be added here, which will calculate cost per click. How do you think cost per click will be calculated? Can you tell me how do you think cost per click will be calculated? I think the formula is given here, but yeah, still very simple. Clicks divided by cost. Got it? Clicks divided by cost. Now, how do I calculate this? Understand? First, I have to insert a column here. Okay. How do I insert a column? See, there are two ways to insert a column. One is I select column D and E, cut it, Control X, and paste it like this. But this is not the right way. Okay. The right way is inserting a column, which is, so I select Control space to select column D. Right? This is the right way. Go to column D, Control space. All of you with me? Control space. Okay. Then Shift Control plus. Shift Control plus. Can you do this? Control space and Shift Control plus. Thanks, Ashwini, for putting this. Okay. Are you able to add a column? Did we cover this yesterday? Adding a column or something like that? Did we cover this yesterday? Okay, we did selection. Yeah, adding we did not do. No problem, right? We'll do it. Done. Okay, great. Right now we have added a column. Okay, now I name this column as CPC. CPC means cost per click. CPC is a Manik Nanda this way. Okay, Manik Nanda. Okay, CPC is cost per click. Guys, now what you have to do is, Manik Nanda, I'll come with you. I'll come to you. Just hold on, right? Equal to clicks. See, when you put a equal to, the formula equal to is used to activate the formula. Okay. Manik Nanda, what you can do is for now, what you can do for now is just cut these two, Control X, and paste it to the next column. I'll help you, right? Just hold on, right? See, I repeated 3 times. Understand? I also have to cover the course, right? Okay, I'll help you. Don't worry, right? Okay, so now equal to, when you put a equal to in Excel, it means you are ready to write a formula. Okay, then most of the formulas are in Excel. Most of the in fact, when you write formulas, it is using cell reference. Now, what is cell reference? Let me first explain the concept of cell reference. What is cell reference? Cell reference means the address of the cell, right? Cell reference means the address of the cell. What is the address of this cell? Can anyone tell me? 5i or i5, right? i5. Got it? Okay, let me not use I. I is a bit tricky. H, this one. H5. This is a cell address. This is cell reference. Control plus, I don't know. Control plus does not add column. I don't know if it adds. I don't know. There could be multiple. No. Control plus does not add column. Okay. It adds. Control plus does not add. Maybe it could be. I'm not saying it, but if it adds, good. Control plus for me is not adding any column. I don't know. Maybe control. No, it's not adding any column. Maybe in the older version, if you have an older version, it might be, because 2 of you are saying, I don't know. Okay, fine. It is adding, then it's okay, right? Maybe it's in the older version. I'm not aware, right? Anyways, please continue. Yeah, Control Shift plus does add column. I agree. Control Shift plus add column. Okay, guys, please continue. Let's continue, right? Otherwise, we'll get distracted. This is called cell reference, right? So now coming to this. So these, whenever you put a equal to, you are ready to write formula and you use cell referencing to write formulas. Understand? You use cell referencing to write formulas. You can see this cursor blinking in this. What is this called? Formula bar. Yeah. This is formula bar. Okay. Yesterday I said I'll discuss this. This is formula bar. Understand? What is this called? What is this called? Formula bar, right? In the formula bar, as you put equal to in a cell, can you see this cursor blinking? Yes, now. Yes, now. I have to write a formula which is clicks upon cost. So I used a left arrow. See, can you see this? This blinking border, right? This is cell referencing. It is referencing which cell? B2. Can you see B2 written in the formula bar? All of you can see B2 written. So B2 divided by, again I use a left arrow, C2. Is that clear? All of you could do it. And you can see you have written the formula, cell referencing, using cell referencing. Is that clear? Clear to all of you? Okay, great, right? This is called cell referencing. Now I have written the formula. Now I have to write this formula. It's B2 by C2, I think. Oh, it's C2 by B2. My bad. It should be C2 by B2. Thanks, Aditya, for pointing it. Yeah, it should be C2. My bad. It's cost per click. Why, guys, it's my fault, right? So how do I change it? Delete equal to C2 by B2. Can you do it? C2 by B2? Thanks. Who's this? Aditya. Thanks, Aditya. I really appreciate that. It means, guys, there are people who are listening. Very good. They're following. Very good. Nice. Appreciate that. Okay. Great. All of you could do C2 by B2? C2 by B2? Yes? Okay, great. Notice dollar automatically comes to it, right? And I want this to be in, let's say, 4 decimals. How do I add decimal? 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it? 4 decimal places. Can you add CPC? Now, whatever I have done in this cell D2, which is equal to C2 by B2. Okay, whatever I have done here, right? I want the same thing for all the 1000 rows. Now, what should I do? Should I go to second, third cell and keep doing like this? That's not a right way, right? Then what is this technology for if I have to do this, right? So there are some shortcuts, or I can drag, just keep the cursor in the first cell D2 and double click. This is one way. Second way is keep the cursor here and Control D. I think, no, Control D. Cursor the down, Control D. I have to select the entire and Control D. No. Control D is to drag. Okay. Alt HO, I think. Sorry, not Alt HO. I think there is a shortcut to this also, wherein you can just simply drag like this, right? But best is for this, you hold the mouse and double click. When you get this black plus symbol, double click. Whatever was done in the cell gets copied to all the cells. Yeah, select column and Control D we can do. Yes. So I can do this also. Select column. But column should be selected from like this, right? Like this. If you select the column, Control D. Right? So basically how you do is, I go down, right? I go to the last row. How do I go here? again, please guys listen. How do I go to the last row? You're here, right? Either one way is I keep dragging, it will take a lot of time, right? I don't want this. How do I go to the last cell in this table, in this column? Go to the cell C, column C or E, control down arrow, and you're there. Okay. Other way, I think our Aparna is saying shift down arrow. You can try shift and down arrow. But shift and down arrow will see what did shift and down arrow do? It selected the entire column. I don't need the entire column to be selected. That's why what will I do? I go to column E or E, go to column E and E or C, then press control down arrow. You reach the last row. Control down arrow. You reach the last row. Got it? Are you there? Then you are here in column D. Are you here in the last cell of column D? Are you there of the table? Now shift control up arrow. Shift control up arrow, but make sure you are just not selecting D1. Select till D2. Then last thing we have to do is control D, I think, right? Just press control D now, and you will see the entire formula getting copied. Okay. So see, this will come of practice, right? But this control D, I also did not know it. But what I used to do was, it was quick. I mean, you just quickly hold the mouse, double click. Right? I mean, whatever suits you. Okay. So everyone with me, we have done CPC. We have added CPC. Everyone has added CPC. Okay, now click through rate. Okay, now do this. Hold the mouse, bring the cursor on this right bottom corner. You'll see this plus symbol, black plus symbol. Hold the mouse, bring the cursor here and double click. This you can do. Can you do this? Okay, great. Right now, the next thing is click-through rate. How is click-through rate calculated? Clicks upon impressions. Can you do this now? I'll discuss. Okay, shortcut to delete the column. Control Shift minus. Shortcut to delete the column. Control plus Shift and minus. Okay, delete the column. Got it? Got it? All of you? Okay, now can you add click-through rate? I want you to do this. Click-through rate. Where I want click-through rate? Before actions. I want click-through rate to be added after column E. Yeah, maybe it doesn't work in 2013. I am not sure, Rajpal. Yeah. So how do I do that? CTR, click-through rate, and click-through rate formula is clicks upon impressions. Number of clicks upon number of impressions. And guys, one more thing. This is for everyone, those who are new especially. Notice how Excel differentiate between the cells. Notice C2 in this CPC. Notice CPC. C2, blue color box. When I click on the cursor and click on the formula bar, notice the colors. C2, blue color, B2, red color. Okay. Got it? Yes. Okay. Swati, you got it? Great. Right. So CTR is done, right? Very good. Very good, everyone. Right. So you guys have been picking up good. Now we'll quickly close this exercise with last few formatting things. Okay. In click-through rate, use percentage format with 2 decimals. So we are going to use percentage format with 2 decimals. How do I do this? Select the entire column. Along with comma, do you see percentage? Do you see percentage? right? You use mouse for this. Otherwise, formula shortcut also can be created. Let me try and create a shortcut. I don't remember the shortcut. Alt H A HP, Alt HP, Alt HP for percentage. Can you do this? Alt HP. Now I want 2 decimal places, guys, right? So Alt H9. Oh, Alt H0. Alt H0. Alt H0 will add decimal. So, did you learn from this exercise? Did you learn something new from this exercise? Yes? Were you able to learn something new? Yes? Okay, great, great, right? So last few things, many things. Now, last few things, and after that, we'll go for a break. You know, we have taken some time for this, but I know it is important. We are going slow. Don't worry. Today, we try to finish off as many exercises as possible, right? Okay, next thing, freeze pane. What do you mean by freeze pane? See, let me tell you why is freeze pane, what is freeze pane and why it is needed. See, suppose I have this long, how to remember these shortcuts? Only practice. I don't remember all of them. I only remember the one that I use, right? The more you practice with the shortcuts, the more you're going to learn. Okay. Got it? That's the only way. Sometimes Ravinder, and this is for everyone, sometimes I'm not able to recall the shortcut, but my hands subconsciously automatically go to the right shortcut. I don't remember the shortcut if you ask me. Yeah, I'm coming to that AWFF. Wait, right? So is that okay? It is all practice. The more you practice in Excel, the more, yeah, it's the muscle memory, correct, right? The subconscious mind or the muscle memory, whatever you can say, right? My hands know it. My hands automatically go to the right shortcut, but I'm not able to recall it mentally, right? So that happens. Anyways, right? Now coming to freeze pane. What is freeze pane? See, understand. Can you see there are headers here? Can you see, guys, everyone? Can you see the headers here? I'm coloring them, right? Can you see the headers? Now, suppose I'm just analyzing the entire data set. I go down. Can you see? Where are the headers? Where are the headers? They're gone. I'm not able to see the headers, right? Because when I scroll down, the entire sheet goes up. I don't want that. I want the first column to remain visible. For that, I would need something, a function or functionality called freeze pane. Now, what will freeze pane do? Freeze pane is going to freeze this first column. So even if I go down, I am always seeing this column. Okay, let's do this. So I want a freeze pane at B2. So bring your cell to B2. Bring your cell to B2. Bring this cell to B2, everyone. And the shortcut for freeze pane is Alt WFF. Alt WFF. Freeze pane. Can you do this? And Alt plus WFF. Now, can you see a pane has been created? It is freezing row 1 and column A. Now you scroll down and see what is happening. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't this the right way to view a long data set? Now you have the first row and first column frozen. Got it, everyone? Everyone? Got it? Okay. Can you please repeat? Can you see this? Lakshmi, bring the cell to B2. Bring the cell to B2. I'm repeating last time. Please, guys, those who are facing issues, bring the cell to B2 or WFF. It froze your 3 columns because you were not at B2. you would probably at D2. It was not D2, it was B2. B2. Again to unfreeze, all WFF. To freeze and unfreeze pane, I am again writing. Unfreeze also. If only header needs to be frozen, go to, you tell me, Bhagyashree. If only header A2, go to A2, all WFF. Now, got it? Bhagyashree, all WFF, A2. On A2, do a all WFF. Okay, Dipanshu says another way is view freeze pane. Yeah, of course. See, I am talking about shortcut, Dipanshu. Okay, other way, yeah, let me quickly. Those who probably don't remember the shortcut, go to view. Can you see view? Go to view and you will see freeze pane here. It should say freeze pane. Can you see freeze pane? Right? View, go to view and freeze pane. If you want to use a mouse, view, freeze pane, freeze row, freeze column, freeze panes. 3 options you have. Got it? Okay. Last thing, and quickly let's complete it. Add a total to the row. Add a total to the row. Calculate total number of clicks, impression, and action. Now we want to add a total to the rows. Total row basically. I go down. I go to row 1002. Can you go to 1002? How will you go to 1002? Press Control and down arrow. Control and down arrow. Now I write total. Okay. Here I'm going to put equal to, and I use a function sum. Equal to sum. How do I write? Equal to, then you can also do alt plus equal to. Yeah, alt and equal to also. Alt and equal to. See, it will select, bring the cursor here to the last. See, we're going to do this in multiple ways. First is simple equal to sum. Sum is a function. Okay, wait, everyone, please hear me out. Sum is a function. So whenever you write a function, notice, whenever you write a function, after that press tab, then the syntax will autocorrect. See, when I've written sum. See, I'm doing it again. Sum tab. Can you see the syntax now? Sum automatically changed to uppercase. Okay, got it? Got it? Again, I'm repeating, equal to sum tab. Tab will autocorrect the syntax. Okay, now up arrow, move to B1001, up arrow, then shift control up. Shift control up arrow and just bring one arrow down. How do you bring one arrow down? Shift, just release the control button and shift and one arrow down and close the bracket. I repeat this again. See, hear me out, follow me. Equal to, again, slowly I'll repeat, equal to sum tab, then shift control up, wait, equal to sum tab, bring the cursor to the last row having the data. Now you're there on the last row having the data with the cursor. Are you not able to hear me? Am I audible? Aparna? Okay. So you're there on the last row. Then after that, shift control. Once you're there on the last cell, shift control up arrow. This will select even cell B1. This will select even cell B1. I don't want B1 to be selected. Okay, Aditya, Alt HUS. Aditya says Alt HUS. We'll try that also. Okay. Once you're there, B1 is also selected. So release everything and press Shift button and one cell down. Shift button and one arrow down. Okay. So, and then close the bracket. This is one way. The other way is Aditya saying Alt HUS. Let's try Alt HUS also. Alt HUS. Okay. Alt HUS. Fine. Alt HUS. Very good. This is a very good shortcut. Thanks, Aditya. Right. See, those who are working on Excel, they know it. Find some of the shortcuts, they know it even better than me. So bring your cursor. Can't we select through navigation? You can do that. Now that's what I did. Navigation is the arrow only. Now that's what we did. Right? This is a good shortcut. Please, everyone should know this. This is an Alt HUS. Even I did not know this, but this is a very good shortcut. So bring the cursor to the last where you want the sum, and then Alt HUS and enter. This is really good. Thanks for sharing this. Very, very, very convenient, right? So how do you add? Alt plus HUS. Yeah, you have to hold Alt, right? Alt HUS. Need not hold Alt, right? Yeah, you can hold even without holding, it's working. Okay, Alt HUS. Yeah, Alt HUS. Everyone could add. Yeah, Alt HUS worked, everyone? Okay, great. Right now, can you do the same thing for impression quickly? Alt HUS, very simple, right? This is so easy. Alt HUS. Okay. Alt HUS. Okay, done. Now ensure no formula remains in the sheet. Next is, okay, actions also. Can you do the same thing for actions? Alt HUS. Great. Right? Now, we have added totals. Correct? Now, I want no formula should remain in the sheet. Yes, again, a very, very important thing. I don't want, see, formulas, when there are so many formulas, can you see? There are so many formulas being applied. Formulas make the sheet heavier, right? This is a very small data set. Suppose it was a 1,000,000 rows data set. Formulas, notice what I'm saying, just hear me out. Formulas make the sheet heavier. Okay, heavier means it becomes bulky. Okay, more, it consumes more space, right? So when you don't need any formula, it's better to delink the sheet with the formula. Means now I only want the text to be that is visible, like here in column D, in column F, right? And these total, I only want this text to be visible, right? So how do I just paste the text and delink all these formulas? Go to A1, cell A1 and Control A. Go to cell A1 and press Control A. All of you have done this. Type A if you have done. Type A if you have done this. Control A. Everyone, so you can see all the entire table gets selected, right? Okay, now Alt ES. Oh, sorry. After this, after you've done this, then Control C. Do a Control C. Right? And Alt ES, and then V. Alt ES will open a window which is called Paste Special window. We are going to discuss this window shortly. Alt ES and V. V means only values. Can you see? Alt ES V, and now you see all the formulas are gone. Can you see in column D, there is no formula, column F, there is no formula. All the formulas are gone. How many of you could do it? Type 1. Yeah, type 1 if you were able to do this, and 0 if you still need help. If you need help, 0, otherwise 1. Very good. Dhanashri, I am repeating it once more. Vaibhav, I am repeating it once more. Please share alternate for alt, as it is not working on map. For Mac, it is some different now. On Mac, na alt check what is the alternate for alt in Mac. Wait, let me tell you. Wait, just give me a minute. I think it's command. No, command is for control, I think, right? For Mac, what is the alternate for? I think it's option, it says command. Options, I think, right? Yeah, it's options. It says options, right? Okay, so option key you can try. Okay, fine. Guys, last, and then we go for a break, right? I know it's been long, but I cannot just in between, just cannot and break the exercise in between. Okay, fine. Okay, last thing, and then we're done. Ensure no formula remains. We have done modify display colors, borders, etc. and necessary. So now the last formatting is left. Select the entire table. Select the entire table, right? Go to cell A1, shift control down arrow and right arrow. Shift control down arrow and right arrow. And then Alt H B. And you can see B with A, Alt HBA, Alt HBA. To have this borders, Alt plus HBA. Can you try this, Alt HBA? You will add borders. Otherwise, if you don't know this shortcut, what you can do is hold the mouse, home, you see the borders here. Just select all borders. Alt HBA. Done. So this way, let's move to the second exercise, which is going to be very interesting. And we're going to learn cell referencing in a bit more depth, right? What is cell referencing? We learn that, and then we move to this exercise. Okay. In this exercise, okay, first thing, go to the activity 2 and remove these dollars. I think I forgot to remove the dollars. Select this column and just remove these dollars. So you do Alt H to remove dollars, Alt H, and I think make it general. Yeah, make it general. Best. Don't use a shortcut. Just select the column and make this from this drop down, make it general. Or if you don't get this drop down, select the column, Control 1, and select general category and click OK. So you should have sales like this. Done, everyone? Okay. Okay, now first thing I want is, okay, let's quickly read the activity. Let's quickly read the instructions. Commission. Calculate the commission for all the employees in column C. So you have to, in column C, you have to create a column called commission and calculate the commission. How is the commission calculated? Take commission as a percentage as mentioned. What is the percentage mentioned? Look at this. Can you see? GHI. So calculate commission in 3 columns. First, we'll calculate commission in column C, right? Using 25% commission. So you can put it like this, commission 25%. Now, how do I notice? How did I go into the cell? Let's say I had written commission first. Now I want to go into the cell and add data, right? So you press Control 1. Oh, sorry. You press function 1. Oh, wait. See, sometimes I keep function F2. Function F2. Function F2. You will go inside the cell. Can you see without touching mouse? I went into the cell, function F2. I go into the cell and write 25%, so that this is commission 25%. Clear? Now format this sales. Control Shift, go bring your cell to B2. Format the sales to 2 decimal places. How do you do that? 2 decimal places is also called comma format. Okay. So select all, comma format. What is the shortcut for comma format? Alt H K HP. Oh, sorry. Alt H K. Is it? Yes. Alt H K. Alt H K. Oh, yeah. Control Shift 1 also you can do, right? Control Shift 1. Alt HK also works. Control Shift 1 or Alt HK. Got it? All of you got this? Or Alt plus H plus K. Okay, done. Everyone with me? Now let's understand how do I calculate commission, guys. Please, all ears. This is a very, very important topic. Reference cell. We are going to learn. Priyanka, what is this? Pug. Sorry. Priyanka, refrain from such. I don't know what do you mean to say. Please delete this. See, anyways, the medium here is English. Priyanka, can you delete this? Priyanka, I think she's on mute or what, I don't know. Okay, so commission. I want to calculate commission, which is 25% of sales. See guys, how we are going to calculate it. Please, all ears, right? Okay, first, I will use equal to, then left arrow. Okay, use equal to and left arrow. Can you see my cursor on B2? Then multiply. Multiply is the star button, which is on 8. So you use Shift 8. Press Shift 8, you will get multiplication. Shift 8. Priyanka, can you delete this? Priyanka, if you can hear me, can you delete your comments? Okay. Star. Everyone with me? Everyone with me? Yes. Type 1 if you're with me. Okay, great. Right? Now, what do I want? I want, see, one way is I write 25% manually. Answer I get. Okay, I get the answer. But this is a static way. Static means, what if tomorrow the percentage of commission changes to 26? Then I will have to manually change this 25 to 26. Correct? So the right way is to link it to a cell. Link all these commission in column C to cell G2, this cell. Is that clear? How do I link this, right? How do I link this? This multiply by G2. Okay, clear? Enter. Got it? All of you got this? G2. Everyone could do this. Now I simply have to drag it. So what was the shortcut for this? Alt. What was the shortcut? I don't remember. Alt HUS? Yeah, Alt. No. Shortcut was Control D. Yeah, Control D. No, I have to select. Okay, go down. Okay, select this and Control D. Is it? No. Yes. Now tell me what happened. Now can you tell me what happened? What happened? Wait, why did it turn G2? Okay, yes. Can you tell me what happened? If I did a G2 or what was it? Control D. Yeah. Those who know, those who don't know, see what happened. See what happened. This is called referencing. See, when I wrote B2 multiplied by D2, G2, especially guys, those who don't know, please understand this. This is a very important concept. It will really make you work very fast in Excel. Okay, so B2 multiplied by G2. Okay, now if I copy this, Control C, Control V, why it is coming out to be 0? Can you tell me? B2, when I copy it, this cell referencing pushes B2 to B3. Okay, and this is how the formulas are structured. This is how the spreadsheets are structured, that my B2, when I copy this and paste it, my B2 will become C2, B3. But at the same time, G2 became G3. Is that clear, guys? This is clear. When I copied the cell, G2, B2 became B3 and G2 became G3. Right? So that's why I'm getting this numbers. Okay? Got it? 0. Right? Because G3, G4, G5 does not have any values. But to calculate commission, I want 25% to be there. Right? So can I calculate 25% by saying B2 multiplied by G2, B3 multiplied by G2. So G2 remains constant. G2 has to be constant for all the cells. All of you get it? G2 has to be constant. Yes. Now, how do I make it static? Right? How do I make it constant? Not static. How do I make it constant? By fixing G2 cell. By fixing G2 cell in this, fixing G2 cell referencing in cell C2. Correct? If I fix this, see. If I fix this, that then all my formulas will be correct. How do I fix this? Right? How do I fix this? Go into, press F2, press F2. Your cursor starts blinking in the formula bar. All of you with me? Press F2 and then press F4. Function F4. Function F4. See, there are 3 types of cell referencing used for fixing the, you can fix the entire cell. And how do you fix the cell? By adding $. How do, now see, function F2, then press function F4. Can you see? When you press function F4 to G2, what happened? What happened when you press function F4? Function F4, $ symbol appeared in front of G and 2. $G, $2 means the column G got fixed and the row 2 got fixed, means cell got fixed. Is this clear? Guys, this is very important. If you did not knew this, if you did not know this earlier, this is very important. Is this clear? Is this clear? How you fixed a cell? How you fix a cell? Right? Now, I have the power. Vishal, I'm repeating. Vishal, bring the cursor to cell C2, function F2, function F2. You can see the cell blinking. You can see the cursor blinking. Vishal, can you see the cursor blinking? Yes. Now press function F4. press function F4. Got it? All of you got this? Vishal, did you get it? Right? Now see, enter, press enter. Now, if you drag this, go down, Control D. Now, can you see? Even for the last, even as you go down, B2 is turning to B3, B4, B5, but G2 remains constant. We have fixed the cell referencing G2. Is that clear? Are you able to do this, everyone? Can you type F4 if you are able to fix G2? F4. Great. All of you could do it. Very good, right? Now, this is the first type of cell referencing wherein I have fixed the cell. How did I fix the cell? By adding dollar to G and 2. I could have done that manually also, but this is a shortcut, function F4. Okay. So now, and then you did G, you did Control D, right? You did Control D and all the formulas in the first row got copied. Okay. Now, I want the commission I want two more columns here. Commission at the rate of 30% and commission at the rate of 35%. Now what? There are two ways. One is I do it like this. B2 multiply by H2. Okay. Again, I fix the cell H2, go into D2 and function F4 and fix this. Right? This is one way. Okay. And then again, I repeat the entire process, right? Control D and do the same thing for E. B2 multiply by I2. Okay. Again, fix I2 using function F4 and then use Control D. This is one way. Is this clear? This is repetition, what we did. This was a repetition, right? So this was a repetition, right? Now this was the first way, right? Now we are going to do this even faster. Herein, I had to write three formulas, right? One formula I had to write manually in C2, then D2, then E2, correct? We had to write three formulas, D2, E2, and C2, D2, and E2, correct? So now what we are going to do is I'm going to help you learn, write only one formula and then simply copy paste. How do I do that? See, delete whatever is done in CDE, column CDE. Now see, B2, right? Multiply by G2, okay, and enter. But now what I will do is do a function F2 and see, tell me if I copy, see, one way I know is I want this to be fixed. Okay. Call this cell to be fixed earlier, right? But this column is moving. If I copy this, see, if I copy this, my column is moving, correct? So I need to fix first I need to fix column B in the first, right? First in this formula, if I copy this, see, if I copy C2 to D2, what is happening? B2 becomes C2, correct? B2 becomes C2, but I don't want this. I want B2 to remain fixed, correct? So what will I do? I will write B2 and fix it, function F4. Is that clear? Clear? After B2, I right? Function F4. Akash, this is from the start only. This is from the start only. See, Akash, I'm again repeating. See, equal to, bring your cursor to B2, then press function F4. Function F4. Everyone, please hear me out, all ears, and then you will do. First understand, then you do. I press function F4. What will it do? It will fix B2 cell. Now, if it fixes B2 cell, I copy this to cell C3. What will happen? Again, it is B2 copied because I fixed the cell B2, right? So I want only column to be fixed, column B to be fixed, and row should not be fixed, correct? Column B to be fixed, but row should not be fixed. Is that okay? So function F4 press 2 times, 3 times. Can you see? Function F4, if I press function F4 one time, there is a dollar in front of B and 2. Again press function F4. Now the dollar is fixing row 2. Again press function F4. Now the dollar is fixing column B. Is it clear? Press function F4 3 times. Now see, if I copy this, are you able to do this? Everyone, is this clear? How to fix only column B, right? Now I have fixed column B. Now, next thing is I want to multiply the commission which is there in G, right? So I will do a multiply and I link it with the commission. Okay. Okay. But what I want is that I don't want to write this formula again for D and column E, right? So I want this G2 to automatically become H2 and then automatically become I2. So in G2, H2, I2, what is fixed? Row or column? What is fixed? Row or column? Row 2. Row 2 is fixed. Why, Ravinder? G2, I'm saying G2, H2 and I2. What is fixed? G is changing to H, is changing to I, which is column. 2 is the row that is fixed. Correct? Right? I want this row to be fixed now for 3. Got it? Right? So how will I fix? Again, go into this cell and press function F4 2 times. Function F4 2 times. Can you see now G$2? All of you could do this. G$2. Enter. Now I don't have to write formula again. See, I have explained this slowly, so you might think that, okay, it took so much time. Once you get a hold of it, see, what I've done is I have fixed column B in the first argument, $B2, because if I copy this to further cells, 2 will become 3, will become 4, and so on. I did not want to fix the row here. Okay, but in the second argument, which is the commission, I did not want to fix the column because G will turn to H, will change to I. G will change to H, will change to I. But row 2 remains fixed, right? So in the second argument, I had fixed row 2 using dollar by pressing function F4 2 times. Clear? Now I can simply copy this and paste it. All the commissions get calculated. I am repeating it. Simply do a Control C, go down, select the 3 columns, Control Shift up arrow and Control V. Great. Or in one go, can you see in one go I could calculate all the commissions. Just I need to know how to fix the cell referencing. Okay, done. All row become same number. Akash, all row became same number. Then your cell referencing is wrong, Akash. Okay, let's quickly see Akash screen, all of you, and see how we can correct it. Okay, Akash, do you want to share your screen? Akash, quickly, do you want to share your screen? Akash, can you share your screen? No, you don't know how to share your screen. Then how will I tell? Akash, then what you do is, if you don't know how to share your screen, go to cell C2 and type $B3 multiplied by $2. Akash, $B3 multiplied by $2. Type this and then paste it in all the cells. Okay. Otherwise, what I'll do, Akash, if you're still stuck, I will probably because I don't want to hold the entire class. Then maybe after the class is over, I'll screen sharing not allowed. That I can allow you if you want to share the screen. That's what I'm saying. I was asking you if you want to share the screen, I can help you. I will allow screen sharing. Amal, screen sharing is allowed? No, unmute. I can only unmute, I think. No, screen sharing is allowed, Amal. Okay, Akash, I'll help you towards the end, right? So exercise 2 is done, everyone. Let's move to activity 3. Okay. Third one, you have to do this. Third one, you have to do this. I will not help you because it's all based on cell referencing. Okay. What is the requirement? Go to exercise 3. Can you see calculate the area? What you have to do is area is equal to length into breadth. All of you know this, correct? All of you know area is equal to length into width. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So now what you have to do is use cell referencing, whatever we have learned right now, use that, and you have to calculate the area like this. See, C6 multiplied by D5, but you have to use cell referencing. So you copy this one time and all the areas are correctly populated, but you have to use cell referencing. I did not use it right now. So what you have to do is see, fix in the first argument, in the length argument, you have to fix column C. Okay. And in the width argument, you have to fix row 5. That's it. Okay. So see, column C, I have to fix function F4, F4, F4. Column C is fixed, multiply by row D5, row 5, function F4, function F4. And you are done. This was so easy, but yeah, I want you to take time and do it, and you should get your answer like this. If your answer comes like this, I have fixed the cells. I have fixed the values so that you don't see the formula. Now, can you get this using cell referencing? Take 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes, but complete this on your own. And once you're done, okay, done. Very good. I'll expect all those who are new. Sir, repeat one. Sorry, I was stuck in previous. Akash, that's what I said. Leave the previous one. The concept remains same. I did not explain anything, Akash. All you need to do is in the first cell, write the formula which will fix column C and row 5. So multiply length with width. Multiply length with width. Akash, just look at the screen. I'm doing it for you. Okay. C equal to C6. I want column C to be fixed because C column is used in all the cells, right? C column will be used in all the cells. So how do I fix column C? Function F4, function F4, 3 times. function F4, function F4, function F4. Column C is fixed now. Now multiply by, again, up arrow, bring the cursor to D5, function F4, function F4 2 times. Okay, so it's $C6 multiplied by $5. $D6 multiplied by $5. Clear? Enter. Now simply do a control C, select all the cells and control V. When you say $C$1, it is called absolute cell referencing. Because absolute means I'm fixing row and column both. It is called absolute cell referencing, absolute row and column. $C1 means absolute column, relative row. Row is relative, means row is changing. It is relative to whatever cell you are selecting, but column remains fixed. Okay. Then $C$1, absolute row and relative column. Okay. Now what you have to do is, see, guys, look at, please understand what you have to do, and I want you to do it on your own. See, you have been given sales for the year 17. Now you have also been given the rate at which the sales will increase. Where is it? Okay, sales growth. Okay, sales growth. Can you see? I think we deleted this. What you can do is 0.1. Okay, write 0.1. Okay, 0.1 means 10% sales growth is expected every year. Got it? Now what you have to do is, okay, let me see if the number is given. No, that is fine. So write 0.1 in all these cells. Now what you have to do is calculate the sales for the year 18, 19, 20, 21. Calculate the sales for the years, and then for COGS, cost of good, R&D, marketing, use these sales numbers to calculate cost of good, R&D, marketing. The percentages are given here at the bottom. Okay. And then calculate total expense and net income. Net income is equal to sales minus total expense. Okay, great. So how do I start? How do I see? I have been given sales growth, right? Means each year sales is growing by 10%, right? So what was the initial sales? 10,000. How do I calculate sales for 2018? 2017, and I fix this. No, I will not fix this. I'll tell you why, right? 2017 multiply by 10%, right? Or rather, it should be 2017 multiply by 1 plus 10%. Is that clear? Is this clear? 1 plus 10%? Is this clear? 1 plus 10% to everyone? Why did I do 1 plus? Because then I am, Vishal, it is not clear? Okay, I'll explain. Shashank, not clear? Shashank, hold on. Shank and Vishal, tell me, if 10,000 is the sales in 17, I'm saying sales grew by 10%, right? So how much in dollar terms sales grew by? It grew by 1,000, right? But is this the sale for 18? This is not the sales for 18. Sales for 18 is 1,000 plus 10,000. Okay, got it? 11,000. Yes. So how do I get that? 10,000 multiply by 1 plus 10%. Got it? Got it? Okay. And who was else? Who did not understand? Vishal and Shashank, is that clear? Shashank? Okay, both of you got it, right? Okay, right? Now see. Now, how is the sales for 18 calculated? Previous cell multiply by this number. Okay. Now, I don't have to use I don't have to fix this cell G3. You know why? Because for 19, I don't use the 2017 sales. I use 2018 sales. Are you getting it? This is very important, right? What is this, Vishal? Reason for using numeric 1 in function or formula? Yeah, correct. No, reason for using numeric 1 is, Vishal, see, it should be, what did I do? 10%. Wait, it should be this multiplied by 1 is for base. 1 is for base, means 10,000. See, how will you calculate 11,000? 10,000 plus 1,000. Correct? Vishal, 10,000. When I do this multiply by 1, what will be the answer? 10,000. Correct? But I want 1,000 to be added. So I use plus and then 0.1. Okay? Okay, here there is a small correction. You don't need to do anything. Just remove the percentages from this. Okay? So how do I remove the percentage? Select all these cells and remove the percentage. Sorry. Select all these cells and make this generic. Right. So I want 0.1 here. Make sure you have 0.1 here. And remove percentage and put 0.1. Okay. Remove the percentage and put 0.1, means 10% sale growth. Okay. Now it becomes 11,000. Got it? Now copy this to 19. See what is happening. Previous cell 2018 H3 multiply by I16. Copy it again. I3 multiply by J16. Is it clear? Is this clear? Why did not I fix G3? Is this clear? Why did not I fix G3? Okay, let me explain this again. I don't know why this is not clear. No, I understand. This is not Excel. What I'm explaining is not Excel. Understand? This is just maths logic. Okay, wait. Sales. I'm dividing sales into two parts. Wait, everyone here. I am dividing the sales into two parts. Yeah, Junaid, it is showing 10,010. What you do is select all these cells. Select all these cells and change this to general. Right? Make sure. Then after changing to general, type 0.1. Type 0.1 after changing to general. Okay, 10% increase. Now it should show correct. Okay. Okay, guys, I am calculating sales by dividing it into two. Okay, two parts. Previous year sale plus the growth. Okay, see, quickly see. Previous year sales plus growth. Look at the screen, guys. Look at the screen. Okay. What should be the 2018 sales? Previous year sales is 10,000. Growth is 10%. Okay. 11,000. Now, how do I? Now, for 2019, which sales do I need? For 2019, it grew on 18. Right? The growth is applied on 18, not on 17. Correct. Is this clear? Those who were saying NC, is this clear? Those who were saying NC, is this clear? Now 18 sales was this multiplied by 1 plus, right? What is 2018 sales now? 11,000, right? Plus 10% of which is 1100. Got it? Right? Now see, for 2019, I don't need, for 2019, I need 2018. Why will I fix G3? I want G3 to turn to H3 for 19. Is that clear? Nikhil, Piyush, Mahesh, Catherine, Priyanka, can you respond? Mahesh, Catherine, Priyanka, can you respond this? Got it? That is why I did not fix G3. Okay, got it? Now see, copy this to 20, automatically I3. Got it? Okay, and similarly, K3. Got it? All of you got this now? Clear? Okay, great. Now I want, correct, same function applied, right? Now I want COGS to be calculated. It is clearly given COGS is 30% of sales. Very simple. Equal to sales. I want to fix the row because all the sales are in row 2, right? So how will I fix row? Function F4 2 times. Okay, multiply by 30%. Now here I'm only using 30% because COGS is 30% of the sales. I am not looking for growth. Clear? Now simply I copy these and G21. Instead of G2, I have to fix G21. I have to fix column G, right? My bad. I have to fix column G. In the second argument, I have to fix column G. Got it? Because G column is fixed, the order remains same. COG, R&D marketing, COG, R&D marketing. So what will I do? Function F4, function F4, function F4. Now copy this and you populate all the cells. Is this clear? Then total expense is pretty simple. Total expense, what will you do? Control T. How do you add sum? I keep forgetting that. What was the shortcut for sum? That was very interesting. Alt HUS, yeah. Alt HUS, right? Then you simply copy this. You get expense, and net income is simply sales minus expense. There you go. How was this exercise, guys? Was it interesting? Did you learn something new today? Did you learn something new? I know those who know Excel, those who have been working on Excel, it is definitely a recap, right? But those who are learning it for the first time, do you think all these exercise formula for COG is, see, $3 multiplied by $G21. So for what do you think? Okay, let me go to the PPT and I'm going to give you a, see, this was a recap. We did diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive, all that we did, right? Business analytics and all that. And then we did cell referencing, and that was the additional topic that we covered last time, and also formatting, right? Now, can you just read this situation? I want all of you to read this situation and tell me what will be the first thing that you do if you get this, if you are in this situation. I'll read through the situation so that all of you can, I mean, just get exactly what is. You are analyzing a large regional sales report for an upcoming executive meeting. As you explore the data, you notice customer names spelled differently. Means a single customer name is spelled differently, right? Why does it happen? Can anyone tell me? You have a single customer. I mean, you have a customer name, let's say Robert, Robert Kiyosaki, right? So how can this name be spelled differently? Anyone? No, due to data in the sheet coming from different sources, right? See, Robert shopped on store 1, right? In a region. Then there he gave the name Robert, right? In another store, he shopped from our, let's say, our company only, right? And he named it as Rob. Are you getting it? Right? Then sometimes case differences are there, right? When the data is saved in the databases, he named it, he was named in smaller case, right? So all these things that are wrong spellings, yes, right? Spellings can be wrong when someone punched the spellings were punched wrongly. Okay, so all these things lead to untidy data. Okay, messy data. You can call it messy data, untidy data, right? So this would require, so before you start working on any data, as some of you rightly said, what will be the first thing that you would do? Not even formatting. The first thing you would do is data cleaning. Formatting comes later. Okay. All of you agree? Right? Data cleaning comes first, then you start doing formatting. Okay. So this is a situation as you explore the data, you notice customer names spelled differently, dates entered in different formats. Now dates can be entered in different formats, right? Now when you have a messy data, untidy data, right? And you start analyzing it, you're going to land up in a trouble. Trouble means you will not be able to produce the analysis or the results that you want. Okay. So the first thing that you do is cleaning the data. Okay. So yeah, dates entered in different formats, some sales figure missing, and few entries repeated multiple times. So it could be entries are repeated multiple times also, right? Exactly, Ganpati. The accuracy, of course, accuracy, and sometimes even completely wrong analysis. Okay, lead to. So if you had to make sense of this messy data quickly and prepare it for high stake business meeting, right? You have a high stake business meeting with your director, right? Then high stake, right? What would you do first? Yes. So answers, I think I've already got and I've already discussed that first thing we need to do is data cleaning. Okay. Then only, and in the entire data, let me just, in the entire data value chain, right? Remember the value chain that I discussed with you, the PPT that I gave? Do you remember that? I gave a PPT. This one, right? Do you remember this PPT? Right? Let me explain the data value chain. Did we discuss this data value chain? I think we did not discuss this, right? No, right? So let me explain the data value chain, okay? Or the data lifecycle you can call, or value chain, right? See, first, at the first level, when a transaction happened, data is saved in databases, right? Databases, sources, I mean, it could be cloud, it could be on-prem. On-prem means on-premise, okay? It could be cloud, right? So data sourcing. Now, first thing, when you start working on data, you need to source the data. Okay, source the data. How you can source the data? Querying, right? Querying SQL. SQL is one way you source the data, right? Then querying databases, pulling data from the databases using usually it is querying only, right? So and access the raw data. Okay. So at this level, you have data bases, data warehouses, data marts. There is a difference in all of these, but that is beyond the scope, right? But when the data is saved, it is saved as either structured or unstructured data. I think we discussed this structured and unstructured, right? We discussed this, right? So now at this level, you are querying the data, you are pulling the data, extracting the data, E part of ETL. Okay. Extract the data, right? Then This is the part where you do data engineering, that is data transformation cleaning, to ensure the quality of the data. Very important. This is the first step you do. Without this step, you cannot prepare reports, models, and of course, actionable insights. Okay, this is the core. And out of the entire cycle, I don't want to discuss the cycle in detail. I mean, I can discuss, but out of this entire cycle, approximately 50 to sometimes even 70% of your time goes into this data cleaning part. Okay, sometimes 50%, sometimes 70%. I mean, you can take it 40 to 70. I'm just broadening the window, but what I mean to say is a majority, the maximum amount of time that is spent in the data value chain is here. Is that clear? Which involves transforming and cleaning. Two very, very important things that you need to do when you start dealing with the data. After that, you work, analyze, report, right? Data analysis, descriptive, charts, graphs, all that you do later. And this does not involve that much time. So usually it is, you can say 40 to 70% at times, right? 10% here, you can say 10% here approximately, and remaining 20% here, right? I'm just putting it a ballpark. These are not exact, because exact percentage will depend from industry to industry, data to data. Okay, is this clear to all of you? So that's why data engineering, cleaning and transforming is so important, so very important, because you've heard of the concept called GIGO. Have you heard of the concept called GIGO? GIGO? No? Some of you would have. No? None of you? None of you are from computer background. Have you heard of garbage in, garbage out? That's GIGO only, na? Okay. Means if you put garbage in the models or analysis and analysis tools, garbage is only going to come out. Got it? Right? Means the better the quality of the data, which is determined here, the better the results you're going to get, the models that you're going to run. It all depends on the quality of the data. Clear? Okay. Okay, that's why this concept of GIGO applies in the world of data, and it applies like very thoroughly. I mean, it applies, definitely applies. There is no situation it will not apply. The better the quality of the data, the better the results you're going to get. So today we are going to focus on data cleaning and data preparation, right? If raw data is good, then we get good. Raw data is hardly good. Raw. The word raw itself means it is not good. Okay, Piyush. Raw data is never good. Okay. Raw data coming from databases is not good. It could, okay. It could be that in your practice exercises, you might get a data like this, which I shared with you guys, right? Where it is? Yeah, this one. Oh, not this one. I shared one. This one. I shared this data set, sample superstore. Now this is a clean data. And in your practice, or you might practice on this data. But this is a very clean data. This is how your data should be. But this is not the data that you get right from the databases or the sources. Clear? Or different sources or databases. Clear? But yeah, you should, when you get the data, you should convert, you should transform, you should clean the data so that it looks like this data. Okay. So raw data is never clean. Okay. Great. So we are going to focus on what are the data cleaning and preparation activities in Excel. Okay. So objective of today's training is going to be organize. Let's organize our data, raw data into structures and manage business information. That should be the objective, that today you're going to learn how do you organize the data, how do you apply data cleaning techniques to correct errors, remove duplicates, handle missing values, etc. How do you transform data, standardize data, prepare data for analytical use using Excel functions, and construct dynamic formulas. Okay, with cell referencing, we have already done cell referencing. We'll see in a couple of demos more, right? To automate calculations and reduce manual errors and make use of GenAI. This GenAI thing we will maybe see tomorrow or next week. Okay, fine. So that's the objective. Now let's start. First thing you do is, even when you get the data, you import the data in Excel, right? Do we need to have industry knowledge to understand and clean data? Very good question. Very good question. Yes, I would say you should see. It's not that without industry knowledge you cannot clean the data. Okay, let me put it very pertinent, very good question, Kalyan. Right? See, it's not that. Let me put it here. Put the answer so that I'm sharing this Excel with you guys, so you have the answer. It is not that without having industry knowledge you cannot transform or clean the data. It is not like that. But having industry knowledge can definitely help you produce better or rather can help you produce better results with transformation and cleaning, right? So if you have industry knowledge, of course, why? Because there are some industry practices or industry terminologies, right? Which, if you are aware, you can do data transformation better, because you will be able to create those variables. Second thing is, in terms of cleaning also, right? There could be let's say a particular format or a particular way of writing that is followed in a particular industry, right? So if you're aware of that, like let's say in banking, right? If I talk about banking, there would be a particular way dates are written, right? And that need not be in manufacturing, right? So banking, along with the dates in transactions, you would have time also. Are you getting it? Right? So I'm just giving one example here, right? Example in banking, along with dates, time stamping is also there. Time stamps are there, but it need not be. And similarly, it could be in e-commerce also, same thing. Why? Because time also matters. At least in banking, definitely time matters, right? But that may not be the case in manufacturing, right? Wherein, okay, so the way you write dates in manufacturing sector and the way you write dates in banking would be very different. Okay, got it? I hope you got this, got a satisfactory response to your question, Kalyan, right? Okay, fine. So let's proceed. Okay, before we start cleaning, first thing is we'll have to connect to data, correct? right? So now Excel has become so powerful. One way to connect data is, all of you know, but it's in the form of duplicate in the invoice. But yes, but it's for the duplication in the invoices. I could not get that. It's for the duplication in the invoices. Who's this? Chetan? Chetan, please. Chetan, can you just remove this? Okay, let me remove it. Please don't do it again, right? I know it could be by mistake only, but that's okay, no problem. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the question is, but it's for the duplication in the invoices recorded in the data. Yeah, yes, of course, Kalyan. Duplication is also included now. When you're cleaning the data, duplication is also included there, right? Okay, no problem, Chetan. I got it. It was inadvertently, so don't worry, right? But just avoid that, right? Okay, fine. Okay, guys. So how do you import data? I mean, some of you know how to import data in Excel, but Excel has recently come up with really, really interesting ways to import data. Let me just show you those how you can import data and how many ways you can import data, right? So if I open a new file, what is the shortcut to open a new file? Who will tell? Shortcut to open a new file? Come on, quickly. Control N, right? No, right? Okay, see, insert. Can you see insert? Oh, sorry. Yeah, data. Yeah, go to data, get data. Can you see? Now, this way you can get data from various. You can open an existing Excel, right? Or you can import data from different databases. SQL, right? SQL and see HANA, SAP HANA and all that, right? Oracle. Then from Azure. What is Azure? You know what is Azure? Anyone knows what is Azure? No? Yes, it's Microsoft Cloud Service. Okay. Just like those who don't know, I'll just let you know, right? I'll just quickly discuss it. Azure is like AWS, if you've heard of AWS, there are three big cloud providers, right? Globally, three major, right? Three major cloud services, right? Now, what is cloud computing or cloud service? If someone does not know that, it is something like uh, when you use Gmail, right? Your data, your emails are not saved on your system; they are saved on the internet, right? In the cloud. We call it in the cloud. Okay. So there are three major cloud providers. AWS is from Amazon. Azure is from Microsoft. And third is GCP is from Google. Apart from that, there are other also like IBM. Then there are many, in fact, now Alibaba, and there are others also like Oracle and all that, right? But whatever, right? These are the three major which occupy, I think, more than 90% of the market. Okay, yeah, cloud is a virtual space. It's a space on the internet where your data and your data and all your documents can get saved. Okay, so that's pretty much for it. So you can get data from Azure also, right? Azure is as I said, it's a data a cloud service, right? So all your data saved in the cloud, you can pull data from that also. Online platforms also you can pull. This is again Azure only, right? All this Microsoft Dynamics, Salesforce, right? Other sources. Now something very interesting, right? Which we are going to do. So one way is I can copy and paste here. I can open a file, but let me show you something very interesting, which probably, I don't know how many of you would know this. Recently, in fact, last couple of years, Microsoft in Excel, they have added a lot of features, right? And look at this. I'm sharing two pictures with you. You can now, if I ask you, okay, don't take the second picture. Second picture is very complicated. It will require a lot of addition, lot of things. So just ignore the second one. Okay, let me delete it. Okay, so the picture that I shared, if I ask you to get this data in Excel, what will you do? Now, Microsoft with AI features has added feature called import get data from other sources. You will have picture. Okay, see, and I want all of you to do this quickly, right, with me, right? So I pick this picture, insert, and look at, I don't know if in the older version this might not be possible. So if you have the latest versions, you can, if you don't have, you can just see the screen and you'll get an idea, right? So get data from picture and look at it. Now data from picture, it has tried to read the data, and now wherever it is not sure, like this is not a very standard text, right? INR with brackets. Okay, so it has put this in red. Red means, okay, it is asking me wherever there are the red cells, you can see wherever there are red cells, it is basically, it wants to confirm from me that is this the right cell. Okay, look at, if I simply click on insert data without confirmation, it will put the data. But if I click on review, see, INR. Okay, I think this is correct. So I'll put accept. 23 September. This is also correct. And but you can see why did it put 23rd September 2023, because of this I symbol. Can you see this I symbol? Right? So because of that symbol, it could not figure out, it could not make out what is this I symbol about, right? So that's why it has put, it is asking for review. Okay, but it could not read the I symbol, so I'm pretty much okay what it is giving me. So I just simply say accept. Now see, can you see? It reads Aditya. I will tell once again the option. Aditya, go to data, get data from other sources, picture. Okay, got it? If you have older version, might not be there in the older version, but fine. If you have the among the latest version, you will find it. Okay, fine. So where I was, yeah. Okay, see how it is reading this. Can you see? It read the arrow as 4, right? Can you see? So it's something to be corrected. Okay, I will simply correct it. Now it is okay. I'll simply write. It's Office 365, Ragul. Right? Then again, see how it is reading this 6. It is reading arrow as 6. Today it is not reading very well. Sometimes it reads correctly, but yeah, right? So 6 I removed. Again, let's accept. 0.67, perfect. I don't mind. This is correct. Okay. 15.61, it added a 6. I don't want that. Accept. Plus 0.67. Again, this is okay, but I'll remove the plus sign. Right. Then EBITDA is okay. Minus 19.74 is okay. And accept and insert data. Right. Insert. Can you see? Right. Is that clear? Right. So data importing from pictures is now possible in Excel. It is among the recent features only. I mean, last couple of years they've introduced this, and this is AI-based feature. This is the first AI-based feature that we are learning, right? This is the AI-based feature in Excel that you learn. Okay, great. Okay, so let's move further. Importing data, we have seen, right? So there are different ways. I've already explained how you can import data. Okay, once you have import data, right, what do you do next? Transform, analyze, summarize, and before that cleaning, right? And then creating visualization. All these things you do in Excel. So let's look at some data cleaning functions first, right? We're going to look at some data cleaning functions and see what we can do. So when we perform data cleaning, okay? It is the process of data cleaning is the process of preparing data for analysis. Notice the word preparing. We are preparing the data for analysis. We are right now not doing any data analysis. By identifying headers, we need to, while doing data cleaning, what should we do? Can you tell me, those who have worked in Excel, I want you to tell me, and as I said, I want participation, what all is included in data cleaning? Yes, anyone? I want responses, guys. You have to tell me often what all is included. Check headers. Already we discussed, right? Headers. DAX. Sorry, not DAX. Not DAX, Gajula, right? Not DAX. Yes, formatting is very important. Formatting, clear formatting. Very good. What next? Reduction of space is excellent. What do you call that? Truncation. Okay. Reduction of spaces is called truncation. Okay. Very good example. Then formatting. Duplicates. Very important. Remove duplicates. Okay. Excellent. What else? Data format. Yeah, that comes in formatting only. I mean, okay. In formatting, what I do is text formatting, date formatting, and numeric formatting. Okay. So I covered all types of formatting. Any other formatting that is needed? Text, date, and numeric only, right? Primarily these are the things, right? Then removing space, correct. Removing duplicates, very good. Caps comes in formatting. Number in general, comes in formatting. What else? Date and name correction, very good. Very good. Good example. Correcting spellings, right? And date correction. Yeah, date formatting only mean, right? Sometimes, yeah, date formatting that comes formatting only, right? Blank columns, yes, removing blanks. Very good. NAs. Sometimes, yeah, NAs, how to treat NAs, right? NA means not available. Yeah, so these are the things that we primarily do in data cleaning. Okay, clear? Anything I'm missing? Primarily, I think these are the things. Okay, so quickly. Okay, identifying headers, splitting. Yeah. That is again something. Yeah, splitting we missed. Merging, splitting, replacing with correcting values, and validating data types. Okay, validating data type. We missed data types also, I think. Data types. Okay. Yeah, checking data types or validating. Let's put it validating only. Validating data types. Do you know the data types? Do you know how many data types are usually there? Data types, because this is an important topic, so I need to quickly. Varchar is in SQL, right? But that's also a data type, correct? But I want generic, not specific to SQL. Okay, data types. Yeah. Just can you just give me a minute? I'll just put my headphone. It's easier for me to hear you out then. Otherwise, I have to speak louder. Okay. Just give me a sec. Right. Let me put the measures and dimensions are related to Tableau, right? I understand you guys know Tableau. But I'm saying give me general data types. Can you tell me I'm audible? Am I audible? I put the headphones. Am I audible? Yes, clearly? Great, right? So that way I speak at a lower tone, right? Otherwise, I have to shout some text. Okay, fine. Okay, so very good, Aditya. Integer, float, string, date are general data types. Okay, fine. Primitive and non-primitive. Who mentioned this? No. These, I don't know. Non-primitive, primitive. Okay, strings, text, very good. Pick list, good. Currency accounting are formatting, Ashwini. Okay, they are not data types. Okay, Boolean is one. Yeah, so let me quickly discuss the data types. I think so. Anyone who does not know data types, you can type N, then I'll discuss. Anyone who wants or does not know data types, all the data types, I'll discuss. Okay, Dipanshu, fine. So if they ask couple of, then I'll quickly discuss. See, data types means in what data can exist as, how, in what type data can exist as. It can exist as text, right? Example, I'll keep putting example like name, location, right? Location means the city name, right? City name. It could be product name, right? Basically related to names only, right? Right. Sometimes it could be even let's say ID, right? Identification ID. Okay. Email ID. All these are examples of text data. Then your numeric, very important, because when it comes to data, you are handling primarily numeric data. I mean, you are analyzing numeric data is the core, right? In numeric, you can have integer, right? And float. Float is a technical word, but usually many people know it as decimals. Decimals is also called float. Okay, those who know a little bit of those who are into a bit of data analysis, they know what is float. Okay, they would recognize it as float. So float and decimal means the same. I don't need to mention much. You know what is a integer and you know what is a float. Okay, then after numeric you have the third data type, which is called date. Very important, and I would say among all the data types, it's very tricky. Handling date is really tricky. Means why? Because there are different date formats being followed all across the world. Are you getting it? See, 12th March can be written as this. 12th March can also be written as this, right? 12th March can also be written as, right? It could also be written as, are you getting it? Right? All these are 12th March. And these are just four. You want to know more formats? Let me show you. See, go to date. Can you see the number different types of formats? And these are again, these are limited. These are not limited. Go to custom and you see. Okay, these are, you will see. DDMMYYYY, DDMMYYY, DDMMMM, MMYYY, with timestamps, without timestamps, right? Timestamps. So date and time. Let me put a date and I'll add date and time also. It, right? So date and time are really tricky, especially when it comes to handling cleaning as well as handling. Okay, so I would, with my experience, I would say the most tricky, and it's not difficult, it's just that you should know. Okay, and you know, many a times you come across date which becomes really tricky. You know why? The date is like this. Let me put a date which it becomes really difficult. Okay, sometimes it is a format of DD, MM, YY, MM, DD, YY. It becomes really difficult to handle these two. Why? You know why? Especially with dates which are like 12/8/2026. Now, is 12 a month or is 12 a day? Is 12 a day? I mean date, or is 12 a month? Here you're saying a day, but because it is coming from because right now in India we follow DDMM in US they follow MMDDYY. If your document is coming from US, or if it is a US document, this would be a not 12th August, it would be 8th December. Yeah, is that clear what I'm saying? Is that clear? If it is coming from US, okay, for UK, India, and I think in majority of the world, it is this. But of course, US, we know US is a important economy, right? So, so that's why it's very key to handle dates. Okay, so there are many other formats like DD. Sometimes, from the databases, you will find date coming like this, DDMMYYYY without space. Then you have to convert it into a date. Okay. So coming to, then you have date and time, which is timestamp attached to the date, right? 12/08/2026. And then you have a timestamp 2020. Okay. So that is date and time. Okay, this is another format. Some tools, they take it as a different format. Some tools take it as a format with date only. Okay, so 3 major formats are these. But apart from that, Boolean. What is Boolean? Logical variables like yes, no. Logical variables, yes, no, 1, 0, true, false. Okay, these are called Boolean variables. Switch variables, you can also call them switch. Okay, clear? Okay, so these are the 4 major types: Boolean, date. I mean, I'm just taking date and time as same, numeric, and text. And in numeric, you also have categorical and that leave it categorical now for now, right? So date and time, and then you have one more variable which is becoming very important these days is geographic, which most datasets or most tools, they recognize it as separate because it captures it. Errors and blanks are not data type, Jagan. Okay. It captures the location in the as longitude and latitude, right? In the longitude and that's why geographic is these days also taken as a separate variable. Okay, then within numeric you also can find sometimes a separate variable called currency. Okay, so within numeric you also sometimes see currency, right? But the broader are these 5. Okay, text, numeric, date time, Boolean, and geographic. Clear the data types? Okay, everyone, this is clear. Data types. Can we proceed? Okay, now coming to data types. So these all things are included in data cleaning. Data cleaning ensures accurate insights, as someone mentioned, accuracy, prevent misleading conclusions. If you have clean data, your conclusions are going to be, you're going to be confident about your conclusions. Okay, and you would not have misleading conclusions, and supports reliable business decisions. Okay, so that's why data cleaning is so important. Quickly, data cleaning activities. What do you include in data cleaning? Correcting errors and removing duplicates. I think most of us has mentioned handling missing data, standardizing the variable. Yeah, this is also very important. I think we missed it. And adjusting structural format. Standardizing the variable means Like, suppose you are in a company and you have data coming from US your MNC is present in US and UK and India. Okay. Now the date that comes from US is going to be in this format, right? MMDDYY. And the date in UK and India would be this format, DDMMYY. Now, when you club the files from all of those geographies or locations, right? Your date the date column can be really messy, or it would be inconsistent. It would not be standard. Are you getting it? Because let's say country and date, right? So country US would have date like DDMMYY. UK would have, India would have MM. Okay. So now I have to make this date consistent before I start analyzing. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Yes. Yes, right. So it could be like some transactions from India, some from US, right? Somewhere there is a US transaction. Okay, when you add add them. So let's say it's like this, US, so I will have to make the format consistent, standard. That's what it is, standardizing and validating data. Adjust structural format. Structural format is like this only. Structural format, what example can I give? Yeah, structural format means let's say for US, the file coming from US does not have, let's say the data coming from US has 10 columns, right? And from India and UK, they have 12 columns. Now they have 2 additional columns, which India and UK has, let's say, calculated 2 variables, and they are sending the file. But that variable was not calculated by US. So I would have to correct the structure of the data. Got it? Structure means it should have same rows and same columns. Got it? So that's all is included in structure. Okay, now let's see the functions that will help us in cleaning, right? In cleaning, what are the functions, Excel functions that we are going to do, which will help us? Sort and filter, grouping, ungrouping, text to column, subtotal, removing duplicates. We are going to see all of these one by one. Okay, sort and filter. Let's start with the first demo. Okay, sort and filter. Let's first understand what is sort, what is filtering. Do you know the difference between sorting and filtering? Anyone? Anyone knows the difference between sorting and filtering? Very good. Sorting, very good. Sorting is like ascending or descending, correct? Sorting is ascending, descending. Okay, it is, as someone mentioned, A to Z is ascending, correct? And Z to A is descending. Okay, now how does sorting helps you? How does sorting helps you? Arranging, very good. The word for sorting can be arranging, but arranging in an order. Okay, how does sorting help you? Filter, no, I'm saying if you're seeing a sorted data, how does it help you? Very good, Aparna. It helps you find data easily, understand the data easily. Array, yeah, helps you analyze. Better analysis can be done. Quicker analysis can be done. For why? Let's say This is my data. Look at this data. I've just, okay, not this. Let me open this one, which I have already shared with all of you, right? This data. All of you have this data set. I've shared this with you guys, right? Right now, if I on this data, if I say what is the least value in sales and what is the least and the maximum value in sales? Anyone can please share this because I'll have to close this file. Open file cannot be shared, I think. Yeah. Can anyone share this data set in the group? Let me share. Shared it. Okay. Fine. So thank you. Thanks, Sandhya. Okay. My question is, okay, where it is? I have this data, huge data set, right? I mean, it's a small data set in the big data world, but yeah, still, I mean, 10,000 transaction. And if I ask you, what is the least and the maximum sales? I'm just asking you this, which is the best way you can find the least and the smallest and the maximum sales? Sorting, right? Why? If I sort this entire data, right? Look at this. This is filter, right? We'll come to filter also. This is how you apply filter, all DFF. Okay. On this first row, those who don't know, guys, and you have opened this, on this first row, just bring the cursor on the first row or the cell. Then you do all DFF. You will add the filter. Let me put it. All DFF. Are you able to do? Are you able to do? Shortcut to apply filter. All DFF. Got it? Yes. How do you know which is the least and the maximum sales? I will sort it, right? After applying a filter, all DFF, Control Shift L to remove. Okay, Control Shift L is also for, or it could be, I mean, that is also to add. So Control plus Shift plus L. Okay, to apply shortcut. Okay, now I will press Alt and down arrow. See, I'm again repeat Alt and down arrow. It will open this window. Got it? Right? Alt and bring the cell to this Alt and down arrow. And then you have this smallest, largest, ascending, descending. I do a ascending sort. Can you see when I do a ascending sort, the entire table is sorted, not just this column. Can you tell me why? Why was the entire table sorted? Why was the order of the entire table changed and not just this column? Anyone? Why the order of the entire table changed and not just this column? Are you getting my question? Are you getting my question? Yes? Okay. Why the entire table order changed, not only the order of sales column? It is associated data because if only this column data will change, my entire data will become wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's record. This row is sometimes also called a record. In a data set, row is also called a record. It is a record. One transaction. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Row captures transactions or records. Is that clear? Yeah, so this data is one transaction. So when you sort this data from sales, my entire row will get sorted. Is that clear? My entire row will get sorted, but as per sales. And notice, did you notice this? I'll just quickly mark it here. What happened? Sorry about that. Did you note this? Arrow. Did you note this arrow? It means it is telling you the entire table is sorted from this column. Got it? Clear? Look at the arrow upward means ascending. Okay. If I choose it descending, the arrow will be downward. Okay. Let's see. Can you see? Now, when I do a ascending sort, this is the least sale 0.444. When I do a descending sort, 22,683.48. So I got the sales minimum and the maximum. Similarly, in the same way, can you help me from this table? Can you quickly help me find the least and the maximum profit? Quickly. I want the answer in 15 seconds, not more than that. Just 5 seconds. Eight three nine 9.976. I only got answer from Ganpati, but nevertheless. And minus 6599.987. Got it? Clear? What does sorting do? Okay. Okay. Coming back to our Excel. Yeah. See, this is how you can do sorting. Also, there is an option called custom sort. Let me discuss custom sort, right? Sorting, now you got it. Sorting data, sort data in ascending or descending, enable multiple level sorting using multiple columns. I'll discuss multiple columns. Okay. Custom sort. Okay. And filtering is when you filter data, when you will only see the partial data. Filtering means you only see the partial data basis some conditions. Okay, let's see sorting right now. See, the sorting can also happen by color. Sometimes you happen is right now in this sheet there are no colors. Okay, there are no colors, but suppose you were using some colors, right? Then sorting can also happen with color. I'll explain that once we do conditional formatting, but I'll show you how to sort when we do by color. Okay, but for now, what you can do is go to data view, right? And you would have sorting here. Yeah, sorting. Can you see? Okay, now with this, you can apply custom sorting and sorting by multiple columns. Okay, on this data, I want all of you to be on this data. Well, let's perform this exercise here on this data, and then we'll go to the demo. Okay, on this data, now you know how to sort by a single column, right? Let's say I want to sort by customer name. I'll go to customer name, Alt and down arrow, A to Z, Z to A. Okay, clear? Got it? So if you want your data to be, this data set to be in the original order, it's row ID. It was sorted by row ID. So row ID is 1 to, it's sorted in the original order. Okay, fine. Coming to sorting by multiple columns. How do you do sorting by multiple columns? One way is, yeah, just click anywhere and sort, custom sort. Okay, or go to data column, you'll find sort, and you open this window. Okay, now I'm going to do sorting by multiple columns. Please look at the screen, everyone. Okay. How I want this data to be visible is I want this data to be sorted by subcategory first. Okay. There are 17 subcategories. Okay. So I want this data to be sorted in alphabetical order by subcategories, and within each subcategory, it should show descending order of sales. Are you getting it? Let me put it. Sort the data, sample superstore data. Okay. First, ascending order of subcategories. Okay. And second, descending order of sales. Clear? So what I'm saying is effectively like this. If you see here, look at this. I want USA, UK, India, right? First, it should be ascending order of country, right? Or let's say, let's descending order of country. This is okay, right? Then I want ascending order of sales. Means this should come first, right? So this should come on top, then this, and then the. Are you getting it? For each country, your data should look like this. Okay, clear, everyone? The ask is clear. I will go to data, sort. Okay, Aditya, ask is not clear. Aditya, I'm saying this entire data set, you have to first sort it by subcategories. Okay, so all the subcategories appear together. Just like here, I give you an example. US together, UK together, India together. That way I want all the subcategories should appear together. Okay. Is it clear till here, Aditya? Next, I want within, once we have clubbed all the subcategories, right now look at the subcategories, book, cases, chair, and all that. Now, when I do it in ascending order of subcategories, I will simply do a ascending A to Z. Now this is ascending order subcategory. Next I want is that within the subcategory, each subcategory, my sales should be in descending order. Is the sales in descending order currently? Is the sales in descending order? Anyone? No. I want this also be maintained, that first accessory will come, then whatever, and the end tables, accessories, appliances, art, fastener, binders, bookcases. This is the order. Okay, then in each, I want sales should be appearing maximum first to minimum. Now it is clear to all of you what I'm expecting. Is it clear now? Okay. So if I do a simple A to Z and then I go to sales and do it, see what is happening. My subcategory gets distorted. Got it? Is that clear? So how do I sort it by multiple categories, right? Multiple sort or custom sort. I go to sort. First, I add a level A to Z. Yeah, Ganpati, I know you know. So just I have to explain now, right? Okay. So first, then I add another level. Can you see? Add a level. Then I add a second sort. Sales. How do I want sales? Largest to smallest. Is that clear? Click OK. Now, can you see? Can you see now? Yes, worked. And it is not just for accessories. If I want to check, let's check it. Appliances. Look at appliances. All of you got this? Supriya, I'll repeat. Other than Supriya, everyone got it? Okay. Supriya, bring your cursor on the first row. Go to data, sort. Go to data and sort. Click on sort. First, you will open this window. Sort by. First, I put the subcategory. Value I want from in the subcategory, it should be sorted A to Z. Okay. Add a level. Add a level. Then I select sales. Keep it as a cell value, largest to smallest. Got it, all of you? All of you got this sorting thing? I hope you've got it. Any issues, any doubt, you can let me know. Otherwise, we'll move to the demo now. I want you to do this demo exercise on your own. I'll give you time to perform the sorting and filtering function as a part of data cleaning. So I think it would involve filtering also. Let me explain filtering and then I want you to do demo. Okay. Now look at the filtering part. For filtering, I'll have to apply filters first in the first row. What is the shortcut? Alt DFF or Alt LC or Alt CL. I think someone mentioned that. Shift Control L. Done. Have you added the filter? Yeah. Now I want to filter only West region transactions. See, how will I filter? Simple. Go to this column region. Select West region. Okay. Got it. Now my table only has West region transaction. Rest are hidden. How do I know this? Look at this indicator. Look at the indicator. All of you. Can you see this? Just give me one second. On the, can you see this blue color? Can you see these rows? Rows in blue color? Can you see after 1 to 9, 11, 12, 15, remaining are hidden because those rows belong to region other than West. So this gives me an indication that yes, others are hidden. Clear? Filtered or hidden. Clear? Got it? Okay. So now how many West region rows are there? Can you help me count? How many West region rows are there? 3203. Excellent. Got it. Right? So this is what filtering is about. Now I want you to do this demo exercise. For this demo, open demos lesson 2, sort and filter data. You have to perform this. Okay. Sort and filter exercise quickly. Steps are given. All you have to do is just follow the steps. Okay. Just follow the steps and do this exercise. For this, the data set is go out, data set, lesson 2, demo 1. I think it's demo 1. Clear? Can you quickly open this and do the exercise? This is your raw data. Sheet 1 has your raw data. I'll give you, I think, how much time is required for this? I think 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Let me check. It should mention that also. Okay, it's mentioned here. 15 minutes. Okay. I don't think it will take 15 minutes, but you have to read, follow the instructions on the sheet. This, everything, you start reading it, steps to be followed, sort the data by sales amount. This is the Excel, right? Filter the data, identify the top 3 sales transactions. Okay. This is, so accordingly, step 1, step 2, step 3 is there. Follow, even the steps that you have to perform is given. Open this, go to this cell, all that is given. Okay. I don't think it should take 15 minutes, but nevertheless, I'll give you 10 minutes at least to start with. Your time starts now. I'll be on mute. I'll be on mute. Let me know if you need any help. This dataset is used. This one, Madhuri, this dataset is to be used. Where do you find the data? Go to data. See, you have demos. Also have folder called datasets. Lesson 2, demo 1. Okay. So let's look at the next topic. Grouping and ungrouping. And then we have an demo on that also, I think. Grouping, ungrouping, text to column, subtotals. All this we're going to see, and then we'll do a demo. Okay, let me explain grouping. Deepak, hey, sorry, I'm suffering from network issue, so not completed. You did not get the Excel? You did not get this Excel, you're saying? Okay, I'll share it again. Can anyone share it? I'll have to close it. If you can share, that will be great. You'll get it, right? Don't worry. Network issue, I understand. Sometimes it happens, but no problem. Guys, anyone can share this again? That will be helpful. Thank you. Okay, fine. So grouping, ungrouping. Okay, all DFF adds your filter and all DFF removes your filter also. Okay. So now what is grouping, ungrouping? See, sometimes your data set is so big, right? Your data set is so big in terms of rows and columns, right? And you want a truncated version. Truncated means you want a collapsible version of the data. Okay. Then this grouping, ungrouping really helps you. Okay. Then this function grouping and ungrouping helps you. Okay. It groups the data based on by collapsing the rows and columns. But as such, there is no criteria that is applied. Okay. So it simply groups and ungroups the data based on based on no criteria, just groups and ungroup the data so that you're able to view the data easily or in a short format, right? Usually it is done, it is done in pivots a lot, but without pivot also it is done. It is done in pivots, but without pivot also it is done. Okay. So let's see. How do you add groups, ungroup, and subtotal? Okay. So outline, you can see this is how where you will find group and ungroup, but in the data inside the outline section. But let's go to Excel. That will be better here, right? Now see, what I want is see, can you see in the data you find this outline? All of you are able to locate it? Group, ungroup, subtotal. Yes. Now we're going to what I want is, I want you to group this. I want you to group this basis years. Okay. So in the rows, I want you to group the rows basis year. Okay. So how do I group it? First, I apply a filter, sort it in oldest to, right? Sort it by oldest to newest. Okay. Column C. Then, it will take some time because, oh, let's not do year, let's do month. Okay. So month 1, January month. See, January month transactions are 79 transactions. Okay. Oh, sorry, not 79. Yeah, 79 transactions. Got it? Now I have selected all these 79 transactions and look at it. Look on the screen. How do I apply group? Right? Alt D G. I think it's D G G. Yeah. Alt D G G. Okay. See. Alt D G G. I'll again do Alt D G G. Okay. Alt and AGG. It's DGG or AGG? It's DGG, right? Alt DGG. Okay. Were you able to add? See now. Can you see? I have applied a group. Can you see now? It's DGG right here. Can you see this minus symbol came? This minus button came? Yes. How many of you got the minus? Can you type M? 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 Okay. Manjula says no. You did not get that. M. I said M. Okay, got it? Okay. Now got it? Okay. If you have got minus, okay. Yeah, fine. Yeah, you have to select the data, of course. Otherwise, how will you know which data you want to group? Okay. How will you know which data to group now? Got it? Okay. Now, once you've got this, can you see? I click on this minus. Can you see? I'm able to open this section. Right? Got it? See. And this 1 and 2 also helps you do this. 1, the new view, 2, the open view. Got it? Okay. So I'm repeating. I want to group the transactions of January 14. So I will select all the transactions for January 14. How do I select? First, I will apply a filter, Alt DFF. Go to column C, oldest to newest. Now you have all the January 14 transactions on top. Okay. Now I will select January 14 transactions. And I don't have to repeat now what you have to do to select this. I don't want to, in fact, right? What I'm doing. Press Shift and down arrow. Okay. Press Shift, again repeating, Shift space and then down arrow. Okay. Shift space and down arrow. There you have. There you have 79 transactions. Clear? All of you are there. Those who want me to repeat, can I get a response from you guys? Are you there? Type Y. I should have 7 Ys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got it. Now I'm having more than 7 Ys, but nevertheless, right? So you have selected. Selection is very important. Otherwise, how will Excel know what you want to group? Okay. Now you apply the shortcut Alt D right? All D, G, and G. All D, G, G. Or if you want to use a mouse, you go to data, outline, group, and group. Are you able to do now? Are you able to do now? You get this minus symbol. Type 1 if you're able to do now. 1, 1, 1, 1. I should see 7, 8 ones. When you have lot of data, you will understand it better when we'll do pivots. Okay, it's easily understood in pivots. You will see when we'll do. Just hold on. Okay, hold on. See, I have lot of data. See, okay, wait, I'll explain. Now, I want January transactions. I want the transactions to be visible for January. All DGU. The purpose is I want this table to be. See, when I'll add, wait, I think I'll have to for this. If you still did not understand now, I'll create a short table that will help. Okay, just wait. This is a big table. I'll just create a short table there. You will be able to understand. Okay, this is good. Look at this table. Those who still did not understand, what's the purpose of grouping. Now you see. Here, right? I want to group these by departments. Okay, so what will I do? First, I'll sort it. Now see, accounting, or DGG, administration. Otherwise, what will I have to do? I have to keep scrolling a lot. Okay. Customer, finance. I think this is the last. No. Finance, marketing, R&D. Okay. IT also. Sure. Oops. See. Oh, my bad. Between. Now see, this is accounting. Then I go to administration. I think if I group it. What happens is between the groups, you should have some, yeah, my bad. How do you group it also? See, wait, how do you group it? I keep the last row unselected, all DGG. Okay. Then for administration, I keep the last row unselected. Now see, understand this. Now see, can you see? I have accounting. I want to open accounting. I want to open administration. Similarly, I want to open customer care, customer support. Can you see now my data is much more concise? I mean, it's visible. I have to open, I just open it. Is that clear? Now, no, but filtering, see, filtering will only filter the transactions. See, usually what happens is when you have this, when you do this grouping, right? I would have a row here. See, I'm now showing it clearly, exactly it should be counting, administration, customer support. I'll just show for four departments. Can you see now? Right? Is it clear now? Now see. Now I can easily open. First view is, see, this, what is 2 there? 2 is click on 2, opening all the views. 1 is closing, closed, view, grouped view, ungrouped view, and 3 is, I think it will, I don't know what is this 3 for. 3 is showing only this. Is it clear now? Is it clear, those who asked what is grouping for? Okay. Got it? Great. Right? So this is, and similarly it goes with the columns also. Sometimes your columns, I want to, let's say, I'll tell you here, I want to group the columns, numeric columns. See, Alt D G G. Now, numeric columns can be opened and closed. Now, this is actually, this is a very, clean data or a structured data. When you have a unpivoted data, pivoted data, then you will realize, we'll do pivots. There you will see grouping, ungrouping is used a lot, especially when you add total to it. Okay, it really helps. Okay, total. Okay, I'll just show you how total can really help. Okay, see, for this data. Okay, I think let me do that. Let me show that when we do pivots. Okay, that will be easy because I don't have to put a special effort to create the data set. In pivots, you get that you will be creating those, right? There also we will use grouping. So, but you got the idea of grouping? See, your data is concise now. Okay, you want to give it a full view. You can give it a full view. You want to show. Okay, fine. So this is grouping. Let's move to the next, grouping, ungrouping, subtotal. I'll also do subtotal when we do text to column. See, what is text to column? It helps you create, it converts the raw text into columns in Excel, which can be saved, which can save a user time manually. Okay, all this is basically what it does is, suppose you have text like this, right? So can you please explain how groupings? Aditya, I can do that maybe towards the end of the session, right? Right. I'll do that towards the, explain multiple groupings. Multiple groupings we have not done, na? We have not done multiple groupings. Okay, grouping within the grouping, you mean to say, right? No, multiple groupings is, see, I did this multiple grouping. What you are calling is, this is, see, oh, this is a grouping. Can you see? Now, if I have to, yeah, this is the, right? So just select the rows you want to group. Separately, yeah, just add a row. There should be a row in between. You write Jan, right? The way, see, I have added administration and then I grouped. Okay. Just add a row with the name of the month in between. Okay. Okay, fine. So next is text to column. Text to column means sometimes you have text like multiple, like this. Can you see? Let me put it right. Sometimes from the database you get data like this, right? Comma, my address, right? Address. Then maybe pin code, city, right? And then pin code. Got it? All of you see, look at this, right? Now, sometimes from the database, you get data like this. Okay. Now this data is, I need to clean this data. Okay. There's a function called text to columns. Okay. What is it? Text to column. Go to data. You see text to columns. Go to data pane. Do you see text to columns? All of you see text to columns, right? So now you have located text to columns. Okay. Now I want to split this because see, this has name, then address, city, and pin code. 4 data points are there. Okay. I want to split it. So I put the cursor on this and Alt D. I think shortcut is Alt D. I don't remember. Anyways, I don't remember the shortcut. Alt DT or something like that. Why is the shortcut not? No, not. Alt A. Okay, A, sorry, my bad. Alt A, but the shortcut, okay, Alt A E. Yeah. Data was not selected. Okay, Alt A E. See, Alt A E. The shortcut is Alt plus A E. Okay, Alt A E. When I do, see, you get this window, text to column, convert text to column. Okay, now see, my cell is having this data. Click on next. As I click on next, it suggests you automatically, suggests you something. But this suggestion is not right. I think, alter this also. I don't want this, right? This I don't want this arrow, right? So I can delete this arrow also. Double click, delete. I don't want an arrow split between New and Delhi. So arrow suggests a split. I don't want this also. Double click, double click. Okay, this is what I want. Okay, so either I can do it this way, or what I can do is go to next, and then you have again go to next. Wait. How the split, right? It would tell you text, date, right? No, where it is general. Since I've selected, I think, let me just undo it. Okay, Alt AE, next. See, I go to next. Yeah, delimiter is what I wanted to. So yeah, so text. Where is the delimiter? Okay, maybe click on advanced. They've changed something. So I can add a separator. Right? Separator means currently it is showing a separator as comma. Can you see? Comma, dot, right? So all these separators I can select, but I think for you, I don't know, this has recently been changed. Otherwise, there was an option called delimiter. All of you have the delimiter thing? Do you have the delimiter thing? Yes. Are you able to find delimiter? Yes. So in delimiter, you would have, if you have the same view, then it's okay. Otherwise, if you have a delimiter, it would mention comma, right? So you can mention you can just select comma there, right? There would be a checkbox, and in that you just select comma, and then it will split as per the comma. Okay, got it? I'm doing it right now like this, but next and then finish. Now you see my text has been split into 4 columns. Is that clear? Is it clear? Text to column, if it is clear, type T. T columns is clear. What if number? Manjula, I say what if number when you select all, when you get it's all plus AE. Piyush, all plus AE. Okay, you're saying what if there is no comma? Okay. What if there is no comma? Then space is there at least. Okay. Then space is there, na? Okay. Okay, let's see what if there is no comma, right? If there was no comma, what will I do? See, there is comma. Okay, I can select delimiter. Yeah, if I select delimiter, my bad. I should have selected delimiter. I had selected fixed width. Select delimiter. Now you will have that delimiter, right? Can you see? Yeah, this was missing. Select delimiter and you will get this. Okay. Got it. Right. Delimiter, when you select, you have these delimiters space. See, I selected space, but now I don't want this. So I double click on this. I think, no, it is not working. Now, okay. Now I select other, wait. Treat consecutive delimiter as one. Let's see. I don't want this. Can I change it? No. Yeah, for delimiter, I mean, see, it is very, this is very subjective, right? Now, this would, if there is no comma, no delimiter, I mean, so then I'll go with fixed width and I will just remove this. Double click, remove, right? Clear? So otherwise, if it was comma, I would use a delimiter. That would be better. Okay. So ABC Nagar, I'll remove this and now it is done. Okay. But if it was comma, then I would use a delimiter and simply select comma and next finish. I think space was also selected. That's why. Select comma only and there you have straight away. Is this clear? Text to column is clear now? Text to column is clear. T. Let's move to the next. Subtotal. Adding subtotal. Okay. Now, how do I add subtotal? Why is subtotal required? Basically, for a particular section, if I want a total, right, I can use subtotal option. Okay. How do I do that? See, it calculates summary statistics. Summary statistics means total, average, mean, median, all that is called summary statistics. Okay. For some average count for a group or filter data in the selected range. Okay, let's see. Let's look at this. See, can you see here? Remember this view? Okay. Now for this group view, I want total of overtime. Okay. I want total of overtime. So I will simply select this. I think I will go with data subtotal. How do I wait? I have not used subtotal for a long time. Let me just see. I just select this. Is my screen stuck? Is my screen stuck? Manjula? Manjula, can you hear me? Maybe you can. It is only for you, Manjula. Can you just check, right? Okay. So if I want a total for this, I will select Alt A, adding sub. How do I add subtotal? Okay, remove this. Yeah, Z O. where I want a total, I'll keep the cursor there, Alt A Z O B. Then I can add what total, how do I want total, right? Performance score, salary, full name, right? Sum of, I want, let's say overtime. I select overtime. See, I get a total of overtime. Can you see everywhere the total has been added for every row, which I think is not correct. I want a total for, let's say, Alt A Z O B. It's been time I've used overtime. Okay, I don't want performance score. So total, can you see it has added total for every row? I don't want that. Maybe I'll have to select, I think. Let me just see. A Z O B. This way it is not working. So basically it inserts a total, right? But I want a total here. I think, yeah, I keep the cursor here. Alt A Z O B. Overtime, replace current totals, summary below the data. No. At each, okay, I don't know. Yeah, this is what I have to change. At each change in, not in full name, at each change in department. If I select department, then I'll get a total after every department. See, got it? Did you get this? And look at how it has also grouped it also. All of you got this? How to add total? See, I am repeating. See, select the table, right? Without space, select the table. Okay, now I have the entire table. Select this entire table, Alt A Z O B. Alt A Z O B will lead you to Alt plus A Z O B. Okay, it will open this subtotal window. Okay, now I want total for each department. So I will select at each department. Okay, earlier I was selecting full name. That's why I was getting our total after every full name, right? I select the department and then overtime. I want a total for overtime. And let's say I also want a total for sick days, salary and bonus. Okay, for all the numeric data. Okay, click OK. Can you see now? It gave me a total for. Is it clear now? But let's say I want for performance score, I want average. Okay, I want average for performance score. Got it now, all of you? Okay, I want average for performance score. So I will again, I think, just select the table. See, it has given me grand total also at the bottom, right? Then if I want a Alt A Z O B, instead of sum, I select average for department and don't include this and select only performance. See, it has added an average for performance. Got it? I think some of the data preparation functions were left, right? And we'll cover those. So we're going to start with text function. Okay, can we start? How many attend? What is attendance? 50. Okay, fine. So let's see what is. First, let's start with left, right today, then concatenate, and then text. Okay. Can you please share the Excel the file that was? Yeah, I'll share that. You mean this Excel, right? The Excel which is in which I'm just scribbling during the class, right? Just class notes, correct? You sound is a bit low. Okay, let me check. Is it better now? Is the sound better? Yes. Is it better? Okay, great. So, okay, next is, as you said, you want the Excel. We had worked on formatting. Formatting. Okay, you mean this Excel, I think. You're talking about the exercises, right? This one, correct? I'll share that again because anyways, we are going to do some exercises here. Some pending exercises are there, conditional formatting, which we'll cover today. Okay, I'll share this. Okay, let me share it right away so that. Okay, so can we start now? Right? Okay, great. So today, first let's understand some more data preparation functions, especially related to text, right? These are text formatting functions primarily, right? Left, right, today, concatenate. Okay, so first is the easiest we're going to start is today. All of you have sometime or the other, you would want a date in the cell, right? Simply today, nothing, you don't have to put anything. It will give you today's date. I think there's another function now. It will return date as well as time. Okay, very interesting and very intuitive. I mean, this notice now is a volatile function, right? So if I just, okay, it does not give you seconds. It gives you hour and minute. So if I just use this now after a minute, it will give me 9. Okay. So today and now. So today and now. Then concatenate. What is concatenate? Concatenate means you can combine any two uh, the content in any two cells. Okay, let's say I want to combine name, then age, then location, right? Let's say I want to concatenate, comma 34, comma this. Can you see? Right? Do you want to try this? Concatenate quickly today and now also you can try it. They are the simplest of the functions. Then you have this one. Okay, try concatenate. But now tell me, if I want space in between, let's say I had name and first name and last name. Okay, now I want the name with a space in between. How will I do that? Anyone? First, try concatenate and then tell me how will you do that? This. No, not text to column. This is not text to column. No, we already are in different columns. Okay, it's on the there. Yes, some of you are giving me the correct answer. Yes, correct. So it's going to be if I want a space, concatenate, then I enter a space. Got it? Try this and let me know if you're able to do. Okay, thanks for this. Soumya is sharing some shortcut. Control and control and control. These are really good shortcuts. Control plus colon. Okay, sorry, what do you call this? Semicolon, right? Shortcut for date, and then control shift is for time. Any cell, control shift is for time. Okay, current date, current time. Okay, then great. Concatenate, everyone was able to do concatenate. Can we proceed? Okay, after concatenate, we have left, right. What does left and right do? Okay, left extracts the specific number of characters from start of the string, right? From the start of the string, and right extracts specific number of characters from the end of the string. Okay, let's run this, right? Okay, suppose I want extraction, right? Suppose I have this name, right? And I want to extract the first name. Okay, I want to extract the first name and the last name. Okay, how will I do this? Left. Okay, first I select the text and then the number of characters. Okay, then the number of characters I want to extract. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got it? Similarly, I can extract, right? Number of characters from the right. 6 again. Got it? Is this clear? Can you do it? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Date shortcut is I'm coming to that, Manjula. Just hold on. Coming to that. Okay. Yeah. Done. So is it not clear at the moment? Is the voice is not, it's low, but maybe today I'm speaking low because I have a sore throat. Otherwise, I think voice should be clear. It might, yeah, it is just big, but I have put on the headphone. My headphones are on. Okay. Okay, everyone is hearing clearly. Maybe you can check your Manjula. You can also check your mic, right? Maybe it's on Yeah, so I'm not, I mean, today I'm not speaking on at a very loud pitch because of my throat. Otherwise, I think clarity, I think most of you have confirmed that the clarity is there, right? Yeah, it could be, you can just check the volume. Thanks, Shivya. Okay, got it. This is okay. Now, very interesting. Now, see, this is very interesting. See, okay, see, I have this name. Now let me add some more names. Okay. Now, see, this was extracting the name statically. I mean, static. I mean, it was a static extraction, means it was not a dynamic extraction. I had told in this formula, I had put to extract 6 characters. Now, if I take it down, right? If I extract this, I mean, if I just extend this to the further rows, I'm not getting it correctly, isn't it? Right? All of you get this? What I'm trying to do? Right? I want that first name should extract all the first names. But with this static number putting, with punching a number, it is not possible to extract it that way, right? Okay. So here comes another, you will have to add another function into left, which is find. Okay. Or there is another function which has come recently, which has added text before. Can you see? Text before. Just check those who, I mean, you should have text before also. Text before. Okay. Text and then delimiter. I just put a delimiter and there you go. Okay. Now, similarly, text after. It has become really easy with text before and text after. Earlier, these functions were not there, text before and text after. So there was a workaround. I'll show you that workaround also. First, try this text before, text after. Then I'll show you the workaround. What we used to do earlier, it was by including find, right? Let me know if you're done with text before and after. Just type. Okay, now you want to extract the first name and the last name, correct? So first name is Srividya, right? Yeah, I'll show text before. Text before. See, it's very simple. Simple English. You want to extract the text before the space. That's what you're putting. Okay. You want to extract the text after the space. That's what you're putting. Okay. Done, everyone? Can I proceed? It's not available. Yeah, because maybe you are using your older version, or maybe it's not a updated version, right? So in that case, not enabled, right? So what you do in that case? Let me first, Shividya, I'll come to your name as well. First, let me complete this. Okay. So now, if you do not have text before or text after, which are the latest functions available, what do you do then? Okay. On the screen, everyone, right? Is left. Now, I want, see, before left, let me show you, let me discuss. There is a function called find. Okay. What does find do? Yeah, I got it, got it. That's okay, that's okay. Because I think that's what I'm saying, Aparna. It is because this Excel, maybe it's an older version, okay? Or maybe it's not a licensed version, maybe. Okay, fine. So there's a function find. Check this you should have. This is a quite a old function. All of you should have this function called find. Yes, right? What does find do? It find function will help you. Please share your Excel version for better hands-on. My Excel version, yeah, of Excel version, yeah, it's the 365 I've told multiple times in the last 3 classes, Raghul. Office 365. Okay. Yeah, of course, it's a paid version. This is a paid version. I mean, this cost around, I think 700, 800, no, 800, 900 per month now. I think maybe 1000 because now AI features are integrated. So last year or so, it is the yeah, somewhere around that, right? Not thousand, sorry, it would be around 800, 900 rupees. Yeah, 819. Yeah, thanks, Ganpati. Yeah, right. So 819 per month, you get all these Office 365, and I think the better is if you buy if you're really interested, you can buy a bit. Uh, OneDrive, right? For the whole year, lot of products are bundled. The Office 365 is bundled, then you get 6 terabyte, or I think yeah, if you want one license for OneDrive, you get 1 terabyte of space, which gets on the cloud. So all your data on the laptop gets continuous backing up. I mean, it keeps on backing up. Like I'm working. My copy of this file is backing up. Can you see here? Right? I'll show you. See, it's synced. Okay, and this is costing not much, right? I think around 6-7 thousand a year. In it gives me this. If you buy OneDrive, you get Copilot, you get Office 365, everything you get for I think 6-6.5 thousand. That's it. Okay. So this is the best. I mean, if you really want to buy, if you buy this, you get many products bundled with this OneDrive. Okay, fine. We can discuss that later, right? If you're interested, I can maybe towards the end of the session I can discuss that. Okay, fine. So okay, where I was, yeah. If I have to dynamically find the first name and the last name, and I know it's a big list, and of course the first name for everyone does not have the same number of characters, right? So for that there is a function called find. Okay, look at it. Find, what does it do? It returns the starting position of one text string with another text string. Find is case sensitive, means if I write find okay, wait, first okay, find, let's say I want P, right? So which find text? Can you see find text? Okay. Okay. One more thing. I did not discuss this syntax, right? When you write any function, can you see how Excel is helping you write this function even if you don't know, right? See, find, then there are 3 arguments in it, right? These are called arguments. First argument is find text. So which text you want? If I want a definition for this, I can click on it. I think it will take me to, it will open. No, it's not opening, but yeah. So first is if I do not add a bracket, it is giving me the what this function is doing, right? Then I press tab. Okay. Did I discuss tab with function? How do you write tab with function? How do you use tab with function? Did I discuss that? Did I discuss? No. Okay. So when you write function, let me first help you understand how do you write functions faster and without any mistake, right? Let's say I want to write concatenate, right? I'm again going back to concatenate for a reason because it's a longer name, right? Concatenate. See, I've written con, right? And when I write con, you see all the functions which are having con in it, right? Now I want concatenate, concat or concatenate, right? Now I can simply use down and up arrow, right? And I don't have to write the entire function every time. Concatenate is a longer string. That's why I'm using concatenate, right? So I can simply select and tab. When I press tab, okay, this is how you write functions using tab. When you press tab, you see the name of the function appears in a proper syntax rather than in a small case, right? So again, see, if I write sum, even if I write sum, I would use tab. Got it? So this way you will never make a mistake in writing the syntax. Okay? Clear? So coming back to find tab. Now when I write tab, you see Excel is helping me with the arguments. First argument, find text. Which text I want? Let's say I want P. Okay? Within text, within this, I want P. What did it give? It gave me the position of the letter P. Got it? Great. So let's proceed, right? It's clear, right? So what does find do? It helps you find the position of the text that you enter. Okay? Position of the text in the string. Okay? Now using this, see. Now what do I want? In the first name, I want from the left, first I select the text, then I select the number of characters. I want the number of characters that I want to extract. Okay, but I want to extract here. In the first name I want to extract 6 letters. In the second name I want to extract 4 letters. Correct? Are you getting it? So what will I do is I will use this find, right? So let's say I want in this find, I will put space. Okay. So find space. At what position is my space? 7th position. Correct. Similarly, in the second name, the space is at 5th position. Then in the third name, it is at 8th position. And then again, 7th position. Okay. So now I'm going to use this. I want to extract, this is space. And how many letters I want to extract? Space minus 1, isn't it? Are you getting this? How many letters I want to extract? Space minus 1. Is this clear? Is this clear? Right? Sorry, letters, I should be alphabets rather, or whatever. Yeah, letters or alphabets. Okay. Alphabets to extract 6, which is space minus 1. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do in the first name. See, left, then I use find what? Space, and in the same word or same string, and I do a -1. Did you get this? Did you get this? All of you got this? Easy? Yeah, please try. Take your time, try it, okay? Formula is there, na? See, it's there, formula. You still don't, you still keep forgetting. Where do you see the formula? E column. Okay, don't worry about the E column, na? Don't worry about the E column. It is integrated here. I was explaining find and then find -1. Okay. So it is here only. I was explaining in parts. Okay. The complete formula is here. Okay. Got it. Now, how do I extract the last name if I don't? Lakshmi wants me to repeat. Lakshmi, what do you want me to repeat? You want me to repeat find or the complete, or you are doing? If you're doing, you can still, I can give you time. That's okay. See, the formula is there in the formula bar. If you did not understand, you let me know. Otherwise, it's there on the screen. If you're writing, you can write. Left, you can see the formula there on the screen. Explain the formula. Okay, I'll explain it again. Wait. Lakshmi, left, you got it? Left? Left, you got it? This left was clear, right? So if I say, okay, left is simple. See, I am left 6. Okay. Now here, what I've done is when I say left and I want to extract 6 letters from the left side, I have statically put, I have put this number, I have punched 6 static, it's a static number, right? I punched this number. Okay. Now, if I use this for further names, it is going to extract 6 letters only. But what happens if the name is smaller? Name has less number of letters or more number of letters or alphabets, right? What happens in that case? Okay. So here I will club within left, I will club find. What does find do? Find helps you. I am again repeating. Find helps you find the text. I want to find where is space. Clear? Lakshmi, I want all the text before the space. Correct? So I want to find where, at what position is space. Okay. Simply, I want to find what position is space in this. At what position is space? Tell me. Lakshmi will tell. 7th position. Got it? Okay. Now, do I remember yesterday I told you Microsoft and Micro with a space. Are these two same? This is with space. This is, you can check this equal to this. Answer is false. Why? The second Microsoft is with space. So we use trim yesterday, right? But so that's why I can say 7 also. But actually, how many letters I want to extract? 7 minus 1. Right? 7th is at the space. So 7 minus 1. Is that clear, Lakshmi? Then in the second name, how many letters? At what position in space? 5th position. How many letters do I want to extract? 5 minus 1. Got it? Now, this is the number of letters. I will put this here. Now, look at the second argument, the one that I'm highlighting. What is the second argument doing? Left, in left. First is simply the text selection. What is the second argument doing? It is indicating the number of, in fact, this 6, 4, 7, 6 dynamically. Are you getting it now? It is indicating the letters dynamically. Clear? That's why you are able to extract the name correctly, because the alphabets to extract using find is giving me dynamic positions, okay, or dynamic letters to extract. Got it? Clear? Now it is clear? Okay, great. Right? Now let's move to last name. Now, who will tell me how can I extract the last name? Anyone? Anyone wants to try? Text after was 1, which was pretty easy, right? How can you extract the last name? Option right we will use. Very good. But after, see, right, I use right. Okay. Wait, there is another take is there. Return rows or columns from the array from start to end. Let's not use take. Okay, so what we'll do is, see, what I want to do is, how many letters from the left I want to extract? From the right I want to extract? It is dynamic. Correct? Correct? See, we have already done this. We have already reached halfway. Letters to extract from the left. Okay. Now, if I get the total number of letters in the name, it is given by len. It is given by len. Len gives you the total number of letters in the name. Are you getting it? Clear? Is this clear? Len. Is this clear? Now, how many letters from the right I want to extract? Isn't it 13 minus 7? Isn't it 13 minus 7? Isn't it 11 minus 5? Are you getting this? Without space I'm talking about. Okay. Is this clear? Now this is what I want. This is what I want. Correct? Letters from right. Got it? Total number of letters minus letters from the letters with space. With space. See, position of the space. I want the letters after the space. Okay. So 13 minus 7. Right? Can I put this in the within the right? Can I put this within right? Yes. See. Right. First is the text, which is very simple. Then comes len of this minus find. Now let's move to the next. Concatenate we have done. Text. Okay, text. Let's understand what is text function. Very interesting. Okay, let's understand the text function. First, let's understand what does text function do. Okay. Text function converts the converts a number, okay, date or time into text. Remember we discussed some data types yesterday, right? Did we discuss some data types? So you give a format into the text function, and accordingly it will convert your number, date or time into text. Okay. So some standard text function usage is, see, if I write today, how's my date coming? With dash. Suppose I want the date in with slashes. Okay, with slashes. So I'll write text today's date and then I give the format. Got it? So there are various formats that you can get in text using text. Okay, there are various formats. And let me give you the list of formats. I think for that, let me go to Google. Okay, first you do this, right? Let me see if I can get the formats using Copilot. See, it will give you all the formats. There you have. No, these are not the correct format. Okay, these are, yeah, for currency, these are the formats. For date, these are the formats. Okay, so it has given you all the formats. Okay, see, I use this one. I mean, YYYY. You can create your own format also. It need not be. So it has given you all the formats here. Okay. So you can get this from Google also, need not be Copilot. Okay. You can get these formats from Google as well. Got it? Text function, you got it? Let's say I have a number 45. Okay. Now text, and then I set the format 6. Is this clear? Clear? What does text do? Is this clear to all of you? Right? Okay, great. Perfect. Right? Let's move further. So Dharam, Shashank, you want me to repeat this or complete text? This one? The last one, pretty easy. How many, see, text, you first mention the text you want to, I mean, the number I want to, and then you mention the format. I want it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 digits. Okay. So I've simply mentioned 0, 0, 0, 0. And if I want, let's say 4, 0 and 2 decimals, I put a decimal. Is that clear? Got it? Okay, perfect, right? So this was pretty much about the data cleaning, data preparation part, right? And as I said, we'll cell referencing, we have already done. A quick recap. Relative reference, this is called related reference, relative referencing without any dollar. Absolute referencing when your row as well as column are logged. Okay, they are logged. Means dollar. You add dollar means they are logged. Mixed reference when you have dollar $A1. Tell me dollar $A1. Is it row locking or uh, column locking? In dollar $A1, you are locking column or row? Column. Very good. In $1, I'm locking row. Got it? Right. So we've done this. So I'm not repeating this. Locks row, locks column. You know this. I already discussed, right? Now, cell referencing, writing Excel, we have already done this, right? How we'll do these during the already done this. Okay. Arrow, done. This is also, yeah. ChatGPT for Excel, we will do next week. Okay. Right now, there's some issue in my ChatGPT here. I think maybe it is asking me some I think maybe some subscription or something like that. Okay, I'll check that and we'll do this next week. But for now, what we'll do is we'll move to the next session. Okay, next. So a quick recap: what we have done. We have done all these sort, filter, all that you know, right? Excel plugin, ChatGPT plugin will complete next time. Okay, now let's engage and think, right? Imagine you have just joined a business and as a business analyst at a retail company, your manager gives you a large Excel file with sales data for 150 stores. She mentions that Excel can help highlight patterns, remove errors, and summarize insights quickly. What feature do you think Excel might offer to help you analyze large data set? Yes. What feature do you think? You have to, that we have already done, no? Highlight patterns, remove errors, and summarize insights quickly. What are the features Excel has which can those people those who know Excel? Table charts, rather pivots. I would say pivots, isn't it, Ganpati? Pivot. What else? Highlight patterns. How will you highlight patterns? Conditional formatting, isn't it? Yes. Those who know Excel, conditional formatting is a very powerful. Then after conditional formatting, there is another very powerful feature called validation, data validation. I don't know. I don't think it is there, but I would want to cover data validation. Formatting we will do next. Conditional formatting and all types of formatting, custom formatting also. Okay. Then custom formatting, conditional formatting is there. Then Excel functions. Yeah, some functions we are going to do. Lookup and all this, very, very important. Logical functions. I'll also try to cover, yeah, statistical functions. Perfect. I'll also try to cover data validation. Okay. But I don't think I will be able to cover today, but yeah, we'll cover that. Okay, next. So let's start. So when it says, when in this situation, it is said, sorry, yeah, highlight patterns means you want to highlight, let's say you have a data set like this one. Let's say you have a data set like this one. Can you see? Right? I give you this data. Let me. Okay. This is a very small data. Let me further make it a little bit bigger so that. Why is it? Okay. $25. Okay. 25 students data. And why I'm making it bigger? So that you know when it is big data, how difficult it becomes. Now, if I ask you, okay, I used a function called rand between. Let me, since I'm using it, you should know there is a function called rand. Rand means random number generator. Okay, see, rand with nothing, it will generate a random number between 0 and 1. Okay, I'm again repeating, generates a random number 0 and 1. Got it? And notice every time you change this sheet, this number will change. See, it is a volatile function. This is called a volatile function. Can you see? Every time I save it, it is going to change the number. So if I want to fix it, I'll have to simply paste special the values. How do I paste special the values? Control C, Alt ES V. And now it will not change. See, it is the function is gone, right? Now it is only showing a static value. Got it? Is this clear? Rand. You can try rand quickly. Now, then there is a function called rand between. There's a function called rand between. What does this do? What is the purpose? See, many a times you need to generate random numbers in your calculations. Okay? You need to generate random numbers to. So then it is required. Many a times in your workings, you have to generate random numbers. Okay? That's the purpose. Now, I can give you an example like you saw, I wanted to generate some scores here for my working, right? So I generated it using rand between. Rand between works the same way as random. Now, if I want to, let's say, generate 10 random numbers, okay? What is the purpose of generating random numbers? Let's say, I want to, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say of these numbers, since you have asked, now this is slightly beyond our curriculum, but since you have asked, what is the purpose? I have few numbers, right? I ask you to pick any 5 random numbers from these. Any 5 random numbers. Got it? What you have to do? Pick any 5 random numbers. One way is I can pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 5 random numbers. Okay. But it involves human element. I'm a human being. It could be that I am picking higher the numbers which are higher. I mean, even though it looks random to you, but I picked these numbers. See, all of them were large numbers. Okay, it could be because human beings are biased. Most of the time, human beings are biased, right? So, how can I pick 5 random numbers from this scientifically? Means without any bias, right? You know how? Anyone? Those who know Excel, if I want to pick any 5 random numbers from these, how can I pick? No? Okay. I will assign a random score to each. How? Using simply rand. Okay. I assigned a random score to all of these. Now, these are random numbers, generated by the system. Okay. Now, I will simply sort these numbers by smallest to largest, and I pick top 5. Because these were random numbers, I have now sorted them from smallest to largest, or I can do it largest to smallest also, and then pick the top 5. Now, I've selected top 5. I've selected 5 random numbers, and you can see, even if I do this, see, they came out randomly. Is it clear? Where do you need random? This is just one example I showed you. There are various other, in your calculations, many a times you want to select random data. Okay, random, then this rand and rand is required. Okay, got it? So rand. Now, similarly, just like rand generates a number between 0 and 1, rand between generates a number between the specified numbers. Okay, let's say I mentioned 30 and 100. Now it is going to generate random numbers between 30 and 100. That's it. Got it? What is rand between and rand? Everyone? Okay. So what did I do? I wanted to, now I have some numbers here, right? Now, what if I ask you to highlight all the numbers which are greater than 40 manually? If you have to do it manually, do you think humanly it is possible to do it in one go without error? If I ask you, will you be able to select all the numbers greater than 40 manually without error? You would definitely miss something, or right, you would definitely get lost in between these numbers. All of you agree? All of you agree? And now just think, this is just 25 rows. I can extend it to 100 rows. Then what? Are you getting it? I can extend it to 2 more subjects. Then what? 10 more subjects. Then what will you do? Okay. Got it? Now see. Now, will it be possible humanly? No. Right? Very difficult. Yes? All of you agree now? Now, what does rand array do? It generates an array. Rand array generates an array. Okay, so let's not get into that rand array. You can try that. As I said, it is very difficult. More than 500 functions are there, right? So I've given you an idea about rand and rand between. Rand array generates an array, random array. Okay. Okay, fine. So coming back to this. Now, if I want to highlight all the numbers which are greater than 40, shortcut to keep the rand value same. Okay, value same is, okay, shortcut is, it's not a shortcut. It is simply see, Shivani, right? I do a control C. Everyone, those who want to do it, right? Okay, let me do it here. See, I've generated these numbers rand between control C. I do a control C, alt ES V. So it is simply pasting the values on top of the numbers. Okay. So pasting is control plus C and then alt ESV. Try both of these. You will be able to paste the numbers. Okay. Now all the numbers are pasted. Values are pasted. Clear? Okay. Coming to if I want all the numbers greater than 40 to be highlighted manually, definitely we're going to make error. Here comes in a very powerful function of Excel called conditional formatting. Where do you find it? In the home screen. Can you see this? On the home tab, can you see this? All of you could locate. I want you to do it with me. I hope all of you would have generated this table, random numbers. Okay, you would have generated this. Now we are going to highlight all the numbers which are greater than 40. Okay, let's do it. Conditional formatting, and you see there are so many options. Highlight cell rules. Can you see? Highlight cell rules. Now what I'm going to do is, let me first select the first row, or let's copy the, see, there are multiple ways. Either I select the entire table and do conditional formatting, highlight greater than 45. It is, I mean, automatically it has checked. Let me do it 40. How simple it is. Isn't this amazing? Isn't this amazing? Those who are doing it for the first time, I'm sure you will be amazed. Yes? Can you make a mistake now? Please do it and let me know if you're done. All the numbers greater than 40. Okay. Now, done. Okay. Now, notice this selection that I've done. I have selected the table. Sometimes, let's say I select the first row, or let's say my cell was on the first cell, I mean, of the table. I apply the formula, right? Greater than 40. Okay. Now I can paste this formatting also. See, I've just applied the formatting in the first cell. What I do? Control C, Alt ESV, or Alt ES T, Alt ES T. This is another way. Alt ES T. Done. Let me know how all of you have done this. Can I get F formatting? Can I get a F? Let me see how many of you were able to do it. And NF, if you are not able to do, type NF. I can repeat again, no problem. Deepak, okay, Deepak, what happened? Piyush, did you not understand it? Or you're doing it? I'll repeat once again, see. First thing, I select the entire table. Can you select the entire table? All of you, those who want me to repeat, Ragul, Deepak, Piyush. Select the entire table. Then go to conditional formatting. Okay. Other way is Alt H L. Alt H L H G. Alt H L H G is the shortcut. And you will open this table. By default, it is giving you some number. You can change the number. Okay. See, 55, 40, let's put it 40, 45. Got it? Got it now? Piyush got it, Deepak got it, Ragul got it, Ragul? Yes? Okay, very good, very good. Clear? Okay, super. Right now, I want another addition. I want to highlight the numbers in the same table. Okay, let's not use this red color. So I'll go back to conditional formatting. See, I've used a red color. I don't want to use red color. Okay, red is for the lower circuit, right? Or maybe the where you want to, red color is used for some warning, isn't it? So this is not a warning. They are good performance, right? So I want to change the color. How do I do that? I go to manage rules. Can you see manage rules? It will have your existing rules, formatting rules that you've created. Got it? I can double click on it, or you will find edit rules, or double click here, or find or do a edit rule. Okay, done. Rest all is okay. Click on format and I change the color to green. Okay, font and fill. I go to fill and change the color to got it. How do you change the formatting? Okay, great, right? So this is how you do conditional formatting. But this is just one type, one formatting we've done, right? I mean, this is just the start. There is a lot more in conditional formatting, which we'll do. Okay, now I want to add in this, I want to add another formatting. Okay, what is that? If I want to add, go to manage rules again, add new rule. Okay, now format cells based on their values. Okay, so I want format. I want to format based on values only. Okay, so or cells that contain. Yeah, let's use cell that contain. Okay, format only cells that contain value between I want to see how many students got marks between 35 and 40. So 35 and 40. Okay. And I can also say 35 less than or equal to. I can use less than or equal to also. Okay. Or greater than equal to also. Right. So I can use less than equal to or greater than equal to. So greater than equal to 35. Okay. But between, I use between 35 and 40. If I want to include 40 also, so I use between 35 and 41. I will use 34 and 41. Now this will highlight all the values between 35 and 40, including both the values. Okay. I use a format. Let's make it orange, font color, fill. See, second condition has been added. Apply. Got it? All of you are able to do this? Okay, now there is an exercise for you guys, and you have to do these exercises. Okay, first exercise is, I've already shared this sheet with all of you. This is the first activity that you have to do. Okay, what is this activity? Conditional formatting. This activity is, I want this balance. Can you see this balance? Yes. There is this income. There is some income, right? X, Y, Z, U, total income. And there are some expenses. Now, if the balance is simply, or let me put it as a net income or net income. Let use net income instead of balance. You can use net income. Now, net income is equal to simply income minus expense, correct? Which is this minus this. Okay. Now, if this number is a negative number, this cell should be highlighted red. If this cell, if the net income is 0, this cell should be highlighted amber, right? And if this net income is positive, this cell should be highlighted green. Got it? Okay, I'm highlight red if negative income, amber if 0 income, and green if positive income. Got it? Can you do this? Can you do this quickly? Please do this, and I'll give you 3 minutes. I think 3 minutes should be good. Your time starts now. It's 10:18 by my watch. I'll connect with you in 3 minutes. Your time starts now. I'm on mute. Let me know if anything, if you need any help. Okay, Supriya, done. Can you also test it? Have you tested it, Supriya? Have you tested it, Supriya? No? Test it also. How do you test it? Just change the income of any of these or expense, income or expense of any of these people, whether it's XYZ, U, or ABCD. Test it and see the color changing. Three minutes. Done. Is it done or you need more time? I can give more time. Just let me know. I just want to see how many of you were able to do it in 3 minutes. Okay, done. Ashwini, Satvik, Aditya, Piyush. Tested as well. Very good. Only 4 of you have done out of 70. What about others? Can I get more response? Supriya, yeah, 5 of you have done. Others, 6. Bhagyashree, good. Manjula, Seema, great. So 8 or 9. What about others? Are you complete? Have you completed, or you need more time? If you need more time, can you just put T? If you need more time, can you put T? So I'll give you more time. Just put T if you need more time. Yeah, and continue and continue. Just put T and continue. Right. So I know that you guys are doing fine. That's okay. No problem. Right. Continue. It's only 3. I will do it, Rahul. I will do it anyways. I'll do it. Okay. On the screen, I just want to see how many of you were able to do. Okay, fine. So let's see. I'll do it. Okay. See, I have to just simply add the conditional formatting to one cell. Okay, which is this. Srividya, request. I don't know how, but just a humble request not to do it. Maybe I think you don't know the setting or what. Okay, fine. So I have to only format this cell. Got it? Right? So I simply keep the cursor on this. It's a merge cell. Do you know merge? How to merge cells? Do you know how to merge cells? This is a merge cell, and I want only formatting on this cell, right? I go to conditional formatting, right? And what do I want? I want to create some rules. Highlight cells using greater than. So format cells that are greater than 0 in green. Okay. Okay. Done. Okay. First, before that, what I'll do is I'll just put a formula here. Income minus expense is turning out to be negative, right? That's why it did not turn green, because the value is negative, right? Let me see if my green formatting was added. How do I do that? I'll simply increase the income of any one person, right? See, can you see? Dynamically, it changed to green because the income became positive. Got it? Is that clear? Anyone? This is only, I've just put the first condition. Clear to all of you? All of you, this is clear? There was who was asking me, Rahul, this is clear? Rahul, is this clear? Okay, great. A moment, trying now. Okay, yeah, please do that, right? So I see, simply I go to conditional formatting, greater than, I add a rule, cell greater than 0 to be green. That's it. Okay. Now I add another conditional formatting, right? Alt H L H less than 0. Okay. Less than 0 to be red. Click OK. So now if you see manage rules, I see 2 formatting. I can add the third rule from here. values equal to 0 to be amber. Let me put amber. Font as amber. Fill as done. Okay. So now see. Can you see? For amber, then green, red. Got it? All of you got this? All of you got this? Anyone who did not get this? Okay, right? Great. Now, another exercise for you guys on conditional formatting, which is this one. Do you have this sheet? Or you go to next sheet or maybe activity? No, this sheet. Do you have this sheet? Right? You can see this. Now, what you have to do? Hear me out. I don't know if it is mentioned. Yeah, this is what you have to do. In this sheet, it is mentioned somehow, I don't know, in activity 5.1.2 sheet, it is mentioned. See, you are creating a template to manage attendance for some employees. Okay. And what do you want? That if you put absent, it should show A. And when you put A, it should show red color. When you put P, it should show green color. Okay. Clear? Can you do this so that in this table, whenever you put attendance, P, it should show a green color so that I can easily, if all the attendance is there, I can easily figure out who all were absent on any particular day. Can you do it quickly? Quickly do it. Why do you need ran between? No. Here you mean to generate values. Let me check if we can generate. No, ran between is generating numbers only. Okay. I don't know if you can generate random letters. I'll check, right? I'll check and get back. Okay, you just try this. You can generate, but there is some. Okay, you'll have to add char. I'll show you how to generate random numbers. Okay. Meeting got missed. Okay, Catherine. Catherine, you were able to do this? Catherine, you were able to do this? Catherine, you were able to do this net income? Okay, you have to simply, this is a attendance sheet. This is a attendance sheet. I want you to apply conditional formatting. So when you put A for absent, it should color the cell red. When you put P, it should color the cell green. Okay, got it? Okay, this is how you can generate randomly A and P. Choose is a function I have not discussed, but let me discuss it since you have asked. Okay, I'll discuss this. Now, done. All of you, this is done. Now, I want to put A and P randomly, letters randomly in this, right? So, how do I do that? First, I use a function called choose. What does choose do? Choose, it chooses a value or action to perform from a list of values based on the index number. Means choose, first in choose function, I will have to provide index number. Okay, and it could be 1 or and 2, but I want these index numbers to be generated randomly, right? So I use ran between 1 comma 2. Okay, now this is my first argument in choose, right? So this ran between will generate random numbers between 1 and 2. So basically it will generate 1 and 2 randomly. Okay, got it? See, if I say ran between 1 comma 2 and I keep pasting, see, it will generate random numbers 1 and 2, right? Now I put this within choose. Sorry, choose ran between 1 comma 2. Now this is the first argument. Index numbers will be generated randomly. Then how many index numbers I will be generating? 2, right? For each index number I have to provide a value. Okay, when it is generating 1, I will put A. It will the outcome will be A, and when it generates 2, the outcome will be P. Got it? Good, you're asking me these questions. I mean, we are going beyond the course, but that's good. I really like that, right? Good. You are, I mean, that means you are learning, you are applying your mind, right? Beyond what we are doing, right? Very good, right? All of you got this? Choose, stand between. Now let me apply a conditional formatting. I can simply select this, apply conditional formatting. This can also be done, right? New rule equal to P, right? Then I want, we'll break, don't worry. We'll break on time, don't worry. Just give me 1 minute. I thought the class was really interesting. Is it boring? You were looking for a break. Yesterday I was taking a class in the evening and we overstepped by 30 minutes. None of them even got the idea. I mean, they did not even realize that it was 30 minutes over the break time. Anyways, yeah. Done, right? You got it. Choose also, you got it. Good, good. This is an additional function we have done, right? Can you hand over the choose? Yeah. I'll let me share this. Okay. Got it. Okay. Hover. Sorry, I read hand over. Is it okay? Choose. I have pasted the formula choose also. Now, once you have added once I have added the formatting, it still remains, even if I delete the values, it still remains. Now see, A, P, I will share this, don't worry. Okay. A, P, okay. So, clear? Now, next activity I want you to do, which is very interesting and is, can you see this activity 5, sheet activity 5, right? This sheet. Okay, there are some steps to be performed which are given. what you have to do is just remove this. First of all, just remove this conditional formatting from here, right? Okay, remove the conditional formatting from the player column, column C. Okay, screen is not visible. Is the screen visible? Is the screen visible? Piyush says no. Soumya says no. For Soumya, is it not visible? Strange. I'll again. I have again. I mean, I have stopped sharing and I have shared it again. Is it visible now? Soumya. Piyush, no. So Piyush, there's some issue at your end. I have again stopped the sharing and again made it visible. So for everyone, it is visible. Yeah, I'm sharing activity 5. Can you see this activity 5? Yeah, activity 5. Okay. So what you have to do is first you have to highlight the name of the players who have speed less than 1 meter per second. Is that clear? 1 meter per second. You have to highlight the names of the players whose speed is less than 1 meter per second. Can you do this quickly? 2 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes for this. Highlight the name of the players whose speed is less than 1 meter per second. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes for this. Exactly 11 o'clock by my watch, 11:03, we'll discuss. Quickly do this. Let me know once done. You can type done in the chat window once you do it. Aditya, it's done. Very good. So 1 meter per second, right? So first I have to calculate meter per second. Okay, like this. Oh, 60. First I have to calculate meter per second. Then I have to highlight. Okay, after that you have to highlight. Okay. Done, done. 1 more minute. Okay, very good. Now I have to highlight the players. Highlight the name of the players which are performing 1 meter, more than 1 meter per second. Okay. So I select all the players, conditional formatting. I can go to highlight greater than. I will select the cells. Wait. Less than, my bad, right? So So I will select formula, determine which cell to format, right? So I will choose this option, use a formula to determine which cell to format. Wait. I want the players to be highlighted, right? So I'll put the conditional formatting there, highlight the tools, text that contain, no, greater than, format cells that are greater than. So I will select, these are the cells, okay, that are greater than, okay, sorry, I have to put values here, but wait. I'm doing something wrong. Wait. Top, bottom, data, text. Formatting rule you have to put. So you have to use this, put a formatting rule, okay, and remove the dollars. I think dollar will not make a difference. Then I use this. Let's see. Did it work? I'll explain the syntax. Just hold on, right? Let me. Oh, rule did not add. Okay, new rule. Formula equal to. I am creating a formula, right? This less than 1. Okay. It should give me all those which are less than 1, and then I use fill as this. Okay, apply. Okay, now drag this. Why did not it occur? That's simply divided by 60 in the Kathleen. Okay. Why did not the formula happen? Okay. I have to remove the dollar, right? Remove the second dollar, okay, which is before 4. Then it will work, I think. Let me check. 4 less than 1. There you go. So this is a formula driven. Yes, this is a formula driven formatting. Okay. I could apply this same formula. See, so what you have to do is, this is a formula driven formatting because I want these cells to be highlighted, right? Not these. Okay. Though I've highlighted this. So what I can do is, I want these names to be highlighted. So I use manage rules, new rule, formula. I put a formula here, right? Basis column F. Okay. I use this formula and I put a formula here, $F4 less than 1. Okay. And whatever cells you want to highlight, I mean, whatever color you want, I just put that color. Okay. And let me delete the earlier one. Apply. Okay. Simple. $F4. You have to use, but remember, please, all of you, those who are still doing, you have to use this one option. Okay. You have to use this option. Okay. Explain the formula. Simple. $F4. $F4. You know, Rahul, what is dollar? you know what is dollar used for? Fixing the column, right? Right. So I'm writing, and 4 I'm keeping it free. Why? I'm not fixing the row because I will copy this formula to all. Is that clear? That formula is being copied to all, na? All rows. So I don't want to fix the row. So $F4 less than 1 because 1 meter per second. Clear? Rahul, is that clear? Rahul, is it clear? Yes? Okay. So now is the second part of this. Let's quickly see the second part of this. Okay. Now the second part says, check the rule you have created in the manage rule option. Fine. Apply another rule on the first rule. Now notice you have to apply another rule on top of the first rule. What does the second rule says? The second rule says the player must have traveled a distance of 250 meters. Okay. So the player must have traveled the two rules. One. So first, if I manually see 250 meter greater than 250, D and K, correct? Yes. D and K should be there. Correct. Manually. All of you agree? Because D and K satisfy both the conditions. Correct? Yes or no? I am not getting response, guys. Just one yes is not done. Are you getting what I'm saying? Both the second condition is. So what I'll do is I will modify the first condition. Conditional formatting, manage rules. Sorry. I select this conditional formatting, manage rules, double click, and I use an argument called and, because both the conditions require and, right? So before equal to, I will use an argument called and $F4 less than 1 and $D4. Okay, $D4 greater than 250. Got it? Is this clear? Very easy. Let me know. I use the argument function and put both the arguments in that. That's it. That was all about the exercise. Okay. Clear? Okay. Now that we're done, how we formatted column C. Select this. Madhuri, select this. Madhuri, listen, hear me out. Select this. Okay. Go to conditional formatting. Go to manage rules. Oh, sorry, new rules. Other conditional formatting, new rules. Okay. Select this formula based. Use a formula to determine the cell. Clear? Is it okay? Then you put a formula equal to $F4. Why $F4? Because I want to color the values in column C based on values in column F. Okay. Right. So $F4. Why did I not fix 4? Because when I move to row 5, this 4 will become 5. When I move to row 6, this will become 6. But column will remain F only. Got it? Is that clear? Got it? So $F4, you create the formatting. Simple. Clear? Is it clear now? Okay. Instead of manually typing, can I drag it? Yes, you can drag it. Yes. You can drag it. See. See, equal to, right? This is how you add it, not manually adding, but I have to manually remove this dollar for sure. This I have to remove it, right? Function F4, either you can use function F4 also, same thing. Okay. Less than 1. And now and. For and, listen, who was asking me regarding and? Shividya. I pass this in and function. Before equal to, I write and. Right? So equal to A and D. Now here tab does not work, so you have to type it A and D in caps, and then F4 $F4 less than 1 comma $D4 greater than 250. Is that clear now? Is it clear, Srividya? Srividya, is that clear? Why are we using D and K only? D and F, not K. Because my data is in D column and F column, na? Data is in F and D column. Manjula, this is the data based on which I'm doing the formatting, na? Where is column K? I don't know. Okay, you're saying these two cells. See, these are the cells which are fulfilling both the conditions. Less than 1 and greater than 250. That is why these are being highlighted. Automatically they are being highlighted. I'm not highlighting it. I mean, this is the conditional formatting that is highlighting them. Is that clear? Okay, fine. So let's move. Last thing before because I mean, it took a lot of time. I thought we'll, okay. Last thing was, somebody asked, how can we add this data bars or icons, right? See, there are so many icons also you can add. Let's say in this, I want to add icons, right? I select this conditional formatting icons. See, first is automatically it adds some icons, right? Basis some condition. It puts this condition automatically. Let's see, right? What are the condition it has put? Manage rules. See, what are the conditions it has put? The top 66% values. No, I mean, sorry, the values which are above 66% are highlighted green. The values which are less than 67 and greater than 33 are highlighted yellow, and values which are less than 33% means 33% means if what it does is it applies a percentage to all these values. Base is the largest value, right? So is that clear? Is it clear how you add this? But I can always change these values also, right? I can always change this. Let's say I want 50% or more to be green. I put 50%. I can even put number, formula and percentile also. But right now I put 50% or more. See, can you see more green now? Can you see more green? Is it clear? How do you add these symbols? Symbols are clear. Similarly, you can add these also. Quickly, let me show you. Okay, great. Right now, similarly, I can add these color scales also. Okay, data bars also. I can add data bars also. This is also very interesting. See, data bars. All you have to select, I mean, the color and all that is done. Data bars. Okay, you can add data bars. Clear? Okay, perfect. Right, let's move to, see, we are lagging behind now. A lot of time we spent. Okay, fine. So we were here now. We have done conditional formatting. We have done all types of formatting. Okay, formatting. One type of formatting is as custom formatting. Let me complete this also. Right, custom formatting and conditional formatting we have already done. Right, we have done. See, we have seen these arrows, all that we've seen. Right. Demos we have not done, but I really want you to do the demos. Let's do this demo. Can you do this demo? Formatting demo. Can you do this demo quickly? You will find this demo here. Wait. Conditional formatting demo. Demo 2. Lesson 3, demo 2. Quickly do it. Take 5 minutes and complete this. I'll just be back in a minute. Complete this demo quickly. It's 12, it's 11:20, 11:25. We'll start the next topic. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Demo done. Vidya, why everyone has demo? You have demo 1, 2. You should have this also, na? All of you have this demo? All of you have this demo? Strange. You see, all of the demo goes equally to all of you. Anyways, I'll share the demo files. See this. Yeah, you have to download it. You should have it. I also took it from the same place from where it's there for all of you. I'm sharing it now. I've shared it, no problem. I have shared it, Rahul, now. Okay. Done. Now you got it. Got it, all of you? Okay. Can you complete it? Quickly do this demo. After you do this, we'll start with functions. Please do this, then we'll start with lookup functions today. Perform conditional formatting. Okay, fine. Okay, so I'll start. Yeah, some logical functions, right? Let's look at some logical functions. Right, some logical functions that are, we all know, if, right, then, and, or, then false and true, right? False, true, and not. These are the 6 logical functions that we will learn quickly, right? And if is a conditional, right? You know, it's a conditional, and we just used when both the conditions I want to be satisfied, I use and, right? Then or is when one condition is satisfied, is to be satisfied, right? And then you have not when you want to select any value other than the value that is mentioned. Okay. Okay, so let's see this in action, right? If function. Okay. Let me create a table, and let me pick a table rather than creating. Take time. Okay, I'll pick this only, right? Some values are there, right? Now I want to categorize them. Category, right? For that, let me see, there are some more minimum. I can use this. This is a statistical function. It is helping me know the minimum value among these, right? Then you have another maximum. This will help me know the maximum value. So it's my values are between 199 and 386, right? So what I'll do is I'll categorize them as low value if less than 250. Okay. So if this value is less than 250, right? Or what I will suggest is, see, okay, I'll explain both this. If this value is less than 250, right? Then I mention low value. Okay. Got it? So see what happened. Why it is okay, fine. Otherwise it is, yeah. Can you see? It is adding low value to all the values which are less than 250. Clear? But for if this condition is not satisfied, it is giving me false, right? So what I do is I don't want this. Otherwise, mention high value. Got it? Now see. Let me know if this is clear. If it's clear, can you do it? Can you create this? Can you create an additional column category, low value, high value? Now, what if I have three categorization? See, one thing is for this categorization that I did, it is again a static categorization, right? Static means I have punched the value 250. I have punched the number 250 in the formula, right? Now, what if I later on, let's say tomorrow, this 250 changes to 275? Then I'll have to change this formula, right? I'll have to change the formula, right? So what I can do is instead of using a static value in the formula, I can create the categories here. Category 275 low value, 325. I'm creating three categories now, right? Medium value, and 350 and above, or let's put it 375 high value. Got it? I've created three cutoffs here. Clear? Is this clear? I've created three cutoffs, 275. Let's put it 250 for now. 250. Now, see what will happen is, now if I, instead of 250, I select this cell. Now this is a dynamic. This becomes a dynamic. Why? Because, because now if later, at a later stage, I change this 250 to 275, my formula, I don't have to change the formula. All I need to change is the value. I think this is wrong. I have to fix this. Make sure you fix it, right? I did not fix it. Function F4, right? Now you see. Right? So any value less than 275 is low value. Let me put this as 250. See. Can you see? Did you get this? All of you got this? Now, this is if. Now, there is also something called nested if. Nested if. Nested if means another if within the if. Means I put another if within this if when I have multiple levels or multiple categories, right? Right now I've shown you one category, high and low. How about medium, right? Now what I'll do is, see how will I use this for me. I'll also involve medium. If this is less than 250, fix this. I call it low value, comma, I start another if. Okay, and notice I use the notice I'm using the arguments, right? I'm in which argument right now? In this argument. And whenever you see an argument in the box bracket, I missed this earlier, I wanted to discuss this. There are three arguments in if, right? logical test, value if true, value if false, right? So this is value if, see, this is my logical test, correct? This is less than 250. This is my logical test, okay? Comma, notice value if true. Value if true, what value should I put if it is true? Low value. I can even select this also, right? This way, even the value becomes dynamic. Okay, low value. Okay, now notice whatever arguments are in box bracket. Can you see box bracket? Can you see box bracket? All of you can notice box bracket? Yes, no, yes, no. I want response, then only I'll explain. The arguments that are in box bracket are the arguments which are not mandatory. Means I can even close here also. I can even close my if here also. Okay, see, if I close it here, what is it saying? This problem equal to, wait, value if true. Okay, like this. Wait, if this is less than 250, right? I can close here also. See, after comma means it will put, what I did, I put a comma and I did not put the second argument. It means it will use true and false. It will automatically classify them as true and false. Got it? Is that clear? Function F4. Is this clear? Yes, false. It is categorizing as false. Okay, whatever is, see, right? Now, if I want to put the second argument, which is, as I told you, this is not mandatory. Whatever arguments are there in box bracket, they are non-mandatory arguments. Okay, so I put a box bracket. So they are put in box bracket. Okay, now what is the value I want? If this condition is true, I want low value, right? I select it from here. Okay, then comes the third argument. What is the value if I want? Oh, wait, I should use this, right? I use low value. Okay, now what is the value I want if this condition is not satisfied? I don't want value here. I want that this number should be compared to 325 now. Is that clear? Notice 3 levels. Second level, it should go first level compared. Now go to the second level. So I use another if. This is called nested if. If within if is called nested if. Now in the nested if, again a logical test is required. This less than 325. Is that clear? This is called nested if. Now, if this is less than 325, what value I want? I want medium value. And if both the conditions are not satisfied, then I want high value. Is this clear? Is this nested if clear to all of you? Nested if is clear to all of you? Yes, no? Okay, I think I'll have to fix the, my bad, I did not fix the, you'll have to fix these values, okay? No, I'll explain again, no problem. I'll explain again. See, low, medium, and high. All the three are coming. Basis the condition. Okay, I'll explain it again. I understand this is a bit too much, especially for people, those who are learning Excel for the first time. See, anyone else who did not understand, I'm explaining it again. Anyone else who did not understand, please don't hesitate. I should know how many of you need so that I can confirm. Okay, fine. So there are 2 people, right? Okay, see. Okay, tell me, forget about the formula. Let's go logical, right? I give you a number here. I give you a number here. is this? Error to entry too many arguments. Error. Okay, Rahul, I'll see yours. I'll ask you to share the screen towards the end. Okay, fine. Please, let's say I put some number here, 325, right? 320, right? How will you select whether this number is a low value, medium value, or high value? First, you are going to compare this number with the first 250, right? If it fulfills the condition, you will put low value, right? Satvik, Supriya, and Deepak, especially three of you, I want response. Okay, if this 320 is fulfilling the condition, I will put low value. Clear? Till here it is clear? Forget about if, logical, think logical, right? Now, let's say this number was 225, right? So you will get low value, correct? You will write low value. Now, if this number was 275, what will you do? You will say medium value, but how will you arrive at, you first compared it with 250? It is not low value. Then you go to the next level, 325, you use medium value. Is that clear? Yes, no? Clear? So first level, you compare it with 250. Second level, you compare it with 325. And then the third level, wherein you say, okay, if not low and medium, it's high value. Simple, isn't it? What is high value? It is neither low nor medium. Are you getting this? Logic, you got it? Now we are going to just build this logic here. See, if is an English word, right? Don't get bogged down by the formula. If is an English word, right? If this number is less than 250, low value. Okay, I have to fix them. Fix them, make sure you fix them. Okay. Low value, fix. Got it? Now, suppose this number is not less than 250, then I move to the next level. Then I put another if, isn't it? What you were doing here? Correct? You were doing here the same thing, right? So this is called nested if. If within the if is called nested if. Nested if, right? Again, if this number is less than 325, fix it. I use medium value, fix it. Clear? Else, if it is neither low nor medium, what it should be? High value. Fix it. Now you got it? Got it? Supriya got it? What about Deepak? What about Satvik? Deepak and Satvik, can I get a response? Clear? Okay, great. Deepak, I did not get a response from you. Raghul, let me check yours. Okay, doing fine. Raghul, I'm checking yours only. If TK is... What is it saying? You entered too many arguments. You have entered arguments, more arguments. See, your arguments are not correct. There is basically a bracket issue, I think. The third argument, that D5 less than K9 is not required. You can simply put L9. You can simply say L9. And your use L9, yeah. After L8, just simply put L9. Okay? You will get it. Okay, why are we not using Amulya? See, again. Okay, now listen. In simple English words, listen. What is the logic? See, I compared this number. I want to put a value here, right? I compared this with this. Is the condition satisfied? No. So it is not low value. Okay. Now I take it to the next level. If this number was 375, is the condition satisfied at second level, Amulya? If this number was 375, is the condition second at next level? Amulya? No, it's not satisfied, na? If this is 375, I'm saying, okay. Wait, this is, let's say this is 375. Okay. How will I categorize this? How will I categorize this? First, I compare 375 to 250. Should I put low value? Amulya will tell. Should I put low value? Amulya, please don't waste time. Can I get a response quickly? Amulya, it's low. So can I put low value here? No. The first condition is ruled out. Clear? Right? Then I compare this with 325. Can I put medium value? Amulya, can I put medium value? No. Right? So if low value is ruled out, medium is ruled out, what should be the left out? High value only. I don't have to compare this third with 375 na. If this is ruled out, this is ruled out, the answer is high value. Got it? Amulya, that's why we are not writing the third if. That's why we are not writing the third if. Is that clear now? See, we are not writing the third if because if this first condition is not met, then second condition is not met, then what is left? The third value, high value only. Clear? Okay. But it is same value means? Lakshmi, I could not get that. Same value means? Okay, it's same value. Yeah. You can put greater than equal to. Don't worry about it. It's 376. Okay. Now it is okay. If it is 375, then I can put in the formula, I can put equal to also. Greater than equal to. Okay. I can put equal to here. Okay. Got it now? See. No, not now. Why? No. We are lagging behind, Catherine. We can't. We have to, I think I'll have to take an additional class for you guys. We are lagging. I think we'll have to take an additional class, but we'll see. Okay, is this clear? Who else was Rahul? Rahul, what happened, Rahul? I saw your. Okay, let's move. I'll check that, right, Rahul? Did you try this? Okay, if is done. Next is we have done if, we have done nested if, and we have already done, right? When both the conditions are met, when you want to check both the conditions, I use and. Okay, let's look for and also quickly, right? Values, right? And okay, these are, let's say, marks and let's say age. Okay, randomly I'm putting some age. Now I'm saying select all those who are scoring 275 and above and are of age greater than 40 or greater than 30. Okay, so I use and I put the two conditions. This greater than 275 and this less than 30. Okay, see. Are you getting this? And now I drag this. Both the conditions which where they are meeting, greater than 275 and less than 30. See. Got it?
The term itself talks about business. So business operation is very important because when you understand the business, creating a dashboard will not be an easy task. Understanding the business is also equal to understanding the data. BI or business intelligence, it is referring to a technology or different tools or different processes of organization to analyze the data better. As I already mentioned, people are taking decision by looking into the data. So to extract meaningful information from the data, we are creating these dashboards. So business intelligence is nothing but the same business operation what we are doing manually. We are slowly moving towards a digitalized platform. We are making use of the AI technologies, AI tools, which is helping us to take our business to next level. It's very simple. I'll give you a very raw example I can say. Before 25 years before, when you go to a bank, it was all manual. Even if you want to withdraw the cash, if you want to check the balance, everything was manual. We used to go to bank, stand in the queue, wait almost for more than 2 to 3 hours just to withdraw the cash. But today's generation, where if you want to withdraw a cash, we have ATM options. I mean, where we use credit card, debit card. But now people are not even going towards ATM. We all have online transactions available. We are slowly moving towards, you know, online platforms, digitalized and AI tools integrated because data security is also very important. Because we are moving towards the digitalized platform, data is getting generated maximum. We are using the same data maybe for future innovation or to have a very good experience or to generate new such tools to enhance the knowledge and also to retain customer in this domain. We are working with the data, we are analyzing the data, we are visualizing the data to move towards, to move towards AI, not only AI trend, but also to create, a safer environment for all customers to use the application. It's all about understanding the business, understanding the data, creating the dashboard. If I talk in an inverse. So improving the operation, for identifying the trend, for gaining a competitive edge out of all other competitors. So if you give a very good service, customer will come back to you for sure. If you understand the customer better with the different trend, what is the trend of customers, how the sales are running from so many years, how can I manage, the products, how can I manage the supply chain? For everything, we need a data. To take a decision, we need a data. So that's what the business intelligence all about. In a nutshell, you have a data from a domain that is maybe a net banking or a banking domain. You have a data with you. So you are creating a dashboard out of it to understand your customer of the banking better. It is very simple. So to concentrate on business intelligence, there are few key components which we need to understand. That is nothing but working with the data is very important. When I say I work with the data, from where are we getting the data? From where we are collecting the data? Data is collected everywhere. Websites are collecting the data. If you want to use an application, you will register yourself. Data is getting generated. Almost 95% of data is getting generated with this online platform. Gathering data from various sources, including internal systems, external databases, social media platforms. This involves identifying relevant data sources and developing strategies to collect and store the data efficiently. For us to work with the data, we are collecting the data from different sources. We will clean the data. After collecting, of course, we need to clean the data, and we are getting data from different sources. We will collect it. We will import the data to Power BI, and we will create a dashboard out of it. Data is collected from different sources, I can say, and I can see some question in the chat. Power BI will only work for no. Not only banking domain. Power BI works on supply chain. Power BI works very well with e-commerce, banking industry, all government officials, IT, non-IT, all companies can go and make use of Power BI. If yes, then how for healthcare domain it is important? To answer this question, almost 2 years back, I was working in a healthcare domain. It was a company was related to healthcare domain only. So there we were using Power BI tool just to maintain the healthcare product, the cost of healthcare product. If a customer is buying one product, what is the cost? If a customer is ordering in bulk, then what discount I'm giving to them? If customer is very important to me, if customer is engaged with me for past 5 years, I can give them a good discount. I need to give a very good customer service to retain the customer, and I want customer to buy product from me only. When I talk about healthcare industry, see, the healthcare industry means chemicals, medicines. There are so many products which will be, produced, and that product shelf life will also be there. To understand the shelf life of the product, to maintain the customer data if they are buying in bulk. See, especially the product, no, like point 0.5, I mean, point 0.5 ml, point 0.5 mg, 1 mg, 2 mg. There are so many products. I can say personally, I work on 9 lakhs of products just for one customer. They are ordering 9 lakhs of product with the minute change in the dilution, I can say the chemical dilution, and the complete 9 lakh product and the cost of it, the discounts of it. In discounts also, there are so many types of discounts which internally will be given. I mean, all these are depending on different companies, to be honest. As per my experience, I'm just mentioning what I experienced with the healthcare domain. So giving them different discounts. So maintaining this data and giving this data to a customer for them to understand clearly, for them to understand cost of each product clearly, you can prepare a dashboard. You can discuss that with your stakeholder, that means your customer, and you can give them the complete insights, what best you are giving to them with the help of dashboard. Especially for stakeholder management, this tool is used maximum. So healthcare domain or supply chain or biotech, even government officials, all the industries can maintain data, can represent the data using this Power BI tool. Data integration. As I already mentioned, data will be available in different formats. Always Power BI considers structured data or tabular data. When the data is in structured form, when the data is in a tabular format, structured or tabular, the meaning is same. When the data is in structured format, then only you can take that data to create a dashboard out of it or to create a visual out of it. So maintaining data format is also important. Imagine when the data quality is not correct. Of course, we cannot expect a good result from the dashboard. Dashboard, what you created with low quality data will always, will always create trouble for you to take a good decision. So it is very important to maintain the quality data, structured data to get a very good result at the end. Because dashboard should not give you some incorrect data. Dashboard completely depends upon your data. The graph what you are creating, each graph, they have their own, principles. As per the principle, you need to select the data. If data itself is not correct, if data itself is not good, you cannot expect a good result at the end. So working with the data, data formats, resolving inconsistency, and creating a unified view of the data is very important. In a nutshell, you are preparing a dashboard to check all the answers at a time in one shot. Unified view, I can say. But if data itself is not correct, you cannot expect a good result. All the graphs will be affected, not only one graph. Everything will be affected there. Yeah. So data storage, we already know data storage, again, it is expensive and companies are spending a lot on data storage itself to store the data. We have cloud platforms. We also have different data centers available where each company stores their data there by paying. And here, organizing the data, especially structured data, is very important. This ensures the data is easily retrievable and protected from loss or corruption. Cloud platforms are storing all the data. Whenever you want, you can extract it. So data storage again is very important. And when I talk about data analysis, using statistical techniques, the data mining and machine learning to uncover patterns and trends in the data. This involves applying analytical methods to extract meaningful insight. For a business analyst group, data analysis is also a part of it. When you understand the domain, you can easily understand the data. So we have so many techniques which we can implement on the data to extract meaningful information. For me to understand, the data better, right now I'm using Power BI to extract meaningful information from the data. If you are using Python, you will go with different libraries to uncover the pattern, to understand the data. You use different Python libraries to understand. Now we are going with Power BI. How Power BI helps us? It helps us by creating the graphical representation of the same data. You can analyze the data in multiple ways. Not only with Power BI, using different coding language also you can analyze the data. Just using Microsoft Excel also you can understand the data, you can analyze the data. Multiple options we have. Right now, we are depending on Power BI to understand and to visualize the data. Two options we have with this Power BI. For a BA role, also we need a Python skill map. Yes, it is important for a business analyst also to concentrate on Python programming language. So let us continue with the next topics, that is data visualization and reporting. You already know, I have mentioned it multiple times, data, then data visualization. So you are creating different graphs all together combined called as a dashboard. This helps stakeholders to easily comprehend complex data and make informed decisions. You have a raw Excel sheet data. You will give that to your stakeholder. Will you think that your stakeholder will check each and every row in that Excel sheet? Of course, no. Stakeholder will not do that because they are your stakeholders. You need to give them a very good service. They expect you to upgrade yourself with the different options available in market, where you are depending on Power BI now to create a dashboard for stakeholders, not only stakeholders, for you also. It is easy to clearly understand the data in the pictorial form. Generating reports that summarize key findings and insights. This involves creating structured documents or presentations that communicate the results of data analysis in a concise and effective manner. See, data creation, not only about data visualization, for you to move towards data visualization, before you move towards the graphical representation, data will be available in the form of reports. We have a report view in data, in the Power BI, where you can clearly see the complete data in a structured format that will help you to create a data visual. So I will show you all these one by one. Don't get confused. Dashboard is nothing but adding all different graphs together. Even if you change, if you add some filter, if you change one graph, all other graphs will be automatically filtered as per the change what you did. That is called as a dashboard. Report is nothing but before you create these graphs, before you create this dashboard, the data will be available in a tabular format, in a structured format. That is called as data report. So business intelligence advantages you can see, as I already mentioned. Yes, this for decision making, it will be very helpful to increase the efficiency and also productivity, to understand the data crystal clear. This is helping us. Customer satisfaction is important. When you give a good service to customer, they will again come back. So this will help you to understand data, which is also equals to understanding the customer, understanding the business. Competitive edge, again, to move forward with advanced technology. Industry use cases of BI. Now you can clearly see different industries, how they are using the data. Sales analysis, of course, business operations, sales team, how sales team uses BI for them to track the sales, to check whether they have achieved the target or not, to understand what customer expecting, what are the products they're expecting, What are the top selling products? What are the least selling products? Reviews on the products. Sales team will concentrate on the entire end-to-end sales data, I can say. Coming to finance team, financial reporting. So here they concentrate more on revenue, finance, economy, I can say. So generating financial statements, analyzing the profitability of the business or loss, it will be taken care by the finance team. So end to end about, finance, it will be taken, that team will be taken care, and they are using Power BI to showcase the same. Marketing analytics to understand the customer recommendation is very important, and that's one of the important topic where I mentioned AI recommendation system. You are searching something on Google, you will find multiple options on Instagram. How it is possible? Sorry. So we were discussing on the advantages. It is used in market. It is used, Power BI is used with marketing team also. HR is also depending on Power BI to understand the employee and how the employee is working, how the project is running. Everything can be analyzed. Supply chain management. So not only these 5 teams, apart from this, everyone can depend on Power BI to showcase their data. So what is data analysis? Now, so far, you know how your company works. You are working for an e-commerce or any platforms, you're working for different companies, not at all an issue. First thing is you need to know how your organization is working. Just a second. So we have multiple steps. One by one, I will write here. So this is the first step where business understanding is important. So business understanding is important. With this business understanding knowledge, this is the first step. You will move towards data. This is your second phase. This is your first phase where you will move towards the data analysis, DA, which I can say. You need to correlate your business questions to this data. For example, you're working in an e-commerce platform. They are expecting you to extract some meaningful information from the data by listing some questions. They are giving you around 5 questions. You need to understand the business first. You need to understand these questions. To these questions, you need to use this data to answer. So understanding business, understanding the questions, these questions are related to business only, business operation questions only. But you need to answer this question using this data. So business operation, business understanding, and then your data understanding or data analysis. This is the important part. I mean, all the steps are important. Here, you will spend maximum of your time. I can say 60 to 70% of your time you will be spending in analyzing and working with data. When I say data analysis, sorry, I will just write here. When I talk about data analysis, data structure, maintaining the data structure, if required, data transformation. And then the third step is to check the data quality. When you're checking the data quality, it is also checking the data type or data formats. You can call, see different technical terms, but sometimes the meaning is same. Okay. So data format check, and then comes in lame words, it is about understanding the data. Okay. So what are you understanding in data? You are checking the data structure. You are going with the data transformation. You will understand the data quality, where you will concentrate on data type, data format, and then you will move towards, data structure, data transformation, data quality, and then understanding graphs as per the data what you have. That is nothing but which we call data visualization principles. So these are the, these are the important, these are the important points which we will consider when we are doing a data analysis. Checking the data structure, going with the data transformation. Data transformation is when the data is not structured or if you want to do any, one second. So data transformation is also about adding or modifying the data, or it can also be removing the existing data. Not only adding, you can also remove the existing data. Data transformation is also where we concentrate on modifying the existing data, removing the data, adding the new records to it. Positive. In Power BI, once you grab the data, based on calculations, you can add new column or new row or appending the column which we call. You can also removing the existing column. Adding, removing. You have both the options. So you can only do this when you understand the data, when you understand what is your project, or when you understand the business questions properly. And then you will move towards a dashboard preparation, whereas you need to know the data visualization principles. Just a second. Is statistical knowledge required here? Yes, analytical skill, analytical knowledge will help you to understand these concepts better. Related to Power BI, whatever stats we have, I will be explaining you. But additionally, if you already have a good knowledge on stats, it will really be an added advantage, I can say. Hope this is clear. So it is all about examining the data. Another important tip I want to mention based on my experience, your mindset should be a research mindset. When you're working with data now, you might have observed it, your mindset should be a research mindset where you will research only with the data. You will not go out to do the research like cops, but you will sit, you will alone do the research with your own data to understand it better. So research mindset, research analytics itself a separate topic for you to work with the data. So research mindset, analytical skills, the decision making, problem solving, these are some soft skills or non-technical skills which I can say, which is important for you to carry in this journey. Whatever the steps I mentioned, no, the same steps is mentioned, added here. Data collection, data cleaning, data exploration, data transformation, and data modeling, data visual. I think data modeling is something new which I didn't mention before. So here, let me just check. So this is about data collection, the first stage. You know what is the purpose of creating the dashboard. You know what are the questions you need to answer. So you have the data. You collected the data which you need to consider to answer the question. You need to go with the data cleaning. You need to explore the data. This is also called as descriptive data analytics. I think I can write here. This is also called as data exploration, where you will do in-depth research on the data. See, I'm using so many technical terms. Please don't get confused. If you have any questions, please let me know so I can help you. Data exploration is in-depth doing the analysis of the data, also called as descriptive data analytics. And one more important point, always you will work with the past data. I can tell you what happened yesterday. I can tell you what happened today morning, but I can't tell you what will happen tomorrow morning. Always the data what you use to prepare dashboards or any project, machine learning, AI, or any projects you work, you will always work only with the past data. Future prediction will be taken care by the model. Especially this Power BI Tableau dashboards, whatever you build, you are building on top of past data, which is helping you to take a future decision, and for future prediction, this data is helping you to understand the future prediction, I think. So always working with the past data. So data transformation again, where if you want to do any data transformation, do any data changes, adding, removing, that is also possible in data. I mean, that's this stage of data transformation. And then data modeling. Data modeling is nothing but you can merge data from different sources. Okay, that means one Excel sheet will have multiple tabs. I hope you all observed it. One Excel sheet can contain multiple tabs. One tab can be related to another tab. Imagine customer details you have. I will just write here. Please understand the concept. Customer details you have. What's the main important data which you can have in customer details? That is customer ID. Customer ID is one of the important. I'm so sorry. Just a second. I will write again. When I talk about customer data, the important for data what you can expect here is customer ID. With this customer ID, it's a unique ID given to each customer where you can check the entire customer details. Imagine you also have the order ID. In order ID, order data. In this order data, you will have customer ID who ordered the who placed that order. So customer ID will be there and order ID will be there. Order ID will also be here. Using order ID, you can check, using customer ID, you can check what is the order being placed. So you can merge this customer ID and this customer ID. You can create a link between two data sources. Using the common, using the common column, this is what we do in SQL. We will try to merge the data by considering certain common columns, especially the unique column, what we will be considering to merge the tables. So that when you merge the data, now the new data model will be created, or the new data set or the report will be created where you can see customer details and order details together. That is, by writing a query, you can merge. You already know about, if you know SQL, you will be knowing, joins like right join, left join, outer join, inner join. So we can also do all these modifications in Power BI. We can write a query and we can merge the data together. Data model is nothing but you will have multiple data sources where you can combine them together and you can create a dashboard out of it. You no need to create for each data different dashboard. One dashboard can give you the information of multiple data. Joins using unique ID primary keys. Exactly. So we have the different joins where we will be merging the data with this unique ID, which we can consider maybe the order ID or customer ID based on the customer details. So SQL is also integrated with Power BI, but not exact SQL code. The code or the query will be almost similar to SQL. That is where the data model. I will show you all these. Please don't mind. I'm speaking so much today than showing you online. Please don't mind. Please make a note on these steps. For sure, we will be working on all these topics. Next comes the data visualization. After all preparation, you are showcasing the data in terms of data vision. Creating a dashboard. This is the complete step which you need to concentrate when you're working with the data, especially with Power BI or Tableau. Even if you're working with Tableau, the stages are same. Only thing is you are using a different tool. You can also use Microsoft Excel to create a dashboard. I think you already know about it, or you might have created. If not, please understand the graph what you are creating, the dashboard what you are creating in Power BI. You also have an option to create in Microsoft Excel, but the efficiency will be low. Manual tasks will be high. And Excel will, of course, sometimes it will hang. When you have large amount of data, Excel will not, work. Excel will not open properly. It will hang sometimes. Efficiency will be low. It will work similar, not exactly the same, but similar task. It will help us to create a dashboard using Excel, but it is not like which is efficient. You cannot expect a good efficiency out of it. So let us look each step in detail. As I already explained, data collection is collecting the data from different sources or from different portals or from your company. If your company is an e-commerce company, you need to understand the e-commerce, how the business works. You need to collect the relevant data. Data cleaning, identifying and correcting errors, inconsistency, or the missing values. Data exploration, where you will do in-depth data analysis, that is also called as descriptive data analytics. Data transformation, converting the data formats, adding, removing, it is also possible. Data modeling. See, data model is not only about creating a link between the data models. If you want to move towards an advanced technology, you can go with the machine learning model to predict for you. With this dashboard, you can see the picture, but if you want to know the exact prediction, you can also make use of machine learning algorithms, which we have. With respect to Python code, we have certain libraries which will help you to create a machine learning algorithm. So with that also, you can do a prediction. See, multiple topics are integrated here. So creating dashboard, data visualization is nothing but creating a visual representation of data like graphs, charts, dashboards. Descriptive data analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics are the four important types of data analytics. It's very simple. Descriptive analytics is I will write here the stages. First thing is you will always have a past data with you. With this past data, you can clearly understand what was the sales in 2024. Because 2024 is done. We are also about to complete 2025 now. You have a 2024 sales data. Your manager gave you sales data of 2024, where the target by the end of December, it was closer to 2 CR. This is the revenue generated after removing all, the investment. This is the profit generated. Okay, profit generated, I can mention. Now your manager gave you this data. You are in a critical situation right now because it is November 2025, where after removing all the investment, it was possible for us to reach only 1.5 CR. Only 1.5 CR. See, every year we try to improve ourselves. We want to grow. We want to improve. Nobody expects, to have a very less sales. Nobody expects to reduce, or any reduction in the sales or revenue. We don't expect it. We always work and we want every time to see something which is good. We want to grow the organization by the end. So he gave you the data instantly and he want at least to achieve the sales as same as 2024, even though it is not possible to reach more than 2 CR, he expects to reach at least until 2 CR. He is giving you a debt target, which you within 1.5 months, within 40 days, reaching 50 lakh. He is giving you a data and he is making you to understand what was earlier sales, how the sales was running, what impacted the increase in the sales last year, why it is getting decreased in this year. Multiple analysis can be done. Why it was 2 CR. Descriptive analytics is all about working with the historical data to understand the pattern, to understand the relationship, to understand the entire sales of 2024. You need to concentrate on the past data, and that is called as descriptive analytics. You will use different statistical methods. You will check, for example, the sales was related to pizza. So you need to understand the sales of 2024 pizza sales, which pizza sold maximum, and what is the, what strategy did they use to sell maximum pizza, and what was the cost. When the customer purchased maximum pizza, which month contributed maximum, why that month contributed maximum. So all the analysis we are doing here. Descriptive analytics is all about identifying, understanding the past data. If I move to diagnostic analytics, with the results, what you get from descriptive analytics, you will go with the in-depth research on the same data to understand the insights. I will just stop. I mean, here is and I will move. Diagnostic analytics is all about you got to know what in which month it was maximum, which product or which pizza we sold maximum. You have all the insights. Now you will go with the deep investigation internally to check each and every record, each and every data. Investigating, here the investigation level is 50% maybe. Here the investigation level is more than 100%. First, you will extract some of the important information to answer your project. Later, for you to see, not every time you will find the sufficient answer in the first step. You need to understand, you need to check data multiple times where you will get the maximum insight. So extracting maximum insights from the data, we call that as a diagnostic analysis. Please remember when you're working with Power BI or maybe a business analyst role, data analyst role, not at all an issue. You need to understand all these types. You can expect interview questions on this for sure. What are the stages? How the stages helps us to create a dashboard. You can expect all this. Predictive analytics, based on the investigation, what you do in stage 1 and stage 2, you will move towards the prediction. Prediction, you can either do the prediction with this dashboard by predicting what are the possible fields. This is your actual data. This is your actual data because in both the stages, you are working with the past data which already happened, and this is your actual data. This is your model predicted data, I can say. This is just a prediction. This prediction may be true or may not be true. The situation, the results, what you're getting from this prediction, no, it can be true or may not also. So whenever I talk about prediction, it's just the meaning itself, the term itself says it's a prediction. It's not the actual scenario, it's not the actual data. It's just a prediction which is helping you to have a very good knowledge. Also for you to prepare for future, this predictive analytics will help you. Prediction or predictive analytics is all about future prediction with respect to past data. Then comes prescriptive analytics. You predicted for future now. You need to understand to reach the target. You are getting a prediction that you can reach the sales of 1.9 CR within next 40 days. You are right now in 1.5 CR. 40 lakhs you can increase within next 40 days. That's the prediction what you are getting. To reach the target, what necessary actions or decisions you need to take. That is called as prescriptive analytics. After you build a dashboard, your task will not end. To be honest, your task will start once you build the dashboard. You will discuss that with your stakeholder. These are the possible strategies which I observed from the past data. And with the prediction, I can say that these strategies will help us to reach a near target of 2 CR. You can either reach this target of 1.9 CR or even if you stop at 1.7 CR, not an issue. But this is just a prediction. You cannot 100% depend on this prediction. You may go higher than this or it may be lower than this. Increase, it can also increase or it can also decrease. So step by step, these are the stages which we consider whenever you work. See, not only with Power BI, these stages will help you any tool you use. If you are working with data, please consider on these 4 analysis. After this, there is one more analysis called as cognitive analytics, where after you build this prediction and prescriptive, you can make use of machine learning models and AI models and make your machine to learn this data for further more benefits. That is called as cognitive analytics, where you depend on AI techniques. So when I talk in terms of business, imagine you're working under a business operation team. So what is your main goal or main target? Business operation means, yes, you need to give a very good service to customer satisfaction. And again, you need to run multiple ads to gain customer attention, marketing strategies, decisions, you will be able to take with this different analysis what you will use with respect to data. All these analysis are different steps in analyzing the data. Exactly. All the steps, whatever I'm just mentioning here, these are the 4 important analysis, or also called as analytics, which you will be implementing on data step by step. So healthcare industry, analyzing the patient data, healthcare industry takes the data of patient and it will help doctors or physicians to understand the data, why customers are coming back, which tablet is working, which tablet is not working, which is the advanced one, treatments, outcomes, improving. The healthcare industry is, it's a big impact, I can say, because even though if there is a minute change in the prediction, it will affect patient's health. So healthcare industry means please be very careful. The data accuracy is, with high, it's like high end, I can say. To talk about finance, predicting market trends, accessing risk, and managing the investment. Stock market analysis is one such good example, which will give you a clear idea on how to understand the stock data, where to invest, where not invest. You will get the entire prediction. And let me tell you, all stock market platforms are using the AI techniques, or are the dashboards what you can see. If you are working with, if you are using the stock applications like Grow or Sharekhan, I personally use that. So I'm just giving you that name. There are so many platforms where you can see the charts, you can see the dashboard, you can see the numbers in percentage, or you can also see the actual value plus or minus. All the predictions are happening just with the help of data. Stock market is one good example when it comes to banking industry, or when it comes to economy, I can say. Coming to science, again, without science, without engineers, it's not possible to move with all this. Discovering new patterns and insights in scientific research. Any industry you work, not only these 4, all the industries are behind data. Everywhere data is collected. You need to remember the 4 important analytics to move forward. Again, the entire stages, whatever I mentioned so far. Preparing the data, data modeling, data visualizing, preparing the data, governing it, maintaining it, clearing it, and data quality, data structure, data governance, it is also called as data management. Again, the terms are almost same, the task will be same. Analyzing it, preparing a visual as per the requirement, data modeling, all the topics are important. As a data analyst, or as a business analyst, or as a Power BI report developer, you will be concentrating on the entire topic. Exactly, starting with the Power BI tool, a business intelligence tool developed by Microsoft. Most of the organizations are behind this Power BI, which we are again learning. So let us quickly start. This is how your application looks like. The Power BI application looks like. This is the home page of Power BI, a business intelligence tool, a platform that allows you to connect to various data sources for data transformation and also for report building, and to share insights with your team or with your stakeholders or with anyone. You are using this dashboard to represent your data. This helps users to connect the various sources also for cleaning purpose. This platform's core function is to enable organizations to make better data-driven decisions by providing clear and useful information. If you give some information which is incorrect, there is no point, and it will see whatever dashboard you create. No, especially in a company, multiple teams will use the dashboard. One wrong data will affect multiple teams' performance. So the main key functions of this Power BI is the data connection, data preparation, data sorry. So data preparation, First, data connection, then data preparation, data transformation, data visualization, and then comes your data analysis, and then preparing the dashboard, and then sharing it with people. This is how it looks. I hope you already know about it, how it looks and other things. So step by step we are going. You can see the key features. Data connectivity, data transformation, modeling, the mobile access, report creation, dashboard creation, and the newly added the AI features, that is natural language query. You have an automatic Q&A option or a chatbot option available when you create a dashboard. So it will help you, whatever the data you need whatever data you use to create the dashboard, no, that will be taken care by the Power BI. You can ask any questions using this Q&A. It will answer. The Power BI dashboard, what you created, will answer the questions by reading the data itself. That's the AI features which is added, the key features of Power BI, or you can also consider as an advantage. Benefits of Power BI, as you already know, efficiency, productivity, collaboration with multiple teams by sharing the data in a centralized platform, scalability of handling large data sets, complex analysis can be done using this, availability, data availability, and also you can use it even in your mobile phone also to check or to refresh your graph, to check the insights. You may not be able to create how you create in your desktop, but it is also, you can also access it in your phone and you can check the view. You can view it. You can check the result. Improve decision making, enhanced collaboration, productivity, availability, and scalability. Any questions you have, please let me know, because I know these topics are quite similar. I think we have already discussed on all this. But still, if you have any questions, please let me know. These are the three options what we have with Power BI. One is the desktop version, Power BI service, Power BI mobile. This service is paid version. This service is used by organizations where people will use the different options or they will create a dashboard using this Power BI service. And they can share the dashboard with other people. The way you use Power BI desktop, it is almost the same, but it is with respect to server, where it is all completely managed by a company and data sources will be there, databases will be there. There are different servers which is maintaining this dashboard. The way you create the dashboard is same everywhere. Don't get confused. What if you are not using Power BI service? So it is the same. Only thing is like it's a tool what you are using right now. Later, maybe in your company, you will use a website, like a server. Power BI desktop is what you all will be downloading to your laptop or a desktop to use it and also to create dashboards, to do the data transformation and all the options, whatever you have with Power BI, you can do it using a Power BI desktop download after downloading it. This Power BI mobile, no. See, when it's mobile phone, you can view the data. You cannot do any, you cannot create a dashboard like how you created laptop. That everyone know because it will be clumsy when you use the mobile phone. It is good to view. So the three options what Power BI is offering us. So this is how the Power BI desktop looks. This is a primary tool for creating and developing reports and dashboards. It offers a rich set of features for data cleaning, data transformation, modeling, and also for visualization. So this is, you will be creating similar dashboards. So right now, please understand, I will make all of you to get hands-on experience. Please don't mind, because today's agenda is quite different. Tomorrow's agenda is very interesting, where we of course get experience on this tool. This tool available in paid version also, free version also. You are downloading the free version. Please don't go with the paid version. But if you're working in any company and if you have a paid version, you can utilize it. This is how your Power BI service looks. It will be a server-based application, I can say. And this is only available for organization. This is online cloud-based platform of Power BI where you can publish, share, view, edit, collaborate with people. with this dashboard. This is only paid version. The way you create the graph here is as same as the way you create the graph here also. Only thing is two different applications. This is mobile. Access with Power BI mobile. This mobile app enables you to view and interact with your Power BI content on your smartphone or tablet. This is the Power BI architecture. You will get the data from different sources. Data can be internally in your laptop, like an Excel sheet data, or you may grab the data from a database, from a physical database, or a cloud platform, which is an online database, or you can have the data in text format also. Different data sources will be used to create a dashboard, and this can be again created in Power BI service or Power BI mobile phone also you can use. This is how it works. The step by step, I can say, grabbing the data, creating a dashboard. But before you create a dashboard, you know the several steps there, and then visualizing it. This is the architecture of Power BI with the multiple services what they have. Semantic model and visualization, the building blocks. See, there are two important points here. One is the static dashboard and another one is dynamic dashboard. I think that is not mentioned here, not an issue. I will write here what is the difference between static dashboard and dynamic dashboard. This is applicable for all the tools, whether you use Excel or you go with Python code or you go with Tableau, Power BI, it doesn't matter. There's a dashboard called as static dashboard or dynamic dashboard. The name itself says dynamic dashboard is nothing but, okay, first one by one. Static dashboard is where you will create a dashboard only once, which is not been updated. Like you cannot update the same dashboard because it is only with a limited data and you are not doing any automation. You can do the automation, but when I say static dashboard, you are not updating or you are not automating it. That's the meaning of static dashboard. Dynamic dashboard is where you will do automation. As the new data becomes available, the graphs are updating automatically. Automatic graph updation, unlimited. So these are the two technical terms. When you are creating a dashboard, people may ask you, is this a static or a dynamic? Static means which is stagnant. The graph will not be updated. It's only with the data what you imported. See, you have 1,000 lines of data in this Excel sheet. You will import it. You will create a visual. You shared it with people. That's it. This data is not getting updated. But when you want to go with dynamic dashboard, you have today 1,000 customer details. Tomorrow again, new customers will be adding, or the same customer will be purchasing something new. Data will be adding up, right? So that's a dynamic dashboard which you create. You will link the same dynamic data. You will create a dashboard. Automatically, it will be adding up with the new records when you go with the refresh visual option. I will show you all this. Please don't mind. I'm giving you enough information now. Please make a note. We'll work on all these topics. I will show you how you can do automation with Excel, how you can do automation with database also. Static dashboard is where with the available 1,000 records, you will use the same Excel sheet. You will import it. You are creating the dashboard. Your job is done. You share it with stakeholder. Stakeholder will understand these 1,000 customer details only. Data will be limited. Only these 1,000 customer data you are giving to your stakeholder. The new data is available today. See, until yesterday, you created a dashboard. What about today's data and what about tomorrow's data? The data will be available, right? You have 2024 dashboard, but 2025 we are already in November. You don't have the data available in the dashboard of 2025 because it is static dashboard. You made your dashboard only to learn the 1,000 records of 2024. Automatically, it is not getting updated. Where you need to go again, you need to create a new dashboard, you need to import the data, you need to do all the manual tasks. Again, the same dashboard you're creating, you're not upgrading the same dashboard. When you're working with a static dashboard, no, you're not upgrading the same dashboard. You are not doing any automation here. But when I talk about dynamic dashboard, 2024 you created, that's for the same dashboard, you are giving new records. You are giving 2025 data also. Same dashboard is getting upgraded. You make your dashboard to learn the new record. You are not creating another dashboard. So static in the sense which is stagnant, which will not be changed, which will not be modified again and again. Dynamic is where it will be keep on changing. You can link multiple data sources to one dashboard. So that's the one which I mentioned earlier. Multiple data sources you can link together and you can prepare a dashboard out of it. One dashboard you can create. That's what semantic models and visualization are the main building block of Power BI. You can expect questions like interview questions like what is the architecture of Power BI? What are the stages involved in creating a dashboard in Power BI? What are the building blocks in Power BI? Can we do automation? For that, you can give an example of static and dynamic. So now talk about the blocks, semantic models and visual. See, semantic model is nothing but we have multiple views in Power BI. That is report view, data view, visualization pane. So we have so many options. Semantic models are nothing but the DAX query or data model or the report view. Data transformation, data cleaning, the backside. Before you create a beautiful dashboard, lot of work we will be doing in the backend. That is called as semantic model. Collecting the data, transforming the data, cleaning the data, checking the relationship between the data. It is called as semantic models. When I talk about visualization, visualization is all about creating a dashboard, creating an interactive dashboard, the outer layer. What you will share it with your stakeholders. No, it's the outer part of it. You will not show the inner part, the complete work, whatever you do, all the mess. No, you will not show to people. You will only show the presentation, the proper dashboard, the outer part. Inner part you will not show. So that is here. Semantic model is your inner part where you work with the data transformation, creation will be taken care. Visualization is where creating a dashboard out of it. It's very simple. Power BI empowering the data analysis. Of course, Power BI, see this icon is nothing but a combination of Python and a Power BI. So Power BI, not only Python will help you, or not only Excel will support you, or not just other tools. Power BI is giving you a very good analysis on, very good analysis you can create with respect to data. Deeper analysis you can do. Earlier, there was no concept of DAX queries or Power queries, but now it is integrated with Power BI. I mean, from few years we have, almost from 2-3 years we have. But before that, it was only dashboard. Query option was quite less. Now advanced query options we have. Additional graphs are getting added every now and then. And every 6 months, the version will also be adding, the new versions will be getting it. So simplifying the data preparation, data accessible is easy because 99 plus data sources options we have. Enabling visualization exploration, this is your diagnostic analytics. Facilitating the deeper analysis is also possible. Empowering data analysis with all the key concepts. So let us quickly download the Power BI tool. I will share the link. I'm checking, I'm opening a Microsoft Store. If you have Windows, this is one such method in which you can use to download the Microsoft application. Just type Power BI. How you download application to your mobile phone? No. How you use in your mobile phone, the App Store or Google Store to download the application. In a similar way, open Microsoft Store in your laptop or a desktop and then download it. I will, in Mac also, you can directly go and check the applications, or I have not used Mac, but please check your App Store. you can see you will be able to download Power BI. I think right now it is not available. Paid version is available, I believe. For people who are using Mac, I will share you the link which you can download. I don't think so you have an application, but if you have it, please download. So Microsoft Desktop, I already installed. So it is showing install. Don't go with this Power BI report builder. This is for report purpose. This we are not using. This we are using Power BI Desktop. Directly download it. Let me see if I can. I will share the link in the chat. All of you, please use this link to download. This is one link. I will share you another link also. This is the link which belongs to Microsoft Store. You can directly download. You can explore. It's a very simple. You can explore the tool. Same whatever I explained. No, the same points you will see here. I've given enough information on the application and why are we using this Power BI. I believe you all are on the same path. You can explore this. I've already downloaded, so it is asking me to open. This is one such way to download. People who are using Mac, go and use the link which I'm sharing right now. Second link, official Microsoft Power BI website, which will help you to download Microsoft the Power BI application. It's user-friendly, free to download. Please don't pay anything to it. This is Pro. We are not going with this Pro. Please don't buy. This is one link which you can use to download. Another link we have, I believe. Don't go and use any third-party links to download. I will share another link. You can go with these three options. Please don't go with third-party links like you can see here. I think this is Power BI only, but this is server. You will not be able to download. This only works for people who have paid version. So don't go with this and don't go with any of these applications apart from Microsoft. See this option you have. I hope you can see my screen. You can see this Microsoft Power BI, which you can download for your iPhone. Power BI service is available for people who are using Mac. But Power BI free option, what we have, no, that is not available. Hope you all can see my screen. Please don't sign in. Without signing in, you will be able to work. Please don't sign in. Hope you all can see my screen. This is how it looks after you download. No, it's not. If it is not, then you might have downloaded the other third-party one, I think. See, that's what I'm telling. You will not be able to download or use Power BI desktop in Mac. For Mac, only paid versions are available. So Power BI service, which I mentioned, no, that is available. So for you to work, if you have an iPhone, then it supports you. You can download it to your iPhone. But again, that is only to view. So far, it is not possible for people who are using Mac to use this free option because this free version is available for people who are using Windows, not for Mac. For Mac, you need organization account only, or you need the service one. Hope all of you can see this Power BI desktop. Can I use service one for practicing? For sure, you can use the service one for practicing, but I think it may ask you to pay something. Please check once. You will be able to understand what exactly it requires. But it's not available for you to download like how Windows people are downloading. So I'm just opening the blank report. I didn't save yesterday's one, so I'm opening the blank report. And it was a CSV file which I sent you yesterday. So CSV file, what I just want to import, that is the patient data. I'm importing the file. It's a CSV file. This is how to import. You already know that. So this is the data what we have. You can see we have 8 rows. There is a value which is missing and you can see a different data type. So replacing the value, replacing a null value and doing modifications you already know. So now we are concentrating on how to change the data type. We have so many options. I will show you all the options one by one. First, with respect to Power BI, I will show. You already know the changes how to do in Power Query. Today I'm showing in both. I can say this is the data transformation step. Okay. So this is your data pane, and this is your visualization pane. This is your filter pane. So here you can see the table view of the data. So here also, in case of table view, you will be able to do the data modification. Like you can create a new column based on the measure. I will show you that, but we are concentrating on data transformation, especially with this column. One by one, I will show you. As soon as you select a particular column, you can see the patient ID. That's the column name. If you want to change the column name, here you can do, or double click on this here also you can do. And you can see it's a whole number. If you want to convert that to a decimal number, you can convert that to a decimal number. It is asking you. With this data type, your data will be stored differently. This will cause a loss of data or precision. After you make this change, you can restore the column by refreshing the table. So now it got changed to a decimal number data type. If you want to convert that to text, now you see it is getting converted to a text. So this is already in text data type. This is a whole number. This is a text. This is again a text. This is also a text. This again, it's a text. But this, as you can see, treatment date. It's a date time data type what we usually have. To understand, what was the treatment date of that particular customer's treatment date, I can say. You need to convert. You just want to do this modification. So see, if you want to see the date time data type, combination of date and a time together, then you can use this option to do the changes. This comes, see, and first you need to come to table view, select the column, then you will get this column tools. Here you can do the modifications now. So now I just want to convert this to a date type. Yes. Now automatically you can see the data transformation is happening. It's a right alignment of data with both the date and time together. So this is one method in which you can do changes with respect to date time data type. And another one, date. If you don't want to go with date and time together, if you only want to see the date, you can convert it. But you can see the format, what you're expecting is different here. See, here it is. So what exactly you want to see? Do you want to say the date, short date, long date, or DBMS, YYY? So whatever the data, how you want to store, you can go ahead and select it. I just want to go date, month, year. Now you can see the proper alignment of data which is getting converted to DBMS, YYY. This is how we will do the data transformation in Power BI. Hope this is clear. Here you can see, it's not only that you need to do here. After selecting, you can come to the format and you can see the multiple options what you have. This is a method in which you can exactly get the format. And do remember an important tip here. This date time data type is also aligned with your laptop or maybe a desktop what you're using. That date data type also should be aligned properly. If not, that is the system issue which usually occurs. See, sort by column. How you want to sort the column? So sorting is nothing but you can sort the column based on particular column names. You want to sort based on gender. See, based on gender. And I selected the treatment outcome column. If you select this column, sort by patient name. We can't sort gender column by patient name. There can't be more than one value in patient name. So this sort is not possible. Come here, sort based on patient name, usually numerical data and then a categorical data, what we consider. So if you want to sort age based on diagnosis, now you can see data group. So new data groups you can select. So if you want to prepare a new group of data, then you can select this option. This is this bins is nothing but the size of the data what you want to store. See, that I selected age column and I group the data here. This is one of the option to copy paste it, and but this is a bins now. So age of bins. If you want to add any new measure to it, we will first copy that. It is called as bins, and then you can measure it. You can create a new column out of it, or you can delete it. This is as same as what we do in Power Query. To take a duplicate of it, we will do it with respect to bins in case of Power BI. Okay, so what I did is in the last call, like yesterday's call, we know we just copy pasted a column. That means we copied and we pasted. It was a duplicate, which was which we learned in yesterday's call. But now you cannot copy and paste a column like what we do in Power Query. This is your normal Power BI. I'm going with this table view option and I'm doing modifications for the column. Like the same yesterday, there was an issue with the date and data type. And I mentioned you that we'll be discussing that today. So we are discussing on that and I showed you the changes. Now the data is perfectly aligned. What other options we have with respect to this table view is to sort the column. So you're sorting the column based on certain measures. Usually you need to consider one categorical data or maybe based on the numerical data, you will be sorting it. That we discussed here. To talk about data group, if you want to create a data group, create a new group to combine multiple values into one. So I selected a treatment date that is called as treatment date bins. Do you want to store it as a list or do you want to store it as a bin? It will be asked here. If you go with the list first I will show you bin only. I will show you one by one. So first let us see how we can create bin, number of bins. So minimum value, maximum value, bin count is 4. And then if you go with OK, you can see here. A bin is nothing but the same data is copied, the same original data. I selected this treatment date column and I created a bin out of it. Like you can see here. This is a bin. Whatever the calculations you want to do, if you want to do it, if you don't want to do it on the original data, you will take a copy of that. Directly Control C, Control V is not possible in case of table view. That is your Power Query. This is with respect to Power BI, you have a table view where you're copying and pasting the bins. I will delete it. Now, see, it's nothing but the same data you copied. It's like a copying the raw format of data to do the changes. So now, if you can just delete the record, I will show you what is list now. For example, the same column I will choose and you will go here, create new data. If you go with list, this is how the list is stored. Contains all ungrouped data, list. So what exactly you want to group? I will select these 3 records and I will group. These 3 records are grouped and OK. That means I'm just grouping wherever it is Jan 1st I'm grouping, Jan 15th I'm grouping, and again these 3 are the same dates. Jan 1st it is repeated 2 times. I just selected few records and I grouped them together. They are coming under one category. Yes, because I didn't change the name. If you want to change the name, I will show you. It's like any name you can give. I'll delete it and I will show again. You're just grouping the data. For example, this is the data what I'm choosing. What we are doing now is the same analysis or data transformation, data processing, data cleaning, which we did in the last call, that was with Power Query. If you remember whatever we did yesterday, it was all with respect to Power Query, where I copied the column. I replace the value. I rename the column. So data cleaning part, what I did yesterday, it was completely with Power Query. Advanced version of Power BI, I can say. We have used that. Now what I'm telling you is the same operation. I mean, we can do the same operation in a different way. So I'm just starting from the beginning. We imported the data. I will remove this column. Okay, I'll just import the data again from the beginning. I will remove this. I'm just starting again. So I'm importing the CSV file. Yesterday, by the end, we had a question that is how to do the data transformation, especially with a date time data type. As we can see the changes in the data type format here, dash, backslash. So we wanted to do the data transformation. It was not possible with the Power Query directly. So what I'm doing, not only one option we have so many options to concentrate on this data. I will move to table view. Now you can see the table view of the data. For example, you want to copy paste this data, Control C, Control V. It's not possible for me to do that with table view of Power BI. But with Power Query, you can do it, not an issue. For me to copy paste the original data, what I will do, you can just come here to data group, go with the new data group option. You just data group. Just a second, sorry. Treatment date, sorry, this is a text data now. What I will do, first select the column, apply the changes, whatever the changes you want to do, apply on this. I just want to convert this to a date. Date type change, you are changing the date time. See, as soon as you select the data, any column, as soon as you select, you can see the name of the column and the date and the data type of the column towards your left hand side top. So now we want to do the changes here. I will select the column where I want to do the changes. I'm applying the changes now. I'm converting that to a date. It is dash, it is backslash. You want to make sure all the data type should be aligned, and this column you can clearly make out. It should not be a text format. It is a calendar date. You want either date time or date. So now I want date. I'm going with the date. You can see the column data type is changing now to date. Again, you don't want like 1 January 2023. So come here, apply the changes. You want date, month, year, or you want whichever format you want, you can choose. I'm just going with this DBMM, YYYY, and dash format. This is usually everywhere people use the same format. Now you can see the data transformation. This is how you will do changes related to your columns in Power BI itself. Sometimes if it is not possible in Power Query directly, you can do that in Power BI. Hope until here everything is clear. So we we changed here, and you can automatically see now it got converted to a calendar icon. Okay, so this data hierarchy is here. Okay, so now what we are trying to do, now we have another option. So as soon as you select the column, so you can see here, don't summarize, count, distinct. If you go with count, so here, sorry, wait just a second. Okay, so this will let you know the count or the count distinct or the don't summarize. Usually it will be don't summarize. You want to see the actual data. This is uncategorized. The data category is uncategorized here. But if you come here, you can see how you want to do the category. Here you can see this is by default category options you have, but nothing to worry about it. I'm concentrating on this data group now. We are creating a group data by combining one value or by combining multiple values, creating a group. Similar data, how we do the grouping. In a similar way, we are grouping the data now. Select this, come to data group, go with the new data group option. So how you want to store this data? We have failed, in progress, successful. I want to group the data that is failed and in progress together. I'm creating a group out of it, and the group name will be treatment outcome groups. Group it. So failed and in progress values are together. Successful is separate. Earlier I was having 3 categories. Now I'm making it 2. I'm creating a new group out of it. Include other group or exclude other group. I will include other group. Okay. And you can see here, wherever it is successful, you can see that as other. Wherever it is in progress and wherever it is failed, I merge them together. This new group, the main purpose of creating this new group is whenever you have so many categories, if you want to reduce, if you want to maintain integrity in the data, you will create this data groups. So what I did is I selected this column, I came to data group and I'm grouping the data here. So I'm just grouping failed and in progress together. So these two numbers automatically by default, you get failed and in progress here. Wherever it is failed and in progress, it is named as failed and in progress. If you want to change this to inactive, something I'm just giving a random name. Depending on the data we can do. So wherever it is failed and in progress, it shows inactive in the new column. Okay, so include other group. Other group is named as other, or if you want to name it something else like active. Wherever it is successful, it is active. Wherever it is failed and in progress, it is inactive. A new group is created instead of 3 categories earlier. Now you can see only 2 categories, that is either active or inactive. So this is how you will reduce the multiple categories and you can create a new column out of it to understand or to create different data groups. Is this clear? The main purpose of doing this or the application of this is you have so many categories. You want to merge few categories as one, again few other categories as two. If you want to give a new name to it, then you can go ahead and make use of this data group option. Today I'm just giving you information on all the options, whatever you have with respect to table view. Hope this is clear. This is also called as data transformation or data processing, or again data cleaning. Not only with Power Query, with respect to Power BI also you can make out, you can use all these options. For example, come to this patient name. Here also we have name, right? Come here, go with the new data group, select what you want to do. See, based on the data type, you will get sometimes by default list. For example, I'll go to age now. Now you can create a bin. The purpose of creating bin is you can give minimum value and maximum value and you can confine the data. If it is numerical data, you get this bin option. If you don't have a numerical data, if it is a text data, by default, you get text, that is list. I can add a filter in the dashboard. Now here you need to select it and then you need to prepare a group. Or if you want to do it, that we can do it, that I can show you here. For example, you want to go with the patient name. Patient name is here and patient age is here. Okay, so this is the data. I should go with, don't summarize, sorry. Patient name and just a second. Yeah, patient name and patient age. This is the table format of data, how to view. Now, if you want to apply a certain condition on top of it, so you can click on this. So here you will be able to see the different options. This is for calculation, but I can't do any calculations with the data. This is the table view of the record. This is the table view. So here, if you want to see the patient name, here we can apply a advanced filtering, and you can filter the data based on how exactly the customer name begins with. It contains particular customer name or and operator, logical operator you can add, and you can filter the data as per the requirement, and then you can view the data here. So we will be learning all this in the coming up, a topic. So multiple ways we have to do this analysis, not just one way. So this is about how we can do the data type changes, that we change the data type, which it was not possible yesterday for us to do because of certain data type issue. Hope this is clear. So we know what are the different data types we have. We have discussed all these topics yesterday, and until here we completed. Like we also know how to create a column and how to do the data transformation. We will learn more about data transformation in the other examples also. See, whenever we say data transformation, it is also about sorting, arranging in ascending or descending, or grouping the data, just what we did, removing the duplicates, you already know, changing the data type, just what we did, again, we did in yesterday's call also, renaming the column names, renaming the queries, it is also possible. All these are the transformation which we can do it in Power BI. See, whether you do it in Power Query or Power BI, it is almost the same. Power Queries, as it is already integrated with Power BI, that's not something which is different. So it is a Power BI changes or transformations what we are doing. Advanced transformation, let us discuss today. That is merge query, append the query, pivot column, unpivot column, create calculated columns, create calculated tables. Apart from the basic transformation, we can also go with the advanced operation. What is this merge queries, append queries? If you want to merge multiple columns together, so column wise, if you want to merge the data, then we go with merge. That is called as merge query. I will show you how to do manually. I will show you that. To talk about append queries, if you want to append row wise, like you have 5 rows, I will give you another 5 rows. You append the data. Now it is 10 rows. Column wise, 3 columns you have. Again, add a new column to it. That will be your 6 columns right now. In just a second. So create calculated columns. If you want to do any calculation and if you want to store it in a new column, that we are doing it here. Then create a calculated tables. In a table wise also, you can do the calculation. Pivot column, unpivot. We all are using Excel. How we do data pivot, like how we use the pivot option, what we have in Excel, we can also do that in pivot columns, like based on column wise preparing the data or based on row wise preparing the data. That is pivot and unpivot what we have. I will show you all these examples now. So to demonstrate how to clean and transform sales data by creating, I think this conditional logic is done. This is about merge query. Merge is all about, see, product ID, sales amount you have in one data. In the other sheet of data, you have another data. So you want to join them together. It is a type of query that combines a data from 2 or more tables. You have Excel sheet data, you have a CSV file data. You want to merge them together. That is possible with respect to Power BI. We are merging 2 data sets. That means 2 tables we are merging together. With respect to append or merge. So we have different types. You can see the purpose, join type, join condition, and the result. Combines data based on a common column. Add rows to the end of the table. When you merge, column will be merged together. When you go with append operation, rows will be added together. This you can expect as an interview question. So merge is to add multiple columns. Append is to add multiple rows. Whenever you go with merge query, you have options like inner, left outer, right outer, full outer, or a cross join. When you go with append, it is appending the rows, right? So all the columns by default will be added. So union or union all it is. When I talk about merge column, You can merge based on a particular column like a primary key, or all columns if you want, you can merge together. So in case of merge requires a common column for matching the rows. Here no column is required because you are merging below, one below the other. New table with rows from both the tables based on the join type. New table with rows from appended tables. Here you can see multiple columns and the rows will be added. There also you will see multiple rows will be added just under the same column. So append and merge are the two different operations which we will be doing. The main purpose of doing this is to merge different data sources together, or merging or appending different data sets together. Any questions here? I will show you how to do all this, but for now understand these topics. I will show you how to do it. Hope you all can see this PPT. So what I'm trying to do now is, one is merge and the other one is append. When I talk about merge, this is your data set 1 plus this is your data set 2. You have 3 columns here, you have 3 columns here, you are merging. So the final result is nothing but 6 columns. This is the table only. The 3 column is also a table and the other one is also a table, but combines data based on the common column. You will create a link from one table to another table and you can grab all of them together. It can be an inner join or it can be left outer join, or sometimes even if you don't have a common column, if you just want to merge them together, it is possible to do that. Like adding new columns to the existing data source. How we added new rows and we saved it. When you refresh it, you get the new rows, right? That is nothing but append query, where in this case, here you have 3 rows. Append, this is the append query. Here you have 4 rows. 4 rows. The final result will be 3 plus 4, which will be 7 rows. Here it goes row-wise, like rows will be getting appended. At the end, the new records will be added. For example, yesterday's example, like it was first 5 rows yesterday. I added 2 or 3 records to it again, like a row-wise. The new records added. That is called as, the operation is called as append query. When I talk about merging the data set together, that is based on the column. So the main purpose of doing all this, adding, merging, adding rows, adding column, it is all to concentrate on the data, basically the data set and the column names, and also to have one proper data set, or maybe like multiple data sets combined together to build a dashboard. For all this, we will go and do all these operations. Cardinality, data quality, improve the performance and the business logic to create a relationship. So data modeling, we come across this cardinality to check the connection between one data set to another data set. Maybe one data and then other data may have one-to-one connection, or one column with multiple connections, or many columns, many connections. So that we will see today. That's the today's agenda actually, that is data model. So data quality, of course, any data, whether you merge or you append, always maintain the data and the data should be clean with a very good quality. Data consistency is very important. Improve performance, optimize relationships by using appropriate data types and index. You already know how to do changes to the data type columns. Business logic, align the relationship with the underlying business logic and the data requirement. Because when you're merging columns or when you're adding new rows, always we need to check whether at the end, are we getting the right data result or not? Because it's not about having a big data, but having a quality data and a data which is giving you enough information. Business logic, it's important. So let us work on this now. So to demonstrate how to combine data from 2 different sources, such as a CSV file with the movie ratings and a JSON file with the movie details, using merge queries in Power BI. So you can see whenever you import, apart from Excel file or CSV file, if you import, it will directly take you to Power Query. The main reason is when the data is an Excel file, it clearly shows that we have worked on that data. So it will ask you to load the data. You can see as soon as you input, you will get load or transform. When you select load option, the data will be automatically loaded and you can see that in data pane. But when you select transform option, it will automatically take you to Power Query. The reason behind it is you can do the data transformation, you can do the data quality check, you can work on the data manually before going with the dashboard. That is the purpose of, that is the difference between load and transform. This also you can expect, like, as an interview question, what is the purpose of going with load? What is that transform option? What is the usage of it? That's the usage. Like when the data is Excel, automatically it will ask you to load, or you can also go with transform option. So I imported the data and JSON file as it was the reason. So it took you to, it will automatically take you towards Power Query. But now you can close it and you can come back. You can see the movie details here and you can also see the ratings here. If you go with the stable view, you can see this. Right now it is movie details. If you move to ratings, you can see the ratings. Now let us move to data table or the model view, I can say. So this is the model view. Model is nothing but to check the common details here between movie details. Check the common column. The common column here is movie ID and movie ID. It is one-to-one connection. See, I don't have rating here or I don't have a reviewer name. Here I don't have a director or I don't have a title. Only column which is getting connected here is the movie ID. You can check the schema in the model view. You can see here the model view. I selected the model view. If you move towards table view, you can see the tabular data structure of this. Now we are moving towards append query and merge query. Okay. For that, we need to move towards Power Query. Directly after importing the data, you can move towards transform data. Hope you can see. Select the table. That means selecting the movie details. Okay, we selected the all the columns here. You can see the transform column option we are getting. So you can see here merge the columns, or you can also see here remove the column, remove other column, add column, remove duplicate, remove error. You already know how to do all the changes, but now we are going with the append and merge. So we have a common column, that is movie ID, and you can see here we have an option that is to add as new query, or you also have an option to group the data here. If I go ahead and check this title, you can see add as a new query, and here also you can see add as a new query, drill down, split the column. Splitting the column, I think I can discuss on that later. Come to the CSV file now. Here you can see add as a new query or other options, whatever we have. In transform also, you can see the same options, whatever we have. See here, add as a new query. So as a new data, this column is particularly added here. So you can also just delete it here. Just a second. I'm just checking here the column. Okay. So movie ID, title, rating. Okay. So now comes merge the query, append the query. Merge queries as new. Always go with merge queries as new. I hope you all can see on top under home option. Any column you can select, that is not an issue. You will get this merge query and append queries every time. I will just come to merge query. What you want to merge. So this is the movie details column. I want to merge the ratings column, as you can see. I'll show again. I think I just did it without showing. First select, I'm just selecting movie details. Come and select any of this column or all the columns also you can select, not an issue. This is called as tables or queries also it is called. Come to this merge query. So merge query means merging the columns. Okay. Select this merge query. This is your movie details. Based what you want to merge now. Come here. This is the current data. Movie details is already here. This table is already here. Go to the ratings column. Okay. So what joint you want to do? Do you want to go with left outer, right outer, full outer, inner join, left anti, right anti? I will show you all that one by one. Use fuzzy matching to perform this merge. This is automatically matching. That is nothing but the option. So I'm going first with left outer and no, this let it be. So here, this is the data. Here, this is, 1 second, I should get the ratings column. Here it is movie ID. Here also it is movie ID. You need to select the common column, that is movie ID, movie ID. It's the common column. See, the selection matches 3 of 3 rows from the first table, not an issue. Now you can see in movie details, this data is added. You can just select it and you can go with expand. Okay. Now all the data is expanded. Based on movie ID, you are merging all the data. The movie ID is 1, movie title is here. Just a second, I will explain again what I did. So movie ID is here, movie title is here, this is director. Now I just went to the CSV file and I grabbed movie ID, rating and reviewer name. So you can see movie ID, rating and the reviewer name. You can also see from which column we are getting it. What I did is, if I just do this, see, this is nothing but after you merge it, you will get this option. This is nothing but the table is added from ratings CSV file, a new table or that from the ratings CSV file, the new columns are getting added to it. Initially, it will be a table format. You need to select this drop down where you can see add a particular column if you want to merge. You don't want to merge movie ID because you already have a movie ID. You can unselect it. Okay, now you will see only rating and the reviewer name. Again, you don't see the movie ID here. See, now we have this ratings and this is the movie details. In movie details, you have 3 rows. In ratings, you have 4 rows. I hope all are clear with this. I hope you also have the same data. So now, what I'm doing, I'm just directly going with this merge query option. With the available data, this is the movie details what I have. I have 3 rows. Just select the ratings file. Now you need to select the column what you want to merge. That is movie ID are the common columns you are selecting. See, movie ID is 1. This is the title. He is the director. Movie rating is here. Movie 1 ID, movie rating for this movie and for this director, the rating is here. And who gave the review? The reviewer name is also here. So I should get for 1, 2, 3, where I don't have anything for 4 to get linked or to get merged. Okay, so I selected it. I'm going with the left outer join. All the records from the first table, matching record from the second table. So 1, 2, 3 will be there. See, use fuzzy matching to perform the merge. This is nothing but fuzzy matching options. When you have a special characters, then we will go ahead with this. But we have a very less data, and this option is not required. So it's not required to go ahead with that option.
Okay, got it.
So we connect the common columns here. So full outer, left outer means selecting all the data from the first table and merging it from the second table. So you get all the records from first, matching data only from the second table. Now this is your first table and this will be your second table. Whenever you are connecting, whether it is Python or SQL or Power BI Tableau, you will be able to, you can only have one primary key, column. multiple unique data or IDs will not be there in the data set. You can only connect this link. One to many connections are possible, but many connections is not possible to prepare entire dashboard or entire data. So you can have movie ID title here. Here also you can have movie ID title, but the common connection is movie ID. Movie IDs titles can be repeated, but movie ID, it's the unique value here, like which acts like a primary key. So we select OK. As soon as you select OK, you can see this option. You will not be able to see the data. You will only see the table here. Here you need to select this. Do you want to go with aggregate or do you want to go with expand? I mean, expand is nothing but for you to view the data. See, movie ID, I don't want to repeat the same column. I will unselect it. I want to see movie ID. I want to see the title. I want to see the reviewer name, a rating. So I will only keep these records with me. See, use original column name as prefix and later you can change the column name here. See, this column name is file name dot column name. File name dot column name. Can you see this option, a drop down kind of option here? So here, expand or aggregate. Expand is nothing but for you to view the complete data. Because you are viewing here as a table. You are not checking the complete data here. The linked data or the merged data is not here. Merging means adding multiple columns, but you are not able to see the columns here. So what we need to do, come here, select the column what you want to view. Movie ID do you want to view? You already have, if you select with OK, see, movie ID, like from this ratings CSV file, just a second, you are grabbing all the columns. So you can see movie ID, a rating, a reviewer name. But if you don't want to see particular column, you need not have to select that column there. Coming to the second option, that is aggregate. Aggregate is nothing but, do you want to see the aggregate functions are nothing but sum, count, minimum, maximum, average. All these are aggregate options. Whenever you work with the numerical data, then it is good to go. See, if I go with sum of movie ID 1, movie ID 2, movie ID 3. What is the purpose of what is the purpose of, taking a sum of all that? See, if I go with sum of ID, sum of rating, count of reviewer name, and you can see this is the movie ID. This is sum of rating. Sum of rating is nothing but from here, you are getting 4.5, 3.8, 2.7. You can see here 4.5, 3.85. Count of reviewer name. This will be same because you don't have the same names repeated multiple times. And here you can see reviewer name. How many people give review on this first title? Movie ID is 1. He is the director. It's only one person. There is no purpose of using this aggregate function here. For this data set, not for all the data. For this data, it is not required to go with the aggregate functions because we don't need to find any sum or count or average here. No, it's not only for numerical also you can go with expand. It's good to go with expand because you want to see the entire data, whatever you're merging. You can ignore the same column because it is repeated. If you want to see, you can keep it for sure.
Okay.
This is just, see, expand is to expand the data, expand the column so I can see the data. Aggregate, it is to, if you have any numerical column and if you want to sum them and check, then you can go with the aggregate. But aggregate will not work for all the columns. The main purpose of merging query is to see all, multiple columns, what you are merging together. And expand is what is suitable for that. So let us proceed further. This is merging, that is adding multiple columns. Let us go ahead and see how we can append the queries. Okay, append 3 or more tables or append 2 tables. Right now, I have only 2 tables. I will go with the same. So current data is movie details. I will go with the ratings of CSV file. Okay, see here how it is getting appended. You have a common movie ID column, same column names will be appended. What is happening here is, if you don't have a same column name, Then a new column will be added, and you can see the rows are getting updated here. In rating CSV file, I have movie ID, I have rating, I have a reviewer name. So movie ID is getting appended end only. I don't have title or director, so it is null and null. I have a rating column which is getting updated here. But for me, I don't have data in the first table, so it is null. I don't have data for the reviewer name in the from the first table, again it is null. Here you can see the data is getting filled. This is your append query option, which is, the data rows are appending, and you can also see the column. The new columns are also here. This is append queries. So if you want to go with the append, this is the data you can see now. I'm just going with append query as new. See, two tables. First table is movie details, or you can interchange, not an issue. Second table is movie details now. So, okay. Now you can see the new appending new is nothing but it will not do the changes in the original data. A new table itself will be created. This is good to go because original data will not be affected. Earlier, when I showed you an example, it was appended to the original data itself. But when you go with as new every time, no, the new table itself is created and you can see this details in the new table. I will go with the right outer right now. Right outer in the sense, all the data from the second table and whatever the data is from the first table which is matching, that will be merged together. And the column you need to select is movie ID. That's the unique data. The selection matches three. Come to merge query. If you don't select the data, see right now, when you don't select the movie ID in movie ID, this OK option will not work. You will not be able to merge. You need to select the movie ID. This indicates this join what you are performing will support. If not, it will not support. Now go with OK and expand this. I will see all the columns, so I will just go with OK. Why this is null? Because you are merging CSV file and then this first rating file and then this movie file. You will get all the details from the ratings file because this is the table what you selected and this is right outer. Here you can see we have null because we don't have data in this movie details file. This is right outer what I did. We will get null when data is not available. And do remember, you need to know the joins what you are doing. Right join, left join. Based on that, this result is dependent. Okay. So now you can see this is the movie details and this is the rating CSV file. How do I decide whether I want to go with right outer or left outer? So merge query as new. This is my ratings file and this is my movie details file. You need to see what result. Now I want to understand movie ID and director. Here you have movie ID. Here also you have a movie ID. Here you have a director. So you want to see movie ID and director. Okay. So what you will do from this ratings column, you will select movie ID. Here again, you will go with director maybe. You are selecting movie ID and you're selecting director. You can see the selection matches 0 of 4 rows because this is not the common column what you're selecting. Common column is here. You're selecting it. So here you can see what you want to see left outer. All the data from the first and matching the second. If you go with right outer, all the data from the second table, that means from the movie table, you get all the data and only matching data from the first table. Full outer, all the rows from both. Inner, only the matching rows. Now I will go only the matching rows between a ratings column and movie details column. I want to see movie ID. I want to see director. That's it. Okay. Select OK. You can see the merge is created. You need to you need to expand the data to view. What you want to see? You want to see just movie ID and the director. I will select only movie ID. This is the movie ID. This is the director. If you don't want to retain this, select it and you can just remove the column. Now you can see the proper data, what you wanted to view by merging movie details and the rating CSV file. It completely depends upon what analysis and how you want to showcase the data. You have one Excel sheet where you have all the movie IDs, the title of the movie, and the director name. You have another Excel sheet that is a rating. You have a movie ID, you have a rating given to that movie ID, you have a reviewer name. In this rating file, you don't know the movie name, you don't have the movie name. But in the movie details, you have a movie name. How do you merge these two files now? You have a common column that is movie ID. This acts like a primary key. Primary key and foreign key are the two different terms which we use when we work with data with multiple data sets. Primary key is nothing but which is a unique column, unique data in that data set. That is primary key. This primary key will be a foreign key in the other data set. That is helping you to build a connection between the two data sets. So movie ID is the column which will help you to build a connection. And how do you know movie name is helping you to build? If I just take you towards Power BI model view, see this is one-on-one connection. Movie ID from the movie details is getting connected with the rating CSV file. This is a bridge which connects these two data sets. With this knowledge, you can move towards the transform data option now. Now you can do the data transformation. One such is to merging the query. So we merge the query here where you want to see the review or who's the director and what is the movie or ID of the director. Only these two columns you wanted to see. So you merged it because you don't have director details in rating. You don't have, you have a common ID which is a movie ID to connect these two files, and you can see the rate. The move details. Sorry, I think movie details we add here. I'm sorry. I think I wanted to show you the rating of the movie ID. Okay. So now you can see. I will remove these two. Movie ID is here. Sorry, movie ID is something which is column. You can see movie ID column, which is the common column between the two data sets. Rating is the column which you grab from the ratings CSV file. So you need to know more about how this join works with respect to SQL. Then this will be easy. Okay, so this is the clean data what I have right now, like what you all are having. Movie details and the rating file. Now let us go and check append query. Good to go always with append queries as new. Appending is where rows are getting added. Ratings CSV. Two tables I have. If you go to 3 or more, then multiple tables you should have. I don't have so much data right now. I'll go with the 2 tables. So rating is the first table. Second table is movie details, or you can change it, not at all an issue. Concatenate rows from 2 tables into a single table. That is the purpose of this append query option what we have. I am concatenating the 2 tables right now. Okay. Now you can see concatenating, that means multiple rows are getting appended. See, when you normally see 2 tables, movie ID, title, director, rating and review. Total 5 columns will be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The same 5 columns we have right now. Movie ID is filled because movie ID is available in both the tables. Rating, only from the first data set it is filled because this is the first data what I considered. First data is filled. The remaining 1, 2, 3, this is from movies data. I don't have these column in movie details, so it is null. I don't even have reviewer name column in the movie details. Again, it is null. Coming to title column. Title column will be null in review ratings CSV file, and below it is filled. With this below is nothing but from the movie details. Again, director, it is filled, with the help of this movie details. So it is filled. The above one is null. This is how append query works. Wherever the data is not here, wherever the data is missing, maybe from first table or from second table, accordingly, you can find this null value. Any questions? Now, if you want to replace the null value, if you want to replace any particular value, you can do that. So Microsoft Power BI with the AI assistance, what is this data modeling? So data model, quick recap, that means related to whatever we just covered. Power Query helps to load, clean, and shape raw data to prepare it for accurate analysis using column tools and selecting the correct data to improve the data quality. AI features in Power BI assist to automatic cleanup tasks like the data distribution, data clean, data error, the column profile, column distribution, whatever you see, that will automatically help you to understand the error rate or the accuracy rate of the data. So now engage and think. You are building a report in Power BI using multiple Excel files. One file contains order details, other file contains a product information, a third includes customer records, and the fourth includes list dates. See, this topic, what we are discussing now, it is closely related to append and merge topic. Left join, right join, out join, whatever we just discussed, it is closely related. So if you have any question, please stop me in between. Okay. So when you create a chart to show sales by product and by month, the number appear incorrect and some filters do not function properly. If all the necessary data is available, what do you think might be missing for the report to work correctly? You have the different data available in different Excel files. You want to do the analysis, you want to create a chart. You are merging all the Excel files together, but still some of the data is missing. Some of the data is incorrect because we didn't do the data transformation. Or what other options we have to link all of them together? Let us see how data files or data set is connected. What are the different connections? What different connections are possible? So let us see that step by step. This is one of the important topic before you build the dashboard to check the data connection, especially with multiple data sources, maybe from a different database, or you upload manually via Excel or a CSV file. The steps will be same. You can expect maximum interview questions on the same. So please understand, requesting all of you to go back and rework, and there are some study materials available related to data join, that is left join, right join, to understand it better. Within 1 or 2 hours, it is difficult to understand all the topics, especially when you are new to it. So please rework, and if you have any question, come back. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to understand how to design a structured data, how to merge multiple data together, how to prepare a report out of this new data, and of course, analysis, apply role-playing dimensions and configure relationships to ensure reliable data behavior across different data sets. Create a centralized data table. That means whenever you have multiple tables, it is good to create one centralized data, one unified data view. You can also export the data, whatever you created, to Excel sheet. A simple thing, you merge multiple Excel files together. One Excel, you prepared a proper report out of all this by merging, by appending, you created all the data properly, all the columns, all the null values to replace. This report, what you built, you can download that report. So create a centralized data table and link it with other tables to enable time-based insights. Define roles and permissions to securely control user-level access. We have different level of access, row level security, and the different logics we have. One by one, we will see all that. Okay. I believe you have no question. Based on that, based on your opinion, I'm proceeding further because all the topics are interconnected. Design and implement a data model. Yes, Sushma, to answer this question, most of the cleaning part, transformation part will be taken care by database. It depends on how well we are maintaining the database, how well the organization is maintaining the database. See, different databases, they have their own advantage and disadvantage. So from database, if you are pulling the data, so you will write a query and you will grab only the relevant columns what you want to create a dashboard. So see what are different steps, whatever I'm showing, no, all these steps you will not use in your project. You will not use in your dashboard. Whenever time comes, you should be in a position to do data cleaning, to do data transformation, to append or to merge or to remove duplicates. All these are the options what we are getting from this Power BI or Power Query. So if the data is already cleaned, if there are no duplicates, if data is maintained very well, you have all the relevant data which you need to create your dashboard, then you need not have to think about Power Query. You need not have to clean the data. When data is not cleaned, when data transformation is not happening properly in the database, or maybe some calculated columns you created based on the available data. During the time, only we need to go with this data, the Power Query or the dashboard. So whatever, there are so many ways of cleaning the data. You can clean in Excel and then get it here, or you can automatically do it here with the available procedure or the steps. So it depends on how we use Power BI. To be honest, if your organization is maintaining a very good data, you spend very less time in cleaning the data in this using this Power BI. But if data in the base itself, if it is not clean, then you need to spend maximum time. So if you ask me what percentage of data is transformed using Power Query, when data is being pulled from the database, it completely depends on the data. So whatever the data is getting pulled, so the entire raw data will be sitting here. If this raw data is good to go, if no changes required, then you can directly take the raw data to create a dashboard. If the data transformation, if the data is not good, if data quality is not correct, you need to spend more time in this cleaning part, in this transformation part. Other cities or whatever the different examples we are learning now, it's not that you will use everything in your dashboard or everything in your project. Depending on the scenario, depending on the data set what you have, you will be choosing in right scenario, right analysis or right techniques, I can say. So let us proceed further. So different data sources. Either you write a query or directly import the data. Relationship. This defines how one data set is connected to another data set. Different data types. Each column talks about different data types. Make sure the column is having the right data type column. Or if the data type is not correct, you already know how to do changes in Power Query, and also you know how to do changes in the view report option, the table view option. So requesting you to use it. And to talk about measures, we have a new measure and a quick measure. I will show now how to use that. We can write certain formulas there and we can do calculations on top of the column or on top of row, whatever the data we have. Calculations performed on the data are called as measures. Hierarchy. Predefined levels within a column. You selected a column. Inside that column, you are trying to create a sub-hierarchy. So I will show how to prepare all this. Hierarchy or a data hierarchy, it is called as a predefined level that you will do it. Calculated column where stored directly in the table as a new column. The measure is where you apply a formula on the entire column or on the complete data to measure it. Calculated column is where you will calculate a certain record and a new column itself is created. Either you go and use measure. When you are creating the dashboard, we go with this quick measure or new measure option what we have. If you want to create a entire new column out of it, we can go with calculating the new column. So 3 options we have. The main advantage or the key concepts of data modeling is again the performance we expect to be good, accuracy we expect, flexibility, that is connection between one data to another data set connection should be easy. Scalability, the data size, the data should not be something which is big. If it is huge, then it affects the dashboard or the Power BI. If it is if it is free version, in paid version, we usually don't come across the scalability issue. So let us go and understand the different technical terms now to understand the data and database with respect to this Power BI. So if you're working with the data, like an important topic that is having a good knowledge on database, having a good knowledge on SQL is very important, because whether it is Power BI or Tableau or if you are using Python, because these are the tools and programming language which we use maximum to work with the data. So if you know about database, data modeling, data analysis, this will help us in all different tools and scenarios. So dimension tables and fact table. Dimension table and fact tables are core components of data warehousing. They help data structure in a way that simplifies data query, data analysis, and data reporting. Identifying fact tables and dimension tables enables efficient data modeling and supports effective analysis and reporting. Whenever you have a data with you, you should try to distinguish what is dimension table and what is the fact table. That will help you personally to create an effective dashboard. Let us see how we can do that. So to talk about a dimension table is something which is giving you a good information, and it is something like a unique data, and the data what you identify as a dimension table may help you to connect that. Using that column you can connect another data set from the other file. Dimension table contain attributes or a descriptive information that define the context of the data. They help to categorize the data or to group the data properly. Like a customer table where you will find customer ID, name, product dimension table, something which is unique data, unique column, which is giving you a very good information. Location dimension, country, state, city, region, descriptive stats, and also a column which is giving you a unique data. Analysts use dimension table to categorize data such as product category or customer segmentation to also identify the trend. So this is about dimension. When I talk about fact usually the measurement or a continuous values I can say. Sales, quantity, price, profit, cost, inventory level, satisfaction. All these are nothing but the fact table. Fact tables contains numerical measurements or quantitative data associated with the dimension tables. They represent the actual data points that are analyzed and reported for business decision making. When I take an example of customer table, you have customer ID, you have customer name, you have customer location, you have customer or product order, what the customer ordered, what is the quantity, what is the cost. So here customer ID and important customer details, what we have like customer name, customer ID, this will be a dimension. Customer quantity, customer sales, customer order history will be the fact table. It is our own responsibility to understand, the fact table and the dimension table here. We usually don't distinguish this, but when you are working in depth on a particular report, you will distinguish this. Fact table helps us to analyze the sales amount, quantity, like in-depth analysis of the data. Hope this is clear. This also you can expect as an interview question. What is dimension? What is fact? In Tableau, you can expect what is measure, like green and blue, category and measure. Here it is fact table and dimension table. If you know what is customer satisfaction rate, you can understand, okay, the customer satisfaction rate is neutral. It is 3. Okay, this is the sales amount. It is 3.5 CR. Where it is giving you the information related to business operation. But customer ID, something which is unique, customer name, with that, it's a dimension table where you will, basically concentrate. This dimension table will help you to connect the data because you all have the unique ID and it is giving you a description about the data, but it is not giving you the entire in-depth information about the data. So that is the difference. The relationship between dimension and fact. In this data set, customer ID we have, product ID we have, date we have, and sales amount we have. Date, when I talk about dimensions, that is basically a descriptive stat, or where you are having, dimensions and facts are interrelated. Facts are linked to a specific combination of dimension. See, this sales amount can depend on date or can depend on the product or can also depend upon the customer. Sales amount may relate to the other columns, but this customer ID, product ID, date will not depend upon the sales amount. Customer ID, product ID, date are dimensions, while sales amount is a fact. That's the actual figure where you can consider, to take a business decision. But product ID, customer ID will not, create a major impact. It will not give you a very good business decision making, I can say. So we have again different applications. Star schema and Snowflake are the two common data modeling techniques which is used in different data warehouse and data marts. This topic, this topic is not completely related to Power BI because Snowflake, again, it's a different database management application. So you need not to worry much about this Snowflake application right now. That's a completely a different tool. Why are we learning this here? Because the technique, the data modeling technique, what is used in Power BI? No, it is as same as the star schema or the Snowflake schema. They are designed to optimize the data query and analysis, particularly for reporting and for analytics application. Like the same schema we have here. In star schema, the data is organized around a central fact table, which contain measurements or a metric surrounded by a dimension table. This is giving you customer name, customer ID, product name, product ID, and the location. The fact here is total sales, quantity, profit, loss. So the fact table is in between, the surrounding will be again filled with the different columns, which is nothing but what we have, the descriptive analytics or descriptive stats you can call. So dimension table, fact table and dimension table. Surrounding this fact table are dimension tables which provide context or attribute. And do remember, these dimension tables are independent. Fact table depends upon the dimension. So fact table usually stores numerical data or any metrics about a specific event or occurrence. Dimension table contains descriptive information about the fact table's data. That means the fact table is depending on the dimension table. And this is the start schema structure. So configuring table and column properties. So formatting the data, you already know, I showed you in today's call already. This will help you to maintain the data format, data type or a data formatting option, what you all have. Whole number indicates integer number. Currency will be the different currencies or the rupees or dollars what we have. Decimal number is a floating point number. Then percentage result will be in different percentage. Scientific depends on what data you have. So select the column, right click on the column, and then you can check the data format over there. You can select what format you want to apply. All these options, where can we do? Do you all remember where we can do all these changes in our data set? How to get this screen, I can say, if you just import the data. So you want to change the data type. So what options you have to change the data type? In data model, you can see different data sets and you can see the connection between one data set with to the another data set. You can see the data connection there.
Okay.
One data, another data, how they are connected. One-to-one relationship, or if they have no relationship, you will find it. So where do we change, where do we check and where do we change the data type? It's not a model view. It's not a table template. See, import, load, and transform. That's incorrect. You import the data, you will get either load option or you get a transform option. Any one you need to select. If you select transform option, then you will go towards Power Query. But this data type option is not with respect to Power Query. When you select instead of transform, if you select the load option, then you will take your data directly to Power BI. So I don't see the right answer here in the chat. No, it's not a Power Query. This changes just today in the beginning itself I did. I showed you the yesterday where we stopped the date and data type change. No, I showed that today. This is not with respect to Power Query. This is not even a table. Sorry, this is not a model view. In model view, you don't see the structured data. You want to change the data type of the column. So what do we do now? In Power Query also you can do data transformation, but not only in Power Query, because in Power Query you don't have all the options. Direct data format change option we don't have in Power Query, to be honest. So what else, what other operation we can do on our data? This question is to all of you. Hope you all can see my screen. So you want to change the data type. How to proceed now? You already know the specifications of Power BI. We can change in data view in format. We don't have a data view, we have a table view. So this option is with the table view. See, this is the model view. Third option is model view. If you move the cursor, you can see the different views. This is the model view. This is your table view. Select the column. Now you can see the data format. Please remember all the steps. We just did it today. How to do the data group, how to sort the column, how to concentrate on the data type. We just did it today. We just learned this in today's call. So it's not a data view, it's a table view. So in table view, you will be able to see the data in the structured format. So formatting the data, you know, this is how we will do the data formatting. Sorting and filtering, you know how to sort the data in the same, in the same tab, you have an option to sort the data, which we just did. Sorting either sorting in ascending order or sorting in descending order, not only in table view, but you can also do it in a dashboard that I will show you when we move towards dashboard preparation. And then filtering the data. Select the column and then you can just come here. This is your sort option. Sort ascending or sort descending. I will go with sort descending. Why it is the same as everywhere it is the. You can see THE. So it is the same. I will come here. I have different names. I will go with sort ascending. Ascending order in the sense A, B, C, D, E, F. If I go with descending, if you want to clear the sort, clear the sort. Original data will be as it is. So these are the multiple options what we have. And now comes the data filter. When you have huge data, if you want to filter the data, you can use this text filter to filter equal to particular director name or does not equal to particular director. If a director name starts with A, director name starts with or ends with, or director name contains ES, or if you go with this custom filter, you will get this logical operator and or, and indicates you are checking equals Frank Darabont. Sorry, Darabont. Equals Frank Darabont or does not equal to or operator concentrates whether any one of the condition is correct. And in an operator, both the conditions should be satisfied. In or operator, any one condition should be clear. Now you can see I'm going with the or operator. So or I want any one of the condition to be here. I have that condition available here. So if you can come to text filter again, custom filter, or either this or that. Show rows where director is equal to this or does not equal to append. So if I go with and, you don't see the other rows, you can only see this row. This is how and or operator works. These are the filter options what you have. I will remove this. I will remove this custom filter. What I just added. So this is your custom filter option. Just right click on this or tap on this drop down. You will see all these options. Hope this is clear, or you want me to repeat this again? Anyone? Similarly, you can also do it with this reviews data. Sorry, ratings data. Here also you can prepare it. Sort is all about sorting the data either in ascending or in descending order. Filtering the data is where I will apply a particular condition on the column, maybe multiple columns or one column at a time. Additionally, you can also add this filter, that is and or filter what we have there. So whatever I showed, it's the same thing. Sorting. Sort by column also you have, which I showed you in the beginning. So you all these operations, sort, filter, if you want to do on the raw data, you need to directly go with this table view, not in the model view. Model view is nothing to do with this changes. Model view is only to check the connection, data connection. Or whatever the changes you are doing, if you want to observe the data, if you want to transform the data, process the data, it is possible only in table view. For advanced features, you will move towards Power Query. So data filtering, which I already showed, like particular value also you can filter. You can either arrange in ascending order or in a descending order. Select one or two rows or select one director name and see all the data coming under its name. That is possible. So let us work on a project now. So I will share the data set again to demonstrate how to configure table, whatever I showed with this data, with the new data I'm showing now. So this is the orders CSV file what we have. You have order ID, you have a product ID, you have order date, you have quantity, unit price, and the total. And you can also see the data set description. Order ID is nothing but all the unique order ID you have in Product ID column, it contains all the unique product IDs. Order date column, it has all the order date. Quantity, which is containing the product and the quantities which is sold. Unit price is nothing but only for one product. So unit price into quantity will be the total cost. So for example, 100 into 5, then it is 500. 5 quantity. Unit price is only for one product, one quantity. But what is the cost for 5? So unit price into quantity will be the total cost. So this is the data what we have. Let us import this file and let us do like the operations on whatever we discussed. 7 rows are loaded. So you will see this order table here. This is data pane. You can just close it. Now come to table view. Okay. So you want to change the data type of it. However you want, you can change it. Usually we go with date, month and year. It is getting changed automatically. Done. Here it is. So this is a date now. This is old number. This is old number. This is again old number is total. We are done. So now new column I just want to create. How to create a new column? I'm showing you now. This is your calculated column. All these are calculations. I will give a new name to it. So what I'm doing now, I will check, we have quantity, we have unit price, and we also have 500, that is the total. Now I just want to give a discount. What discount I will give? I will give 10% discount maybe, or I just want to reduce 20 rupees from the total cost. I will be removing 20 rupees from the total cost. So what is the final cost to customer? So what should be the final cost? You need to first you need to do the calculation here. Just a second. 1 minute. So I need to do here total column minus. I want to reduce 20 from the original. So 100, 500 minus 20, 480, 240 minus 20, 220, 200 minus 20, 180, 480 minus 20, which is 460. This is how you will create a new column with the help of existing column. So this will be your calculated column. Hope all are getting. Not only with this. This is number minus 10%. See, the following syntax error occurred during facing invalid token line 1 offset 17%. So the way we work with this, format, no, it's very difficult with Power BI directly to mention because the percentage will be usually taken not directly with respect to view. So here you need to exactly mention the number. So if you want to convert, no, you need to multiply that 10%, maybe like 0.05. So this again, this is not a percentage, this is just a number. So you don't see any changes here. It's a minute one, I can say. Now you can see the changes. So now this is to convert the data into percentage, right? But we are not doing that. So I will remove this. Now you will see the actual data. So this is how we will be able to do the conversions. This is about different currencies if you want to represent the number in any currency. For example, I want to go with euros. Now you can see the column is filled with this euros. Calculated column is filled with euros. You can change this column name again. This is the final cost. But percentage wise directly we will not be able to convert what we do. So here you can see you want to do sum or you want to do subtraction, you can do the way we just did, and you can also do the calculations, maybe average. So you want to know the average of the quantity, maybe average quantity. So why I'm getting 4.2, 4.2, 4.2 is average is calculated based on the quantity, the entire column average. So the entire column average is 4.28, not a row-wise column average, because row-wise we will not calculate the average. It's a column-wise I'm calculating. So this is incorrect. This is incorrect way of representing the data in a column. So this should be considered when you create a dashboard. Quantity, average. So when you want to do addition, subtraction, or any calculation based on the row wise, then new column is good to consider. But when you are calculating the entire column, you cannot go with the column creation like this. So here also when we are selecting formulas, we need to be careful. So Microsoft Power BI with the AI assistants. I again welcome you all to today's lecture. Let us quickly start. Any questions? Quickly, unmute and speak or raise your hand so we can clear it then and there. So let us quickly start now. Connecting the data sources. As soon as you download your application, the next step what we do with the Power BI is to connect the data. We have data sources available in different formats. We need to connect that data to our Power BI desktop. And yes, I can see a question. Can we say that today we are going to learn connecting data sources as a topic? Yes, this is the today's topic, connecting different data sources to your Power BI. How Power BI works with this data, because different data formats will be in a different way, and we are connecting it and we are working accordingly. So quick recap, business intelligence helps organization make decisions using the data. You all know about it. Business operations are completely depending on the data. Not only business operations, it can be any industry. All the industries are having a business. They are running a business. For them to take a good decision, it is important to depend on the data, to understand the data, and then it is good for them to take a decision. That is possible with respect to a dashboard what you are creating in Power BI. Data analysis uncovers insights by examining the raw information. You already know the different procedures. First, you will import the data, you will clean the data, you will do the data analysis to extract meaningful information from it. We always work with structured data. So data sources, always it is good to have if it is structured. And I can see some questions in the chat. Okay. So today's topic, I will just share later in the chat. I can see the same question asked again. So data analyst will prepare a data model, prepare the data structure, and they also prepare a data visuals and access data at every stage of the life cycle. Power BI connects to multiple data sources, transforms the data, and builds the visual reports out of it. So we have so many advantages working with Power BI, which you already know, but still we are understanding how it is helping different data sources today. So you are a business analyst developing insights for a strategic customer loyalty initiative. The required data resides in different systems. Excel files from marketing, CSPs from e-commerce, and SQL databases managed by the IT department. The stakeholders expect a unified interactive report to guide decision. What is the first step you would take after receiving the data to create the report? So now you have data available in different sources. So what to do now is first thing, is it possible for all of us to connect Excel file, CSV file and SQL file together? I want all of you to please answer this question. Is it possible for us, to merge all these records together? I think I can give access. Okay, now the access is with all of you. You all can unmute and speak up then and there. You no need to raise your hand. Directly you can unmute yourself and you can let me know. The question here is very simple. First question is you need to create a dashboard for your customer. Data is available from different data sources. First thing, is it possible for us to link all different types of data together?
Good evening. This is Jagdish.
No, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
I think yes, ma'am. We can connect all the three datas.
Okay.
We can connect the three datas.
Okay. So if it's possible, if your answer is yes, then what made you to say that yes, we have options to connect these different data sources?
It's from the database. We can pull out these reports.
Okay. Okay, so basically in Power BI, we have 99 options of connecting different data sources. Like there are so many applications available where people maintain the data that directly we can link that application to this Power BI and then we can extract the data. So Power BI is with added advantage where it helps us to link data from multiple data sources together and you can create one report which helps to create the entire interactive dashboard. So this is one such simple question I can say. I can see people are mentioning no. Rajshekhar, Mauni, Anudeep. To answer your question, no, it's not no. The answer is not no. It is yes. You can connect Excel file to your Power BI. In the same time, you can also link CSV file to your Power BI, SQL to your Power BI. It is possible for us to link all different data sources together in one shot to this Power BI tool. I don't know what made you to think because the same topic we had discussed in the last call. The required data resides in different systems. Excel files from marketing, CSV from e-commerce, SQL databases managed by the IT department. The stakeholders expect a unified interactive report to guide the decisions. What is happening here is different data sources, what you are getting, it will be available in different files. Excel sheet of data, CSV file data, SQL data, 2-3 different files you will have. That is true. You are not merging the data together, but you are creating a dashboard out of these three records what you have. It's not data merging in the sense data model you are creating and using that model of three different reports, you are creating a dashboard. So to clear all your confusion, it is not merging the files, it is like merging the data together, not merging the data in the sense, not like merging the data in different files. We are grabbing all the data from different data sources, which is available in different parts. We are connecting all of them together and we are building a unified dashboard out of it. If the question is like, are we merging multiple data sources together? Yes, we are merging. Yes, we are merging different data sources together. Different data sources we can merge together to one Power BI dashboard. Yes, the thing is, first we are importing the data. You imported Excel sheet, you imported CSV file, you also imported a SQL now. Three different reports you will have. So you need to go inside that report. You need to check the report step by step. What is the, how many columns we have, how many rows we have, if there is any irrelevant data, if there are any null values. So we will do all that investigation. Before you import the data, only structured data you can import. So Excel sheet, CSV file, it's a raw file what we will be having. No, we can also do the data cleaning part over there, and then we can import it. Or after importing here also, using the Power Query or in a report view, I will show you that you can check all the, what I can say, the similarity or the data structure or the irrelevant data, you can check it. But in Power Query, you can do all the modifications. So after you import the data, these things you can check, or if you have an Excel file or a CSV file, before you import them also, you can do all the necessary checks in that Excel sheet or in that CSV file also. Two ways we have. Checking data quality, checking data structure, column names, or if you want to add new columns, or if you want to delete the columns, or adding the rows, deleting the rows, end to end, we can do it before importing or after importing also. But it is good if you have Excel or a CSV file, before importing, you can do it. But when you're linking the data from different data sources, you can't do it before. If you're linking a SQL query, you are giving a database path, you're linking directly data from a database to this dashboard, means you can't do it before. After importing, you need to do in that Power BI dashboard only. That is with Power Query. That we will discuss. By the end of this today's agenda, we will be able to understand different data sources what we have with Power BI, categories, how to connect with them, to choose the right data sources to link your data, utilize gateways, authentication, and credentials to enable secure data connection, utilize properties, privacy, refresh settings to ensure data accuracy and compliance, build connections to Excel, CSV, and SQL files to centralize data from analysis in Power BI, select appropriate data models and storage models to improve performance in the Power BI reports. So you will be able to understand end to end about different data sources, what alternative options or advantages we have inside Power BI dashboard, the settings, we will also see that. Okay, so let us quickly go and understand what are the different sources we have, identifying and connecting to data sources. So different data sources in Power BI. See, what is the meaning of data source? Or it is also called as data set. Don't get confused. The meaning is same, whether it's a data source or data set or just a data in plain word. The meaning is same. A data source refers to the location or any external system or service or a storage format from which Power BI retrieves data for analysis and visualization. You have an Excel sheet of data, 50,000 records you have. I will show you that one example. Power BI can only connect data from Excel, CSV, or SQL, or it can connect data from other dashboards. Dashboard meaning is different. Data sources meaning is different. Not only Excel, SQL, or Excel file or CSV file or SQL. We have 99 plus other data sources or other databases which we can link. You cannot create a path from one dashboard to another dashboard. Dashboard is different. Dashboard is where you will create the complete picture, complete graphical representation. That's a different story. This is data connection for us to create a dashboard. Data connection from different dashboard is not possible, but the same data you can use for multiple dashboards. Not an issue. But you will not link one dashboard with another dashboard. Okay, so I will show you in Power BI. This is where you will work. This is where you will create a dashboard. This is your report view. Towards your left-hand side, you can see we have report view, we have table view, we have a model view. This is related to DAX query. I will talk about it later. We have data which we can connect from different data sources. You are creating a dashboard here. If you want to link this dashboard to a new dashboard, it is not possible. You can use the same data set to create multiple dashboards. See, I will show you. This is one of my dashboard. It's just opening, just a second. See, dashboard means where you create the complete the data visuals. This dashboard you cannot merge with another dashboard. It's opening. Just a second. It's a simple dashboard, for different work, I think it was created. I don't know if it is possible. Okay. This is your data source. To create this dashboard, this is the data source. You can see this is named as sheet 1. This is the data source for you to create this dashboard. If you are expecting me that this data set, you need to add it to a different dashboard, yes, you can connect it. You can import the data the way you imported here. No, you can import it even in the other dashboard, in the other Power BI, and you can work. If you are expecting from this dashboard, if you want to link to another dashboard, it is not possible. We have you need to import for all different dashboards the way you can see here. For this dashboard, this is the data. Same data set, you can create multiple dashboards, not an issue. This dashboard you cannot link with another dashboard. This is your dashboard. The meaning of dashboard is where you created all this. If I just go ahead and check October month data, you can see everywhere the dashboard is getting changed. If I go with this August month, if I go with July month, you can see the numbers are changing towards my right hand side. This is dashboard, an interactive dashboard, a simple dashboard. This is not a complex one. This is helping us to, this is one simple dashboard helping us to understand month on month the transaction and the profit. So this dashboard you cannot link with another dashboard. You can create a new dashboard by importing the same sheet of data if you want, or if you want a new data sources, that you can do it. Hope this is clear. Every time you need to import the data when you're creating the dashboard. Before we import this data, see here, I think I almost have 50,000 records, 48,621 records I have, as you can see below. If you want to import this data, you can directly import this Excel file to Power BI. After importing it to Power BI, you can do the changes if you want to do any modifications, or if you want to add new columns, if you want to delete some columns, you can do it here, or after importing also you can do, not an issue. Okay, this is an Excel file. You can do the quality check in Excel file also. Just put a filter and you can see if there are any null values. If you have any null values, blanks will appear here. You need to check that. See, when you're working with Power BI, it's good if you also have a knowledge working with Excel, especially as a business analyst or as a data analyst. You need to have a very good knowledge on Excel tool, also on Power BI, because Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Power BI, it's from the same, a company, I can say. And similar, the way we work is similar. This also you can check, or if you don't want to check like this, just a second, you can remove the filter and you can see, you can just move up, scroll right, left to check if there is any null values. A sanity check, quick sanity check you can do. All these are manual tasks only when it comes to Excel, to check if there is any null values in any. We can also apply the formula and we can also do some analysis here. So if you ask me what formula or how we can go and check. So I will show you a simple quick formula here, that is to check medium-sized pizza. How many medium-sized pizzas we have? Count if this is the range and this is the criteria. You can see, if you ask me how many medium-sized pizzas we have, total out of 48,000 records we had, no? So out of 47,000 pizza records, 15,385 pizzas belongs to the pizza size, which is medium. It's a quick calculations. It's not only analysis, or these formulas you can also apply in Power BI. But not only in Power BI, you can also check in Excel. So countif, sumif, other formulas or the aggregate functions which is used maximum. Not only this, you can also check now. Let me talk about this Supreme. You want to understand how many, this is a pizza category. How many pizzas are coming under this Supreme category? Countess. This is the range and this is the criteria. 11,777 comes under Supreme. If you want to cross verify, it is 11,777. Do remember that count. If you want to put a, see, you can also put a filter here and check. It is 11,777. In formula also, we are getting the same result. In when you normally check it with a filter also, you are getting the same result. This is just to cross verify for your understanding. Coming to revenue. When I talk about revenue, if you see, this is all count. Sum is also possible. You want to see the total revenue generated. It's a normal sum only, which you can apply. Revenue is here. Revenue column is here. This is the total revenue generated. If you just check here, see here also, this is the sum. Sum, count, average, you will get here only. So to do all this, analysis, you can do it in Excel also, or after importing to Power BI also, it is possible to do. I think you all know Excel very well. I'm just telling you, I'm just giving you information that this is how you will be doing the modifications or checking the quality in this Excel sheet. Hope this is clear. So you can import this Excel sheet to Power BI. After doing modification or before doing modification, you will be able to import it. So Excel file or CSV file or any cloud platforms like SharePoint or OneDrive and structured systems like SQL. And another important point is Power BI will always help us to only, Power BI will always work with structured data. But if data is not structured, means if you have any irrelevant data or inconsistency in the data, we need to work upon that. And Power BI has also many options to connect with different data sources. All the sources stores the data in the structured format only. See, the main agenda or the main motto of using different databases or different online cloud platforms is to maintain the structured data. The main usage of that is to maintain the structured data only. But if that structured data, if it's not possible to maintain, or if there is any data issues, then that is, we need to address it and we need to clear that. You all can see here the data option. This is your data option, or you can also come, this is to insert, this is the data, select this get data, select this more. So this is your multiple options of connecting data. See, maximum times people will go with Excel file. If they are working, you can connect the Excel file data here. I will show you one by one. Coming to Azure. Azure is one such cloud-based platform available. You can see all Azure related databases options. Imagine your company is using Azure SQL database. Import data from an Azure SQL database. Select it. Come here and use the tap on connect option. It will ask you the server name. See, different databases are stored, different data will be stored in different servers. So see, if your company is using a SQL Azure server, you need to mention the server here. Whether you want to directly import the data or direct query or advanced options you have. You can write a SQL statement to do modifications when you are extracting the data. So this is how you will connect the data, and this will work only if you have a paid version. By connecting the server, And this will only work for company related data, and companies can only spend so much to spend so much on databases to maintain it. So they can only give you, but you need to select whether you are importing directly or writing a query, and then writing a SQL query here to import the data. I will show another option. Imagine your company is using a Teradata database. See, the connector requires one or more additional components to be installed before it can be used. Because this is my personal laptop and I don't have the tools which supports Teradata database. This is not my company laptop. But if you are having a company laptop, then you will not be, that pop-up will not appear. You can directly link the data. Why it's not appearing? Just a second. So I think Teradata is not opening because of the unavailability of other options. I will go with Oracle. See, the recommended provider oracle.dataaccess.client is not installed because all these are taken care by companies. No. So this is my personal laptop. See, you can give a Oracle server link here. If you want to go with the direct query, yes, you can write a query here and grab it, or you can directly input. This is like additional or options what you have. This is not something which is compulsory. This is an advanced option. If you already have a clean data and if you want all the columns, whatever is available in that server, if you want to directly import all the data, just give a server path here and then select OK. The data will be directly linked to your database. I mean, this Power BI data. I don't have anything here, so it is asking me. So I will show you now what are the different options we have. This is how you will link. So I will show you how we can import the data later. See, there are so many options. If your company is using IBM or Oracle or Google BigQuery, Snowflake, or if they are using KQL databases, SQL databases, Azure, SharePoint, Dynamics, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, Oak Data Feed, Hadoop, Python script, Assemble, Bitside Security, then Dataverse, then FactSet, Funnel, Google Sheets. There are so many options which you can see. If your company is using any of these different data cloud platforms to store the data, you can use any one among them. These are the files. It is segregated. You can see these are the files. These are the data format, which is in file. These are the databases where you can connect the data from a different database. Microsoft Fabric, Microsoft related internal application. The Fabric, yesterday I think someone was asking me. Power Platform, Azure. Azure is also with respect to Microsoft only. Other online services, online platforms, cloud platforms, or you can also call it as Zoho. See, it is asking you to choose the domain of Zoho. Then you need to mention your workspace name, application link. Then you need to also go with the report link. So you need to give all this information. You need to connect your data. So where is that report? See, whenever you're working with database, you will have all these details available. So nothing to worry. When you work for a company, you will get all the details. So SAP and different SAP applications you can find here. This I think I was showing here. Other online third-party options also we have, depending on what your organization is using. Almost more than 100 only I can say. We have so many options available to connect the data. Salesforce, this is what I was mentioning yesterday. Salesforce, a CRM tool which also maintains the data in the form of reports, where the Salesforce report, you can directly link to it. I will show you this. Salesforce objects. Production or custom. In Salesforce, I personally use Salesforce for creating there also you can create a dashboard, but it is not something like a complex one. For a simple data, for a simple understanding, it works very well. So if you want to link the data of a Salesforce to this, usually we call that as SFDC, salesforce.com. So if you want to link, URL will be there. For different reports, we will add different URLs. You can copy that URL, you can paste it, select OK. The entire data, all the columns will be directly imported to here. This is in this data you will find it. So you need to just mention the URL path. So Salesforce is also one such tool. So different options we have to connect the different data sources. So these are the different categories of data sources in Power BI, which I already showed you in Power BI tool. Database data sources, file-based data sources, cloud platform-based, and other data sources you can see. So data will be always in a structured format when you are using this Power BI tool. If the data is not structured, then it is our responsibility to clean the data before creating the dashboard. So if someone asks you, what are the different categories of data sources you have, you should mention that database, file-based, file-based, and cloud-based resources we have. And below that, you can also observe the different options. Not only these options, you will also find it in Power BI. You can just open that and see what are the different options we have. The one which I showed you, no? Options. If someone asks you what are the file, can you give me options for file? These are the options. File means it can be Excel file or a text file or a JSON file. To talk about databases, these are the different options we have with respect to databases. Microsoft Fabric, Power Platform, online services. So these examples you can mention. These are some other third-party applications. Key considerations for data sources. Before connecting to data in Power BI, please consider the factors to ensure smooth and secure prompting or reporting. Data format, data volume, a refresh frequency, and also data security. I think that is not added here, but not an issue. Data security is also very important. To talk about data format, make sure before you create a report, we already discussed, but I'm repeating again, before you create any dashboard using the report, please clean the data. If column names are not matching, if you want to change the column names, please do that. Make sure your data is crystal clear for creating a dashboard, because you are downloading that dashboard for future use also, which should not affect now or also in future. Data formats we need to take care properly. To talk about data volume, choose a source that can handle current and future data size efficiently. See, for paid version, as you go with if you pay maximum, they will give you more space for you to work, and the organization will be having paid version, so nothing to worry. Data volume, data structure, we need to maintain properly, because later it should not affect the dashboard, because if you have large amount of data, it should not affect the dashboard. Then comes refresh frequency. Align the sources update schedule with your report refresh need. As I said, we have an option to refresh the data. Whenever you are creating a dynamic dashboard or an automated dashboard, you need to link the data from different sources. As the new data becomes available, the data will be stored in a database. For you again to grab the new data, You need to refresh your dashboard here. That means you're also refreshing the data. As new data becomes available, graphs will be updated. So refresh frequency means align the sources update schedule. Like people will usually refresh it on weekly basis or maybe on daily basis. It depends on the data source also. What will happen is, as the new data becomes available, not everywhere the data will be updated automatically. It will take 2 or 3 days of time to get new data sometimes. For example, today you are refreshing the dashboard. Today it is 23rd Sunday. You only have the dashboard updated until Friday's data. Saturday and Sunday data is not updated. Even though you are updating, you are expecting the update on Sunday, you are refreshing it on Sunday, you will not be able to get Sunday's data or Saturday's data. You can get on an average until Thursday's data properly. 2 to 3 days of gap will be there to extract the right data. So that we need to check. Not every time we get the actual data, or if you are expecting yesterday's data today, sometimes or on some databases it is not possible because of huge volume of data which is getting generated, or you can also call that the software usage. It's the low efficiency of the database also we can call, especially the master data. So these are few tips I'm giving you based on my experience, because I've seen whenever I create a dashboard, no, almost 5 days of data I can see today. Again, if you are expecting today's data, you need to wait for next 1 week to get the right data until today, that is 23rd November. So that means you need some time for, you need to give some time for the database also to breathe and to extract the right volume. So data format, data volume, refresh frequency are the three options what we have also to connect a data source. These points you need to remember. Hope this is clear. This is theory only. This topic is theory, but later we will, of course, have a few hands-on examples we will see today. So let us proceed further. See, all the databases, whatever you connect, it's a dynamic dashboard. Because new data becomes available, you can refresh it and you can proceed. When I talk about Excel sheet data, most of the time Excel sheet data is used for static dashboard. So you can add new Excel, to the same Excel file in the same location, in the same path. You can add new data, you can save it, and then you can come to dashboard and you can refresh it. That is that possibility we have. So we are not refreshing an Excel file, we are doing that in a dashboard. So let us proceed further. As I said, data security permission, compatibility with Power BI, and the connectivity mode. Select different import, direct query, or live based on performance and freshness. That is the new data. And then data security and permission, verify secure access and proper user permissions for sensitive data. Compatibility with Power BI, that means you have the options, the database option. You need to use that database option or Excel file or CSV file options only to connect the data for easy integration. That means integrating data to this Power BI only with this options, whatever you are finding right now in Power BI data import option. Data connectors are the bridges that Power BI uses to connect to various data sources. See, these are the different various data sources which we have. I already showed you in Power BI. To talk about gateways. Gateways are nothing but which is helping you to grab the data. Gateway acts as an intermediate between Power BI service and on-premises data sources. Excel sheet data. Microsoft Excel is a gateway for us to connect the data what we have inside Excel sheet to this Power BI. Similarly for other tools also, it is helping us to do the data connection. So to connect the Power BI to cloud or on-premises data using a gateway, follow the key steps for access and selection. I will I will show you, I already showed you know how to import the data. The same thing is mentioned here. I will show you again. In Power BI desktop, go to get data and select the appropriate connector. Enter the necessary details. Choose the specific data you want to import or connect. So you will select Excel sheet, you will connect it. So open the Power BI, select the get data option. If you want to work with Excel, select this Excel sheet, connect it, load the Excel sheet data. If you want to import a text file, select this text, connect it, then you can see the same data available in Power BI. If you want to go with SQL Server data, it will ask you to give some password, sorry, it will ask you to add a SQL Server name of it, or if you want to add a query to it, you can add it. I already showed you, so the same thing is in picture now. This is your data pane. This is called as data pane. Okay, before I proceed, let me give you the complete instructions to this Power BI tool, what we call these options. So this is your report view. There are three important views in Power BI. Report view is to grab the data and to create a dashboard. We use this report view. This is your table view. As soon as you import the data, you can see the tabular structured data available in table view. And then comes data model. This is your model view, which is helping us to link, or if you are importing different data sources. That was the first question which we discussed today. Imagine you are grabbing Excel sheet data and CSV file data and also database linking together. You can see all three sources available as different models. If there is any connection between one file to another file, maybe common column names that will be linked together. I will show you all that. I will import the data and I will show you. Data model schema you can see here in model view. And this is your DAX query. You can write a query to get the result. This query is similar to SQL, but it is not a SQL. This is your advanced one, PMDL view. So to write multiple queries or to write the entire structure, we go with this, like a SQL query only. But this is recently added. PMDL in Power BI. Basically, tabular model definition language. It's a new view what is created, which is allowing us to view, script, and modify the semantic model using a code-based approach. Okay, so these are the different views. And this is your data pane. Okay, see, this is your data pane. As soon as you import the data, all the columns you will find here. This is called as data pane. This is your visualization pane, where you can see all the visions. This is your filter pane, where you can apply the filters onto this particular page or to the entire data. I will show you all this data as soon as you import the data. Filter pane, visualization pane, data pane. This is your report pane. You can call it as dashboard pane also. This is your home page. The entire thing is your home page, where you can see this is your data importing option, where you will find this is your transform data, the one which I mentioned, data transformation. See, I mean, when I import the data, you can see here, this is refresh. This is one refresh which will help you to refresh the data. And we also have the refresh option available here. Pause the visual, refresh the visual. This will go and refresh the data and the query as the new data becomes available. This is to add the visual, or you can also come here, select the visual to add it to your dashboard. This is to do the calculation. And this publishes for paid version. The sensitivity is again, after importing the data, I will show you. Coming to insert option, you can either select this to add new visual, or you can select here only to add the graph. And this is the AI visuals what we have, the AI integration with this Power BI. the narration after you complete the dashboard, and auto-generated a written summary of your data to this report will be taken care by this. And then comes a Power Platform. There are so many Power applications or Microsoft applications what we have with this Power BI. So that will be that you can see integrated here, and you can use this this option of Power Platform. But again, that's for the paid one, I can say. And there comes the data modeling. This is data model will be created here. No, just a second. Okay. Data model will be created here. And if you want to manage the relationship between the data models, you can either do it here or you can do it here. If you want to measure anything, you can either measure here, or you also have an option to measure here or to do the calculation. So this is nothing but the new parameter change. This is the page refresh option also we have here. This is your view. How you want to view the data with different color codes. Or you also have an option to format your visual here. I will show all this. This is the filter, whatever you want to apply. And this is the performance analyzer. This is to sync all the filters to your report. You can also do that here. Optimization is where here also you can see apply slices to all, performance analysis, and then you can also refresh the visual here. As the new data becomes available, you can come and refresh it here. This is the help option. So this is your entire Power BI specification. And if you want to export it, you can see here, save as. Save it and export it, or directly you will not be able to share because we don't have an organization account. You need to download it and then you need to share. The files will be saved here. You can open the file again to rework. See, import option you have. This is export. This is what we need to choose. Please remember to download in Power BI template only, because you can rework if you download in Power BI template format. If you download in PDF, you can't do anything again. So make sure you download the file as Power BI template only. Don't sign in. It will ask you to sign in. Please don't do that. This is the entire information about this Power BI tool. Multiple pages you can add, and this is your mobile layout view. This is your desktop view. We already know now how we can connect different databases to our Power BI. So handling authentication. So SQL, for this I already showed, where you need to give the URL or server, or you need to write a particular query to do the to grab the data from a different databases, and that is with a paid version. And also you should have a database to do all that. Authentication in Power BI is the process of verifying the identity of a user or a service to access the data. The following are the common methods on our data sources for the security. Because see, I'm working for one company. I cannot go and take the data of other company. I don't have access. I should not have access because that is only related to that company. So only employees working under that company, they have an authority to use the data. Again, not all the data. If you're working for a customer team, only that team's data or relevant data access will be given to you. So data security, the way company maintain is very important again. So that will be taken care by them. Handling credentials, so don't store, okay, we need to concentrate on few data types mistakes which usually occurs here. So never store password or other sensitive credentials directly in your Power BI model. Sorry. So for on-premises data sources, use data gateways to securely manage data credentials. See, this is only for paid version. Right now, we are using the basic Excel sheet data or a text file data or a CSV file data to work. So we don't have any passwords to add or passwords to maintain. Whenever you're working for company or with organization account, if you're working, then by default, passwords and other informations will be taken care there. So don't store any important information like passwords or details in that. And whenever you're working with the organization account, it's a Power BI service what you choose. There it is all, it's all maintained well. So let us have a demo of how we can connect the Excel workbooks in Power BI. So let us see this. Hope you all can see my screen. I'm just importing the data now. See, it is, you can first let us import the sales data. You will not be able to import multiple data files at a time. Only one file you can import at a time. I'm importing the sales data. In this Excel file, you can see the sheet 1. In this file, in this Microsoft Excel file, you only have one sheet. Select the sheet. So very simple data. Hardly 5 columns, 6 rows, 7 rows, including the column. So this is how you need to import the data. You can load this. Select the option load to load the data. It will take few seconds. You need to have some patience. It will take some time, it will take few seconds to import the data properly. You need to wait for few minutes here sometimes. See, whenever you write a query, it will come with this pop-up. And later, once you completely import it, it will vanish. Now you don't see that because the data is fully imported. So this is the sheet 1 and you can see all the columns. This is your data pane and automatically you can see this summation column. This indicates that you have a numerical data. Product name and category, it's a string. It's a alphabets only. So it is not identified with any symbol. If it is numbers, it will be identified with this. If it is a, if it is a date time data type, it will be identified as a calendar icon. Okay. So this is the sheet 1 what we imported. You can close it or you can open this to, you can use the drop down to open and to close. Or you can see here, if you want to delete the data from this model, you can delete it. Or if you want to hide the file, you can hide it. If you as the new data becomes available, if you want to refresh the schema and the data, both you need to refresh. Okay, if you want to edit it, you can go with this edit query option. If you want to rename the file name, you can do it here. If you want to go with the quick calculation, you can select here. The new measure is created. What analysis, what calculation you want to do, you can do it. But I will show you later. Now let me not confuse you with everything at a time. So this is the sheet 1 data. This sheet 1 data, if you want to view, this is your table view. Come to table view and you can see the tabular view now. Tabular data structure you can see. Sales data description. Product ID talks about each product ID. Product name, again the product name, to which category it belongs to, sales and profit. Please understand one thing. Before you do data cleaning, data analysis, data transformation, or before you do any step on top of data, please understand the data. Please understand the columns. It is very important for us to concentrate, understand the business, understand the data before you do any changes on your data. So this is your column names and the column name description. You got to know what each column is helping you to understand related to it. Not only this Excel file, this is your Excel, the data what you imported. Product IDs you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know what is the product ID for laptop, what is the product ID for smartphone. You also have product categories, what is the sales, what is the profit out of it. Understand the data before you proceed. This is how it looks in Excel. In a Power BI also, almost it looks in a similar manner, I can say. Now, not only this file, you imported Excel file, but multiple data sources we can import right together. So let me just go and grab the CSV file also, the one which I sent you. The file name is mentioned as customer details. Customer data, 1 second. It's a CSV file, customer data. Please select the right option. If you select Excel and if you are expecting the CSV file to appear, it will not appear because it is dedicated to only that form, right? So only that format should be here. So customer data is the CSV file. Select the CSV option and then select the customer data, then open it. See, this is your CSV file. Now you can change the name of the sheet 1. I will rename this sheet 1. This is sales data. To avoid confusion, don't make sure you give a proper name to your data set, because it should, whenever you go with multiple data sources, it should not affect. I created customer data. Sorry, I imported customer data CSV file. I also imported sales data Excel file now. We have 2 data sources available with this free version. Come to this model view now. You can see different models, that means different database. So come to this table view. See, you have again 2 data sets. Now you can see sales data is here because you can see it is highlighted. If you select customer data will appear. If you select sales data will appear. And come to this model view. This is your model view. Sales data, customer data. If there are any common terms between sales data, I mean common tables, sorry.
None.
So if you have any common column names, or it is also called as common tables between the data, there will be a connection created. See, category you have in sales data, you don't have category here. Usually the unique ID, or which acts like a primary key under each data set, will be connected together. Here, if it is a primary key, then here it will be a foreign. The connection, if they have customer ID, see here we have a product ID. Here we don't have a product detail. Here we don't have a customer detail. So both the data set what I have, there is no link between them because there is no connection. There is no proper, there is no unique column name between these two. We have a unique column name. We don't have a common unique column name between 2 data sources. So we will not be able to create a link between them. Model view. We have report view. This is your report view, the home page. Come to table view to see the tabular data structure. You can select any data set what you want to see. The third view is your model view, in which you can see the data model. I am removing the file and again I'm importing the file. So when you are removing it, it will ask you, are you sure you want to delete the sales data? Yes. Wait for a few seconds. Now I have no data. It's a blank Power BI desktop what I have. I need to import the data. See, here also you can select this get data option, or here also you can select, tap on it and import the file, or you can also select the file from here. First, I'm importing the Excel file. Your sales file is an Excel file. Your customer data is a CSV file. So I'm importing one by one. First, I will import Excel workbook. Select this Excel workbook, or you also have an option here, select this Excel workbook, connect it. It will show you multiple files and all the files are Excel only. CSV file will not appear here. For me, sales data is an Excel file. I'm importing it. Select the file, tap on open. Wait for a few seconds. Your data is getting loaded. It will ask you which sheet you want to grab within this Excel file. I just have only one sheet which I need to select. Select that sheet and then load it. After loading, the file name will be sheet 1. You need to change the file name to sales data. To have a better understanding on the data, to avoid confusion, make sure you give a right name to your data. For future understanding also, it will be easy. I will just rename it. So instead of sheet 1, I will just name it as, select this 3 dots. So I tap on the 3 dots and then you can come here, change it to sales data. So this is the sales data. You can just use the drop down to see all the columns which you have in this. This is how you will import the Excel sheet data, whether it is page 1, page 2, page 3, doesn't matter. For all the pages, same data you can use. You can, you can just close the drop down. Now I want to grab another data. So this indicates you are importing multiple data sources together to this workbook. I will select this get data option, come to this more and come to this file again, then go with this CSV, because the second file what I'm giving you, what I shared with all of you is a CSV file. That's a customer data. If you select Excel workbook and if you are checking for a CSV file, it will not appear because the format is different. If you're selecting PDF, then you should import PDF only, and other files it will not show. See, I'm selecting PDF. I will go to connect. I can only see all the PDFs here. I will not be able to see anything apart from PDF because that is the data filter which I added there. Okay. So I'm importing the CSV file now. Come here, select the CSV, connect, select the data. This customer data is your CSV file data. Connect that. Load it. See, CSV file data also looks similar to Excel file only. See, Microsoft Excel only has the option of CSV file. CSV is nothing but comma separated value, delimiter, which we call. So you have two files now. One file belongs to Excel and the other file belongs to CSV. You can come to table view. Table view, this you can see sales data. This is your sales data. Select customer data. Now this is your customer data which you can view. This is your tabular view of the data. Tabular structure. You can see here whether the data is in the tabular structure or not. You can select which one you want to see and you can see. See, when you select it, you can see how to identify. If you ask me, this shows this is the sales data. If you go to customer data, the name will automatically change and this is your customer data. Here also you can do modifications to your name, to the name of this data set. Hope this is clear how to import the data. And again, if you go to model view, if there are any common column names between these two data sets, it will be linked together. If you have a customer ID here, you also have a customer ID here. This customer ID from sales data will be linked to this customer data customer ID. That's how the link is created when they have a primary key. The primary key is here and it may act as a foreign key here. So I will show you that. We will discuss on that later related to data model. But this is your data model view in which you can see the schema of it. So what are the configurations? What are the things which we need to keep in mind whenever we are working with the data, especially the data setting? When connecting to data sources in Power BI, you can configure various properties to control how the data is accessed, refreshed, and used within our reports and dashboards. Privacy levels and refresh schedules. The reason is, as I already said, when we are working with a database, data privacy is very important. Maintaining a structured data and having a very good data security is very important. So refresh visual option I already showed you. There's an option called as refresh visual where you can refresh as the new data becomes available. So this privacy levels and reference schedules will usually work when you import the data from different databases. Public, organization, or private types of data is what we have. Power BI uses privacy levels to control how data from different data sources can be combined, ensuring secure, compliant data handling. Power BI has three privacy levels. If your data is a public data, or if your data is organizational data, or if your data is a private data, that you can easily check. And these are the three privacy levels what we have in Power BI. So where to check this public, organization and private, I will show you within next few minutes. So public data sources means files, internet data, shared workbooks, which can easily shared with people. The data what I sent you now, it's a public data. It's free to use. When I talk about the organization data, it is restricted. See, if it is my organization data, I should only work with my team members, and I should not share with other people. Maybe even within the team also, sometimes there will be restrictions. So outside the company, it's of course not at all possible. It's not possible and it should not be shared. There's a strict rule. So private data sources contain sensitive or personal information and cannot be combined with other data unless explicitly allowed. So public, organization, and private. The name itself talks about the data levels, the data security level. Data source location and path. In Power BI, the data source location is where the data is stored, and the path is the exact address used to access it, such as folder path or a server URL. You can see, like as soon as you go with the data, it will ask you which path you want to select: Excel file, CSV file, text, or different databases. That is your data source location. Understanding how to specify data source location, whether it is a local data or a network-based data or a cloud-hosted data or a database-driven. You need to understand if it is a local data will be in Excel file or a CSV file or a text file. If it is a network-based data, it's like a SharePoint or different CRM tools. If it is a cloud platform related data, then you need to add the server. If it is a database related data, there also you need to add the option that is the server. The one which I showed you few minutes back, no? So that is called as data source location and path, which you need to exactly give the path for the extraction purpose. See, this is your local, the local one. This is your database one. This is your Microsoft Fabric. This is the Power Platform. This is Azure related, and these are online platforms for a network based. And all other third-party options we have here. This is your data path location or a server. This information will be used by the Power BI to locate and to access the data. Local files, absolute path, the complete path to the file, including the drive letter, folder structure, and file name. See, this is your Excel sheet data. This is your local file example. Excel sheet, CSV file, text file are the local files. Network sheets, specific server name, and also you can write a query over there. With server name, usually when you are linking the different servers, data will be in CSV file, or sometimes it can also be in Excel file. Few platforms maintain Excel sheet data, few platforms maintain CSV file data. Usually 99.9% data will be in Excel or CSV only compared to text. Cloud storage, as you can see the different cloud platforms. Azure is also an application of Microsoft. Database, where you need to mention the database name, field name, server name. And these, apart from local, if you are linking network data, cloud data, database, you need to have a paid version because all these are taken care by organization. Personally, we don't maintain any database. For you to connect the organization, for sure you need a paid version. But you already know how to connect. Only we don't have a paid version, but we know how to connect. Performance, security, availability, and cost. The key consideration when it comes to data. The location of your data source can affect how quickly Power BI can access and process. The security measures in place at your data source location should be considered. So the security, if you have an Excel sheet data, if you're linking the Excel sheet data from your laptop to your desktop, the security measure on your laptop at that particular place, we need to take care. The location of your data source can influence how easily you can access. See, if you create multiple subfolders and if you are grabbing the data, it will take some time. If you have a very simple path, a very clear path to grab one file from that one folder without any multiple subfolders, it will be easy. The cost of sorting and accessing data can vary depending on the location. That's what, if you have a local drive, the local Microsoft or the CSV file in your desktop, you can use it for free. But if you're going with database and other options, it's a paid version. So next, let us move towards this data model selection. Shared semantic model, local data model. So what is the meaning of data model? Data model is where you have a structured data. The data is represented in a tabular format. The structured representation of data that defines how tables and their relationships are organized within the Power BI environment. Power BI supports two primary types of data models. One is shared semantic model and the other one is local model. You already know, we need a tabular data, we need a structured data. It is split into shared semantic model and the local data model. So what is this shared semantic model? So let us see that. So shared semantic model in Power BI, it helps us to work with a Power BI dashboard, a Power BI dataset published to the Power BI service, which can be used to create reports in different workspaces. Basically a live connection. Shared semantic models are stored in a shared workspace like a Azure Analytics service or a CRM tool or any common drive which is related to that organization where multiple people, multiple users can access the same data for analysis. It's a live data connection. As and when the data becomes available, the graphs, the data, everything will be updated. This will help us to handle the complex data, multiple columns, multiple hierarchies we can add. Can optimize data access and query performance for multiple users, facilitate data sharing and collaboration among the team members. For you to work with this semantic model, you need a paid version. It's a simple thing. We are connecting a organization data. It can be a database or it can be a different tools, a cloud-based platform, anything it can be. You are creating a path. You are linking the data. Sorry. So you are linking the data with respect to different servers, and then you are utilizing that data to create. That's called as shared semantic model. Sharing data and insights across multiple users. The same data See that whatever I shared, I shared with all of you, and you downloaded, you imported. Similarly, if it is related to any organization, multiple people can use the same data to create a dashboard however they want. Or one dashboard, what you created, can be accessed by all your team members, or maybe the whole organization can use your data and the dashboard. So, would we be learning how to connect data from different servers? See, different servers, as we don't have a particular server related to organization. I just showed you how to give a path and how to import the data. But the way you work with the data, the way you create the dashboard is same. Right now, we are not importing a database data. We are working with Excel sheet of data and the CSV file data only. But I mean, you already have an experience on how to import the data. I showed you the semantic data model. That is the way. That's how you will import the data. But after importing the data, the way data looks in data pane, the way data looks in data model, the way data looks in the table view, it is the same. Only thing is you are importing the data from a different source. If you are working with a semantic model, then you are importing data from different sources, from paid versions like SQL Server database. This is how you will import the data. You need to give a server name, you need to mention the database, select OK. Similarly, data will appear here from this server and from this database. Table view will be same, model view will also be same, the way you are seeing here. Data will be more maybe because it's the database data. Data will be of course more. Here it's a simple data, but you will work with large data also. I will show you how you can work with large amount of data. If you know SQL, then it will be easy because the query looks like the SQL query only. The query what you write here, no, that is also a SQL query. For example, I want to import this IDM data. I need to mention the server. I need to give the database name here. And here you can write a SQL query here to extract particular columns, or SQL is used basically to extract the data from a database. Here also we are extracting the data from a database by giving some instructions, by adding some conditions to it. So that's a SQL statement what we will write here. Similar to SQL, we have this DAX here. This is to work upon the data after importing. This query, what you are writing in the beginning during the data import stage, that is to import the data, you are writing a query. But after importing, to understand or to optimize the data, we go with this DAX query. So for all this, SQL is important. If you know SQL, it will be easy, but don't worry if you are new to it. If you practice it for some time, then it will become very easy. So whenever we work with the shared semantic model, it's also about working with enterprise level data, governance, and management. So local data model, when I talk about the local data, that is nothing but the Excel file data, even, the relation data, if you are extracting by writing a query with SQL, you can extract the data to Excel file or a CSV file and you can import it. The data what I sent you now, it's the Excel sheet data and the CSV file data, which you can easily use and you can import it. So easier to create and manage for small data set or for a simple analysis, allows for customization and tailoring of data models to specific report, provides a separate environment for each report. You see, customer data is a separate environment, sales data is a separate thing. It is not merged together. But you can create one dashboard using two data sets also. Even though you are not merging them together, but same dashboard you can create for multiple data sets together. So it is nothing but the data what you have in your local drive. Smaller data set, simple data. You can also have a large data, not an issue. But if you are importing, like how we are importing the Excel sheet now manually, then it's a local data model. So this is the difference between shared semantic model and a local data model. So location is where when I talk about semantic model, you are importing data from a different databases or data sources. Third-party tools, different services, shared workspace, different CRM tools. But when I talk about a local data model, it's a simple one: Excel file, text file, CSV file. Collaboration. This data, as it is available for the complete organization, multiple users can use it. But here, when I have an Excel sheet, I can share it with you. You can use it. It's a limited users. So this usually works shared semantic model for a large amount of data for complex analysis and also live connection. Here, smaller data, simple analysis. Even you can have a large data set, you can also work with complex analysis also. We can do it right now with the Excel sheet of data when you have a complex data. That is not an issue. But data is not available for everyone. Data is where you import it manually and can be managed at an enterprise level. And here only you personally can manage because we are working for ourselves. Sorry. Direct query, import, and composite are creating data models in a different way. Direct query, live query sent to the database, grab the data. You will write a query, you will select the server or you will select the database, you will write a query, you will grab the data. In a direct query mode, queries are executed on the source database in real time, ensuring that any report reflects the most current data available. When a report is viewed, Power BI queries the data source directly, ensuring access to the most up-to-date, the updated data information. This is a direct query. You will write a query. You will select the server. You will write a query and you will grab the exact data as per the query. Only if the query is correct, you can grab the data. If the code is incorrect, it is not possible for us to grab the data. So we need to check the code properly. So in this case, the performance, direct query can be slow. The reason is you are connecting to a database, you are writing a query. It will take some time to extract the data from a database to here. You can expect, it will take some time for you to grab the data. That's what I told. If you're checking something for today, you will get last 5 days of data. You will not be able to get exact today's live data. So there will be a gap of 4 to 5 days. Data source limitation, the performance and capabilities of direct query depending on the database or on the database. Some model features like calculated columns may be limited or unavailable in direct query. You are writing a query, on top of it, if you want to add new columns or new rows, it's not possible. So large data time, and when you're working with the real-time data, then you can go and make use of this direct query. Make sure the query or the code what you write is a straight and a simple without any complex calculations, because if you try to do that, it will take maximum time. You cannot prepare a proper dashboard out of it. That is the disadvantage. Import mode in Power BI, the Excel data, we have multiple options, no, like Excel sheet, CSV file, data imported from different sources, website, directly you can link a website to grab the data, or data from a social media platform. Here you need APIs, or sometimes you need some proper information to grab the data. Once imported, the data becomes a part of your Power BI model, allowing you to perform various transformation and analysis. This is how you will import the data. After you import the data, a model will be created, a complete picture or the dashboard will be created out of it. So you need enough storage data. You need to regularly refresh it as the new data becomes available. If the source data changes frequently, importing can lead to inconsistency between Power BI model and the source system. See, source is a CRM tool. Imagine you are linking the CRM tool data to it without writing a query. In this case, you are writing a query. In data query, you will write. Here, you will directly import without writing a query. Sometimes, you can import actual data within 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it will take maximum time. So whenever there is see in the Salesforce, you can see that there are 100 customers, but in your dashboard, you can see only 20 customer details because the remaining 80 customer details are new. And it will take some time for you to appear the same data in your dashboard. So there will be certain time limit. So there are chances that the data consistency which usually happens between the actual data and this Power BI data. Actual data is your source. Power BI data is the model after you create a path between the data source and the Power BI. Smaller data set, complex model can be created. Online and offline options, both we have. Composite mode in Power BI. Composite mode enables Power BI to combine the data from both import and direct query. If you see the option there, you can import it. At the advanced options, you can see where you can also write a query on top of it. You are importing the data and also you are writing a query, which will again take a longer time. With composite models, you can connect multiple data sources, some using import mode, others using a direct query, and model them together using a relationship. That means the data model option. If there are common columns between, you can create a relationship between them, and you can also calculate certain columns. That is your composite mode. You will be learning all this in the coming up sessions. So storage mode configuration, model performance, data behavior differences, because you are grabbing data from different sources. Not every time you get the actual count. Again, it will take some time for you to get the actual count. Be aware of the limitation. The disadvantages are maximum when it comes to composite mode. Real-time accuracy is quite less. If you want a very good data within lesser amount of time, faster queries, then you can go with the import option. If you want a real-time data, then you need to write a query to connect it. So when you have available data in different sources like a hybrid data mode, then you can go with this composite large model, real-time and processed data, pre-processed. See, real-time data you are grabbing and also you are writing a query on top of it for processing it. So let us see how we can go and do all the necessary settings for maintaining a data privacy and also where to refresh the data and how to check the data access. Let us check that in our Power BI. As we are working with the paid version, we don't have the organization related privacy option. Come to this, select this options and settings. Data source settings you need to select. This is your privacy. We are going with the data privacy check now. We need to maintain the data properly. So you can see we have 2 data sets available now. You can see change the source or export PBIDS, edit permission, clear permission. So there will be multiple files sometimes. This is your global permission. You don't have any permission saved on the computer. The reason is this is my personal laptop and this is not something related to organization. I can see a question. Okay, you want me to repeat the step. Okay, this is the data. This is your Power BI. Select this file option on top. You can see Home, Insert, Modeling, View, Optimize and Else. You can also see the file option. And you can see here, we cannot sign in. You can go with this options and settings. First, let me show you what are the options we have. So coming to option, So you can see here, always detect column times and headers for unstructured sources. These are by default option what you have. Power Query Editor, Direct Query. See, for Direct Query, you should also have a organization account, but you can see Python scripting if you want privacy. So always combine data according to privacy level settings for each source, or combine data according to each file's privacy level settings. Always ignore privacy level settings. So combine data according to the privacy level settings. You can, it by default will be there, but you can just check. Save to computer by default. If you want to store all the documents for saving, you can select it. Usage data, it is selected. By default, it is English. It is English. Use application language or always English. Use the application language. Application language is also English. Coming to current file. So my current file is customer data and the sales data. Regional settings, privacy settings. Combine data according to privacy level settings. This is what by default I will keep. For semantic model, for now I don't have option to semantic model. You can see this works for paid version. Report settings. Don't allow end user to save filters. You can select it when you're sharing with people. When you don't allow the other users to save the filters on the file what you have. This occurs with Power BI service with paid version. So this is your privacy setting options. And another one. And now I showed you about options. Now if you go to data source settings, you can usually the privacy levels, you can check in options what I showed you few seconds back. If you go to options, data source settings, no, this is related to the data source settings what we have. See, are you sure you want to clear the permission for this entry? If you clear it, you will have no way of getting it back. Edit permission, privacy level. Now you can see, I mentioned, there are 3 levels of privacy: public data, organization data, and the private level data. So if this data set is public data, you can select public data, select OK. Or if this is organization related data, select this and tap on OK. If this is private data, then select it, tap on OK. This is how you will edit the changes. By default, it will be none because we are working with the normal free version. So it will be none. So if you want to export, see, I selected this data and I'm doing all the changes here. If you select sales data, then you are doing the changes for the sales data. Individually, you need to do. Now I selected the customer data. If you want to export this, you can export this Power BI data. This is nothing but Power BI data source. Your see, the CSV file is already here. If you again want to export the CSV file for you, then you can select the file and you can export it. If you want to select both the files together, select tap Control on your keyboard and select them together, and then see edit permission. Both the files, see 2 entry level selected. Whatever you want, you can apply. You can do the changes. But at a time, both the files you cannot download. Individual files you can download. If you want to change the file, you can see change the source here. Browse where you have this file. If you want to rechange, see, I want to change the file to a new file. Select this, tap on OK. The new file will appear here and the other one will be replaced. This is to change the file, replace the file in this data source settings. So options and data source settings will help you to work with the higher level of your data for this permission, for settings, privacy level. It will help you. Global permission is for paid version. So I repeat again, select this file, come to this options and settings. You will find options and data source settings. Select this, explore it. It's a very simple options what you all have. As per your requirement, you can do the changes. By default, changes will be there. But again, if you want to apply on top of it anything, you can select it. So the key takeaways here, Power BI connects to various data sources, Excel files, CSV files, SQL databases for your analysis and for reporting. Data connectors are the bridge that Power BI uses to connect to various data sources. Privacy levels, as I said, it can be a public or an organization or a private. This is one of the important interview questions, especially for business analyst or for data analyst. And if if the job description expects you to Power BI is mandatory, if your manager is asking some questions related to Power BI and a data security is what usually organization people will think. So this is very important. Public, organization, and private are the ways to control the data and the dashboard of Power BI. Data source location refers to where data is stored and the path to understand the exact address of the data. Data model structures and stores data for analysis using either a shared semantic model for centralized use or a local model for individual report. So these are the important points, whatever we discussed so far related to our Power BI and different data sources option. So in today's call, in a nutshell, we have discussed on how we can import the data from different data sources to our Power BI platform. It can either be a Excel file data, CSV file data, or from a different server. We know how to create a path, how to import, we know. After importing, how data looks in a table view, in a data model view, we also observed it. So don't worry, I will show you how, I will help you how to create all this. Now just understand the different tabs. Different tabs you can see it is consisting of different analysis. We imported the data from different data sources. See, target. This entire target is calculated. This entire thing is calculated. This is the date time data type. And this is the product data. This is the region-wise data. An hierarchy is created. I will show you how you can create this. This is reseller data. In reseller, we again have a hierarchy which is created. This is a sales data what we have. This is a salesperson data. This is a salesperson with the performance data. This is a schema out of it. This is a salesperson region-wise data. Let us see the table view. This is your date data. This is the target. This is the product related data. This is the region-wise data, reseller data, sales data, salesperson, data, and this is salesperson performance data, salesperson region-wise data. Wherever you can see this option, no, you can see this is a query related. We have mentioned a query, and then these columns are created with this calculation. I will show you how to do all this calculation. So we have data available in different formats, different data types, again available in different files also. We imported all the data available here. This is the data model. So this is how, if there is a connection between one file with another file, you can see the direct connection. You can see the complete link of it. This is the first main data. This is to product. You have a product key linked together. Here we have a date. Here we have a date. Here employee ID, employee key we have, which is linked together. Here target. Target is getting linked with employee key, employee ID. Sorry, this data is linked with this date. This data is not directly linked to this. This data is linked to sales performance because employee ID and employee ID are common. Many to one connection this is. And there is a connection. You can see the entire data model. Last Power BI which I showed you, there was no link created between the two data models. The reason is there was no primary key or the common unique key between them. The common key was not there. But now you can see this is your entire data model. So one-to-one connection, one-to-many connection, you can see as soon as I move the cursor, you can see which key is helping to connect one data with another data. Here it is product key, sales data and a product. Here it is date, order date. Here it is employee key. Here it is target or month. Data between these two, it is employee ID. To understand, this is sales person based on employee key. You can expand it. And here this link is between sales and a region. This is your entire data model. We'll talk about it later. For now, I'm giving you information just how it looks when we merge multiple data sets together with a common ID or a common column. So see, if I select Australia, you can see there's no data to Australia. Canada, you can see. Central, you can see. France, you can see. Germany, you can see. You can see it is an interactive dashboard. As soon as I do any changes to this filter, you can see the dashboard graphs are also getting changed. See now, if I go to Germany, no data. France, you can see the data. And this data is taken care with respect to this region. You can see this is taken. This filter is available from this, data set. Select all. Everything is here. Select this dashboard. You can see this graph is created with the help of date data and the sales data. If I select this graph, you can see from which you can see all the options. I've selected different data from, I've selected different columns from different data sets to create this. I will show you in the coming up class how to create all this. For now, please understand the data source. So if I select this graph, you can clearly make out I have selected the data that is product and sales from these two files. Another filter, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022. 22, we don't have a data. 21, we have no data. 2020, we have a data. So this is your filter. Here and the region are the two filters what we have. You can select this filter pane and you can see this is the filter, this is what this filter which we have. And this is the dashboard which is created by using multiple data columns from different sources. So as soon as you select the data, you can see which data sources link to it. Now to move towards profit, the next page. Have the same data set. This is profit based on the region. Australia, you can see in 2020, we have received 108 orders, sales, cost, profit margin is negative. Canada, central region. See, it's not only about creating a dashboard, it's also a story, what it is telling us we need to understand. It's not that I created this combo of a bar graph with line. So what it is telling me that in 2019, you can see the profit is very less. But in 2019 November, the profit gradually increased, especially the profit got increased from September to October, November, December until May, entire month, the profit you can see increased. Only before 2019 September, the profit is very less. This is called as data storytelling, not only about creating the graphs, we should also concentrate on how to create these graphs. What are the principles behind it? All this comes in the next class. Today it is only to understand the data source, how to link and other things. So I will explain you in the coming up class, nothing to worry. So this is the performance. So this is the financial year 2019. This is sales, targets, variance, and the margin. Month on month, you can see sales, what is the sales and what was the target given. This is sales and target based on month. This is horizontal and vertical difference. Now, no much changes. Okay. No much changes, horizontal and vertical difference. If I go and select 2018, this is for 2021 and 22, we only have the target data. We don't have the actual sales data. So you can see here. So to create all this, I will show you that in the coming up class. Now I'm just helping you to understand the data storage link here. So you already know that multiple column, how to import multiple data sources, how to view multiple table. I mean, you already also know about the table view, how to understand the data of different tables. And then you also know about model view, how it looks. How to create, how to understand, I will tell you after we import the data once we start creating the dashboard. You also have an option here to reset the layout. So this is the data. This will be automatically linked. You need not have to do it. So this will be automatically linked. If you want to delete, you can delete it. So Microsoft Power BI with AI assistant. So today's concept, today's content is all about preparing the data set. So Power BI connects to various data sources. A recap, like whatever we discussed in the last call, last 2 days, last week, 2 days. So Power BI connects with different data sources, which you already know. Data can be, dashboard can be static or a dynamic. You can create it with the help of data. And you also know about privacy levels and source location helps to control the data. The data model organizes and stores data using shared or a local models to support analysis and the reporting. Power BI supports three important types of data. One is directly importing the data, and the other one is the query, the direct query, where you will import the data with the help of different databases, or maybe you will write certain query on top of it and you can import the data. So different ways of importing the data, but as soon as you import the data you will be able to see in model view, and you also can see that in the report view. In report view, model view, table view, or the different views what we have, it will help us in understanding the data. So a major retail company is preparing for its quarterly executive review. The business intelligence team is tasked with presenting a regional sales performance in Power BI. However, upon reviewing the data set, you notice several issues. Inconsistent data formats, misspelled the region names, missing the sales figure. Would you go ahead and build the dashboard with this messy data? What would be your first step in this process? See, whenever you receive the data, you already know first you need to have a very good domain knowledge, and then you need to understand the business, and then you need to understand the data. So when data quality is incorrect, we cannot build a dashboard and you cannot even expect a good result out of it. So when you prepare a dashboard, it is our responsibility before creating to do all sanity checks. That is data quality check, or if there is any spelling mistakes, or if there is any null values, if there are any duplicates, data inconsistent check, or the irrelevant data, if you have, you need to convert that irrelevant data to a relevant data, or converting unstructured data to a structured data is a very important. So first step, as soon as you import the data, is to clean the data. Okay. So by the end of today's session, you will be able to understand why data quality is important. What are the different options we have with respect to Power BI normal tool, and also with the Power Query. You will also be learning Power Query or Power Editor, which we say. Identifying the errors during the data import to ensure the data is complete and accurate. select appropriate column data types, and create and transform the columns to effectively represent and to manipulate the data, transform queries to improve their efficiency and performance, identify and create appropriate keys to establish the relationship between the different data types or data entities. So you can clearly make out how to clean the data, how to check the data quality also after cleaning to cross verify, how to replace, how to remove the existing data, or how to add the data to it, how to add new columns or how to add new rows, append, merge, everything we will be learning in today's call. It's all, you will get hands-on experience maximum compared to last week, I can say. So please, so first thing is to clean the data. What is the purpose of cleaning the data? The main agenda of creating this dashboard is to take a business decision. And if a person is taking a decision based on this data, the data should be accurate. So if the data is not accurate, the decision what is taken by the business management team will be completely, incorrect, or you will not be able to achieve the target. It's a crucial step in Power BI data modeling process. It involves transforming your raw data into a format that's suitable for analysis and visualization. So data shaping or data structure you can call, or data cleaning, for creation, or sorry, for creating a dashboard, you can give a name to it, not an issue. So data shaping is all about data pre-processing or data transformation we can call. So you already know how to import the data. Again and again, I will not repeat the same step. So you will import the data using Excel sheet. If you have, then you need to select it and then you need to import it. Then you can create a dashboard out of it. Later, you will publish the report. But for you to publish the report online, you need to have a paid version. Right now, we are concentrating on the free version, whether it is paid version or the free version. Cleaning, data quality, data transformation, all these options are available for us. So nothing to worry. When it comes to only publishing the report, you may not have the option. But apart from that, for all other things, for Power Query also, everything as a paid version user, you will be able to access and work. So it's a powerful tool that enables user to connect to various sources, then clean and transform the data before analyzing it. So connecting different data sources, you already know. You can connect the data directly from a database, or you can also import the Excel sheet data or a CSV file data directly from your laptop to this Power BI. So Power Query Editor connecting to data sources, it is the process of connecting to external data source. So usually when you go with Power Query or when you are creating a dynamic dashboard, usually we link the database data to this dashboard. It is a process of connecting to external data sources and preparing that data for analysis and visualization within the Power BI platform. So what is this Power Query? You have seen Power BI. After you import the data, you can go with the transform option. It will take you towards Power Query. That means within the Power BI platform, you have a linked option, you have a linked application, that is Power Query Editor. This is used for you to clean the data. Within the Power BI only, it will take you to a next part, that is Power Query Editor. And this is an advanced topic of Power BI. So you are learning, see, earlier Power Query was not integrated with Power BI. If I just give you an example, if I go back almost 3 to 4 years back, Power Query was a different one. It was not integrated with Power BI. So now they merge together so that people can go with the advanced analysis and advanced calculations. So I will show you that, first we will understand what exactly it is. So when we go with Power Query Editor, data cleaning and data transformation comes into picture. There are essential steps in the data analysis process, and Power BI provides robust tools to handle these tasks efficiently. So when it comes to data cleaning, It involves identifying and correcting errors, inconsistency, and inaccuracy in the data. So data cleaning, the main agenda we know, to remove the outliers or to remove or to correct the errors or to remove the irrelevant data, any inconsistency if we have or if the data is incorrect, it is our priority to clean it first. Data cleaning. Coming to data transformation, see, data transformation is where you're modifying the entire structure of the data. Data cleaning is where you concentrate more on the data values. I repeat again, you can expect a very good interview question and an important question here. What is the difference between cleaning and transforming? Data cleaning and data transformation you can expect. You will learn more about it, but still now, data cleaning is where you concentrate on the data numbers or data values. Data transformation is where you will concentrate on the data structure. You will try to convert rows to columns, columns to rows, pivot and pivot. That is there. So data cleaning is where we will more concentrate on the data inconsistency, values. Here in data transformation, entire data structure. It's a very, I mean, the difference is very easy, but sometimes, it is a bit tricky to understand. So when I talk about data cleaning and data transformation, you can see here, like removing the duplicates, handling if there is any missing values, concentrating on different data types, what we have, data formatting. See, removing the duplicates is to maintain the proper data and maintaining the unique values to get the right result at the end. Handling the missing values, you have a right data, you have a unique value, but still some of the values are missing. Some of the maybe in some cell, try to imagine Excel, some of the values are having some missing data. If you apply any operation on this, you will not get the right result because of the missing value. Usually what we do is, when any of the numerical value is missing, we will replace that either with 0 or by taking an average of all other values what we have in that column. We will replace that null value either with 0 or by taking an average. Coming to changing the data type. Sometimes when the data structure is incorrect, we need to concentrate on the data type. If not, we will not be able to create graphs. Sorry. So then concentrating on different data types. Again, sorry, to add on one more point, it completely depends on what data we have. We also need to concentrate on the data from where we are getting, how the data is, and we need to take certain decisions based on checking the previous value also. So to move on to the next one, it is changing the data types. So to concentrate on different data types, we can easily identify the data type in Power BI. And then formatting the data again, if you want to convert month, year, it is like a date, month, and then year. And if you want to do the formatting, maybe short date or a long date options, what we have, that can also be done. So changing the data type is also possible, and that is nothing but formatting the data. You can also you can add a formula and you can create a new column, creating a calculated columns. You will be learning all this in today's call. So how to create new column, by creating a new column in the sense, adding a formula, you are creating a new column, merging and appending the data, pivot and unpivot, grouping and aggregating the data. So we will be learning all this. You will be getting hands-on experience on this, and all these are possible with respect to Power Query. So not only Power BI, we are going with the advanced application of this, that is Power Query. Hope it's good to go. I believe you have no questions, but if you have anything, you can please let me know. So the key components of working with this Power Query editor. See, Power Query editor, the name itself says it is a query. Sometimes you will write formulas, sometimes you will write the entire query to get the result. The editor provides a user-friendly interface with a ribbon-based layout, and it is easy to understand the icons. Formula bar will help you to know the formula, and if you want to edit the formula, you can do that. In Excel sheet, how we have on top formula bar, in a similar way, we also have it in Power BI. The query steps pane displays a list of all the transformation applied to our data. making it easy to understand, and you can also modify the transformation in the query. I will show you all that. We'll learn all this now. So intuitive interface, formula bar, query steps, which you will be concentrating and learning, query folding, and custom functions. The Power Query editor can push a certain transformation back to the data source, improving query performance and reducing the data transfer. Query will help us to enhance the data quality, and also data optimization is possible. Optimization is nothing but again to increase the data quality. We go with this optimization technique that we also have it in Python. So custom functions, user can create their custom functions to automate a repetitive task and streamline their data preparation process. For us to prepare the data as how you want the formula, if you want to add new column or if you want to delete the existing column. So those custom functions are easily accessible and you can also add it easily. To simplify the data structure, we make sure the name consistency, data retention, we go with this Power Query editor. So databases serve as containers for holding a related collection of data. See, this is your entire database. All the data will be stored in the database. It is holding the entire data, whatever we are expecting. So for you to create a dashboard, you will create a path to grab the data from database to this Power BI. There is a path which is created. Data retention is here, name consistency is here, and you are using a Power Query editor. Name consistency is because all the databases will be, again, the data will be encrypted here. That will be stored in different databases, and it will be in different tables. From that, you are extracting the data. So data retention, retaining the data. Name consistency is to maintain the proper name for different databases and for different data sets. Use Power Query editor to do all this transformation. You need to know the advantage of all this. What is the purpose of going and everything? Using and everything. So to simplify the data structure, if you want to rename the queries, whatever the transformation you are doing, if you want to rename it, you can do that. The main purpose of using Power Query is to concentrate on the queries, to replace the values, to replace the particular values you want to change, for us to understand the data easily, we can replace the values. Especially categorical data will be converted to numerical data for machine understanding. That's an example what we do, especially in machine learning models, to convert categorical data to numerical data. Here also it is possible. Anything you can convert, category to numbers or numbers to categories. To replace the null values, if you have any null values, or usually the blank cells will be mentioned as NULL, that you can replace it with 0. Then to remove the duplicates, again, to maintain the unique data and to avoid, the repetition of the same numbers, we will go and we will remove the duplicates. Column wise, we can remove the duplicates. See, whatever the operations you are doing here, you can also do it in Excel sheet. So if you know Excel very well, the same operations, we also have a Power Query which is added with Excel sheet. That there also you can do all these operations. To rename the query will be usually towards, just a second. Just a second. Okay. So cleaning data for healthcare in Power BI, this is the first, answer on what we will be doing for today. I'm giving you so much of explanation. I just don't want to keep the session boring. First, let me show you. Let us import the data, and then again, I will start from the scratch. So this is the blank report, new report, which I opened just now. You can also open the file and you can see this get data option. Tap on this get data option, go with this more. And you can see this option called as text or a CSV file. Just tap on it again and then connect it. See, patient data I have. In the last week, we used the customer data, if you remember. I'm helping you to get this patient data and then tap on open. Make sure you select the CSV. If not, you will not be able to import. So you can see here, it's a very simple data. I have only 5 rows. I'm importing it. You can load this data first. Wait for a few seconds. I hope you all imported. You can see here all the columns. And if you want to go and check the data, you can see here you have so many views. Go with the table view to check the entire data in the structured format. So this is the table view of our data. Patient data. I can see a message imported. Okay. Hope you all imported the same file.
Meghna, sorry.
Yes.
Can you once again go back and start once again the second one after you loaded?
As soon as I loaded, I didn't show anything there. I just
Okay.
came to this PPT.
Okay.
I will show you that. As of now, I didn't do any operation on the
Okay.
data. I will show you one by one.
Okay.
So requesting all of you to please load the data and keep it, make sure you open the blank report and you load the data. So replacing the value is to replace the particular value. Replacing the null values, wherever there is null, it will be replaced with 0. And then we have directly we can remove the duplicates by selecting the particular column. By selecting multiple columns also, you can remove the duplicates. When you are removing the duplicate by considering all the data, it is good to go. Because sometimes categories will be repeated. Categories of different month sales will be different. So select all the data and then go with the duplicate removal, because all other rows also you need to concentrate. Accessing data types and properties. So the main purpose of understanding properties and the data type is very important. So first thing is detecting data types automatically. When importing data, Power BI scans the first 1,000 rows to determine column type. If data types are mismatched, it can lead to slower query and execution will also be late. Manual data entry in CSV or Excel file can cause inconsistency in column data type. Let me show you how this works in our. As soon as you import the data in Power BI, you can see the summation option, summation icon. So this is nothing but we have a numerical data in this column. In this column also we have a numerical data. So this Power BI, it's automatically identifying the data type. How Python programming language works, there also it automatically recognizes the data type. Here also, this Power BI automatically recognizes the data type. This is data model. This is DAX. So this is the data what we have. You can also go to this transform. If you want to open your Power Query editor, as soon as you import the data, you can see load option, transform option. There also you can tap on transform option to directly go towards Power Query. Or you can come here and select this transform data option. Here also, this will take you towards the Power Query. You can see the Power Query editor. See, this is your Power Query. So today we are more towards getting hands-on with respect to this. So please concentrate. See, this is numerical data. So 1, 2, 3. It indicates it's a numerical data, ABC. So you imported the data now. You need to do some calculations. You need to Go and check the data type. Select this transform data just in the middle. You can see this transform data. So select this transform data option. It will take you towards a Power Query editor. Hope that's clear. Hope you all can see this Power Query editor. You can move your cursor and so and you can check. This is your rename option for whatever the query you are doing. Whatever the query you do, no, whatever the transformation you do, it will appear here. I will show you that. You can close it. So this is the data what we have. Total 7 columns we have and 5 rows we have. So this is your transform data option, and it is automatically identifying the data type. 1, 2, 3 indicates numerical data. ABC indicates character or a string data, which we can call. You also have an option that is refresh here. See, as soon as you refresh it, you can see the 8 rows. Here what you are applying, no, this is by default what you have. Again, whatever the operations, whatever the modifications you are doing, it will appear here. That is called as renaming the query. I will show you that. Right click on the column. See, I just selected the first column. Right click on that. You can see remove other columns, duplicate the column. Now imagine I will duplicate the column. As soon as I duplicate, the new column, the duplicated column will always appear at the end. This is how we will duplicate or copy the same column. And this you can see as soon as I did the changes, you can see the new query got added. This is where we will rename the query. Right click on this, you can rename it. This is how whatever the operations you do, that is called as query in case of Power Query. You did a change, you added a new column to your existing data. So that the changes what you did, it is considered as a query. This is the steps. You can see all the applied steps are here. What you did now, it's a column duplication. So you can see duplicated column. You can just right click on this, rename it, or if you want to delete it, or if you want to insert a step after, before that, if you want to add anything. This is customization. I will delete it. So if you want to change it, if you want to rename it, here is where you can rename. What is this? You created another patient ID column. You copied it. So copied patient ID. Just for your understanding, you will give a proper column name to it. This is a query change. This is not a column name change. This is a query name change. So that when you see the query, okay, this is the query which talks about you copied a column. That transformation it is talking about. This is how you will rename the query towards your right hand side. Right hand side, the entire applied steps is for you to concentrate on the queries, whatever we did onto this. I mean, the transformation or the changes, whatever we did on this data. Okay, so you already know how to rename the queries towards your right hand side, the steps, whatever we do the changes. So there, if you want to give a new name, because it will show the common or a general term for us to understand again, in future, if you just want to go back and check what queries you did the changes. So as per your understanding, you can give a name to it. So that is renaming the query. Rename unclear queries using a rename option to more familiar and the descriptive names. So replacing the values. Let us see how to replace the values now. I will share. Okay, so this is the data what we have. This is the table view of the data. You can, just a second, you can see 8 rows now. So this is table view. See here also you can do the modification. It's not that always you need to go and make use of Power Query. Here also you can do some basic modifications. Here also you can see the text data type. So it shows, but we are going towards Power Query now to concentrate on the additional features. Just a second. So this is the data. So now let us see how we can replace the data and how we can replace the null values. Two options. So one thing is you want to replace the data now. For example, right click on that. You can see here, replace the values. It is the same what we do in Excel, no? Control R. If you just go with Control R or Control F, we will find and we will replace it. So what you want to replace, wherever it is 8, I want to replace it with 8 dot. Find this, replace it with this new data. Eight dot it is not taking. I will change it with 800. See, 8 is getting changed to 800. If I remove this now, what action it was taken, it will be replaced with the original data. Like it is just undo. Undo option we will use no in Excel sheet. The same thing is happening here. That is to replace. It's not only with the numbers. You need to select the particular column, select it, go with the replace values. You will find the data here, for example, and you want to replace it with a different name. You can see advanced option also. Match entire cell content, replace using special characters. So wherever it was the name, now it is added with a new term. Again, if you unselect it, if you delete it, you will get the original data. If you save it, original data will be saved. This is how you will replace the existing values, and it can be anything. But another example, you want to replace 700 with this 7. Okay. See, you did some changes, but as we already know, we don't have 700 in this column. And 700, if it is there, it was supposed to be replaced with 7. We don't have the data. Actual data itself is not there. You can see the query here. So replace value wherever it is 700 to replace it with 7. But we don't have anything called as 700 in this column. You can see the column name here called as patient name. So no changes. Even if you delete it, no effect, no data changes. Of this works. You can see the previous, this particular query, here it is. Earlier it was Mala, now it is getting changed to a different name. If you remove this also, then original data will be there. This is how we will replace the values. Now you can see how to replace the null values. We have a null value here. Select the column, and then you can see here, this is to replace, see, remove the duplicates. This, if you select in this column, remove duplicates. Duplicates will be removed and the existing data is here. But see, please be very careful when you're removing the duplicates, especially only by selecting one column, because it will affect the other data. See, here it is heart disease, diabetes, broken leg is the unique data. But see, heart disease for this person John Doe 35, John Doe 35, actually copied it. Select all the data. Select multiple columns where you want to check, the duplicate, select everything and then come here. Now go with the remove duplicates. Now you have removed the duplicates. This is how, by selecting everything, you're removing the duplicate. You can see still this John 35 male RDC is still here. The reason is the ID is different. Here all the data what we have is unique data. So when you select everything, as this is unique data, so no changes is happening. Here also, if John Doe was 1, for example, I will change this data. Replace value. 5 will be replaced with 1. Only one cell also you can select and you can do the changes. Now select everything. Control and then select all of this. Right click, remove duplicate. Now you can see John is removed. The reason is that was the only column with a different number. You remove that also. You change that And now you can see that data is removed. If you save it, the Power BI file will be updated with this sub in records. I will delete this. I will delete this also. This is the data what we have. So you already know how to work on this rename query, replace the values, replacing the null value. So here we have a null value. So if you want to replace that, it's a blank value, right? So you can directly see this, replace the values. What value it is, nothing to find. You want to replace it with 456. See now, whenever you want to replace the null values, make sure what you want to find is blank. And the second one is what to fill. That's 456 what I fill, and you can see 456 here. But 456 data type is different, and this data type is different. Maximum of the column is belonging to string data or a character data. So it is identified as ABC only. Okay, so first I will just replace this value now. I will just replace the value. It is 456 and that will be replaced with BP. I will just add this. Now you can see the data. It is BP. So here also what you can do is, for example, if you want to apply for a particular thing, you can come here. You can put a filter to it. For example, here it was null, right? So you want to fill the null only for females. So you need to select female only, and then you can use it, and then you can apply a filter. So like we need to do again, it's a manual task only. I don't want to say that it is easy. It's a manual task, whatever you're doing on this Power Query. Okay, so this is the data now. I just replace the null value compared to my original data, and I will save this. Wait for a few seconds until it is saved. See, it will show you this patient data updated. Now come and see this. See, now this has been updated with BP. You need to wait for a few seconds or else Power BI will hang for sure. Okay, so now you can see the null value is replaced with this BP. So replacing the values, replacing the null values, removing the duplicates, all the topics we are clear now. Just right click on the column or select multiple columns if you want to replace all together. And if you are checking the duplicates by considering the entire data, make sure you select all the columns and then remove the duplicates. So remove duplicates, replace the values, you already know how to work on this. So anything you want me to repeat? The main purpose of using this is to concentrate on the data quality, addressing if there is any mismatch in the data. You can filter the data, you can use the drop down option and you can see the data filter. So next, let us move towards data profiling tools. They are essential for understanding the characteristics and data distribution, column quality, column distribution, column profile. Why we go with this data profiling tool is to understand the data column quality. I will show you how it looks in Power BI. I will show from the beginning. I will just close this. See, this is the Power BI dashboard. I hope you all can see the blank Power BI. Again, let us move towards transform data. So hope you all can see the Power Query now. Now you can move towards view data, view option. You can see transform, add column, view. The main purpose of using Power Query is to add new rows, add new columns with the help of queries or doing the data transformation. So you have a tab separately for transformation and again for adding the column. Let us move towards view now. Let us concentrate on view. You want to view the data quality, data column, column distribution and other perspective coming to data quality. So here you can see in this each column, what is the error rate, if it is any null value. I have already replaced the null value. So empty is 0%, error is 0% and valid data, again, it is 100%. If earlier, if you have not filled the data, if you have any blank space here, then you will see the different percentage. You can move your cursor and you can see. And in this column, everything is unique, 8 distinct, 8 unique. So unique will talk about without any repetition. Here you can see totally in this column, we have 3 distinct values, out of which one value is not repeated, that is failed. Successful is repeated, in progress is repeated, whereas failed is not repeated, it is one unique. That's the difference here. So when you go with column distribution, you can see, you can also expect this as interview question. What is this difference between distinct and unique? It's quite confusing, but distinct talk about the entire column unique data, whereas unique count talks about only the one non-repeated value I can see. So this is column distribution and this is column profile. So if I select column profile, you can see the complete statistics of the column. So what is the total count of elements? It is 8. If you have any error, 0 error. Any empty cell, 0 empty cell. I think if you have anything which is empty, it will appear as 0. I mean, if you have one cell which is empty, empty 1. If you have 5 cells empty, empty 5. The count of null values will appear under empty. Distinct data. So here also you can see there are total 5 records, out of which non-repeated records are 3. And then you can see minimum, maximum. This works if you have a numerical data, the entire data description, basically this is called as descriptive stats. If you know Python, we have a describe method with respect to Python method in pandas. Using pandas library, we can go with describe method, which will describe the entire column. Similarly, the same options we have here. So this, if you go and select the category, no, you don't get that minimum. You get, see, minimum and maximum you will get, but you will not get like average, standard deviation, even, odd. The entire stats will not work for categorical data. You can see only the common, because whenever I say stats, it is for numerical data. It is not for categorical data. Okay, so these are the different options what we have to understand the column better. You can select whatever you want, and if you can also unselect if you don't want it. This is your formula bar. If you unselect it, you will not see the formula bar. This comes under view option. So you all know about column quality, column distribution, and column profile. In column quality, on top you can see the error, the percentage. In column distribution, you will be able to see the data distribution. In column profile, you will see the data descriptive stats. Requesting all of you to please go and check on your own. Okay. So yes, column quality will let us know the value count, unique values, duplicate, null, or the error. And also the data type on column label only, automatically it can see. So this is your column. You can see the column quality here, valid, the error, and the empty. So under view tab, you will be able to see the column quality. You need to select this option. If not, it will not appear. The advantages of column quality. So enhanced data analysis, you can understand the data better, main thing. And then to take a decision, if you have a good data, it is easy to take decision. Before you directly go and apply any changes on the column, before you transform the data, before you replace any value, before you do anything on the data, please consider this as the first step. Come select these options and check the entire view of data. It is time saving, of course. If error is 0%, you don't need to do any changes. So please check this first and then take necessary action. So this is your column distribution, the unique data and the distinct value. It is a powerful tool that allows users to visualize and analyze the distribution of values within a specific column of the data set. You already know the data distribution in terms of bar graph, distinct data, unique data. See here you can observe A is repeated twice, B is repeated twice, C is repeated once. 3 distinct, product A, product B, product C. Out of this, product fee is not repeated twice. It is the unique data in that column. It's like first counting all unique data, entire column unique data, and then only checking for the non-repeated value. That's the meaning of the value, I can say. This is your column distribution. Advantages or key features, you can then you can see the bar graph, no? So to understand or to check only the non-repeated value, to customize it, you can understand how many categories are present in that column easily. It's not a histogram. This is a column. This is not an histogram. So then again comes the column profile. If you select the column profile option here, as you can see this column profile, you can see the complete statistics of the column, or you can also call that as a descriptive statistics. Or in general, it is statistics only. In depth, it is called as descriptive statistics as per Python. So whether it's Python or Power BI, the analysis, what we are doing is different. So let us proceed further and understand the different issues, what comes in. See, whatever the changes we did now, it is all transforming the column. As soon as you select the data, you can see transform column here coming up. It will only concentrate on the data column wise. Any calculations, any analysis you do based on the column, this transform column types comes into picture. I will show you here. I will remove all this. Make sure you keep white spaces, because if you have any tab space in between, it will appear. Select the column. Here you will be able to see the different options with respect to it. So now move to transform. See, your source is selected here. If you select the replace value, you can see replaced value. If you select duplicates, it is getting changed to the duplicates removal part. So detect the data type. If you select, you will be able, so it detected the data type. You can see the new addition one got added here. My cursor was here. My cursor was on before that. So the changes is here. I'll remove this. Deleting the step. Coming to the transform option. If you want to do any changes like lowercase changes, alphabets, uppercase, lowercase, trimming the data is to clean the white spaces. To check the length of that particular data, you can go and select this length. So this is nothing but 10 elements, 11 elements, 10 elements, 6 elements. You can see earlier it was alphabets. It got changed to total count of elements now. You can see the transform columns. Any changes you do on the column, it is transforming the changes. So I don't want this. I want to see the original data. So you need to create a new column and then you need to apply that function. So transform data usually transforms the existing column automatically as and when you apply any method on top of it. So earlier it was 7 to 8. See, successful SUCCESSSUL. Totally it is 10 elements. Instead of you seeing this original data, if you go with the transform column, especially with this, to check, see, these are the options what we have with respect to transform. Length, clean, a lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word. See, if I go with capitalize each word, it's already in caps, so you don't see much changes. But I will select it, come to transform, everything to lowercase. Now everything is changed to lowercase if you observe. We transformed this table, the existing table only I transformed. I didn't copy that table, I didn't do the changes to the other table. I did changes to the same table. That is called as transforming the column. You need to come to transform, Or if you see here, there also you can right click and you can see this transform option. This is to change the data type. This is to transform the data. This you already know, replacing pivot and pivot. I'll talk to you. So you can see lowercase text, capitalized each word. If I unselect it again, you will get the origin, the last past data back. So this is my home tab. You can either move to transform to do the changes, or in home tab only, you can select any of these column and right click. You can see this transform data option, the transform option here, where you can these are the basic transformation: converting to lowercase, converting to uppercase, capitalizing the word. Trim function is used to remove the white spaces in that cell of each in that column of each cell. Length is to check the length. For example, male is 4 letters. Wherever it is male, it is 4. Wherever it is female, it is 6. If I go with the length function, it will give me the total count of elements. You can see in this cell it was 4. In this cell it is 6. But this data is incorrect. What can I understand by looking into 4 and 6? So this is not a good transformation. Select again, come to transform. JSON file, XML file. It's if I convert to JSON, it's writing the data in terms of a key value pair. So it will throw you an error. There is no use of going with XML and JSON. Usually we go with this select the entire column, come to transform. Either we go with lowercase or uppercase or with length maximum. And then you already know removing the duplicates, removing the error, replacing the errors, replacing the duplicates. So let us concentrate on what is this transform data. I will choose this diagnosis column. I need to transform the data. So these are the basic transformations what I have. If you want to do that, this is the basic. I will go to this date time. You can see here it is a dash format. Here it is normal dash. Here it is backslash, again dash, again backslash. If you have these kind of data, it will create a mess when you create a data visualization. You need to do the changes. Especially this transformation option is for date time data type. Here you only have date. Sometimes you have a combination of date and time together. That is called as date time data type. For now, it is a date column and you can see the date option here. You need to select everything, right click, come to this change type. See, right now it is text. You can also see it is ABC. It is not a date time data type. If it is a date time data type, it should be a calendar symbol. Because of this multiple options like backslash, dash, what we have, it is not getting changed. See? So what else we can do? Select this, directly try to change it first to date. For some, it is changed, but for some, you can see it is showing as error. It is not directly getting converted. It is not getting changed properly. I will remove this. See, this is date, month, and here. Here also it is date, month, and here. Here it is month, date, and here. You need to select wherever there is backslash. These are the data. Either you do it, you will not be able to do any changes manually to it. You need to select it. You need to come here. You need to replace it. So find backslash, replace it with dash. But this is not doing the changes. Earlier, now you just changed everything. And you can also, we filtered the rows here. Let us select everything now. That's okay. Now you can see everything is dash format. You don't see any backslash, but this is incorrect data. The reason is here it was the date and the month formats are different. I will remove this. Now you can see the actual data. First, you need to do the data transformation by creating a new column. You need to take that data type into a date time data type column. You need to do it with respect to a query. Sometimes with query also it is not possible. We need to go back and rework on the database data. But it is possible for us to do the changes here. So with this add column option, based on the condition, you can add the column, or you already know how to duplicate the column, or index column also we have it. So you can see custom, if you want to add the data on your own by creating a column, this is the option. The first thing is you can give a column name to it. I will give a column name ABCD. And this is to concentrate on the other columns because you already have the data. Based on this data, if you are creating this column, then you can write a query here. You can write a condition because I selected conditional column. If patient ID equals to 1, then the output will be A, B, C, D, E, F. Else,
Got it.
so you need to select the data type here. You need to select the data type here, what exactly you're trying to do. Else, 0. Okay. See, only in the, you can see the new column is created. It's a condition-based column. My condition was if patient ID is 1, then fill this with A, B, C, D, E, F, else fill it with zeros. This condition is only applicable wherever the patient ID is 1. So rest everything is 0. This is another example of data transformation by adding a new column based on certain conditions. We didn't choose the right column. It is not appearing here. So this is better to go and I will show you the other method by writing a query. So this is additionally adding the column. I'm just removing it. So let us concentrate on the other basics. But before that, you all, I hope you all understood what is data column transformation. So if you want to do any changes on the data type for each column, maybe a quantity data, numerical data, categorical data, we go ahead with that. So why correcting the data is important, especially when we are concentrating on the data quality and also when you create a dashboard to build a relationship between the data to see a complete picture on the dashboard. Data cleaning, data formatting is very important. So to key checks for ensuring the data quality, you already know that distinct and unique. It may be quite confusing, but if you work on multiple times, it will be very easy. Data type validation, ensure that values are of the correct data type, especially the numerical data and the text data. Range validation, ensure that value falls within the expected range, like to concentrate on the outliers. If you have any duplicates, make sure you select all the columns and then you remove the duplicates. If not, you know the changes like John, it's a different name, but the person is also suffering from the same disease. If you concentrate only on the disease, the other person data will be deleted, like rows will be deleted. So we need to check all the columns and then we need to address the issue. That's a scenario. A retail data set contains the customer information with inconsistent email address, including typos and different formats. So you can see here, it usually all the mail IDs will be lowercase. Okay. But you can see here, here it is AB is uppercase, here COM is uppercase. Identify the inconsistency in the data. That is the first thing what we will be doing. Convert all email address to common formats, lowercase and no spaces. For duplicate email address with a different customer information, manually investigate and you need to resolve. The first thing is directly, sometimes it is not good to apply the changes. Take a copy of that column, that original column will be there. Create a new column, not an issue. To that new, the copied column, apply the changes. So whatever the changes you are applying, for you to again go back and to check whether the changes what is taken care by the Power BI is right or not, make sure you retain the original data. That's the best, one of the best practice. Copy the column always which you want to do the changes and then apply the changes on that column. Later, if you don't want that, the old column, you can delete it later. But before you cross verify, don't delete it. You will not get again the original data. It will be in Excel. Again, you need to import the Excel file. Even if you refresh it, you will not get it. You need to do from step one, I can say. So sometimes manually we need to investigate and we need to resolve the issue. That's the case which happened with that data and data set. So identify the root cause, handle the outliers, impute the missing values, correct the error. Sometimes we can automatically correct the error with the option what we have. Sometimes we need to do it manually. That is the error which usually comes up. Handling the null values, you can also delete the null values, or you also know how to select the row, how to select the column, and you can remove it. But do remember, when you're removing, it will affect the other data or the entire data set sometimes. Ensure the data quality check. Some common techniques which we choose. One is identifying the missing values, checking the duplicates, checking the checking the data type for all the different data privacy or data governance, data profile check, that is data distribution, data quality, the multiple tick options what we have in that Power BI. All these are the options what you have in Power Query to ensure you have a very good data. Hope it's clear. So usually what are the errors which we may face? You can expect this as interview question. What errors we will come across as soon as we import the data? What errors this Power BI usually faces some difficulties to tackle? One is, again, if you change the file location, you have your laptop, what you are using. If your file locations, if you're changing the file locations, data source will be affected. If the data type column is incorrect in the data source, that is what we are facing now. The date time data type column itself in the data source is incorrect. So the same incorrect is happening here. We need to go with the advanced technique now to do the changes. Date type mismatch, data type mismatch, data source connection issue. Again, when the data source is incorrect, data path is incorrect. Query syntax error, when the query what we are writing is incorrect, it will highlight us, it will show. If you remember, error, it was showing during the Power Query when I did the changes. That's a query syntax error because it was a different data type. Data volume or complexity, when the data is huge, to be honest, sometimes Power BI hangs. It hangs. It will take more time to recover. Data source specific issues. Again, the data source path, permission issues, or if you want to connect the database directly to this Power BI, if there is any backend data issues, it will affect your dashboard. These are the errors with respect to data import. You can expect this as interview questions or maybe in MCQs. What are the possible data import errors? So we already know how to replace the null values. That is why I know that it will take some time because today's topic is huge. So before only I made you to import the data, the healthcare data. I showed you how to replace the null values, how to handle the null values, how to remove the duplicates for the good data analysis. So transforming and loading the data, you already know different data types we have in Power BI. I am giving you all this information because this is bit theory only. Again, we will use the same data set, not the other one. I'll use the same one also. And we have another data set which we wanted to use today. Due to time issues, it was not possible to complete it. These are some basics. I'll give you the information now which you already know also. And then today's another project we will be doing tomorrow also. And tomorrow's also we need to do it. Text data type, numerical data type, date time data type, Boolean data type. All these are the important data types, and this will be automatically identified by this Power BI, the dashboard what you are creating. Power BI will recognize it. How Power BI is recognizing based on the data? If you have 10,000 records, it will check the 100 records out of 10,000, and it will consider what is the data type of that column. In this case, it was only 5-6 rows, right? So that it will consider only 5-6 rows. If you have 1,000 rows, not all 1,000 rows it will go and check. If data is properly, if the data quality is good, then yes, automatically it can check. If data quality is not good, then it will check step by step, like it will check the top 100 rows or 1,000 rows, sorry, top 1,000 rows, and it will identify what is the data column type. That one thing you need to know, it is 1,000 rows. Using the correct data type to improve the performance, to prevent the error, and also to enhance the quality of the report, we concentrate on the data type of each column. See, column data type to identify is very important. Whenever you see text like ABC, it will be again alphanumeric, I can say, alphabets, numerical together, or mail ID, special characters, everything together. Please remember, these are the different examples. What are the applications of ABC or text? Names, addresses, descriptions, textual content, codes and identifiers, three form of text. It can be a word, a sentence, or I can say an entire paragraph. Combination of alphanumeric. Whenever it is a numerical data, either it can be a positive number or it can be a negative number. It is considered as a numerical data. It can be again an integer data type or a floating value data type. It is taken care by this Power BI desktop. This calendar icon indicates a date time data type. You can see the use cases for doing time series analysis, for tracking, for scheduling, planning, analysis purpose. We go with this date time data type. Then again, Boolean data type, yes or no, true or false, on, off. Like when you have two different categories, which usually indicates 0 and 1. Then it is called as a Boolean data type. If you know Python, then this data type is almost similar. Best practices is to match the data type of the column, to check the data profile, to consider the data, again, to check the data, to check the performance, to check each and every column. Avoid unnecessary conversions of, see, sometimes it is not needed to do the data transformation. Then don't do that. Only in necessary stages, do the changes, do the conversions. And again, sometimes don't do exactly on the same column. Copy that column, do the changes in the new column. Let the original data column will be there as it is. In future, if you want, you can remove it, not an issue. Benefits of correcting the data. For accurate calculations, for the very good data visualization, we concentrate on correcting all the errors before creating the dashboard. So this is where you can see one-to-one connection or one-to-many connection. This we completed in the last call, also called as cardinality. Okay. So one-to-one connection is where one column is connecting to the other data set, the same column. So there is only one column which is common in both the tables. A single row in one table can relate to only one single row in the other table. One-to-many, one connection with respect to multiple, one column is getting connected to multiple columns in the other data set or in the other table. See, multiple data sets, as per Power BI term, we call that as different tables. Many-to-one connection, many-to-many connection. So you have so many columns which is common from one table, but in second table you have only one connection. Many-to-many connection, multiple rows in one data set can connect to multiple rows in other data set. So five columns, like these 5 columns are getting connected to these 5 columns. Two data set or 2 tables getting connected with multiple column names. That is called as many-to-many connection. So Power BI supports one-to-one, many-to-one, many-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, and then many-to-many connection. These are the 4 types of cardinality what we have. This also you can expect as interview question, maybe in MCQs or direct question, like what are the different cardinality or what is cardinality and what are the types. It's all about a connection. If you know SQL, again, this will be easy. The reason is SQL is where we will be learning about joins that we had discussed in the last call, like left join, outer join, how to do the data joins we had discussed in the last call. After learning the joins, we will see after joining two tables together or three multiple tables together, we can check the connection between one data set with another data set. I mean, one table with another table. That connection building is here called as cardinality. Row level security rules. This is by default interview question. What is RLS and what is OLS? Object level security, row level security. Row level security is accessible to all of us because we have a free version. But when you go with the paid version, object level security comes into picture. OLS can be added in multiple ways, but when you add it with respect to a query, you don't need to go with the paid version, but automatically you can go with the paid version by linking external tools. I will show you that also, but I will explain you that. I will show you how it works, but I can't show you. The reason is we have a free version. We don't have a paid version. I will show you, but the row level security is important, and this is available to all of us, whether it is paid version or a free version. We have this. We will concentrate on this. When I talk about OLS, object level security, it supports in two different ways. One is by writing a query, the advanced level query, TMDL view, or by connecting to an external source. If you want to do this option, if you want to opt this OLS option to your dashboard, you need to have a paid version. Because when you're connecting your data set or if you're connecting your dashboard with an external tool, you need to merge external tool to this Power BI. You need to have a paid version to do that. I will show you that. But row level security is supporting us. I will explain you what is OLS, but the entire 100% I can't show you because this is a free version. And this is, I don't have, external tool link. But in my, this is my personal laptop. But as I work in a company where I will be using a paid version, that option I have there, I have used it. I will be using and I will be working on that. I will show you there's a slight changes which is missing in Power BI paid version, free version. Nothing to worry about it because when you know row level security, object level security is also similar to that. It will be easy. Hope now it's clear to all of you. See, whatever we are discussing, maybe first week, second week, it was completely related to data sources, how to work with it, data models, and it was all data filtering, data transformation. We were completely into the back end of Power BI. I mean, back end of Power BI dashboard. But now we are slowly moving towards the front end part, the dashboard part. So it will be exciting, I can say, and we will concentrate on all this one by one. If you have any questions, let me know or else we'll proceed. Is it good to go? Please understand this is virtual call, so I want your responses to understand.
Yes, Meghna. So maybe once you, take us through in practical, we will be able to understand more about row level security.
Yes, I will show you that. What is this row level security? How to do it? How to apply on dashboard? I will show you.
Meghna, you mean to say that the OLS is for use for that paid level, right? And this
paid
is
level, and also we can use for free version. But we need to write an advanced level of query to do
both
that.
level are used for both things, na? Paid level or free level.
See, for paid level, I will explain you. Row level security, we can use it automatically even in paid version, also in free version. Done with that. When I talk about OLS, you can apply this object level security in two ways. One is by writing a query. You will write an advanced level query and you will apply that. Another way is we can connect with an external application. I will show you that. So connecting an external application, you can maintain that OLS. That is not possible for us because we have a free version. That is only for a paid version. External tool option, we will not get it right now. But by writing a query, if you want me to show, that we will be doing at the end. Because that's an advanced level of query what we write. We need to connect it with an API. That is the reason.
Got it. Thank you.
So let us concentrate now. What is this OLS and what is this RLS? Row level security and object level security. Security roles and permissions allows you to control what data individual users or groups can access in your Power BI report and a dashboard. A simple example here, you all know about Google Sheets. So I will create a Google Sheet and I will share it with you. Google Sheet will be directly linked with my mail ID, like a Gmail what I have. I need to give access to people so that they can view my Google Sheet what I shared. If I download it and if I'm sharing with all of you, it will support you because I downloaded the raw data and I'm sharing it with you. You all can see that. But you can apply the security two ways. One is when you download the file, you can again add a link. You can again apply a security link by selecting it is only accessible to few people. It is not accessible to everyone. If you are sharing a Google Sheet link without downloading, it is by default a security level is added that you need to give permission to people who need to view that. We all come across this scenario. Even Microsoft Excel, if you are using, you are storing something. When you're saving it, you will store it in your laptop, but you can also apply a password on top of it. It's like a security or the data maintenance, because not all the data is available for free, or some data will be of course confidential, which should not be shared with everyone. Only for few people you are giving access by giving their mail ID. Here also we have the same scenario where we will apply some row level function or maybe a object level function which we are applying on top of our dashboard. If you are preparing a dashboard, if you are adding on top of dashboard, that means you're also adding it to your data. So if I'm restricting for people to see the dashboard or to see the data, so it is again like not everyone can access it. It's like I'm maintaining a proper security on top of on my dashboard. So if you want to give a permission, you need to give permission only to those people whom you want to see that dashboard. Adding a advanced security level here, that is OLS. So RLS and OLS, row level security, what we have. A security role is a named collection of permission that define what data a user or a group can access. We have row level security. I will show you how to apply all this, but now understand it's all like giving only some data to people who can view your dashboard. You're not giving them the complete data to see. You can give them complete data to see if it is good to see, but if you want to share only few amount of data, you can apply a security on top of it. That is called as a row level security, where I'm adding I'm creating a restriction here. I'm creating a path. I'm adding a particular, I'm giving only some access to people. I'm restricting the data, so not everyone can see. It's a crucial component for implementing a data security and ensuring that users can only see the data relevant to their roles and permissions. Now I will show you how you can go with this RLS. You need to go and select this modeling. You will see this manage roles. Select it. This is your security option. Now comes your manage security roles. You are creating a role now. Create new security roles and use filters to define row level data restrictions. Okay, you give a name to it. This is RLS1. This is the name what I'm giving. The data set what I'm using, as you can see, this is pizza sales data. This is what you can see here. And you can tap on selecting this new, and now you need to add the condition. You will be able to see all the columns of your data here. So on what exactly you want to apply the restriction. based on certain amount of data. I want, okay, before that, if you want me to explain this data set, see, this data is a pizza sales data. Okay, first I will explain and then I will come so that you can understand it. Okay. So this is the pizza sales data. I can see the pizza revenue. I can see the amount of pizzas we sold, like the total quantity of pizza what we sold, and what are the different pizza ingredients. Just a second. This is still open. So what are the different pizza ingredients we have? And you can see here month on month how many pizzas we sold. What is the pizza category? What is the pizza size? So this is the data. It's completely related to pizza sales. We will do a project. So this is the overall revenue. These are the based on different pizza sizes. This is the, see, if I select large, no, you will be able to see the complete records for large. So this is the pizza sales based on the size. This is if you want to check maximum quantity count of pizza. This is based on the pizza category. Pizza sold based on different categories. And this is, you can see here, this is, I have sorted it. You can see the top 5 pizzas which we sold. This is month on month, what's the sales, month on month sales to check. Okay, in page 2, you can see similarly, but in a different way I have created. This is the total orders what we received in the year 2025, sorry, 2015, and this is the number of pizza types. I will show you how to create this dashboard later. This is the pizza quantity, pizza revenue, month on month sales, different category analysis, pizza ingredients, and the, based on the quantity, I have sorted the pizza names. So now you want to restrict people to view all the records. You don't want to share all the complete analysis or the data to others. So you all know about data now. So now you can clearly come and you can manage this. Now I will rename this RLS1. Sorry, let it be RLS1. Select this, select it, and then because you're if you don't select this, no, this is your data set, also called as data table or tables. You need to select it and then come here, go with the new option. So I need to add a filter now. Now I will give you options. So you can only select what exactly you want me to apply a filter on. So yes, can I get any response? So how you want me to add a restriction? A security we are adding on top of our data. How you want me to restrict the data? You already know the data set, right? So how you want me to restrict this data?
Total price.
Total price. Okay, so if I select this total price, see, total price is nothing but this is a column where you can see different pizza and again a different, one second, again I need to go back, I think. See, this is the total revenue generated. Total price column, if I go in terms of data set, each and every row, we have a different order details. Total price is a column, which is nothing but giving me the details of all the orders. Wait, I will show you that. See, this is your total price column. See, order ID 2, a person is ordering one pizza. It's a Thai chicken pizza. It belongs to chicken category, and this is the total price. If you ask me to add a filter on top of it, like if I want to restrict people seeing from 20.75, then all the pizzas which we sold under 20.75 will be restricted. So to add a security also, we need to understand the data structure. It is good to add always the security on top of categorical data. You can restrict the data easily. Numerical data, if you are adding it, you can add it, I'm not telling no, but it will affect the data set. It will not give a good result at the end. So always we need to concentrate on the data set, and accordingly we need to add a filter on top of it. So let me just open this manage roles. Just a second. So I'm creating again RLS1. Now I will show you that also, as you mentioned, pizza category. Pizza category, I have chicken, I have classic. I will select classic now. Okay, so this is, I'm saving it now. Show data if all the rules are true or any of the rules are true. I'm just adding one level of condition now. I will save this. So what I'm doing now, I'm restricting this data for others to view. I'm just restricting now, I'm saving it. Successfully apply the role changes. You can close this. Again, I will show you. You can come here. See this RLS. If you want to duplicate or if you want to delete, you can do that. And this you can see. Again, another role you can also create. Now let us open this. This is the dashboard what I have. I will just refresh this. And you please remember one more thing, I have not signed in. When I don't sign in, I can't give this dashboard access to people's mail ID. Okay. Now, if I select classic, you can see the classic level data is coming up here. But I'm restricting this classic data only. In this manage role option, I'm restricting this classic data only. So coming here, all the data, then pizza category, then coming to this pizza size should be L. All the data should be selected. I'm saving it. Successfully applied and then close it. Just a second. One second. Let me delete this. It's not getting applied. Just a second. So now you will be able to see the data only having pizza size, which is equal to L, because I only selected after applying a condition only related to L. And now this view option, what you have, no, now you can select it and you can give only this data access to people, other user. People need to mention their ID and then they can use. As this dashboard belongs to me, so I can go ahead with all this because untitled is what I created. I will show you again. I can see some messages. You can add pizza category. Should we be going to see that in view app? Yes, of course. I will show you one by one again. I will rename this. I will first delete again. Now you can see the complete data. Again, see this is the overall data set. Come to this manage role. Give a title to it. I will rename this. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm giving only access to some data. Like for example, you work for a sales team. I'll give you only sales related dashboard access. Or in this dashboard, wherever there is a sales related graphs, I will only give you access for the same. Now you work for the team called as pizza category large. You're only concentrating on the large pizza category. So I will restrict you to see other data. I want you only to concentrate on this large data. Okay, so based on this, I'm applying the condition now. So this is, I'm renaming. So here you need to come to model and then you need to select view role. And then I'm giving a name that is RLS1. And this is large pizza. I will write L. Select this. Okay. So here, what I want to select for you, I want you to see only the pizza not pizza category, it is pizza size. Should be equal to L. That's it. You can also switch to DAX editor and you can see the condition which is in terms of query. Select it, save it. Close. This dashboard, this as I'm the owner, I can see the complete dashboard because I created it. So now this is the version what I'm using is a free version. Whenever I have a paid version, see, I can give their mail ID and I can only give them access to view the dashboard automatically. As I have a free version, I can't give this dashboard access to any of you. If I want to share this dashboard, I need to download and then I need to share you. But when I download and share, it will not work for you. It will only work for me because I'm the owner. So that's the restriction what we have with paid version and free version. Not an issue. When you work in free paid version, you need to give their mail ID here. That means you are giving access to others. Now, imagine that I'm other person. I created a different role for that person and I'm giving access to them. I'm just selecting RLS, select OK. Now you can see the entire dashboard where the dashboard is restricted to large pizza. This is pizza size which is large. 18,956 pizzas got sold. In this is the revenue generated from large pizza. Again, same 18,956. It's the same data count. You can see, you can cross verify. And this is large pizza sold out in different categories. It can be veggie or it can be supreme or it can be classic. And this is again month-on-month sales of large pizza. And come to page 2. This is also now the entire page, the complete dashboard is restricted now to large pizza. See, now viewing as RLS1 is 1. This is the role what they have given to me. I don't have access to everything. See, this is month-on-month sales. This is the top pizza which we sold, which belongs to large category. Total pizzas we sold. This is 19. Actual figure is 18,956. This is usually rounded off. So what are the different types of pizzas we have when it comes to large? 30 different types we have. So totally we have received 12,000 plus orders, like almost 13,000 orders for this pizza. This is month-on-month revenue generated. This is the total revenue. This is the entire dashboard analysis. So when you give a particular role, so by selecting it here, you will write their mail ID and then you will give access. As I'm the owner, I don't have options. See, if I go with the other user, I need to mention their mail ID here. But for me, it's a free version. So I can't do that. But if you have a paid version, you will have that access. Yes, please.
So,
Naeem, I can't hear you, sorry. Naeem, I can't hear you if you are speaking.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
So the example that you have shown here is the condition what we want others to see and not what we do not want others to see.
Yes. You are restricting the data by giving access only to few records, only to few data.
Okay, so row level security is nothing but what we want others to see.
See, it's not, see, if you give access to people what you want others to see, by default, the other data is restricted. Whether you restrict the data from people or when you give access only to few record, the meaning is same. Don't get confused. You are restricting the data by giving access only to few records. That is called as data security.
Okay.
We are doing it in multiple ways. This is one such way, that is row level security, which we call. For object level security, if you have a paid version, you will see external tool option, another option here called as external tool. Just a second, I will remove and I will put it again. So I will delete it and I will put again. I will get the original data now. So whenever you are adding role, make sure you add it at a time. So now, as you said, I'm just giving L and M option. Okay. So I want, you see, any means any one of the conditions should be satisfied. All means all the rules should be satisfied. For me, as you said, pizza size should be equal to M, and the other one is pizza size should be equal to L. You want people only to see M and L together. You can see the condition here, M and also L. Both the condition we need to check. Save it. Done. Close this. Come here. Now you gave access to people only to check L and M. Just a second. I think I added multiple times. Just a second. All the rules are true. Pizza size equals pizza size is L and M only. Pizza size is L and M. I'm not getting it. Just a second. Yeah, sorry. All the conditions should be true. Okay, L and M are not in the same cell. L and M are two different categories. So I need to select any only. So now you can see L and M. With this L and M, this is the revenue generated. And these are the top pizzas you can see. And this is the pizza category. And this is month-on-month sales. Here you can see the numbers. Because I have multiple conditions, so I need to select here any. Why I should not go with all is M is a different category, L is a different category. They are not together. If I want to go with all, it's like you need, as I'm selecting the same sizes here, it's the same column. L and M are not together. If it was a different column, then you can change this. As it's the same column, L is a different, M is different. It's in a different cell. Try to imagine Excel now. When you apply any condition, I mean, if I consider any, then if I just come to this row level, see now it is any. Any means either the category can be M or that column can be L, because I have choosing the same column for both the condition. It should be or operator every time, either M or L. If you know and or conditions, and condition you need to select when you want both the conditions should be satisfied. Or you need to select whether any one of the condition is to satisfy. Here, any and all are the two options. Any of these rules are true or all of these rules are true. In this case, as I'm going with the same columns, I want to see both the categories, that is L and M. This is OR operator, as you can see. This is OR operator in Python also and in Power BI also. When I go with all, any is nothing but OR operator. And in the sense, I'm going with a different column. I'm going with the same column and it's two different conditions, M also and L also. But when you go with OR operator, it will give you both the data because you want to see both the data. OR operator is considered to check multiple records at a time because I'm going with multiple conditions. I have two different conditions which I'm applying. See, two different conditions I have. I just don't have only one condition. I have multiple rows here. Multiple levels here, and I want to see only the data where I'm applying these conditions. I can add another one, and I can also select here the pizza. Once again, quantity should be 2. That means I want pizza size to be M. I want to see pizza size where it is L. And I also want the quantity of the pizza where I sold this M and L should be 2. Quantity should be 2 by default. Now you can see I'm not able to see anything because I want to see the category M and I also want to see the category L and I also want to see where a customer is ordering minimum quantity of 2. Now I applied OR condition. It can be medium or it can be with the quantity of 2. When I consider medium, Medium pizza, you can sell quantity 1 or quantity 2 or quantity 3 or quantity 4 because it's an OR operator. To talk about quantity now, it's like it is medium only, but medium because two conditions, one is medium and the other one is 2. Medium only, but this medium you can sell 1, 2, 3 pizzas. Or this quantity 2, what you have, it can be a medium pizza or it can be a small pizza or it can be a extra large. So both the conditions are filtered here and you are getting 16,000 rows out of overall 48,000. This data is having 48,000 rows, 48,000 records we have. So we are restricting it here. Either it can be 2 or it can be M. So we have so many options. It will be applied to all the pages and it will also restrict the data source. You can't see all 48,000 rows. Now you can only see 234 rows. So when you are giving access to people based on these roles, not only to dashboard, but data source is also getting restricted. That is the main purpose of using this. When you go with object level security, additional, you will be able to see external tools, but that I don't have here because this is the free version. This is my original dashboard. I will show you the data. This is the column. Now you are applying a condition on this column. You need to first see this data, how this data is, because this is numerical data. You can see 35, 40. These are nothing but the pizza size. Order ID 2, a person is ordering this pizza. This is the total cost. Hope you all are clear with this data now. This is unit price, pizza for 1. Total price is unit price into quantity will be total price. This is the data what we have. Now I will come here. Okay. This is on top of price I'm adding. No, I will give the name as price only. I will select it. Come here. So, okay, total pizza. Total cost, I mean, I'm applying to that particular column, I'm applying a condition now. So, equals to 20. Sorry, 20. Now you will only see wherever, the cost of the pizza is 20. Okay, let me save this, close it. Now, come here, price. I don't have any of the cell having the exact value, which is 20. So it is restricting me. Okay, I will do one thing instead of equals, because it was a floating value what I was having. Instead of equals, I will go with greater than 20. Now you can see the data. You can come here. You can see all the cells are having greater than 20 only. Less than 20, everything is restricted. This is also type of filtering only, but by filtering, you are giving access to people to see the data properly. I will show you. See, this is the condition. Total price greater than 20 and it is any. Sorry, where it is. I just have only one column. Okay. Any? Yes. Okay, this is numerical data, so only one column it is getting selected. So even though if I go with any, it is not getting changed. It is only all. I don't have another option, but wait, I will show you. I'm just going with another condition now. Pizza size should be equal to M. Now you can go with any. So greater than 20, or it can be medium. Now you can see this is OR operator. So pizza size should be M. Pizza size is M, or it can be S, or it can be large, or it can be medium, whatever we have. Great pizza column, the total price column should be greater than 20. I'm just saving this. Now you see this data, come here. See, pizza size, not only M I have L, M, S, XL, double XL. When I talk about total price here, I also have the data like greater than 20. I also have some data which is lesser. But I don't have overall 48,000 data because there is a condition applied. I can only see 30,000 records now. Both the conditions are satisfied. See, when I consider this row, it is greater than 20. When I consider, for example, I will consider this 11 and 12. You can see this 11 and 12. And here the pizza size is yes, because you considered all here. And if I just go with 17, 18, 20, so you considered, oh, sorry, what is this? 16 I will consider. So this 16 is coming, even though it is less than 20, sorry, greater than 20, sorry, it is less than 20, but the condition is greater than 20. As the pizza size is medium, I'm getting this data also. 17,909 rows I can see. You have two conditions. First condition is total price. Total price is greater than 20 or pizza size should be M. Here, total price, even though it is less than 20, but the pizza size is M. So it is displaying you this data because I'm going with OR operator. OR operator means any one of the conditions should be satisfied. Either M or greater than 20. So here I can see M is satisfied. Or the total, sorry, I'm applying to unit price. Just a second. Now you all can see the complete data. Okay. I have not selected the data properly. I had applied a filter. See, please be very careful because whenever you are applying these conditions, no, when any of the filters are active, it will affect the data. Even though your condition, even though your role is correct, it will affect the data. So it was affecting me there. So now I will go with this. And as you said, you want me to go with the total price, which is greater than 20. And another condition, that is, I want the pizza size should be equal to a large. This is applied now with this condition called as untitled. Come here, go with this untitled, and now you can see this data. You can come here and you can see pizza size is only large and this total price column is greater than 20. All is like AND operator. Any is OR operator. So the other data is restricted. I'm not getting here to add, the mail ID because mine is free version. But when you go with paid version, you will get definitely an option to add a particular mail ID so people can only see this data. This, if you select, both the conditions should be satisfied. So that's how it works. If you want to go with two restrictions, then two different roles should be created as per the technical term. So I think you are mentioning these two, right? These are called as
Yeah.
rules.
Yeah.
Two rules under one condition, that is untitled. I mean, you can just rename it, not an issue. This is your role. This is called as roles. One role can contain multiple rules or one rule. When you go with OR operator, any of the conditions should be satisfied. It's like either it can be this or it can be this. Give me the data. That's how it is.
Okay.
This is, or see, and or not or the logical operators what we have. And operator means whenever you go with multiple, usually and or operators will be having more than two conditions only. So if you want all the conditions should be satisfied, then you need to go with OR operator. You want total price column should be greater than 20. And also you want, the size of the pizza should be L. OR operator means any of the conditions are satisfied here. I will show you this again. This is OR operator now. Come here. You want to go with AND operator. If only these two conditions should be satisfied. If any of the conditions, if you want, then you can go with OR operator.
Oh, okay, got it.
I will write in the chat. This may be confusing, especially if you're new to this. AND operator means, the condition. If you have two conditions, AND operator concentrates on both the conditions should be satisfied. You need to add two more columns. You need to add additionally two new columns. And in this data set, because I don't have a user, I need to have employee's name. I need to add their mail, what is their role. So for example, there are so many team members, there are sales data, some other thing. A person is responsible for 2 different teams. That means in that column, the person name will also repeat multiple times. And then what I will do, I will come here to this manage role, and then I need to create a new role where I will give a person, I will select the particular, I will select a particular column here where I have the employee name and where I have the job role. So 2 conditions are applied, and then I will be giving him access. I need to create a calculated column. So that is only possible, like you need to create a column when you have a right data. Now on top of this pizza sales data, sorry, on top of this pizza sales data, I will not be able to create any new column. I can create a column based on this data only. So this will create a new measure here. And then, for example, I want to check the count of pizza count of. So you can see this measure. We need to rename this RN1. I will write this is count of pizza sales, right? So pizza count. I think I already have somewhere here. Not an issue. This is saved now. So this is a measure. This is not a separate column because I don't have a supportive data for me to create a new column with this pizza sales data. Because it's a very simple data, I cannot create any new column out of this. I think with this I can create a new column. I can split 8 October and 2015. See, if you want to create a new column, you need to select this new column option. And what exactly you want to add in this new column, you need to write here. Okay, for example, I want to split here, I think date difference, no, wait, I will create a meaningful one. This column I want to represent. And one more thing, not all the data is supportive for us to create these different columns. So that one thing also we need to remember. And now what I will do, I will just go and add total price. I want to check the profit now. So I will do one thing. I will add a new formula now. That is nothing but total price minus 70% will be the actual profit. The column name what I will give is profit. Profit is nothing but, for me, the total price column. I need to select here the subtract, right? So the difference. I will select the total price minus I will not 0.05, I will write 0.1. Okay. So now this is the profit. Okay, wait, I will change the formula again. It's not 0.1, I will go with 0.30. No, wait, 5, 10, 50%. Let's do it 50% now. So this column is talking about, this is the profit. This is the total price, what you sold to customer. But this is, you're adding a formula to it and you are checking what is the profit from these different sales. And this is only for untitled. The condition is restricted here. Now, let us move towards this modeling. Come to this manage roles. You will be able to see the profit column. So like this, you need to create a new column and then you can also add it. So you want to see wherever the profit is greater than 10. See, all these 3 conditions are applied now, and this is any. All if you want to go, you can see everything is AND operator. Save. Now everywhere you can see blank. I think I did it 1 second. Wait. whenever you're creating a new column, no, make sure you don't create on top of this row. I think I created on top of this row. I will delete this and I will create again. You can see total column once again. Okay, so now you can see this is the actual column. Now I will come here, manage role. Now whenever you create a new column, make sure you don't apply on top of it, because I did that mistake here. So now I'm just clearing it. I will again add now like T1. I will give a name T1. This is the calculated column, that is profit. Profit should be, you want to see the profit, which is wherever it is greater than 7. And I will go and select the total price should be again greater than 10. That means total price is greater than 10, profit is greater than 7. And then you can also go with the pizza category, which is equal to X. So now small pizza, the total price greater than 10, profit greater than 7. Come here. See, this is your AND operator. AND operator means all the conditions all the conditions should be satisfied right now. And then I will save this. Close it. So we don't have the data where it is small and the profit is greater than 7, and we don't have the condition here. So now I will just change it. Sorry, I will change this all to any. Any of the conditions should be satisfied. Save it. Close. Now you can see the data. See, when you see this now viewing as T1, that means please be very careful. Whenever you are checking as in a view, don't apply any conditions or don't modify the data. It will not affect it will not affect the original data. So come out of it and then apply. So now you can see the restrictions. You can see pizza size here and the total price here and the profit here. So all it is now. Hope this is clear. This is how we will do that. I will show you a few more ways of how to create new columns. Is this clear, or again any examples? You already know about how to manage it, and there is some restrictions also because it is only related to mail ID to whom you are giving. For now, I will delete it because as I have a free version, it will affect my graph. So I'm deleting all that. And now you can see the complete overall data set. Okay. I'm opening the fresh page here. As you can see, I will remove this. Page number 4 is my working page now. Okay. This is the data. I also have the calculated field here. That is profit. That's the column which I created. Okay. So I'm resharing the file again. I think someone asked me again to reshare. I'm sharing the file. This file is what I'm using. This is a CSV file. Okay, maybe CSV. Yeah, it's a CSV file. Even though it is named as Excel, it's a CSV file. So please check that. Done. File will be there within next few seconds. Okay, yeah, it will be there within next few minutes or seconds. This is the data. These are the different visuals. This is your report view on which you will be creating a dashboard. This is your home page. This is to calculations you already know. This is to import the data. This is to transform the data. To talk about insert option, see, this insert option will ask you if you want to add new inputs or if you want to add buttons, images, shapes. This is all completely based on your creativity. Coming to model view here, this is again to do the new calculations, and this is to change the color code, color themes. This is to optimize. This you already know. As the new data becomes available, if you come here and if you refresh it, the new data will be added. This we have already discussed. I think day 2 or day 3 maybe we have discussed on this. Now these are the different visuals. All the first row completely is filled with a bar graph. Clustered bar graph, stacked bar graph. This is stacked bar graph. This is your clustered graph. This is your bar graph. Either you can go row wise or you can go column wise, not an issue. This is your line chart, area chart, and this is your dual chart, combination of line chart with a bar graph. Ribbon chart, this is waterfall chart related to project management. Funnel chart, scatter plot, statistical graph, this is pie chart, donut chart. Tree map, this is geographical, this is filled map. Azure map, got car, this is old car, this is your, but this is slicer, and this is your list slicer, this is, 1 second, there is a new card here, this is your new, this is new one, okay. Sorry, this is new card and this is old card, and this is multi-row card. These are the new slicers what we have. This is your old slicer. Wherever you can see this highlighted in orange color, no, that is the this highlighted one is nothing but it shows it's a newly added graph. Earlier these visions it was not there. Okay. Now this is the complete dashboard what we have. We will create using these features we will create a dashboard now. So this is your bar graph, this is your line chart, this is your donut chart. Similar to donut chart we have a pie chart. This is your scatter plot, this is how your area chart looks. This is your bubble chart. This bubble chart you will find in Tableau automatically, but we don't have a direct bubble chart in Power BI. Heat map, again we don't have this in Power BI, but we have it with respect to Python code. We also have it in Tableau. This is histogram. This again we don't have in Tableau, or we don't even have this in Power BI, but we can do some modification to convert the existing bar, but histogram is not available in in Power BI or in Tableau. Tree map we have. And this is your radar chart. This again, we don't have it here. This is not technically used maximum. This is your whisker box plot, one of the important graph. This automatic graph we don't have in Power BI. This is stack bar chart. This is your waterfall chart. This is GNAT chart. This is your funnel chart. So let us see the charts, whatever we have it. Yes, I have sent the same pizza sales data. Someone asked me to share the data set again. So I sent the same data. If whoever not downloaded it, please download it. Who have not downloaded, they can download it. This is the first graph, which is bar chart. So by looking into this bar chart, you should be in a position to understand why we are using this bar chart. The main purpose of using this bar chart is to showcase the comparison between different bars. So to create this bar graph, you should have a categorical data and a quantitative data. X-axis categories, Y-axis numerical value. Categorical and a quantitative data combination is this bar graph. This is used to show the comparison between different categories. You can see there are four, we can see 4 bars here. Orange bar is highest with highest value and the green is lowest. The orange one highest value what we have, it clearly indicates that category having maximum sales. Imagine this is sales versus region. Orange region is with maximum sales, green region is with very less sales. It's very simple, but we need to be very careful depending on the data what you have. You need to choose this bar graph. Categorical and a quantitative data you need to have. Use a bar chart to show the comparison between different categories. Bar charts display the data using rectangular bars with the bar length representing the value. Avoid using the bar graph because when you have so many categories, see in this example, in this graph, you can clearly see 4 different bars. Minimum of 2 bars, maximum of 20 bars you can have depending on your dashboard. If you go more than 20, not everything will fit within this range. That is one drawback. Minimum of 2, actually it is maximum of 15, but somehow depending on the data size or the dashboard size, you can fit 20, not an issue. But it is good to go between 2 to 15. That's the best one. That is bar graphs. And the next one is the line chart. Important graphs. Line chart is used specifically for time series forecasting. When data is getting dependent on time period, the example which I gave you, it was the sales data what I was having for August, October, and November. But there was a missing of dates for some particular week, no? Because of that, it was possible. See, when the data points are getting connected, that means from week 1 to week 2, week 2 to week 3 to week 4. But one of the week is missing. I don't have the data for this. I cannot link this data with the next month in one line chart. That's the error. That's an error. So line chart, we need to only select. First thing is when you are creating it with respect to month-wise or year-wise, you should have 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Then you can create one line chart out of it. Data, when it is getting dependent on time period, it should be continuous values. Year is continuous, age is continuous, month on month is continuous, dates are continuous, and weeks are again continuous. So continuous values we need to add to create a line chart. It's a time series. Hope this is clear, or any questions if you have, let me know. Line chart plot the data points connected by line that shows there is a continuity or there is a connection between week 1 to week 2 or last month to this month or last year to this year. If any of months or any weeks are missing, you cannot link them together. Only use a line chart when there is a logical order between the data. If not, it will give you a wrong result, or all these principles are same. Any tool you use, universally these principles are same. People will see the dashboard what you have created and they can clearly make out if you are creating a line chart, what is the principle. As per them, you are showcasing a time series graph. But if your data is something different, then the dashboard, the results, what they are getting out of it is incorrect. That is the reason understanding these graphs are very important. Coming to donut chart. When you want to show the data in terms of proportion, the contribution of this category is 20%. For example, 20%, 20%, 20%, 10%, 30%. You are seeing all different categories are having a contribution of overall contribution towards the sales. 10, 10, 10, 20, 20. All together will be some amount. All together will represent 100% only. So when you want to showcase the data in terms of percentage, minimum of 2 categories, maximum of 6 categories, not more than that. Again, everything is not suitable to fit here. So that is the reason we concentrate on this donut chart when we want to showcase the data in terms of proportion or percentage wise. Categorical and a proportional data if you have. Use a donut chart to show the proportion of each category. Donut charts represent data into different slices. Each is representing the different category and proportion of that category. You can show it like numbers also, or you can also convert that to a percentage. Usually donut chart and pie chart, it's the same. Here you can see a small slice, right? Here you can see small slices, but there a complete slice will be there. The area will be occupied. That's the only difference. Here you have a hole, there you don't have a hole, everything is covered. I will show you how to create all this, but now I'm giving you the information. Then comes an important graph, that is scatter plot. If you know about machine learning, scatter plot, whisker box plot will be easy. Even histogram will be easy. If you don't know, or if you are new to it, not at all an issue. This scatter plot is created to check the relationship between two variables. If I talk in terms of machine learning, this scatter plot is used to create to check the relationship between output and input, independent and dependent variable. In this case, any two continuous values, profit versus sales, quantity versus sales, age versus height, age versus healthcare. When you have two continuous values together, you can create a scatter plot out of it. It should be continuous value. Bivariant indicates it is two variables. And this line here is nothing but it's the result or the difference between actual data and the model predicted data. We're going to calculate with this line. It's a scatter plot on top of line chart. So nothing to worry much about it. Scatter plot is used to check the relationship between two values. I will show you how to create all this in Power BI now. But before that, I'm giving you all this information so that you all can remember. Scatter plots plot the data points. It's on a two-dimensional plane, one variable on x-axis and the other variable on y-axis. Don't use a scatter plot when the relationship between the two values or the two variables, that is on x-axis and y-axis, the data, if they don't have a relationship, then don't create it. It will give you incorrect. And when you have a categorical data, you cannot create a scatter plot. It will throw you an error. If you use a code to create a scatter plot using matplotlib, it will throw you an error. If you go with Tableau, I don't think so you have a scatter plot. No. We have a scatter plot in Tableau. Indirectly, we have. In Power BI, we have a scatter plot. Then the next graph is area chart. Area chart is similar to line chart, but in line chart, you only can see the line. Here, area is also occupied. But avoid using the area chart when you have multiple lines, because one line is getting overlapped on the other line. It will create an issue. You will see, for example, imagine there is another line coming below, going up, coming below, going up. It's getting overlapped and you cannot see the exact value of this because the area is filled. Actual value you cannot identify. So that is the reason we don't go with the area chart, especially when we have multiple lines. So it's a continuous, again, time series data. You should have a continuous data as usual, the same principle of line chart, but here area is also occupied. I will show you how it works, how to shade it. This bubble chart, we don't have it, but if you ask me what is this bubble chart, if you want to show the data representation and also the connection between different variables with the size of the bubble, because higher the value, the bubble size will also increase. If bubbles are getting connected to each other, there is a relationship between one category with another category. So this is bubble chart, but there is no much technicality behind it. Histogram, one of the important graph I can say. Histogram, we will be selecting only for one variable, only one column, and that column should be continuous value. Height, weight, total price, quantity. So this x-axis will be the variable what you are choosing, and y-axis will represent how many times the repetitions are possible for these different. There will be number here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, depending on the data set. The y-axis talks about frequency. So histogram, in our school days also we were creating this histogram, no? The same histogram is here. Continuous data you should have, and it is univariant. That means only one variable. Use an histogram to showcase the data distribution. And this is the heat map. Heat map, we don't have directly in Tableau or we don't have it in Power BI. Just a second. We have a table, we have a tree map. We don't have this heat map. But we can create a heat map based on the condition. Based on the value, based on the condition, I will show you how the heat map is created depending on the condition. So you should have a continuous and a multivariant. Continuous in the sense, the first thing is the scatter plot what we create. No, it is only between two. Let me write and show you. All these are some technical graphs. See, this is how the scatter plot will be. I will create again, sorry. This is your scatter plot. This can only be created between two variables. But if you want to see, you have so many columns in your data set, you want to see the correlation of all these variables together. Correlation between this column to this column, correlation between these two columns, again these two columns and these two columns. Again, this column with this column, this column. It's like permutation combination will be there. So 1, 2, 1 second, A, B, C, D. There are 4 columns. 4 into 4, 16 different combinations you will get. Here also it is ABCD. This is like a matrix calculation. The correlation between A and A. When you check the correlation between same variable, the result will be 100%. It is 1. Correlation between A and B. It is 2. See, whether correlation between A into B or B into A should be same. So now B into A is also 2. When A into B is 2 means B into A is also 2. So A into C correlation result will be here. A into D correlation result will be here. This scatter plot will only talk about one value here. This one value, A into A, you can only see here. Only two variables at a time. Whether you select same variable or a different variable, you will get only one result. And this correlation value will be between -1 to +1. This is as per the rule. But when the data quality is not good, it can also be between -infinity to +infinity. This is -1 to +1 for machine learning models. But usually, when the data quality is incorrect, it can be between -infinity to +infinity. But usually it will not go till -infinity. It can be -3, -4, -5 will be there. But this is the defined rule. Don't get confused why I'm giving all this explanation is these are the graphs. This may be related to machine learning, but these are the important graphs which you will be creating. So some techniques, see these than mentioning machine learning, these are some mathematical functions which we need to remember. This is stats actually, but it is used maximum in machine learning. So I'm using the term machine learning. I know machine learning and Power BI may not be, as per you, may not be related, but they are related because data is here. The same data will also be used for machine learning model. So we are checking the correlation here. So after checking the correlation, the results what this graph is giving, that you can apply a correlation method. There's a formula, correlation method, which you will apply on the data. The result will be in terms of metric. That numbers you will convert it into a graphical representation with this heat map. Heat map not only for this example, it can be any example which I will show you now. Even in Excel also you can apply this heat map. When you go with the conditional formatting, you can apply this. That is called a heat map. The result will be represented in terms of color intensity. That is heat map. Any questions, anyone here? This is tree map. Tree map, like top 5, there are 30 different categories. You are sorting it. When you sort it, you can either sort in ascending order or you sort in descending order. Tree map stores the data in descending order. You can see the size of the boxes is representing us the different values. If the size of the box is maximum, the value or it is top 1. This is top 2, top 3, top 4, top 4, top 5. So similarly, it is arranged as per sort. It is sorted. Hierarchy data representation. And I think whisker box plot we don't have in Power BI, so I don't want to confuse you. It is statistical graph, so I just don't want to confuse you. And we have a stack bar chart. See, bar graphs we will be using when we have two different axes. When we have two different variables. One is categorical data and the other one is numerical data. When I move towards the stack bar chart, you have x-axis and y-axis. You have bars here. Each bar is not only representing one value, it can also represent two different numerical values. One categorical data, but multiple numerical columns, like one categorical column and 2 or 3 numerical columns you can have. This is sales, region A and region B. In region A and region B, you want to also see the sales, you want to see the quantity, you want to see the loss. All 3 numerical values you want to see under one bar. Then you can go with the stack bar chart. This option we have in Power BI. Directly you don't have in Tableau, but you can also create this in Tableau. But direct option you don't have there. So this is about stack bar chart. So let us see how we can create all these graphs in our Power BI. I will show you how you can use all these different graphs irrespective of the questions, whatever you have. Now I will show one by one. The first row completely filled with bar graph. This is your row wise. When do we select bar graph? You see, as soon as you select it here, you can see, this is a drag and drop tool. You can drag and drop it here. What you want to see in y-axis, this is your y-axis, this is your x-axis. I want to create this graph based on category. See, as soon as I select category, it is automatically sitting here, and I want to see the total price. You can see category and a quantity. This will come here. Legend is nothing but, okay, first I will explain you bar graph. This is your row wise. If I move towards stack column chart, this will be your column chart. This is row wise or bar chart. It is called as, this is your column. It's nothing but row and column. That's it. So I'm going with this 100. See, okay, 100% stack bar chart is nothing but it will occupy 100% of the size. You can see the complete size here. But when you move the cursor, it will show you different numbers. It is not 100%. So this will create some confusion, but when you want to see on top of it quantity also. Now it is representing you, it is showcasing the different numbers. See, the bar size should be same. For you, the bar size should be same, but you want to represent multiple values, and that should be numerical. Now you can see this. Or come here. Different ways of representing the data. All these are either row wise or column wise. It will give you the same information. The first complete row is this data. Okay, now I will show you the formatting. Hope this is clear how to create. Formatting will be same, almost the same for all the graphs. Again and again, if I repeat it, you feel like, oh, why am I repeating all these basic things? So only once I will give you the complete explanation. You can check this now. Coming to x-axis, see, you see, this is your, automatically you will be having this. You need to move towards format your vision. Tap on that. Now you're formatting this graph, changing the color, giving a new title, or changing these numbers. That we are doing now, or changing X label and Y label. We are doing all the formatting on top of this graph now. Come to x-axis. You will see all the options related to this x-axis now. Font. Font is Vardhana and it is 9. I will change this to 10 now. If you want to bold, you can bold it. Or if you want to convert this to italic, you can convert it. Or if you want to add underline, you can add it. See, underline, bold and also italic, but I will remove the underline now. You can remove it. You want to change it to a different color. So if you want to go with this pink, see, it is getting changed to light pink. If you want to go with the dark brown, you can see it is getting changed to dark brown. So this is to change the color of, see, only x-axis color is getting changed, not other colors, because I'm doing it on top of x-axis only. See, when I turn the values off, you cannot see the values. Values are nothing but the name of your x-axis. Turn it on always, and then maximum height. Okay. See, there is nothing to concatenate here, so whether it is on or off, there is no difference. Coming to close this. The values are nothing but all you are working on this values. Close this. Come to title. This title automatically it is represented as pizza category because that is the column what you selected for x-axis. You want to change this to only category. You don't want pizza category. You already know that this is pizza dashboard. So you don't want to repeat pizza, pizza, pizza everywhere. So you are changing this to category and you can also see it is getting changed here. This is your x-axis title. If you turn this off, you will not see it. You need to turn this on. And then again, if you want to change the font, I will increase this to 13 now. Okay, I will bold it. Again, I will convert this to italic. Color again, if you want, you can change. Let it be black for now. If you want to change the color, you can select the color, the available options. Close it. Values done, title done. Come to layout. This layout is nothing but, there is nothing to change. This is to move and this is the usual layout. No more issues here. Come to close this by x-axis. We are done with x-axis. Come to y-axis. If you work on this dashboard multiple times, this will be very easy. Initially, a few times it may be difficult. Oh, which one to choose when? What is this x and y? Because there are so many drop downs. Internally also, you have so many drop downs. When you use multiple times, it will be easy. Y-axis. So we are concentrating on this part now. Okay, so this is automatically, automatically it has taken 0 to more than 200 we have. You can set it. Do you want to start from 10 and do you want to end at 200? See, 10 to 200, it is stopping. This is not the actual one. So let it automatically take. This automatically will be taken based on the column what we have, that is quantity and the total price. So usually there is no change required for this number for me right now. And coming to values. See, if you turn it off, you cannot see anything. You need to turn this on. Again, the same changes, increase. Make sure if you have 10 here also it should be 10. Don't give a different font size or don't change the fonts. It will not be uniform. This is the color what I selected. See, this and this I'm giving the same color to maintain the uniformity. And all these formatting depends on your creativity also. And decimal value. So do you want to show any decimal values here? See, now it is when you select to 1 decimal value is coming up. When you go with 2 decimal values are coming up. You can ignore it. If you need it, if you want to precisely show something, you can add it. I will close this now. Title. The title, this is automatically taken, but this title is not good. Sum of total price and sum of quantity. No, I will just mention quantity and total price. See, quantity and total price. This is also black. This is also black. I will increase this to 13. This is also 13. This is also 13. Bold and italic. Now it is same. Coming to legend. Legend is nothing but it is you have 2 different colors here. So you want to know which color is indicating what. So it is identified by legend. When I close the legend, when I turn off the legend, you cannot identify what is this orange, sorry, what is this magenta? Yeah, I think almost, yeah. What is this blue? We will not be able to understand what exactly it is. Sorry, this is mustard color. Will not be able to understand. Legend is used to identify, okay, this color is indicating the quantity, this color is talking about quantity, and this color is talking about the total price. So you need to turn this on because whenever you have so many categories or different color codes to identify, we usually turn this on. Coming to grid lines. Grid line is nothing but below this bar graph, you can add a grid line. There is a horizontal grid line here, but I think it is not visible. Wait, I will change the color. Now it is visible, I think. You can see the background grid line. So this is dotted. You can convert to solid. Now you can see the solid line. The main purpose of using this grid line is this grid line will help us in actually identifying the exact data point value. So that is the reason why we go with this grid line. Sorry, here it is. Horizontal grid line, because this graph, as per this graph, it is horizontal. If you turn it off, you will not be able to see the grid line. The same options you also have it in Excel, but you don't have this in Tableau. That is the reason why we say Power BI is easy compared to Tableau, because all these modifications are very easy. You can't do all these modifications so easily in Tableau. So I will turn this on, but I will not go with solid line. I will go with the dotted line. Okay, I will close this. Zoom slider. When I turn the zoom slider on, this zoom slider is especially selected for scatter plots or when you want to see the small data points. Because when you decrease the zoom, see, especially when you have multiple categories involved, then you can add it and you can zoom it and you can check. This is how we will be zooming and checking. This is called a zoom slider. This will be added for numerical data. Slider labels, for sliding purpose, you have, see, this is the slider value where you can see. This is your y-axis value. Sorry, this is your slider value. This is your y-axis. You can turn this off. Slider tooltips. There's nothing much here. Okay. So this is zoom slider. But for me, it is not required for this graph. So I will turn this off. That's the advantage of zoom slider. Coming to columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 columns we have. If you want to give individual colors to different columns, you can do that. Now I will select sum of total price. Sum of total price is in this color. Do you want to give a new color to it? You can go ahead and you can, if you increase the transparency, the color will be, light. It will turn to light. Now you can see the transparency. Let it be. And go with quantity now. Quantity is in this color. Increase the transparency. So this will be light. Okay, done. Coming to border. Adding a border to this. See, now you added a border. But if you don't want to add the border, come here, select it where it was columns. I want to turn this off. So I'm turning it off. Now you don't see the border. So this is about columns. Done. Now we are done with columns. Let us move towards ribbons. Ribbons is nothing but you can see there is a fluctuation, like there is a connection between one bar to another bar. But when you merge it together, this is your ribbon chart now. This is not your bar graph. This will become your ribbon chart. A ribbon chart will not allow you to directly check the comparison. So I will turn this off, or you can also change the color of this. Now you can see the different colors. I will show you ribbon chart later. So let it be bar graph for now. Coming to data label, make sure you always turn the data label on where you can easily make out what are the numbers. Total labels, total overall, all together. Total is nothing but this 220 plus this value all together. But see, sum of total price and what I'm showing quantity. There is no meaning of adding the quantity and the total price together. This is incorrect if you add the total label. Please be very careful. First, understand the data. When you don't understand the data, these small mistakes will be there. See, there is no meaning if I add the number of pizza quantity and the total revenue. I should not add them. See, if you have a price and if you have the profit, then if you want to see the differences, then you can add a different formula and you can calculate. There is no meaning of adding the number of quantity and the revenue. That is the reason we should not turn this data label on. It will give you a different meaning. What is this 234? How can we add sales and the product sold, the pizza sold? It is incorrect. So please don't add, understand the data, then only all these graphs will be very easy. Plot the area background, this area, overall area background of it. If you want to add any image, you can add it because plot area background for this is option to add the image. I don't want to add any background image for now. So we did only modifications to x-axis, y-axis. We didn't do the modifications to the entire graph. Move towards general. What you did now, the changes what you did now, it is only to the visualization, not to your entire graph. So you need to move towards general now. Property. Height and weight. So if height and width, if I decrease or if I increase, you can see these numbers will be changing. See, I will decrease this now. See, it is getting changed. Width is getting changed. Height is getting changed. So you can do it here also. Use the cursor and do these changes. It will automatically change here. This is your size. Coming to position, the horizontal and vertical position. See, it is changing now. Horizontal and vertical, above and below. Nothing to do with this.
Meghana, when we create the dashboard, so we can like we can fit as per our need on dashboard, right? Then
I
why
will.
it is a need that we had to make changes here of this general
Entire
setting
dash.
I'm asking.
No, 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 no. This general settings, you need to do it for individual graphs. See, now this is my, I will show you. This is my entire, imagine this is my entire dashboard. I cannot, I need to do for all these graphs separately. This entire graph, I created individually all these graphs and I prepared a dashboard. In case of Power BI, the meaning of dashboard is multiple graphs connected together is a dashboard. So I need to do all the changes to my graphs individually. And then now, see, this is the graph which is created. I will prepare it and I will place this here. And again, I will grab some graph, I will paste it here. The entire dashboard is created by adding individual graphs. So when I don't do the changes here, at the end, you cannot do any changes. Initially, whenever you're creating individual graphs, you need to do the changes then and there. I hope that was your question.
No, no, my question was not that. I'm asking about layout. Like after all, creating all these charts, we'll just drag and drop in dashboard as we
This
do
is
in
only
Tableau.
dashboard. No, we don't. That's what. We don't have a dashboard like how we have in Tableau. This itself is your dashboard. This itself is your
Okay.
dashboard. I mean, sorry, not this. This one. This itself is your dashboard. You don't drop it anywhere.
Okay, so my question was like how we have revenue and KPIs, right? Revenue and can you go to dashboard? This revenue quantity and all in
Your voice is breaking. Sorry, your voice is breaking. I can't
we
hear you.
have we need to make it audible now.
Yes.
Now,
Can you please
now
repeat
is
now?
it
Yes.
audible? So in dashboard, these KPIs, right? Revenue, quantity, and all these, will just fit as per our need, right? How
That's
we
what
want
you
to
can do
fit.
it. That's what I'm just telling you here. You have an option to do the, formatting here, but you can also drag and drop however you want.
Yeah,
You can
that's what I
align it.
was asking.
You can align it. Yes, that is not an issue. But when you are creating the graph, you have all these options. I'm just giving you the complete, information on this. So this is the title. This title is here. So we will change this title because sum of total price, sum of quantity is not something good. This is nothing but pizza sales. Total price also you have, quantity also you have. So pizza quantity and sales result. I will give. See, it is getting changed. And then again, if you want to increase, as this is the title, I will increase the size and I will make this bold and I will make sure that it is in between, horizontal. This is in between, alignment. Close this title. Coming to subtitle. If you want to add any subtitle, what exactly this is? Sum of total price, sum of quantity. You can turn this off if required. You can add the subtitle and you can give a subtitle to it. If no need, you can just unselect it. And divider. If you turn the divider on, it will split header and the graph separately. And this is your legend. So it will split just header and the graph. Legend is also included with the visual. I am just turning the divider on and spacing is nothing but the spacing between this header and the graph. If you increase it, you can see this position is getting changed. Spacing is done. Title will close. Open the effect. Background. So background is nothing but what should be the background color of this entire graph. If I go with, I will show you. See, it's getting changed to a dark color. Go with light, see the color. Go with this or go with this. Okay, I think this looks good. Okay, this is the graph what we have now. This is the background of this graph. Done. Visual border. Border for this entire graph. See, the border is there for the complete graph now. And then we were here, shadow, to turn the shadow on. Let us close this effects now. Yeah, that's it with the effects. Let us move towards data format. Data format is nothing to do because we have already done the data formatting when we work on the data. So nothing, no more changes here. Even though it is asking you, but you can't do any changes here, especially with new numbers, you can show something. But that, see, if you want to convert this to a percentage option, it is showing it into percentage, but you need to go back and verify whether this is properly converted to percentage or not, because this will not properly convert it into percentage. So that will be only possible when you do the calculation, manual calculation, or a key measures what we have. So this is no use, I can say, data format here. Header icons, tooltips, again, there is nothing much with this three. If you want to reset everything as how it was in the beginning, you can reset all settings to default, expand all the categories, or you can see all the categories will be expanded now. Whatever the changes you did, everything is expanded. And if you want to collapse all, it will be closed. That's it. It's nothing to do much here. So this is your just one graph, one bar graph, what we created. The same bar graph come to this now. You can either now change this to stack or row wise, column wise, multiple options we have. This is how, see, the formatting will be same almost for all the options. Only thing is you need to come here and check everything properly. When you work multiple times, it will be easy. So this is, I will place this here. I will place it here. So this is giving me the information related to pizza category and what are the different pizzas we sold and the quantity of it. Okay. Now, let us move towards another analysis. I will just, you select the data and prepare a graph, or select the graph and prepare and then choose the data is possible. Now, what I will do, I will just move this here, let it be right now. I will add some and bold it. You can increase the font size. Now we will, and you can also minimize this, and you can move. It's a drag and drop. Select this first and you can move it. Hope this is clear how to add header. So this is the complete dashboard of mine. I will place this here. So I will close this because I already have it. This is the pizza scene. Let us see how we can create cards. This is the old card. I will show you old card also. In this old card, it was possible for us only to add one value, only one field you need to mention. One numerical data, what you want to see. Categorical data also possible, you can mention. I will grab the total pizza count, pizza size. It is giving me L, but I don't want to see first. I want to see the count of pizza. This is total count of pizza, but I want to see the count distinct. What are the different pizza sizes we have? We only have 5 different types of pizza sizes: medium, large, small, XL, double XL. These are the 5 categories what I have. I want to see the number 5. I want to see the total unique pizza sizes what I have. So I selected here out of which. So you need to be very careful whenever you're selecting all these aggregate functions. So whenever you select the graph, you need to check what is the data type, how it is getting selected. As this is a categorical data, pizza size, it is medium, large, small, it is represented. It is not 1, 2, 3, 4. So when I select the pizza size, automatically it will show me first pizza in the row. That was last, the large pizza. So I will go to count distinct. Now these are the unique count pizza sizes what I have. This is your card. This is your old version of card. You can come here. You can give a title to it, or you can turn off the title because you already have the count of pizza size. This is automatic title. Turn off the automatic title. Come here. Turn this title on. Come and write. These are the unique pizza sizes. Pizza sizes. Sorry, sizes. And then keep this in middle. And you can, if you want to increase and decrease the things, you can do it. And I will just, add a background to it. Sorry, not a background, sorry. I will add a visual border to it. So you can see the border here. It's clear. This is old card. Now I will go with the new card. See, in new card, you can add multiple things to show at a time. Here, it was only one option. Now, with the new card, you have so many options. I will show you. First, I will show you the profit. This is the sum of profit. Let us not go with the profit. Let me go with the total price. This will give me the total revenue generated. Sorry. So now I'm going with the category. See, multiple values I'm able to add. But when I come here, it is not possible for me to add. See, even though I'm selecting it, I'm not able to add it here. So with this, you can add categories also, numerical data also. Now, okay, I want to place this in middle. This is like a multi-row. See, multi-card layout. These are called as different styles. Whether you want horizontal or vertical, this is your vertical. This is horizontal. Or if you want to go with grid is same only. I will go with grid. Grid, see, column size increase and decrease. If I go with one column, it is one column. And how many rows you want to see? 2 rows if you want to see, it is possible. Or one column, one row I will go. It is only one column, one row, but one column, 2 rows I have, 2 numbers I want to show. This is your layout. This is will be table, or you can also go like tiles. Padding is nothing but turn the border for all that. Background, and then I will close this multi-row. So card, now if you select the sum of total price, you can either go rounded, rectangle, and for total quantity also I will go with rounded rectangle. Okay, this one I will decrease the size and I will place it here. At a time, you created 2 different, but you can either create individual boxes or you can create like this multi-row, not an issue. And then come to this general, turn the title on, give a title to it. This is nothing but giving you revenue information. See, revenue and quantity info. Make sure this is middle. This is like a box what you created. Turn the subtitle if you need or turn it off. Coming to effects, background, let it be same. Visual border I need to turn on. Effects, visual border. This is your outer background. We are done with this. I will remove this and I will place this here. I will move this, let it be here. See, dashboard, the way we arrange the graph, it depends on our creativity. Okay. So this is done. Any confusions here, anyone? You can change the title name as you already know how to do the changes. I will go with the next graph. Hope this is clear. Yes, no, any confirmation? Okay. I don't see any questions, so let us proceed further. I will show you one scatter plot. That's an important one which I mentioned, right? I'll show you other dashboard also. Now I'm showing you some important graphs only, so that it will be possible for you also to go back and rework. Scatter plot. Scatter plot should only be selected for 2 continuous values. Okay. Okay, I selected pizza category and pizza size. Do you think this is the right scatter plot? Of course, no. I selected the wrong data. It is not giving me a good result. It is not possible for me to create a scatter plot with a categorical data. I need to remove this. This is not the way. You need to select 2 continuous values. I will select pizza sales and the quantity. Let us see how it works. The total price and the quantity. This is also not giving me, because quantities, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 quantities. Again, it's a categorical data. No use at all. Quantity. Total price with unit price also, I have no use because I'm not able to see anything. See, I can also add the legend here. The way we create with Power BI is quite different. So, I want to see the total revenue generated on y-axis, this one. And here what I will do, I will select the unit and I will select, here it is asking me, I can also go with the legend. So pizza size, I will drag and drop. So you can see different pizza sizes. And I can, if you want to see the data, this data point, the sizes, then sizes you can check on top of profit. The bubble size indicates we have maximum profit of that particular category. I will just decrease this. This bubble size is maximum because the profit is maximum, because the size of the bubble here is, I selected the profit. Here you can see, what is this? I think this is double Excel. Excel, small, I think. Yeah, small. This is medium, and this is double Excel, very minute because there is no data for that, hardly 1 or 2 records. It is negligible. So this is a kind of scatter plot, but this is not the actual. This is, you're not getting the actual meaning or actual information out of it. But there is some information which is okay, which is not 100%, I can say, because we don't have the right data to check this. I will show you how we can go with the right data now. We need to have 2 continuous values. That is, I have a profit, and I'll go with the total sales, and I will go with the data points again, the number of order IDs. Sorry, not with the size. Usually the scatter plot will look like this, but here it is of different color codes because I don't have the right data to show. So that is the reason. Usually you will have the scatter plots aligned all together. I will show you in the different data set for sure. But this is how we will create a scatter plot by choosing x-axis, y-axis legend. See, the way you created a bar graph, no, similarly you will create a line chart. All other graphs will be easy, but some of the graphs will be a bit different. So I'm showing you the same. So sum of profit and sum of total price. And with respect to pizza categories, if you go, you can see this. There are only 4-5 pizza categories. If you go with pizza name, see, this is your right graph. Somehow it is almost good. So sum of total profit and sum of total price, and this data point is scattered based on the pizza name. Each of different pizza. See, based on this, you can make out as the profit increases, sales is also getting increased. That's the main purpose here. As one axis changes, the other axis should either increase or it should either decrease. If there is a relationship between total price and the profit. As the sales increases, profit should also increase. Or as the sales increases, if profit is not increasing, then loss will be there. Then there is a negative graph. So this you can see, this is how the scatter plot is created with this Power BI. So you need to know the purpose of using this graph, then it will be very easy. And the advantage is this itself is your dashboard. We don't create like what we do in Tableau is different sheets. We will open so many sheets or so many pages. Each graph will be in different pages. All together we will add we will have an option to create a dashboard, and all different graphs we will drag and drop it there, and then we will create a dashboard. Here it is not like that. What I have created now, this itself is a simple dashboard. So if I select classic, all the graphs are changing to classic. You see, I selected classic. This is the total revenue. This is the total quantities of classic pizzas we sold. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 options you have. And you can see the profit increasing, sales is increasing, profit is increasing. That you can make out. Now, if I move to Supreme. In Supreme also, you have 4 pizzas within very less range. You have 3 pizzas within this sum of profit. You have 2 pizzas which is greater than 14,000 profit, which we also received. Coming to chicken. Chicken, coming to this, you have all the prices, which is all the profit greater than 15, and price is also greater than 35. Coming to veggie pizza. Veggie pizza, you can see this is the data. Select everything. Now everything comes into picture. Hope all of you are getting this. I will create another page now. Donut chart and pie chart you already know. Categorical and percentage-wise data representation. Categorical data you need to select, and if you want to see the proportion of each category, this is quantity, this is pizza size, and you want to go with the total revenue generated. And you can see here, come to this option. This is your legend, and what I will do is I want to concentrate on the data label. This data label. What you want to see? I want to see, if you want to see category, you can go with category. I want to see category and the percentage. See Excel, this is the largest contributing 45% towards the revenue. Excel is contributing only 1.72% towards revenue. Small pizza size is contributing 21.7% towards revenue. Medium is contributing 30.5% towards revenue. So this is how the contribution of each category you are checking towards the total revenue generated. So where you want to place, you can also check the changes here. And values, these values, the font size here. I will increase this. Slices. If you want to change the color of different slices or all the slices one, you can select it and you can do. I will select M. M is in this color now. This is the color of M. I want to change this to black. Now you can see this is black. This is data labels, come to general now. It's almost the same. Doing the changes is almost the same. Subtitle, if you want to on, divider, you can turn it on. Data format is here. And here I go. That's it. So this is your donut chart. I want to add a border to it. Effects, turn the visual border, turn the. See this, you can copy paste. I have added pizza size category. You can see pizza size as selected, and see one should be categorical data and the other one should be the numerical value to show the proportion. So I selected pizza size and the total price. To see category and the percentage, select the graph, come to this detail labels. In this detail labels, where you want to place these numbers, I am placing it outside. If you go with inside, it will come inside. It is not good. So you can prefer outside. So this is prefer outside or prefer inside. You can see it's good to keep usually outside. And then label contents. What you want to see here? Do you want to see category? Then you will only see category. If you want to see data value, you will only see the value. If you want to see the percentage, but alone percentage is difficult for me to understand. Okay, what is this? I can't make out by looking into this color code. So multiple option, category and percentage of total. If you want to go, if you select all detail labels, everything will be selected. If you go with the data value and percentage of total, that is also selected. So you will get automatically multiple options here. And you can copy paste and even though you prepare in different pages, even though you prepare in different pages, you can copy this and you can paste it here like what I just did. Because
got it.
the complete Power BI is this Power BI report, what you have is depending on only this dashboard. Only on this data set. I will align this here. I have not changed the name, so you can change it later in future. Okay. Done now. So next we can proceed with, I will show you, this is quantity versus sales, this is pizza size. Let us concentrate on top 10 pizzas, let us see, pizza names. And I will drag it here, let it be here. I'm arranging this, sorry. You want to see the top, you want to sort the data, like what are the top pizzas you sold, you want to understand. So when you go and grab the quantity, this is arranged here. But if you want to sort it, so you want to sort this, no, you will see this option, a small drop down option. So when you select it, it will be sorted by default in descending order now. So you can see these are the top 5 pizza. The first pizza is classic deluxe pizza. 2,453 pizzas is sold. Coming to barbecue chicken pizza, 2,432 pizzas are sold. Hawaiian pizza, it is 2,422 pizzas are sold. So overall, 49,570 pizzas are sold in the year 2015. It's a rounded off to 50. I will add visual border to this also. Effects, visual border. Done. For this also, I have not added the border, sorry. Okay. Okay. Almost aligned now with this.
So today we'll be dealing with the Tableau project. So the first dataset that we will be using for the Tableau project is based on COVID-19 data. Followed by that, we'll have another project based on the airline data. And finally, the third project will be based on space missions data. Now let's begin with our first project. So in this first project, we'll be dealing with the COVID-19 dataset, and using that dataset, we'll be getting some insights. So what are those insights? Those are, what are the total number of confirmed cases in different nations? What are the total number of recovered cases in different nations? So we'll be using the map chart for these, and we'll be finding out the insights about how are the cases going on in the current situation or in the current date or year. Followed by that, we'll also look into the insights of the confirmed and recovered cases in India as well. Followed by that, we'll enter into the next query where we'll find out the trend line of COVID-19 in the international level, like how it started, how is it going on. And moving forward, we'll create a group of Indian states and we'll find out the COVID hits there, and then we will discuss about the death rates. So highest death rates at international level and the least death rates in the international level. Then we'll enter into the next segment where we'll find out the variation in COVID-19 cases around the world. And then finally, we'll discuss the future of COVID-19 in the international level. Basically, we'll create a trend line which will give us the forecast levels of the COVID-19, like is it going to increase or is it going to decrease, or what's going to happen in the near future. So I hope I made myself clear with the queries or the insights that we're going to take from the COVID-19 dataset using Tableau. So without further ado, let's get started with the Tableau. So we are on Tableau right now, so we'll be using an Excel data file. So we'll be using the COVID-19 data file. So this particular data set is available on Kaggle, and if you don't find it there, don't worry, we'll be attaching that particular data set in the description box below. You can use that as well. Now let's just select open to get connected with that particular data. So you can see that we just got connected with that data, and there will be some minute errors in the data, or there will be some problem with the data which the Tableau might identify, and when it identifies something messy with the data, it will show you an option. Maybe you might want to use the data interpreter, so I prefer using that. So whenever I see that particular option on the left hand side, I better use it for the safer side, for being on safer side with the data. And let's also select these, not a problem. Yeah, so the data got clean now. You can see that over here. So to do that, you can also check the review results. So when you click that review results option, then you'll get into this particular Excel document, which will help you with the changes made to that data set. So you can see that the orange color one says the data is interpreted as column headers or field name, and the green box suggests you that data is interpreted as values in your data source. And now you can see that. There you go. So now we'll get back to Tableau. Now you can see that the data has been interpreted successfully by the Tableau and everything is as expected by the Tableau. Every data element in the dataset is as expected by the Tableau, and it's really fine now. Now we'll check the columns what we have in our dataset right over here. So we have the serial numbers, observation dates, province, state, and country or region, last update, and confirmed deaths recovered. So basically these three columns will be telling us the confirmed cases in that particular region, country or state, and the deaths happened in that region, country or state, and recovered rate, and the last update, when was the last tested done, the latest tested done, and in which region, and what's the observation date, what's the observation results on that particular date, and the serial numbers, etc., etc. So we have the clear understanding of a data set now. Let's get started with the first sheet what we have over here. So according to our first query, we had to find out the total number of confirmed cases in different nations. So for that, we might want to select the country or region and then the confirmed from measures. So for that, we'll be selecting the map chart for this so that we have the data shown in a more appealing format. So now we have the bluer color of map on our screen right now, where the darkest color shows the maximum number of cases confirmed, and the lighter ones represent the lower number of cases confirmed. Now let's make this look a little more interesting. So for that, we can select the edit color options, and inside that, let's select the red to green diverging. Yeah, this is it. Red to green, white diverging. And as you can see, the colors are a little opposite right now. So we want the greener one in the lower side and the red colored one on the higher side. This should be good. So let's select OK and apply and OK. So you can see that the red color now represents the highest number of cases, and a lighter red one here, you can see a little touch of red, which shows that the India's got some good amount of cases as well, and in the Brazil and etc., etc. So even Russia has a little light green. So this shows it also has some good amount of cases, not completely green though. Yeah, so this is how it looks. Now let's rename the sheet as confirmed cases. At the international level. Now, according to our second query, we are supposed to find the total number of recovered cases in different nations. So now let's create a new sheet for that. Now for that, we'll be selecting the country or region, and then we'll be selecting the recovered, and hover over to the show me icon, and let's select the map for that. Now you can see that we have a lot of recovery happening in India. So according to the stats, we get to hear that the virus which we have in India is a little, kind of harmful than comparatively what we had in China and other states of the world, or the other nations of the world. So yeah, we have a good recovery rate in India. Now let's rename the sheet as recovered cases. International level. Yeah. So I'm naming these sheets separately because we'll be using these sheets to create a dashboard at the end. Now let's get into the third query. What we have right now is find the total number of confirmed cases in India and what are the total number of recovered cases in India. So for that, let's create a new sheet and let's select country or region and confirmed. Now we'll be selecting the text table, and we have the complete data set right now. We have all the nations over here. So what we are looking for is just India. So for that, now we'll drag the country or region into filters, and inside this you can see we have an option of selecting India. Now let's search for India. GHI. So we have India over here. Let's select apply and OK. So we have the total number of cases in India. Now we can drag the state or province into rows, add all members. So in India we have all the states, and so all the states have their own confirmed cases. So this is the total confirmed state or confirmed count in India. Let's rename the sheet confirmed cases in India. Similarly, let's find the recovery cases in India. Let's create a new sheet for that. Rename it as recovery cases in India. So now let's select the country or region, recovery, and then let's close the show me icon, and now let's drag the country or region to filters, then none, select India, apply, OK, and let's drag the state or province here, add all members. Yeah, so you have the text chart here which represents the total number of recovered cases in India according to the state wise. Now, yeah, this looks okay, but we can make it look a little more appealing so that it's more visible and understandable, readable. So we can make that happen. So let's make a duplicate of this and recovery cases as well. Now I would like to change the confirmed cases in India into a pie chart which looks a little bit more readable and understandable. Let's select the entire view so that we have a bigger pie chart and a little bit understandable or readable. Let's increase the size a little bit, and let's select the label and select the show mark label so that we have all the numbers over here. We can even select the province or state and drag it into detail, so we have the state's name as well, or should we tag it into label? Yeah, now the recovered into label again. Yeah, there you go. We have the state and we have the confirmed number over here. So this is how we can make the data look a bit more appealing and understandable. So we can see that Maharashtra has a larger number of confirmed cases. It's the biggest state of India. So maybe, yeah, that's true. And now we'll get back to the duplicate sheet of recovery cases in India. And now let's make it look a bit more appealing by changing the way the data looks. So for this, we can select the packed bubble option. Now we can see the packed bubbles which show the recovery states happening in the Indian states or the recovery cases. So you can see that everything is looking in blue color, a bit difficult to understand. So for that, let's drag the province or state into color so that we can have different colors for different states. Yeah, now this is good. We have the country name and state name. This is fine. Now we can make it a bit more readable by dragging the recovered icon into, or the recovered pill into the label. So we have the count of recoveries happening in that particular state and that particular country. Now it's a bit more readable. Now we have Maharashtra at the leading place. We have a good recovery in Maharashtra. Yeah, that's fine. Now let's get back to the presentation mode and see our next query. So can we forecast a trend line of COVID-19? Yeah. So how it started, how is it going on? So we can do that. Let's get back to Tableau again. So let's create a new sheet. We have the new sheet over here. Let's rename that as trend line. Yeah, the sheet got renamed. Now let's select the observation date from the dimensions since we're making a trend line. So let's keep it observation date, or you can even select the last update. Let's go with the last update. Now let's select the confirmed pill from measures. So let's select a line chart, or we can do that from here as well. Okay, so we're not getting the line chart, so there might be some problem with the date format over here. So we have to change the data type of. So I think this might be something with the date. Yeah, let's select the date pill and change data type to date or date and time from string. So you can see we had string first. So now it's changed to date and time. Now we'll be getting a proper trend line. So now we have it according to the year, so we can make it according to quarter, and even in the form of months. And so if you see this a little bit readable, you can keep it that way, or you can even change to days. So yeah, I think there is some problem with date and time value. So let's keep it in the form of months. It's more readable in one screen. So yeah, it's good. Let's remove this. So we have the month update. Now let's go to analytics to create a trend line, and you can select the trend line and drag it over here and select the linear option. So you can see here we have the trend line over here, which reads the R squared and P values and confirmed, and we have a formula for that. So basically Tableau creates a formula to create a trend line, so which is 5.280 exponent to the power of 8 into month of last update. So pretty complex formula, yet understandable. So this is how you create a trend line. So according to the trends, we have January, February, the quarters, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and this is the first month of January. So here it is. So in January we find one. Okay, this is in billions, maybe, yeah, maybe even trillions, who knows. But based on the data we have in the last year, we have a decrement of the confirmed cases in January. So it's basically indicating that corona is basically or slowly decreasing. That's a good sign. Now let's try to find out the trend line for India. Let's duplicate this. So for that, let's drag the country into filters. We have the filter option, and let's select all. No, not all. We might want to select the Indian icon. Yeah, let's select apply. Okay. So now we have the trend line for India. Let's kind of rename it. Yeah. Even you can see a gradual drop of corona in India as well. So the number has decreased in India as well. In the earlier year, we had a lot of cases above 30 crores. Now we have nearly 20 crores. That's a good sign in India as well. Now let's get back to the presentation mode and try to select the next query. So according to the next query, can we group Indian states and find COVID-19 hits? Yeah, we can do that. Now let's get back to Tableau for that. Let's create a new sheet and let's rename it as grouped. So the sheet got renamed. Now we're going to select the country or region or province. Now for that, you can see the create option over here. Now inside that, let's select the group. Now we have to create a group of Indian nations. So select Andaman and Nicobar, hold Control, select Andhra Pradesh. Now let's select a couple of states we know which are in India: Arunachal Pradesh, Assam. Don't forget to hold the Control key for this, or else the options might vanish. We have Bihar, we have Chandigarh, we have Chhattisgarh, we have Dadar and Nagar Haveli, Daman, Daman, we have Delhi. Yeah, we are going to just select a couple of states just to show how group can be done. So fetching all the states in this particular column would be a little difficult, or we might even miss a few. We have Gujarat, we have Haryana, we have Islamabad, Jammu and Kashmir, Jharkhand, we have Karnataka, we have Kerala, Ladakh, Lakshadweep, we have Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Nagaland, we have Punjab, we have Rajasthan, we have Tamil Nadu, we have Telangana, we have Uttar Pradesh, we have West Bengal, and let's rename the group as Indian States Group. Let's select apply and OK. So after selecting the apply option and clicking OK, so we can have a new pill in the dimensions section that happens to be Indian States Group. So what we're gonna do is drag that pill into detail option so that we can have the results on our screen. So there you go, the states what we selected are right over here, all the Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, and Punjab, Maharashtra, Gujarat, etc., and our Lakshadweep and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Right, so we have all the states of India right on our screen. Okay, let's expand it a little bit. Scrolling on Tableau is a little bit difficult. I don't know how to select the default option for the screen. Yes, we can see these states. I don't know where the scroller is at. Yeah, we can always undo what we did in Tableau, so that's the best part. Now let's drag the states bill again so that we can have a perfect map in the screen right now. Yeah, I would like to not to mess with it again. It's pretty good right now. Let's keep it as it is. Now let's quickly get back to our presentation and check out our next query. So find the highest death rates at international level. So we are basically gonna find which nation or the country has the highest death rates, and which is the country with the least amount of death rates, so which is the safest country. Now let's get back to Tableau. Now we're not gonna mess with this particular sheet. Let's create a new sheet. Let's rename the sheet as highest death rates. International, INTL. Let's enter. So the sheet got renamed successfully. Let's drag in country. And let's drag in confirmed cases. So we have a map over here. So Tableau basically kind of selected the map as default. We can drag the deaths, and now we can actually change this to a text chart. Now let's drag the measure names into rows, so we have a little bit more, sorted kind of data. So you can see we have the confirmed cases over here and death rates here. Now if we kind of sort it in the descending order, so the order is being changed now. So we have our charts processed by Tableau for a better visual. So our chart got rearranged or ordered in the descending order. So with that we have the highest deaths and confirmed cases in US. So we can even do that using a parameter where you can create the top 10 or top 5 nations with highest confirmed and death values. So for that you can drag both, or no, you need to create a parameter. I think it's not required over here. Let's continue with the next sheet, or you can just simply duplicate this. Since the dataset is a little huge, it takes a little bit of time. Now let's rename this. Yeah, now let's rename this sheet. It's still taking a little bit of time. Yeah, now I think we can rename it least death rates. So now for that we're gonna rearrange it in the ascending order. So yeah, after sorting and changing some layouts, we have the least number of cases or death rates in the country called Makkah, where we have least number of deaths and least number of confirmed cases. So with that, let's move into the presentation mode again. And in the presentation mode, we have our next query that says, can we find the variation in COVID-19 cases around the world? So for that, let's create a new sheet again.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So after changing some arrangements, or by making an ascending arrangement and changing the layout, or the orientation and everything, we have our final result, which states that we have the least number of deaths and confirmations of COVID-19 in the country of Afghanistan. So yeah, so we have the pretty well sorted, arranged data over here on the screen. Now let's get back to the presentation mode, and in the presentation mode, the next query that we have to deal with is, can we find the variation in COVID-19 cases around the world? Yeah, we can do that. So let's get back to Tableau and create a new sheet. Let's rename the sheet as variation of C19. Yeah, it's done. So to find out the variation of COVID-19, we might want to use the boxes and whiskers chart. Let's select the country or region pill from dimensions and confirm from measures. Let's hover over to the show me tab and select the box and whisker plot. Yeah, so you can see that we just have one box or whisker over here. When you see something like this happening on your sheet, then directly head over to analytics and uncheck the aggregate measures. So we have this kind of visualization. Maybe we forgot something, so we forgot the country or region to be placed in columns. So when you place it in the columns section, then you find out all the countries and the variation of COVID-19 in their region. Now let's sort it in the descending order so that we can find out the maximum variation which is happening in France. So of course there are less number of confirmed cases, but there is a lot of variation which states that they have something wrong with the climatic conditions or the weather conditions there. Yeah, we have a larger confirmations in or larger cases in US, but there is some data which shows that France is leading in some variation. Yeah, so since we are calculating the variation of the confirmation of COVID-19 presence, we have France in the first place, where it shows that there is a lot of variation in the confirmed cases in France rather than US. Yeah, that's how we can find the variation of presence of COVID-19 in a particular country. So with that, let's move into the next query. So the next query is, can we forecast the sheet of future and reference of COVID-19 presence? Yes, we can do that. Let's get back to Tableau. For that, let's create a new sheet and rename it as forecast of COVID-19 presence. So the sheet got renamed successfully. Now we'll select the observation date from the dimensions and confirmed fill from measures. So we'll use them, drag it to columns and the confirmed from. Now we're going to change this. Okay, there is something wrong with the observation date. So for that, let's select the observation fill and change the data type to date. Yeah, so far so good. Now let's select this to day. We can change that to year. Now let's select forecast option. Yeah, so this is how it's gonna be. So in the year of 2020, we had the confirmed cases around this number, which is 760,705,3464, so which is nearly 76,370 lakh. And in the 2021, the number got a little decreased, which is 17,130 lakh cases. And in the end of 2022, which is the forecast, we can see there is a little more drop. So it's a good sign that the COVID-19 is getting decreased. So this is the forecast of the COVID-19 presence in India. So we can change the path to step 1. The line is okay. The line is pretty good. No worries on that. So basically we've finished the queries on our presentation mode. So yeah, if we get back to the presentation mode, so all the queries on the COVID-19 data are finished. Now let's create a dashboard. Yeah, we have the dashboard right now, so we can change the layout of dashboard. Let me increase the width to 1320 and decrease the height to 70 or 760. So we have the entire screen right now. Now let's drag in the confirm cases of international level and the recovery cases of the international level. Yeah, now we have it. Okay, or let's keep it in the top and that in the bottom. The trend line of COVID in the international level and the highest death rates in the international level. It takes a little time. It's still taking a little bit more time. I don't know what's wrong. Okay, it should be done in some time. Let's wait. It's basically taking a lot of time because we have a lot of data in that particular sheet. Let's kind of change that a little. Now let's change the sheet to yeah. Or we can just remove this from the dashboard and select the least death rate or the top 10 least death rates. So we have the sheet right over here. We have the top 10 ones only here. Yeah, this is good. So this is how we can have the dashboard. And now let's create another dashboard for Indian results. So again, let's change the dimensions of the screen. Yeah, it's pretty good. Now let's take the confirm cases in India and drop it over here, and recovery cases in India and drop it over there, and trend lines in India over here, and Indian states, and the forecast somewhere over here. And if we get back to the dashboard 1, we can even add the forecast data or the variation data somewhere over here. And we can always change the height so that it's a bit more visible. So we can rename the dashboard C19 International Dashboard, and this one as C19 Indian dashboard. Yeah, so with that we have finished the first project based on the COVID-19 dataset. Now we'll continue with the next dataset, that is the airline dataset. So now we are in the second project, and the second project is about the airline dataset. And in this particular dataset, we're going to take the insights, which are as follows. What are the total number of flights which are taking off in a day from the San Francisco airport? And followed by that, we have the next query, which reads out, find the busiest day of San Francisco airport. We'll be finding out the top 5 busiest days in the San Francisco airport, and followed by that we'll also find what are the total number of flights per day in a month. Then we'll find out what are the top 10 busiest flight routes. Then we'll find out what are the top 10 longest flight routes from San Francisco airport. Then we have to represent the flights flying outside the San Francisco towards different parts of the world using a map chart. So these are the queries that we'll be executing in our second project. Without further ado, let's get back to the Tableau. So now we are back on the Tableau dashboard. So let's select our dataset for today. So our dataset is somewhere here. Yeah, this is the air travel dataset we were looking for. Now we got our air travel dataset loaded onto Tableau. So remember I said about the interpreter. I'll select that and show all the. Okay, let the query execute. Yeah, so the interpreter query got executed. Now the data has been cleaned. We can review the results by clicking on review results option over here. We have another query executing now. So basically this query will take us to the Microsoft Excel sheet where our cleaned data is readily available for us. There you go. You can see that the red colored data is the data that is interpreted as column headers or field names. The green color one is the data interpreted as values in your data source. So it looks something like this. So we have our data fine over here, just looking fine. Now when you come into the route column, you have San Francisco to the other parts of the world. For example, we have Los Angeles here, etc., etc. But we don't have a separate field for origin and destination. So what we'll be doing is we'll be splitting this particular column right away here. So let's navigate to the last column, which will show us the route. So you can right click this and select the option of split, which will basically split it into 2 halves, which will give us the from destination or the origin of the airplane and to or the destination of the plane. So from, to, or the origin, destination fields we have right now over here. You can see that. So far so good. So let's quickly begin with our worksheet. Now we are on the worksheet right now. So what was our first query? So our first query was to find the total number of flights in a day. So for that we have a simple step. So basically we'll have a particular number of rows, right? For the dataset what we've selected, we will have some thousands of datasets. So each and every row is actually a flight. So what we will do is just create a calculated field and just name it as number of rows. Okay, since we are trying to calculate the total number of flights, let's kind of not name it as rows. Instead we'll name it as flights, and inside the calculated field just write 1 and it should be done. So you can see the number of flights just over here. Just hover down the text and we'll have the number over here. So this is the total number of flights per day which takes off from the San Francisco airport. Let's kind of increase the text size so that it's a bit more visible. Yeah, that should be it. Let's rename the sheet from here. I would do the renaming from here because it's a little simple. Total number of flights. Yeah, that should be it. Now let's get on to the presentation mode again. Now let's execute the second query. Find the busiest day at San Francisco Airport. So to execute the second query, let's just simply duplicate the sheet and rename the sheet as busiest. Okay, we can actually schedules of flights, or no, not schedules of flights, number of flights, or we can rename this as flights taking off. So when we get the count of flights taking off, then we can actually find the date which was really busy, like the date with the maximum amount of flights taking off. That would be the busiest day. So the data type is date by default. That's great. Now let's drag it to columns. Now the sum of numbers at this place. Analysis. Let's uncheck this to get a map. Let's make it by month, or day. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this as well. Now we have a chart over here. Let's change it to scatterplot maybe. Yeah, so we have the chart. No worries on the scatterplot thing. It's really a scatterplot. No worries on that. So right now we need to find out the busiest days. So for that we might want to drag the date into filter, and let's select the individual dates. Select next, and inside the top we have the we need to select by field, and now we have the top 10 number of flights. We need the top 10 flights. So let's select apply. We needed top 1, but why not top 10? You will select top 10 for that. Now we have the scatterplot on my sheet right now. So let's kind of arrange it in the descending order. This shows the highest number of flights, or okay. We need to change this value to sum. Yeah, it is sum. So yeah, I got to know where we made a mistake. So inside analysis we were supposed to aggregate the measures so that we can get the sum of number of flights. Now we have the total number of flights. Now let's quickly arrange this. Now we have the 3,166, 3,200, 3,295. Yeah, so 3,295 happens to be our busiest day in the year 2020, that is the 6th March, which had the maximum number of flights taking off. So we can actually make a set of these. The set of these, which happens to be in the March. So March happens to be the busiest month for San Francisco Airport. So with that we have finished the second query. Now let's create a new sheet for our third query. Let's get back to the presentation. And the third query reads that what are the total number of flights per day in a month. So for that, let's get back to Tableau. Let's try to rename it total flights in a month. Done. So for that, let's select date and drag it to columns, and let's make it to month. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this as well. Now let's check it to day, and now number of flights. So automatically we have a line chart, and we have the flights taking off from March 1st to March 31st, which happens to be the busiest month for San Francisco Airport. Now let's just tick the show mark label so that we have the number of flights taking off every day. So as we got the result in the previous sheet, 290 or 3,295 flights on the date of 6th March, or is it 3rd March maybe? Yeah, that happened 6th March. That happened to be the busiest day of San Francisco Airport. Now let's get back to the presentation and check the fourth query. So the fourth query reads, what are the top 10 busiest flight routes? For that, let's get back to Tableau again. Let's rename the newly created sheet busiest routes. Now the sheet has been replaced or renamed. Now to find out the top busiest routes, we need a calculated field to remove the effects of San Francisco Airport first. So create a calculated field, and we can name it as busiest route, busy. And now inside the calculated field, we need an if condition. Then if route 1 split 1 is equals to SFO, then route 2 split 2 else route 1. And yeah, the calculation is valid. Let's apply and OK. Now we have the newly created calculated field somewhere here. I will drag that into rows, and now we'll drag the number of flights to columns. So there we go. We have the bar chart over here. Let's rearrange it in descending order so that we get the descending order. Now we needed the top 10 or top busiest routes. For that, let's drag busy into filters, select top, and by field we have top 10. Let's just select apply and OK, and we have the top busiest routes from San Francisco Airport, or SFO. Now let's get back to the presentation mode, and in the presentation mode the next query is, which are the top longest flight routes from SFO? So to find out the longest routes, we'll create a new sheet and rename it as busiest, no, not busiest, longest routes. Yeah, the sheet is renamed, and you can see that we have geometry coordinates 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1. So these not 0, 1, 1 and 1, 0 coordinates basically provide the origin information, and 0, 0 and 0, 1 provide the destination information. So we'll be creating a calculated field for that. Now let's create a calculated field. So let's rename the calculated field as origin, and inside the origin we'll make use of make point, and inside make point we'll write geometry coordinates 1, 1 and geometry coordinates we'll need the geometry coordinates 1 1 and geometry coordinates 1 0 separated by comma, and done. So we have the origin. Now let's create another for destination. We are creating a calculated field, destination, and inside destination we are going to use the same make point and geometric coordinates 0 0 comma geometric coordinates 0 1, and select apply. Okay, now the origin and destination are created. Now we need to create another calculated field for distance. So we'll write it as distance, and inside that we'll use the distance function, and we'll write origin comma destination, and we'll represent the distance using kilometers. And select apply. Okay. Now we have the newly created distance measure in the measure section. Now we'll drag the busy into columns and distance into rows. Okay, we made something. Oh, there's no problem. We can actually change the orientation. And now let's rearrange it in the form of descending order. Now we have the distance sorted in the descending order, but there is a small change. We have to change the sum to average. So once you change that, you want to arrange it again. Now we have the BLR, Bangalore, as the farthest airport from SFO. Yeah. Now we might want to drag the busy into filters again. Now we have the top 10. Apply. Okay, so we have the top 10 longest routes from SFO. So with that we have finished our 5th query. Let's get back to presentation mode, and the 6th query. Represent the flights flying outside SFO towards different parts of the world. Yeah, that can be done. Let's get back to Tableau again. Now for the 6th query, let's create a new sheet. Let's name it as map flights from SFO. Okay, so for that let's select the latitude and longitude and select a map. So we have the map right here. Now let's change that to map. Yeah, it's in the map section by default. Let's create a calculated field called lines. So we are basically using lines to represent the flights taking off from SFO. So I'll name it as line, or we can name it as flights line. Okay, and inside the calculated field, let's type in make line, and so inside the field let's make use of make line function, and inside that let's write an origin and separated by comma destination, and the calculation is valid. Apply OK. Now we have the newly created flight line over here. Now we'll drag that flight line to detail. Now once we drag that flight line to the detail, we have the lines or flights taking off from SFO to different parts of the world. Now we can make it look a bit more appealing or more informative by dragging the routes, or into detail. So we have the details of routes, and we can even drag the distance into detail. So when we hover over to the line, we'll have the route and the distance as well. Yeah, so that's how it is done. Now we're basically done with all the queries. Now let's create a dashboard. So now let's kind of arrange the dashboard size convenient to our monitor. So I'll increase it to 1320 width and decrease the height to 760. So that's the proper size what I was looking for. Now we'll drag the details into the sheet. Longest routes. We have the flights taking off, busiest routes, longest routes, and total flights into here. Now it looks more readable. Fine, so we have the busiest routes, we have the longest routes, we have the flights taking off in the month of March. The busiest month was the March and the busiest day was 6th of March. I don't know what was so special on that day. If you know it, please let me know in the comment section below. And yeah, so totally we created a dashboard. Now let's rename the dashboard as SFO Flight Data Dashboard. And we are done. So we are done with the second project. Now let's get back to our presentation and let's check the last project, that happens to be the space missions dataset. So now we are in the third project, which is based on space missions dataset. So using this particular dataset, we're going to get some insights which are based on the queries on my screen right now. So we're going to find out what are the average temperature details of the launch sites, what are the average wind speed details of the launch sites, what are the average humidity details of the launch sites. So we need all these to before launching a satellite or a rocket into space. Everything needs to be in ideal condition. So followed by that, we have what are the different varieties of launch vehicles used by different companies. So there are a lot many companies. Few are from government sector, few are from private sector. For example, USA military satellites belong to government, and private satellites like SpaceX, and few others. Next we have what is the mission status of the company. So we have a list of satellites launched already, right? So we need the mission status of that particular satellite. Is it a successful launch, or was there some failure record or something like that? Next, at the last query, we have the track records of launch sites. So what are the track records? So what are the successful launches? What are the failure launches? What are the satellites launched by different companies, etc., etc. We'll have a complete track record of that, of all the launch sites which are available in our dataset. Now, without further ado, let's get back to Tableau and start the project. So we are on Tableau. Now we're going to extract the dataset. So the dataset we need is the space missions dataset. You can get this in the Kaggle, or you can even have the access to this dataset from the description box below. Select open to open the data. So yeah, the data got successfully loaded. Again, use the interpreter, and it's a good habit of using the interpreter to clean your data and make everything understandable or look understandable. Show all the answers, everything is fine. So we're good to go with the dataset what we have in our Tableau right now. Now with that, let's get back to the first sheet. Now let's check the first query that we have in our presentation. What are the average temperature details of launch sites? So for that, let's create a new sheet. Yeah, it's created. Rename it as AVG temperatures. Or launch site temperatures. So now we need the launch site and select the temperature, and hover over to the show me tab, and let's select the bubbles chart. So now you can see the temperature is in the sum, but we don't need the sum here. We need to change that to average. Now we have the average temperatures of the launch sites. Now let's kind of select the label, show marks here. So we can do one more thing. We can drag the temperature onto the label. Now we have the temperature here. Now let's again change the measure to average. Now we have the average temperatures of the launch sites in Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's pretty well. Now let's get back to the presentation, and the next query is what are the average wind speed details of the launch sites. Let's get back to Tableau again. Let's create a new sheet, launch site wind speeds. Now let's drag the launch site into columns and wind speed from measures into rows, and you can see automatically we have a bar chart, but to make it a little bit more readable, let's select the boxes and whiskers chart. Yeah, you know what to do now. Go to analysis, uncheck the aggregate measures options, and let's drag the launch site again onto columns. Now we have the different box and whiskers for different sites. So let's kind of arrange it. Yeah, so the wind speeds at Kennedy Space Center are here, 20 miles, and 23 at Vandenberg, and Marshall at 9. Yeah, so this is the wind speeds at different launch sites. Now let's get back to the presentation mode, and now we have to find the humidity details of launch sites. So let's get back to Tableau. Now we are back on Tableau. Let's rename it humidity launch site. Now let's select the launch site and humidity, then a pie chart. The pie chart is really small, so we can select the entire view. Now we have the sum of humidity, but we need the average humidity. And now let's drag humidity onto label and launch site to label. Now we have the detailed humidity. No, we need to select the measure to average again, and here to average again. Yeah, so we have the humidity percentage of launch sites on the pie chart over here. So with that we are done. Now let's get back to presentation again. Now our fourth query, which states that what are the different varieties of launch vehicles used by different companies. For that, let's get back to Tableau. Now let's create a new sheet. Launch vehicle details. Yeah. Now this query is pretty straightforward. Select company and vehicle type, and we should be done. So there we go. We have the company name and vehicles used for the launching of satellites process. Now let's get back to the presentation mode. Let's select the next query. What is the mission status of companies? Now let's get back to Tableau. Let's create a new sheet and rename it as mission status. Now we are back on Tableau. Now let's select the company, drag that to columns, and mission status to columns, and we'll select one parameter from measures so that we can get a good bar chart, side-by-side bar chart. And now we can drag the company to color so that we can have different colors for different companies. So we have the mission details. So SpaceX found a maximum success in the recent days and little failures, and yeah, Boeing found good success as well and some failures. So these are the mission status of different companies and different satellites as well. So we have even US Air Force here faced some satellites here, some failures in some satellites. It's okay. So now let's get back to presentation mode. Now the sixth query is track records of launch sites. Okay, we had the payload as sum, so we change it to count, distinct count. So now we have a better observation of failures and successes over here. So as we discussed in the sixth query, now we need to find the track records of launch sites. Now let's create a new sheet, rename it as track records. And now let's drag the company to columns and mission status to columns again. And now let's drag the launch site. Yeah, I think we might want to drag the mission status to rows. Yeah. Let's click on text. Now let's drag the space missions count to color and space mission count to labels. Now let's use this one. Yeah. Now we have the stats or the track records of different space centers or launch sites, and we have the failures and success rates over here. Yeah, so basically we have done the last sheet or last query executed. Now let's create a new dashboard. As we always do, change the resolution according to the monitor we have. So I'm going to use 1030p. And height as 760. Now let's drag the sheets. So we have the launch temperatures, launch wind speeds, and launch site humidity at one place. Now the launch vehicles used, mission status, and the track records. So we'll kind of drag it here, and this one over here, this little bit over here, and this one over here. So now we can actually, select the track records of Cape Carnival. We have the site temperature, we have the site humidity, we have the site wind speed, and the track records of that particular site, and launch vehicles launched, mission status, everything on one single dashboard. So that's how you make use of dashboards in real time.
And with that, we have reached the end of the session on the Data Analytics with AI full course. Should you need any assistance or any other resources used in this session, so if you have any doubts or queries, please let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to help you. Until next time, keep watching. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.